Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
My name is Lee Hong. I woke up by the dam, watching fish swim in the clear water, but my mind was a mess. I had died suddenly during a quiet walk in my past life, and somehow woke up in my teenage body in the year 1987. I used to be a successful businessman with money and a good life, and now I'm back in a poor village, in a crumbling house, eating cabbage and radishes. Everything I built is gone, and it feels like cruel punishment from heaven. My name is Lee Hong, and my family's situation isn't great. My dad, once an education official, lost his job after being falsely accused. He's now sick and can't work much. My mom, Tion Runny, used to be proud and fierce. Now, she quietly washes clothes while neighbors gossip cruelly about our family. My older sisters have gone their own ways, one married, one studying, but I'm stuck at home, carrying the weight of all their hopes. And then there's the scandal. Half a year ago, I was caught with Chen Zijin, the village beauty I truly loved. We were young and careless, but the rumors that followed destroyed her reputation. Her powerful family took her away, and all the blame landed on me. The village called me names, mocked my family, and treated us like dirt. It hurt deeply, especially knowing I dragged her down. I still remember carving a C on my arm for her Chen Zijin. Even after everything, I miss her. But I also know her family would never agree to marry her into my ruined household now. They're rising, we're falling, it's reality. I don't know what the future holds. Being reborn feels like a second chance, but I have no plan yet. I just feel loss, guilt, and confusion. My past life was smooth and lucky. Maybe I was sent back because I left behind regrets, or maybe it's fate forcing me to face things I ran from. Either way, this is my life now, and I'll have to start again from the bottom. Ever since I was reborn, I've been trying to make sense of things. I used to be a successful man with status and money, but now I'm back in my teenage years, stuck in a poor village, carrying the weight of my family's name and the burden of a past I can't change. And right when I thought I could enjoy a quiet moment by the dam, that loud idiot Zhang Zhiyong came running toward me like a storm. He said the Chen family was back in town, specifically, Chen Zijin's younger sister, Chen Zitong. Hearing her name hit me harder than I expected. I still can't forget what happened between me and Zijin. We were young, we loved each other, but one mistake, getting caught, destroyed everything. Her family left the village, and I became the target of every cruel rumor. Zitong brought me study materials, secretly sent by her sister. Her attitude was cold, but her words showed me something else. Zijin still thinks of me. That little hope stirred something in my chest. But then her aunt, Chen Xiaomi, appeared. Her scolding voice reminded me of how low I had fallen in their eyes, and how powerless I was in the past. It hurt, but it didn't make me angry like before. It lit a fire in me. I've realized that if I want to protect my family, earn back their dignity, and silence the gossip, I need more than just good grades. I need money, power, and, most importantly, influence. And I know exactly where to start. I used to be a writer. That's something I'm good at, something I can build on. If I can become famous through writing, I'll gain the respect, wealth, and platform I need. Maybe then, I can face the Chin family again on equal ground. The village may look like something out of a poem, but reality is full of dog poop and gossip. Literally, I stepped in some on the way back from the dam. But even that couldn't ruin my mood, not after finding my path. Zhang Zhiyong handed me some red tea flowers to give to Zijin. Of course, he stole them. Typical. But I kept them anyway. Even if she hasn't come back yet, I will be ready when she does. When I heard Grandma Chun had passed, I wasn't surprised, but the sound of firecrackers and crying at the village entrance still hit hard. It's a local tradition. Firecrackers, incense, mourning, it means someone has left this world. The Chen family was in mourning, and though our families used to be close, we'd grown distant after the scandal between me and Chen Ziqing. Still, we kept it quiet, out of respect, and didn't show outsiders how badly things had turned. I rushed home through muddy fields, soaked to the bone. My father, Li Jiangguo, was squatting by a pot, boiling medicine. His patched Zhongshan suit and soot-covered face made my chest tighten. Even so, he smiled warmly and asked about my fishing. I handed over the catch, 5.5 gin of fish, shrimp, and crabs, and he seemed pleased. My skills in the water have always been my strength, even if our life is hard. Mom was in the backyard feeding pigs, so I gave Dad the tea flower I brought. I told him it was for Mom, just like the old days when he used to court her. He smiled again, remembering. Later, Mom put the flower in a bottle, and I teased her a little. It was the first time in a while we'd all laughed together. Even Zhang Ziyang stood there shocked. After a quick shower, I looked in the mirror, 17, skinny, ribs showing, but still tall. I thought of how little we had, how little even 5 gin of fish meant. And yet, it felt enough for now. That peace didn't last. Qin Gaoyuan, Ziqin's father, came dressed in mourning clothes and knelt at our door. He asked Dad and Mom to help with the funeral. It's tradition here. My dad is known for being able to manage big events fairly, and my mom's cooking is respected. Though I know Mom didn't want to step into that house again, she agreed out of duty. Gaoyuan looked at me with mixed feelings. I remembered how Ziqin had once begged him not to blame me. He never made a scene back then. He even gently encouraged me to study hard and go to a good university. He tried to convince his wife to let Ziqin return to see Grandma one last time. But her response was harsh, and he had to let go of the idea. I understood. Love is powerless without status here. And I still have a long way to go. That night, the rain poured hard. My second sister, Li Lan, came home soaked, her clothes clinging to her body. Zhang Ziyong, who had been loitering nearby, accidentally stared at her too long and ran off in fear. He's always been scared of strong, pretty girls, and my sister fits both. We weren't close growing up. She thought our mom favored me and often picked fights with me, sometimes even beating me up. I didn't understand her anger back then. Only when I got older did I realize she just wanted the same love I got. In her eyes, I always got the best, and she got what was left. That resentment ran deep. But things changed after college. When I needed money to buy a house, she showed up with 80,000 yuan. She never let me repay her. Years later, she got drunk and finally apologized for how she treated me as a kid. That moment stayed with me. So now, after being reborn, I try to let the past go. I told her to change out of her wet clothes so she wouldn't get sick. She looked surprised, as if she didn't expect kindness from me. Maybe she felt something was different. She's sharp as she notices these things. She even scolded me for still calling Uncle Chen uncle after what happened with Qin Ziqin. Later, while our parents were out, I cooked a rare meat dish with half a gin of precious cured pork. Normally, we'd never touch it. It was too valuable. But we were all starving from days of eating dry sweet potatoes and corn. My sister didn't stop me. Instead, she helped hide the evidence so our mom wouldn't notice. Big sister Li Yin, heavily pregnant, showed up too. She ended up eating almost all the meat. Neither I nor Li Lan said a word. We just let her eat. She's been struggling. Her husband's still an apprentice, and they're deep in debt because of his mother's accident. After dinner, we all did our part around the house. Li Lan fed the pigs and cleaned. I dried fish using the stove's heat. Then I sat on my hard bed, cold and restless, thinking about how badly I want to change everything for my parents, for my sisters, and for myself. I need money. A lot of it. Fast. And I have no time to waste. Fidu is a famous work by Lao Jia. Its reputation is big, and its influence is far-reaching. It was well received in the market and won many awards abroad. He was somewhat tempted, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Because the content of this book is quite intense, many people bought it just to read. He was only 17 now. Writing such an experienced book, well, what would others think? Well, he didn't really care about that. Whether in domestic history or foreign literature, there have been countless talented people throughout history. Talent is never lacking. So, does that mean he can't be a genius too? 26-year-old Wang Bo was capable of writing the timeless classic preface to the Pavilion of Prince Ting. In theory, he could do so. No one can definitively define the limits of genius. However, he was mainly worried about Qin Ziqin. If he became famous for writing The Wasteland, her past might be dug up by intrusive reporters. Currently, he had no power or influence to suppress such sensational news. If reporters then asked him, "Mr. Li, did you have an affair with Qin Ziqin?" How should he answer? Yes? No? Or just ignore it? No matter which answer he chose or whether he responded at all, it would inevitably hurt Shin Zijin a second time. Unscrupulous media might even twist the scenes from his books, suggesting he gained inspiration from her. In an era that values reputation highly, Shin Zijin had just escaped the whirlpool of public opinion in Shangwan Village. He had already hurt her once when he was young and naive. He couldn't hurt her again after rebirth. He abandoned the wasteland and later shifted his focus to Life, Seize, and To Live. Both novels were excellent. He liked them very much, having read each at least 5 times in his previous life. Especially To Live, placed on his bedside table, reading it 10 times was not enough. He remembered every detail and scene vividly. Both books were favorites, making it hard to choose. Deciding who to pick was a matter of misfortune for someone, and he felt reluctant. After all, he had loved these authors before. He even started to wonder if his ancestors, with surnames Yu and Mai, had any conflicts. But the answer was obvious. His ancestors were farmers. They had finally produced a government official, Li Jianguo, but he hadn't even settled into his role before becoming just another farmer again. With such a background, there was no real conflict, no deep-rooted feud. After much thought and weighing, Li Heng finally made a difficult decision, to write To Live. They say art comes from life and is even higher than life. No matter how outrageous, a work's content should at least loosely reflect the creator's life experience. 7 years as a civil servant had made him more disciplined in his thinking. He allowed himself some flaws, but not too many. Otherwise, no one was stupid. If he revealed too many weaknesses, someone might notice. Even if others couldn't do anything about his flaws, it would still be troublesome. And he happens to be a person who dislikes trouble. In a past life, he read a report that inspired him to write To Live, after hearing an American folk song called Old Black. The song tells of an old black who endured a lifetime of hardship, lost his family, yet remained kind to the world without a single complaint. Coincidentally, Comrade Li Jianguo owns a tape of that song. Although it was a pirated copy, he listened to it many times, making it a perfect excuse. Furthermore, the book To Live tells the tragic life of Su Fugue. Such a character is rare in later stories, but it's not hard to find nowadays. His second uncle is a suitable person to base the story on. In the old days, the second uncle was a landlord's son, who played cards, gambled, and kept concubines, bad habits. But after experiencing war and the chaos of society, he ended up with a broken family and lost everything. Now, he is a well-known welfare recipient. Despite all this, he still lives strongly, drinking a little wine or fishing in the river every day. Li Heng learned fishing from him since childhood. Adding the song Old Black to the story of the second uncle, wow. The story elements are complete, simply perfect. Does Yu Hua feel panicked? Just as Li Heng was lighting an oil lamp and writing furiously, Yu Hua, who was attending a literature workshop at Lusen Literature College in Beijing, suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. The floor was hard, and he felt a sharp pain from the fall. Holding his, he groaned and got up. He looked up at the dark night sky, feeling inexplicably anxious, as if something very important was slipping away from him. The next morning, Yu Hua, who hadn't slept well, passed a street stall and impulsively asked a blind man to read his fortune. The blind man told him, "You've encountered a bad star. Your luck is being taken away." Yu Hua was startled and hurriedly asked if there was a way to fix it. The blind man wagged his finger and asked for money. Yu Hua reached into his pocket, then turned and ran away secretly. Li Heng, though usually lazy and fond of leisure, could become another person with strong determination. He unscrewed the ink bottle, dipped his pen into it, and gently squeezed the barrel with his thumb and index finger, quickly filling the pen with ink. He found a new notebook, opened it, and prepared to write, but on the opposite side, there was still a noisy ritual with drums and gongs, so loud it was hard to concentrate. After trying several times, he couldn't focus. Fortunately, rural study environments have always been poor, so he was used to it and didn't feel the need to curse. He put down his pen, took a few deep breaths, then slowly closed his eyes to prepare his writing mood. They say sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping wood, and after about 10 minutes, Li Heng opened his eyes again. At this moment, he blocked out all the noise outside and immersed himself in his own world. That evening, he wrote 5,000 words by hand, using a grid method, from 6:30 p.m. until past midnight. His wrist felt a bit sore. If Li Yin hadn't suddenly interrupted his train of thought, he wouldn't have realized how late it was and could still keep writing. Li Heng turned his head in frustration. "Big sister, why are you here so late?" Li Yin brought a big bowl of noodles to him, happily saying, "Little brother, eat quickly. I took this secretly, so no one saw. Look, this is lamb meatball, and that's beef meatball. They're really tasty. I just ate 3 bowls." Hearing the word secretly, Li Heng couldn't help but laugh and cry. So, his big sister knew about the conflict between the Qin and Li families. Then why did she rush over to see the fuss? But even if he thought about it, he wouldn't blame her. In his eyes, as long as his sister was happy, everything else didn't matter. Li Heng said, "I'm still full. Big sister, take the noodles to second sister. She eats more than me and might get hungry tonight." Mentioning second sister, Li Yin suddenly looked a bit upset. "I just took her some food, but she didn't eat and even scolded me for having no backbone." Li Heng paused, feeling silent. That's just second sister's style. She'd rather starve than eat food from her enemies. He was deeply influenced by this trait. Li Yin urged again, "Little brother, eat quickly. If the noodles get mushy, they won't taste good." "Okay, got it," Li Heng replied, but he moved the noodles aside and told his sister, "I'm writing an essay. I'll finish soon. After I'm done, I'll eat. It's getting late, so you should go home and sleep." His sister wasn't highly educated. When she was in 2nd grade, she was transferred to a different class, and under the teasing of her peers, she became too shy to go back to school. So, she couldn't understand what Li Heng was writing. She only saw neat, upright handwriting on every page and thought he was very impressive. Their parents were educated, but she couldn't even read big characters. She was almost illiterate. Li Yin admired and respected reading very much. Seeing her brother like this, she immediately obediently left the room, tiptoeing quietly, afraid of disturbing his writing. After her interruption, Li Heng felt a bit stuffy and suddenly lost his focus on writing. Lying on an old desk, he looked through the window at the Qin family across the street. People were coming and going, eating noodles, shouting and making noise, very lively. The familiar scene outside brought back many memories. Once, he was a regular at the Qin family. Every time he visited, Qin Zijiang and Qin Zitong would stick close behind him, calling him big brother happily. But now, when they met again, Qin Zitong's face was full of unfamiliarity. Things and people had changed. As he was lost in childhood memories, his wandering gaze accidentally landed on the corner of the 2nd-floor window across the street. His eyes sharpened, and he met Qin Zitong's gaze. He didn't know when she appeared, but it was clear she saw the noodles on the table. They stared at each other across the distance for 3 seconds. Qin Zitong, with a blank expression, reached out and pulled hard. The curtain swished shut quickly. It was obvious she didn't like him much, and he couldn't explain the bowl of noodles clearly. He rubbed his temples and tried to focus on his writing. About an hour later, Tian Runny, who helped in the Qin kitchen, returned. Seeing faint yellow light from the 2nd floor, she went into her own kitchen. Soon after, Tian Runny brought a bowl of egg custard to the desk. "Manzai, eat it while it's hot. It'll get cold later." Li Heng knew his mother's personality well. He didn't say anything and finished the egg custard in one go under her watchful eyes. After he finished, Tian Runny pointed at the noodles and asked, "Who brought these?" Li Heng replied, "Big sister." Her reaction was expected. In her mind, the 2nd and 3rd sisters were stubborn and wouldn't lower themselves to do such things. Only the eldest was carefree and always cheerful. This made her wonder who the eldest really belonged to. Why was she so easygoing? Tian Runny didn't ask whether he ate the noodles or not. She simply tidied up and left. As she opened the door to leave, Li Heng couldn't help but turn back and say, "Mom, 2nd sister probably isn't asleep yet." He was so sure because Li Lan studied harder than him, often still reviewing questions at 2 in the morning. In the countryside, this was understandable. During the day, she helped with chores, so she only had time at night. Tian Runny glanced at her 2nd daughter's room, annoyed, and said, "She said she's dieting and won't eat." Li Heng's face twitched at her words, but said nothing. Maybe his 2nd sister thought that since her mother never made late-night snacks when he was away, the egg custard today was a favor he owed. So, she refused to eat. He was very brave. He didn't have a watch and didn't know the exact time. In the middle of the night, he was woken up by the urge to urinate and found that his 2nd sister's room was still lit by an oil lamp. Thinking she might be too sleepy and forgot to turn off the lamp, and knowing that the second floor was full of straw and could catch fire easily, Li Heng grabbed the door handle and pushed the door open. Huh? He couldn't open it. Was it bolted from the inside? With this thought, Li Heng leaned his head close to the and looked inside. Wow, what a surprise. It wasn't just a small look. When he saw inside, his eyes widened in shock. Guess what his second sister was doing? She was secretly eating sweet wine, using a big bowl, larger than her faceplate. Probably sensing the movement outside the door, Li Lan turned her head and shot a sidelong glance, then quickly turned off the oil lamp. Li Heng knocked on the door and softly called, "Second sister, aren't you supposed to have a stomachache? The doctor said you can't drink sweet wine. Why are you still eating?" In his childhood memories, 3 things about his second sister left the deepest impression. 1. She was fiery. 2. She loved to eat. 3. She had stomach pain. Her stomach pain seemed to start in her second year of middle school. Every morning, she would lie on the doorstep clutching her stomach in clear water, looking very miserable. Back then, the whole family worked hard to get her treated. They would leave early before dawn, carrying her to visit doctors everywhere, at the town's health clinic and famous barefoot doctors from nearby areas. They persisted for over a year, exhausting everyone in the Lee family. Ironically, the doctors at the town clinic didn't even know what she had. They couldn't diagnose her and just gave her some random medicine, which made her pain worse. Later, a retired military doctor told them it was probably a stomach illness and suggested trying ranitidine. Li Heng remembered clearly that the retired soldier doctor prescribed 3 yuan worth of ranitidine, which worked very well. After just over a week of taking it, her pain seemed to disappear. Seeing that she was still quietly swallowing the sweet wine in the dark, Li Lan hesitated for a moment, then gave up pretending and started eating loudly again. At that time, the family was very poor. When they had nothing else to eat, sweet wine and pickled vegetables were some of the few snacks they could enjoy. But both of these were strictly forbidden by the doctors and Tian Runny. Yet she was naturally a foodie and loved to eat. So, what could she do? She could only endure it silently. If she really couldn't hold it anymore, she would wait until everyone was asleep, then sneak out in the middle of the night to eat secretly. Li Heng considers himself a foodie, but compared to his second sister, he feels completely overshadowed and inferior. He immediately tries to threaten her. "If you keep eating, I'll call mom and dad." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Before he finished speaking, he saw a loud crash as she kicked the door panel. The sudden shake of the door startled Li Heng, who was standing close by. After that, neither inside nor outside the door spoke for a while, and everything was very quiet. A moment later, the door opened and a bowl was noisily pushed out into the dark night. Seeing this, Li Heng felt unexpectedly happy. He thought to himself, one strong person can only be tamed by another strong person. My second sister, who's fearless of everything, is only controlled when she faces Sister Tian Runny. But in the next second, his face fell. The bowl was empty, and the bottom of the bowl was cleaner than a dog's tongue. Li Heng gave in and, feeling annoyed, took the empty bowl downstairs. That night, after a tiring day of writing, he slept very well. If it hadn't been for the loud shouting outside early in the morning, he wouldn't have woken up and could have kept sleeping. Huh? Why does it sound like his second sister's voice? It seems like she's arguing with someone. Initially a little groggy, Li Heng confirmed it was his second sister shouting and arguing, and suddenly all his sleepiness disappeared. He quickly sat up. Who's so reckless? Dare to argue with our second sister? Can she beat him? Is she asking for trouble? He hurriedly dressed and put on his shoes, rushing downstairs. As soon as his right foot stepped over the threshold, he saw a row of people on the street watching a show. Men, women, old and young, all gathered in layers, shouting and making noise. A quick glance showed that almost everyone from the nearby 2 production teams was there, and people from the Chun family's helpers had come out to watch. Li Heng squeezed through the crowd with difficulty and finally found out who the unlucky person was. It turned out to be Fat Ant, the gossiping woman. Listening to the neighbors' gossip, he understood what had happened. Early that day, Li Lan, who was pulling pig grass, heard from others that Fat Ant had been gossiping behind Li Jiangguo and Li Heng's backs and had even confronted Sister Tian Runny face to face. She was furious. She immediately stopped pulling pig grass, grabbed a sickle, and went to find Fat Ant, who was pulling radishes in the field, to scold her. At first, Fat Ant didn't back down. She was known for her sharp tongue after all, having lived for decades and seen all kinds of arguments. Everyone she had argued with could fill a river or build a dam. How could she be weaker in front of a young girl? So, the two people in the field exchanged greetings with their ancestors. But when Li Lan went over and slapped her several times without reason, the overweight woman with messy hair was so shocked her soul almost left her body. She tried to fight back, but was grabbed by the hair and pushed to the ground, rubbing her face in the dirt. She couldn't argue or fight back, so she could only cry and run home. Li Lan had been strong-willed since she was young. When she was in power, she was ruthless. She chased her all the way along the field ridge to the Liang family. The man from the Liang family wanted to help his wife, but he was only about 1.58 meters tall, while Li Lan was 1.67 meters. Standing together, she looked much more imposing. Seeing her husband so useless and timid, the overweight woman screamed loudly and was so scared she quickly shut the door. Once the door was closed, the frightened woman felt a little braver. She started making strange noises through the window and scolding loudly. Li Lan didn't like her bothering her, so she kicked the window, breaking 3 wooden panes. Seeing that neither the door nor the window could stop this fierce girl, the overweight woman was so scared she ran to the bedroom, locked the door, and started crying loudly. This time, she was extremely frightened and no longer dared to scold Li Lan. Instead, she cursed her husband and daughter-in-law, saying that 2 living people couldn't stop a young girl, and that they were useless for letting outsiders bully her, accusing them of only caring about their affairs and ignoring her safety. Seeing her act without understanding the situation, the Liang man, who had no real feelings for his wife, turned dark with anger. He gave up and let Li Lan break the door and windows. Amidst the teasing laughter, he quietly left the scene. The father-in-law left, and the daughter-in-law, who never got along with her mother-in-law, didn't try to stop her. She simply followed suit and returned to her neighbor's house in the next village. What a good show. A big drama. It shocked half of Shangwan village. Everyone knew Li Lan was sharp-tongued and not to be messed with, but no one expected her to be so fierce that she chased people with sickles to their homes. The village officials rushed over after hearing the news. Li Jianguo and Tian Runyi also hurried there, along with many others, including Qin Gaoyuan. They all tried to calm Li Lan down and persuade her to stop her anger. Li Lan was fierce, but she was very smart. Seeing the important villagers arrive, she first threatened the overweight woman at Liang's house, then decided to back down and stop. On the way home, Li Lan looked like a warrior god. The villagers watching quietly made way for her. Qin Zitong came over, saw Li Lan looking at him, and hurriedly avoided her gaze. Qin Xiaomi was also there, but she wasn't afraid of Li Lan. After exchanging meaningful glances, both women went back to their own homes. Second sister, are you thirsty? Come, have a glass of water. As soon as she entered the house, Li Hing cheerfully brought over a small stool for second sister. He thoughtfully poured her a cup of warm water. Seeing his eager and lively manner, he looked like a loyal follower. Watching this scene, Li Jianguo and Tian Runyi exchanged a surprised glance, feeling a bit confused. Where had the once-aloof Manzai gone? Why was he suddenly flattering second Bao? This was truly a rare sight, quite surprising. In the past, the two siblings only had coldness between them. There was no warmth. Li Lan also felt a bit uncomfortable with her brother's enthusiasm. She was not afraid of weapons or danger, but she was worried that her brother might suddenly change his nature or act unpredictably. At the same time, she couldn't bring herself to smile happily. She just gave a faint glance, took the water, and then sat down on the doorstep with a serious look. Regarding second daughter's fiery behavior today, Li Jianguo, who was naturally refined, wanted to talk to her. But he hesitated repeatedly, unable to find the right words. In this poor rural area where conflicts were often settled by fighting and shouting, as a father, he couldn't protect his children well. As a husband, he couldn't earn enough to support the family. As an intellectual, he hadn't been able to change his fate with his knowledge. As a farmer, he lacked the skills for heavy labor. So he felt very guilty. He often thought that since he had developed a spinal disease, he was almost useless, a burden to the family. And second daughter's strong exterior helped uphold the Li family's dignity, preventing them from being bullied. Deep down, he was grateful to second Bao. Li Lan's protectiveness somewhat made up for his inaction. But as a father, he also worried. With such a strong personality, he feared what her future husband might suffer. It's said that a harmonious family is the key to success, But if one spouse is too harsh, it can lead to misunderstandings and harm family unity. Having spent so many years together, Tian Runny immediately saw through her husband's thoughts and quickly told Li Jiangguo, "Go help the Chen family. They can't do without you there." Okay. Li Jiangguo couldn't bring himself to express his worries openly, so he crossed the road and went to the Chen family. After resting for a while, Li Lan went back to gather pig grass. Li Heng thought for a moment, found a small knife from the stove, and tied it to his waistband before heading to the back mountain. Since his father couldn't do heavy work, the chores like chopping firewood usually fell to his mother. In the past, he didn't know much and, because his biological mother favored him, he loved to play tricks and be mischievous. Over the year, his work was barely better than his second sister's. Now that he has been reborn, he often thinks about helping his family. Shanwan Village is located halfway up the Snow Peak mountain range, surrounded by rolling, majestic mountains that are both grand and mysterious. People say, depend on the mountain to eat mountain, and depend on the water to eat water. These days, everyone is poor. Few are willing to burn coal, and electricity was supposed to come next year, so it was out of reach. Chopping firewood on the mountain is a traditional skill passed down through generations. Men, women, and children all know a little about it. Although Li Heng was loved since childhood, he still went into the mountains dozens of times a year. He knew the nearby hills and valleys very well. He knew where to find mountain springs, which hills had wild kiwi fruit, where to dig for kudzu root, and which graveyards were good spots for secret meetings. He was very familiar with the area. Oh, by the way, he must clarify that he didn't know about secret meetings at graveyards. He only caught a glimpse of it when he was a child. Back then, those two people were really into it. Li Heng hid behind a tree and suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, startling them so much that they didn't even have time to put on their pants and ran away in a panic. People often misunderstand gender relationships. Many think that in these times, customs are simple and conservative. But actually, they are generally conservative with some openness in certain areas. In simple terms, those who are inexperienced and those who are experienced tend to be conservative, while only some reckless people act out openly. Otherwise, why are there so many illegitimate children nowadays? Take the first group in the production team, for example. A woman had 6 sons. The first 2 looked like their father, but the other 4 resembled men from nearby villages. Who can she explain that to? It's because entertainment options are very limited, and in recent years, many ideas that challenge traditional views have spread. People talk openly about intimate matters, and some can't resist taking risks. The Li family was lucky. A few years ago, when they divided the land, they drew a top-quality plot, which included the nearby forested mountain. The villagers were very envious. They secretly carried firewood from the mountain back home. They didn't dare cut down valuable trees because it would cause too much noise, and many neighbors lived nearby, so they could easily be caught. Li Heng was less than 150 meters into the mountain when he encountered a wild rabbit. It was brown-gray, plump, and looked away at least for Jean. Originally, encountering wild chickens and rabbits in the mountains was common, especially since this was the famous Snow Peak mountain on the map. It was no big deal and not surprising at all. But what annoyed me was that the rabbit seemed to look down on people. It walked about 5 meters away, still lifting its to dig holes, with its head buried in the soil and unable to see. Its short legs kept digging at the loose earth. It was really frustrating. This was the last straw. Feeling that my dignity had been insulted, Li Heng suddenly transformed into a quick fighter. With a swift move, he threw his machete. He wasn't expecting much, just doing it for fun. But, well, maybe he stepped on a lucky streak. Or maybe heaven thought he had been too timid for too long and decided it was time for him to eat some meat. The machete hit the wild rabbit's thigh. The rabbit squealed in pain and ran away, but it was injured in the right hind leg and limped along. Without hesitation, Li Heng picked up his machete and chased after it. He chased for about 300 meters. When the rabbit jumped over a small hill, it tumbled into a ditch and started crying loudly. Li Heng, still hot on its trail, caught it right there. "I told you to run. You think you're so clever. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten grass. Do you think you can outrun me?" He reached out and pinched around, instantly smiling with satisfaction. The rabbit was full of meat, quite fat. Clang, clang, clang. Just as he was happily tying the rabbit with a vine, he heard the sound of chopping on the other side of the mountain, fast and dense wood-cutting noises. Who's stealing our old leash trees now? Curious, Li Heng quietly moved toward the sound. Soon, he saw the culprit. A girl was behind a pile of firewood. When he saw her fiercely chopping with a knife, he couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't she an old classmate, Yang Ying-wen? She had short hair, round face like an apple, and was taller than average, about 165 centimeters. She wore an old blue work shirt and a pair of worn-out, holey sandals. Her feet were at least 40. Talking about their past relationship, it was a story too long to write. Before preschool, the two hardly spoke. From preschool to 6th grade, they were classmates and rivals in studies, always competing for the top spot, switching places repeatedly. For 7 years, the first place kept changing hands between them, never staying with anyone else. People called them the black and white double killers. After starting middle school, the gap between the two quickly widened. At that time, Yang Ying-wen seemed to have a special talent, always ranking first in the school, both in middle and high school. What was Li Hang doing when he just entered middle school? Fighting and seeking revenge. His hometown is a poor county known for its tough people, and rural middle schools are even worse. Because many children born in this area are numerous, their qualities vary greatly. The school environment is chaotic, with boys and girls, brothers and sisters, often acting domineering. When he and Zhang Zhiyong just entered the town middle school, they were betrayed by their childhood friend Lu Shuiwen. Lu Shuiwen relied on his cousin, who was a troublemaker at school, and often led a group to the dormitory to collect protection money. In just a month, Li Hang and Zhang Zhiyong were robbed of their lunch money 4 times. Each time, all the money was taken, and they were kicked in the stomach. On the 5th time, because they didn't have enough money, Lu Shuiwen's brothers and their gang beat up everyone in their dorm. They were beaten badly, and Li Hang and Zhang Zhiyong, pushed to their limit, finally fought back. They gathered classmates who had been bullied and fought against Lu Shuiwen's brothers at school. They also often blocked their way after school. At their peak, dozens of classmates who had been bullied came together to surround Lu's family in one village, wielding sticks to hit and smash, demanding justice. That was the moment Lu Shuiwen's brothers felt real fear, trembling from head to toe. Later, with the mediation of teachers and village officials, they signed agreements and their parents paid double compensation. After that, everyone avoided them on the street. It seemed impressive and proud, but it was actually not worth it. Because he hadn't studied seriously for more than a semester, Li Hang's brilliance faded, and his grades plummeted. In his first year of middle school, there were about 15 classes with around 1,000 students. His rank was around 250th. This was partly because of his good math talent, often scoring full marks. Compared to his poor performance in English, which never passed, his highest score was 53, and half of his answers were guesses. That memory stayed with him deeply. While Chen Ziqin was always among the top 20 students, Yang Ying-wen was consistently first in the school. Li Hek was motivated by Tian Runye's comment, "Man, why can't you get any awards since you started middle school?" In the second year of middle school, his pride awakened, and he decided to work hard to catch up with them. After days and nights of diligent study, his other subjects improved gradually, and he was able to catch up. It's just English. Oh, I always find it difficult. He's like a stubborn eggplant that refuses to soften, never able to grasp the key to learning. Yang Yingwen's English is very impressive. How impressive? She always scores full marks and can have fluent conversations with teachers in class, making all the teachers remember her as a top student. Maybe it was fate. They were both in class 125 during middle school and remained classmates. Once after an English class, a distracted Li Hang, with a humble attitude, asked this girl, "Ying-wen, what does desideradost mean?" Hearing this, Yang Ying-wen, sitting in the front row, half-turned and said in a teasing tone, "Wow, Li Hang, aren't you also always full marks in math tests? What book are you reading?" After saying this sarcastic remark, she turned back and continued doing her own work, not telling him the answer. At that time, class had just ended, and many people around were watching. Li Hang, feeling embarrassed and being mockingly ridiculed, blushed and stood there, unable to speak. He deeply regretted not walking a few more steps to class 129 on the 3rd floor to ask Chen Zijin. Then, Yang Yingwen's desk mate, Xiao Han, curled her lips, looked at him with a mischievous smile, and unexpectedly helped him out by explaining the detailed structure of the sentence and giving 3 examples. At that moment, Xiao Han's figure seemed to grow infinitely in his mind, like a goddess shining brightly, saving all beings. For a long time afterward, he couldn't understand why she helped him. He finally concluded that it was because the shark was tired of the blood and occasionally showed kindness. The reason I'm rambling about this is because, in first year, Li Heng and Xiao Han never talked before. They even argued once over a chair, having a fierce fight. Back then, unlike nowadays, chairs and desks were very precious. If broken, they had to be paid for double the price to the school. So everyone liked to mark their chairs, like writing their names or claiming ownership, kind of like marking territory. Every time, Xiao Han, along with 3 other girls, would sharply scold him, leaving him completely humiliated, running away in fear. He was no match for them. Where was his good friend Zhang Zhiyong then? Just pretending to be mute nearby, sneering and watching the show. Later, this clueless guy raised his right fist, puffed out his chicken neck, and confidently explained, "Everyone agrees Xiao Han is the prettiest girl in our school. I was stupid to scold her. Decide to do this. Xiao Han teaches very seriously and carefully. Li Heng seems to be blessed with special skills, suddenly opening his meridians, and his English gradually improves. First, he passes, then scores 70, and later stabilizes above 80. Because he asked for help with English, Li Heng's relationship with Yang Yingwen became strained during the second year of middle school. Although they sit in front and back rows, she occasionally exchanges a few words when she is quick-tempered, but both have removed each other from their friend lists. Or rather, because he caused trouble and fought often in the first year, Yang Yingwen grew to dislike him and removed him. Starting from the second year, Li Heng's luck turned around. He caught up in all subjects, and his ranking in school rose rapidly. In the last few mock exams of the third year, he made a big push and entered the top 20 in the entire school, earning a spot at number 1 or number 2 middle school. Nowadays, only 35 spots are available for the entrance exam to number 1 and number 2 middle schools, filling a single bus. The exam is held separately at these schools, with a special bus transporting students from the town to the county, and their own teachers supervise the exam. Students from other areas, even if they meet the score requirements, are not accepted. In short, the entrance exam isn't held at the regular exam site because they don't trust the accuracy of your scores. It's really impressive. Seeing him truly turn over a new leaf, Yang Yingwen approached him several times to talk and apologized. Their relationship surprisingly eased, and by the time they reached high school, it was back to normal. Once, drunk, he asked the girl with the ponytail, "Why did you treat yourself like that?" Yang Yingwen replied, "Did you ever hold a grudge against me?" He thought for a moment and honestly answered, "It's not exactly hatred, but I've held a grudge. After all, we used to be very good friends." Yang Yingwen looked at her glass of wine and said after a long pause, "I don't know why I said those words back then. Maybe I was just frustrated. I was really disappointed in you in the first year." Later, he abandoned a stable government job and went into business because of her constant influence. By the way, there's an interesting story about her name, Yang Yingwen. Her mother dreamed of the literary star descending from the sky while she was pregnant. When she woke up, she was so excited she told everyone she was sure she was having a boy who would excel in studies. But, as it turned out, she was only half right, a girl. However, she was indeed very smart. The name Yingwen was chosen as a prayer for good dreams to come true, symbolizing the hope that the literary star would shine on her. Memories flashed through my mind. Li Heng deliberately spoke in a muffled voice, shouting, "Who's stealing the trees?" "Huh?" Startled by the sudden voice, Yang Yingwen gasped and froze for a moment before reacting. She looked around and saw a face that seemed to be smiling but not quite. She immediately relaxed, patting her full chest and complaining, "It's you. Why are you playing tricks? You scared me to death." Then she asked, "How did a lazy guy like you get into the mountains?" Li Heng immediately looked unhappy, raising an eyebrow. "What? Do you think I'm like that in your mind? Very lazy? Well, are you not lazy? You're really brave to say that. Your skin is whiter than city folks, and everyone says you're like a delicate lady behind your back," Yang Yingwen retorted bluntly. Li Heng leaned closer, curious. "What else do people say about me?" Yang Yingwen tilted her head to look at him and said seriously, "Better not ask. There's nothing good." Li Heng was stunned. "I think I'm usually honest and friendly. Why is my reputation so bad?" Yang Yingwen scoffed coldly, "Are you really that stupid, or just pretending? The fact that you tricked Chen Zijin into bed, go find out what people are saying now. No one dares to let their daughter talk to you anymore." Faced with her words, Li Heng's face looked a bit uncomfortable, and he retorted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. We're both in love. What's the use of arguing with me? I'm not the one gossiping behind your back. Young Ingwen said, still feeling unsatisfied and continuing to provoke him. Besides, you've done such things. People are bound to talk. Li Hang pointed at her, feeling frustrated. So, after all these years of friendship, you don't trust me? Yang Ingwen replied, you've got a record, and you're a troublemaker. Revealing all his flaws, the mood was ruined. Li Hang bypassed her, planning to drag the dead-standing Polonia tree back home. Seeing this, Yang Ingwen got a bit anxious and hurried after him. Hey, Li Hang, don't do this. I finally found a dry tree, planning to take it home to dry the fire. In the local dialect, dry the fire means to prepare firewood. Before she finished, Li Hang turned around. Are you saying this mountain belongs to our Li family? Hearing this, she opened her mouth, but knew she was in the wrong. Li Hang struggled with all his strength to drag the Polonia tree out of the mountain, but he saw that the girl kept following him silently. Then he teased her, beg me, say something nice, and I will give you this tree. Yang Ingwen was very brave. You're so cheeky. Don't even think about it. If I can't get this one, I'll find another. Go ahead then. I'm going home now. Thanks for helping me cut the tree. He said this while carrying the tree on his shoulder, pretending to leave. Unexpectedly, the girl remained unfazed, just watching him straight ahead. Li Hang looked at her face for a while, then finally said, why are you standing there? Come on, I'll take you back. Yang Ingwen didn't appreciate it. No, I can't accept that. I don't want others to talk behind my back. Li Hang raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Say that again? Do you think it's embarrassing to go with me? Getting the message, Yang Ingwen smiled awkwardly, didn't bother him anymore, and turned to walk into the mountains. They had known each other for many years, and Li Hang understood her personality. He put the tree in a wide spot so it wouldn't block the way, then followed her. They searched 2 hills and, after some effort, found a dry pine tree. But this land was no longer the old Li family's. But who cares? As the saying goes, stealing firewood isn't really stealing. If you manage to get it, that's skill. As long as they weren't caught in the act and didn't go too far, everyone understood and turned a blind eye. After all, living in the countryside, who hasn't done such things? Who's truly innocent? The dry pine tree was huge, cut into 4 parts, and tied into 3 bundles of firewood. Li Hang and Yang Ingwen ran back and forth 4 times to carry it out of the mountain. By then, they were soaked in sweat, exhausted, looking like tired dogs. Passing by a mountain spring, they happily lay down on the ground, drinking water greedily, washing their hands and faces, then sat down to rest. She asked, Grandma Chun has passed away, and Zichin hasn't come back. Do you still keep in touch? Li Hang shook his head. No, but her sister sent me a bag of study materials yesterday afternoon. Yang Ingwen was surprised. Qin Zitong gave it to you? Are you kidding? You've hurt her sister so badly. Doesn't she hate you? Li Hang said irritably. Enough already. Is this going to go on forever? Can't we just move on? Yang Ingwen, caring about his feelings, didn't bring it up again. After chatting for a while, they each went home to their mothers. The fig tree was the best material for starting a fire, so Li Hang kept it for her, then wanted to carry a dry pine tree away. But she refused, insisting on splitting everything equally. She even said she was already getting a big advantage. Li Hang pushed her several times but couldn't change her mind, so in the end, he had to agree. Before parting, he asked again, Really, you don't want me to help you get home? Yang Ingwen refused quickly. Forget it. From now on in the village, just pretend you don't know me. I still want to get married someday. The ungrateful person who turns hostile faster than flipping a book, Li Hang muttered under his breath, shoulder carrying a piece of wood, left hand holding a rabbit, heading towards the crossroads. In the evening, Big Sister, pregnant and still coming over for a meal. Li Yin, who never knew what politeness was at her parents' house, rushed into the house shouting, Brother, I heard you got lucky and caught a wild rabbit. Is that true? Li Hang had just finished skinning the rabbit and was about to peel it, saw her rushing so fast, and quickly warned, Big Sister, walk slowly, be careful not to fall. No worries, I'll be careful. Seeing such a big rabbit, Li Yin was very happy, her eyes shining as she touched it, and said, There's so much meat, it must be over 4 G. This will be a good dish. Brother, you should cook more rice tonight, I'll stay for dinner. This was exactly what Li Hang expected, and he nodded in agreement. Then the 2 siblings squatted at the back door, removing fur from the rabbit, each working on one side, quickly cleaning it. Later, second sister came back with 4 large baskets of pig grass, 2 for feeding the cows, and 2 chopped into pieces to cook as pig feed. In the middle, Li Lan asked him, "Did you cut the dry pine trees in the yard outside?" Li Heng, holding a kitchen knife and cleaning the rabbit's insides, didn't look up and replied, "Yes." Li Lan asked again, "Only half? Where did the other half go? Why didn't you bring it all back?" Suddenly, Big Sister interrupted, I know. At Yang Ingwen's house, I passed by their door and saw it." Hearing this, Li Yan asked foolishly, "Brother, that's not right. How come Yang Ingwen has more tongue trees than you? You've lost out. Maybe I should go find her and split the tongue trees with her." Li Hong, Li Lan, oh my, what's in that Big Sister's head? Could it all be tofu scraps? It's really that she keeps bringing up sensitive topics without noticing, so clueless. Li Hong quickly said, "Big Sister, no need. I was just out catching a wild rabbit, so I was delayed." Li Lan wasn't so easy to fool. Hearing about tongue trees, she suddenly remembered something, stopped chopping pig grass, and went to the back mountain. Soon, based on her memory, she found the tongue tree, but by then, it was gone. Only a thick tree root, about the size of a vegetable bowl, remained. Li Lan bent over to examine the knife wound, looking quite fresh. She immediately understood what had happened. Yesterday, while pulling pig grass from afar, she saw that the tree was already dead, but she was busy and couldn't get close. She didn't expect that the troublemaker would send it to the woman right after turning her head. Back home, Li Lan didn't mention the mulberry tree. Instead, she suddenly said when her older sister wasn't around, "Chen Zijin, I can understand her because she's quite pretty. But Yang Ingwen, how could you do that?" It's not that she thought Yang Ingwen was ugly. It's just that her appearance and temperament are in a different league from Chen Zijin, and she can't compare. Among nearby villages, she only considers Chen Zijin to be truly beautiful. Li Heng was a bit confused. What is all this about? If outsiders don't believe me, fine. It seems I have no credibility at home either. Is this how you treat your own little brother politely? What about basic trust between people? He didn't want to explain, nor could he. He placed the prepared rabbit on the chopping board and went upstairs. Anyway, his second sister is a foodie. The rabbit will definitely turn into a dish later. He sat on the hard bed in the single room, lost in thought. Honestly, he's feeling quite troubled now. One mistake, and it's a lifelong regret. Everyone treats him like Shimin Ching. It's okay that gossiping women outside talk behind his back. After all, they can't control that. But even Yang Ingwen, who is so close, treats him like a thief. It's really frustrating. Fine, forget it. They're outsiders, and you can't rely on them. But second sister, you and I are siblings and friends. How can you add salt to the wound? In modern times, this would be a minor matter. Chen Zijin is so beautiful, and her family background is so good that she might even be used as a bragging point. But in this era, he truly learned what a moral bottom line is and how fearful people's words can be. His gaze drifted aimlessly around the room, finally landing on a corner of the desk where a black bag was placed. He hesitated, wondering what learning materials Chen Zijin had bought for him, whether they were the same as in his previous life. Afraid that his rebirth might cause a butterfly effect, Li Heng hurriedly reached out and took the black bag in front of him, quickly opening it. He peeked inside. Fortunately, it was the same as he expected, full of various textbooks, test papers, and a thick mistake book. The mistake book was filled with questions Chen Zijin had answered incorrectly or considered very important. Honestly, in 1987, Shao City was a remote mountain village with hardly any good review materials. Having a copy of a study guide was already fortunate, and the temptation of a test paper was too great, especially since it was from a prestigious school like No. 4 Middle School in the capital. In his previous life, because of these materials and test papers, his college entrance exam score improved by at least 20 points, helping him get into his dream university. He has always been grateful to Chen Zijin for this. It's not an exaggeration to say she was a blessing in his life. But unfortunately, her mother and family didn't get along with him. They looked down on him deep inside, and their disagreements caused a lot of unhappiness. The Chen family is a large, influential family. Chen Gaoyuan has 5 siblings, all successful, making a lively scene with drums and gongs. It's said that Grandma Chun's ancestral rites last 3 days and 3 nights. This made the second sister very upset, often looking depressed enough to cry. As for Li Heng, he didn't care. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen many storms, so these small issues were nothing to him. He closed his eyes and meditated, and when he opened them again, he had successfully blocked out everything. his heart as calm as still water. He picked up his pen and began to write the continuation of To Live on his notebook. Can he become famous with this? Can he change the corrupt image of Shimin Ching? Can he improve his family's financial difficulties? All hope was on this. Given the huge fame of this novel in his previous life, Li Heng was very cautious and wrote very carefully. Every time he finished 5,000 words, he would review each word, sentence, and paragraph carefully. He checked it 3 to 5 times, meticulously, making sure there were no mistakes. That night, Li Heng stayed up until after 2 a.m. working and fell asleep at his desk, having a dream. In the dream, a boy and 2 girls with flashlights were searching for him in the dark, shouting "Dad" loudly and persistently all night. Li Heng woke up suddenly, and tears unconsciously filled his eyes. He looked out the window with a feeling of melancholy, wondering how his family was doing in that time and space. In 1987, on the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, during the Hour of the Tiger, before dawn, the Chen family across the street started setting off firecrackers. At the same time, the Shila Band, the Xiang Band, and the drum team played together, while filial children and virtuous grandchildren cried hysterically. At an auspicious time, Grandma Chun's coffin was carried out of the house after 5 days and 5 nights of mourning. The scene was spectacular, the grandest in Shangwan village in 30 years. Not only did the town leaders come, but important representatives from the county and city also attended. The nearby neighbors, more united than ever, all hurried to send off the elderly lady for her final journey. In her lifetime, Grandma Chun was very respected. She had traveled with her husband during the Liberation War and the Korean War. Later, even back in the village, she was very dignified and kind-hearted, helping many people. Everyone admired her. Usually, regardless of gender, age, or social status, people would respectfully call her Grandma Chun when they met. However, Li Heng stayed under the covers without moving. This was because the fortune teller had posted a notice: people born in 1959, 1970, and 1982 should avoid the time of death of Grandma Chun, as their birth times conflicted. When her coffin was carried out, they were asked to stay away and not see the coffin within 100 steps. The tradition's origins are unclear, but it has been around for hundreds of years. Villagers follow it with the belief that it's better to believe than not, and no one is foolish enough to test its truth with their lives. Even if someone's father passed away, if the time of death conflicted with the son's, they would hide and wait until they were more than 100 steps away. But there are always exceptions in the world. Some people don't believe in superstitions. For example, a drunken butcher once tried the superstition himself and, right on the spot, passed away. Whether it was fate or just coincidence, everyone now keeps their distance. The noise outside lasted a long time, and Li Heng, disturbed by the commotion, couldn't sleep. He got up and continued writing. After 5 days of hard work, he had written over 34,000 words of living. He planned to work hard for one more day to reach 40,000 words and then mail it to the town the next day. At noon, Grandma Chun's funeral finally concluded. Li Jiangguo and Tian Runyi returned home. According to tradition, Chun Gaoyuan kindly brought some leftover dishes from the kitchen that hadn't been touched, but Tian Runyi, proud and strong-willed, politely declined. Seeing this, Chun Gaoyuan, understanding the problem, lowered himself and said kindly, "Runyi, we've been friends for decades. You know Zhonglan's temper. She was just angry and stubborn with you at the time. She was a bit over the top, but I've talked to her about it. For the sake of our past friendship, don't hold it against her." Tian Runyi forced a smile and said, "Gaoyuan, don't say that about Zhonglan. I don't blame her. It's true that my reckless son caused trouble and hurt Zining. As a mother, I understand her very well." Tian Runyi was very serious, but no matter how much she explained, she refused to accept the leftover dishes. Chen Gaoyuan's lips are worn out, but he still has no success. In the end, he sighs and takes several bowls of leftover food back home. At the kitchen, the whole Chun family is present. Seeing her husband being turned away, Zhonglan, feeling a bit angry, quickly snatches the basin from Chun Gaoyuan and takes it to another house. Chen Xiaomi calls from behind, "Sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll go with you." When she sees her mother and younger sister leave, Chen Zitong blinks her big eyes and stares intently at her father's pig liver face. Chen Gaoyuan thinks for a moment and tells his youngest daughter, "Don't tell your sister about this." Chen Zitong pouts, "Dad, just telling me isn't enough. My younger sister and mom will definitely stir up trouble in front of my sister. Just wait and see. This is a good chance for them to twist the story, stir trouble, and cause misunderstandings. Whenever Chun Gaoyuan faces family issues, he feels like his forehead is covered with a bump. Nothing at home ever makes him truly worry-free. As for what his wife and sisters are really thinking, Chen Gaoyuan knows well. They just want to completely cut off the eldest daughter's thoughts about Li Heng. Across the street, the Lali family. Thinking about how he and his husband have been eating meat at the Chin family for several days, Tian Runny starts to worry about her children. She grabs a kitchen knife, climbs onto the stove, and plans to cut some cured meat for dinner, stir-fried with garlic sprouts and tofu to improve life for her brother and sister. But when she looks up, she notices something is wrong. Why have the pork leg and pork belly swapped places? And why is the pork belly shorter? Tian Runny is very detail-oriented. She keeps track of how much rice is in the rice jar, how long the sewing thread is, how many cabbages are in the field. All these years, she has never made a mistake. Especially with the cured meat that can be exchanged for money, her lifeline. She can't forget it. Her gaze lingers between the two pieces of cured meat several times. Later, she switches the kitchen knife from her right hand to her left, then uses her right thumb to press on the cross-section of the pork belly. Sure enough, after wiping off the ash from the pot, a fresh, white cut appears inside. Staring blankly at the shorter piece of pork belly, Tian Run suddenly feels a tightness in her chest. She quickly goes to the stove, adds some ash, and restores the cured meat to its original state. In the backyard, Tian Runny quietly asks Li Jiangguo, who is feeding water to the cow, "Zhengguo, have you touched the cured meat?" "What cured meat?" Li Jiangguo turns around, reacts quickly, and asks, "The cured meat at home is gone?" Tian Runny shook her head and immediately recounted her recent discovery. After hearing this, Li Jiangguo remained silent. A long while later, he said sadly, "Erbao must be craving something badly." Tian Runny shared the same opinion. The couple didn't think it was theft, because if it had been a thief, it wouldn't have been just a piece of cured meat missing. It would have been the whole chunk gone. Dinner was surprisingly rich, with chive and river shrimp, crispy fried tofu, and a bowl of pork ribs. Phew, these were all Li Heng's favorites. He served himself a bowl of rice, added some river shrimp and tofu, and started eating eagerly. Since they were family, there was no need to be too formal, just eat comfortably. He quickly finished 2 big bowls of sweet potato rice, filling his stomach completely. This was the most satisfying meal he had had since rebirth. He patted his round belly, feeling it was solid and full. Unfortunately, the only flaw was the sweet potato rice. He really couldn't stomach it anymore. He wished he could swap it for plain white rice. After more than 20 days of hardship, he finally saw the truth. Not facing the sea, just eating plain rice with some meat every meal. That was spring blooming everywhere. After dinner, the second sister mysteriously took out a pack of 5-spice melon seeds from her pocket, costing a dime. She only glanced at her brother but didn't call him. She just sat on the doorstep and started cracking the seeds herself. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Li Heng's good behavior these days, she wouldn't even have looked at him. She was used to eating alone. At that moment, Tian Runny suddenly asked Li Jiangguo, "Zhengguo, did you drink the sweet wine? Why are 2 dishes missing from the bowls?" Missing 2 dishes? Wasn't it only 1 bowl of sweet wine that second sister stole that night? When did she secretly eat another? Li Heng instinctively looked at second sister. Seeing his gaze, Li Lan looked expressionless and turned her head away, but her right hand kept moving, continuing to eat melon seeds. She touched her lips with her lips, pop, and spat out a seed shell onto the ground. Pop. Another seed shell was neatly dropped on the floor. Seeing her expression, Li Jiangguo understood everything. He knew his wife was warning Erbao not to eat more sweet wine, worried about his stomach health. Li Jiangguo smiled and admitted, "I couldn't resist and ate a little more." But the matter wasn't over. Tian Runny brought up another issue. The 20 yuan under the pillow is gone. Did you take it? Hearing this, Li Heng looked down, his gaze falling on second sister's palm and the pack of 5-spice melon seeds. Li Lan ignored him, tilting her head slightly and calmly cracking sunflower seeds. Li Jiangguo glanced at his 2 daughters and continued to cover for them. "This morning, when I was tidying the bed, I found 20 yuan on the ground. I picked it up. I forgot to tell you earlier because I was busy with Grandma Chun." He took out 2 10-yuan bills from his underwear pocket and handed them to his wife. Tian Runny took the money, put it in her pocket, and said to her husband, "We just finished eating. I'll walk with you for a bit. You shouldn't sit for long." "Okay." The loving couple then left hand in hand, walking along the road. Li Hung didn't bother them and quietly went upstairs to his single room to continue writing to live. He was only 600 words away from reaching 40,000. He had to finish it today. That evening, after the walk, he saw no one in the main hall. Tian Runny quickly went into her bedroom and checked under her pillow. Sure enough, just as she expected, 2 large banknotes were lying on the bed. The bills looked a bit old, with blue ballpoint pen marks on them, probably passed through many hands. Bending down, Tian Runny picked up the money and told her husband, who followed her, "I saw a set of clothes I liked, and they said they wanted to buy it. It cost 16 yuan. At the time, I thought about how their brother and sister were about to start school and needed a lot of money. Since I didn't have enough cash, I didn't agree." She paused, her eyes suddenly filling with tears. Airbao once told me that all the girls in her class dress beautifully, and she's the worst dressed. As she spoke, Tian Runny couldn't go on, her heart aching painfully. She leaned on her husband's shoulder, choking with tears. Li Jiangguo held his wife with his left arm and gently patted her back with his right, comforting her. At the same time, he couldn't hold back his own emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he felt deeply distressed, full of sadness and guilt, secretly blaming himself for being useless. He had not only let down his beautiful wife, making her sunburned and aged, but also failed his 3 children, who suffered from poor food and clothing, sharing his hardships. The 10th day, early morning. It was drizzling lightly in the mountains and fields. This was the second rain of the new year, falling steadily all morning. No one was interested in appreciating the tender beauty. Tian Runny stood under the eaves, feeling very upset. Today was market day in town. She still hoped to sell 2 loads of rice to help her 2 daughters and Mianzai pay for school fees. Just past 7 o'clock, seeing the rain slow a bit, she decided not to wait any longer. She quickly wrapped the rice bags in white plastic, then handed a straw hat and a raincoat to Li Hung. She ordered, "Mianzai, it looks like this rain won't stop soon. Let's go." Worried that the rice might not sell if they delay, her face was full of worry, and she was anxious. "Okay," Li Hung replied. He put on the straw hat, draped the raincoat over his shoulders, then bent down, carrying a load of rice, and headed into the rain. The rice weighed 105 jin, about 52.5 kilograms. Usually, coming from the countryside, he wouldn't care much. He was strong and healthy and could walk 10 miles into town with only 5 short breaks. But today, the dirt road was too difficult to walk. It was full of potholes and muddy. Not long after leaving, he was covered in mud, and his military green sandals were caked with mud, barely visible. The muddy road was slippery. On downhill sections, he almost slipped into the water-filled fields twice. He broke out in cold sweat and cursed silently. "This terrible weather, it's making me so nervous." Tian Runny also carried a load of rice, slightly over 80 jin, walking behind him. Li Jiangguo, due to health reasons, couldn't carry heavy loads, so he stayed home to help feed the cows and pigs. Seeing an old man pushing a cart catching up and overtaking him, Li Hung felt envious. The old man looked clean and tidy, even in the rain, holding a dry tobacco pipe in his mouth, occasionally blowing smoke rings as he walked comfortably. Soon after, 2 horses caught up, followed by a bicycle. A middle-aged man was riding the bicycle, with a chubby boy sitting on the back. When they crossed a water puddle, they splashed water all over him, wetting his head and mouth. Seeing Li Hung looking so miserable, the chubby boy happily pointed at him and laughed loudly. "Haha, look at you, riding a bicycle in this weather, so showy. Wait until you fall and get hurt." Li Hung's eyes turned red with frustration. He felt more and more useless. Li Hung. Just as he felt a pain in his right shoulder and switched the load to his left shoulder, a loud rumbling sound came from behind. It was a tractor. Driving it was Zhang Zhiyong, who looked very proud, with a bright face. He attracted many eyes, feeling more impressive than driving a luxury car in later years. A careless person suddenly jumped down from the car, waving his right hand loudly, and shouted to Tian Runny, "Any Tian, get in the car." Tian Runny looked at the already crowded truck bed and said, "It seems there's no space. Zhiyong, you go first. Don't worry about us. We'll be there soon." "Who says there's no space?" "There is. Watch me." Zhang Zhiyong ignored Tian Ruani's protests, turned around, and shouted loudly at the truck bed, "We've gone more than halfway. Now, if someone gets off, I won't charge them." "Is there anyone getting off?" "Really?" asked an older auntie. "Liang Yang, this isn't your first time riding with me. Spit and nail, I tell you." Zhang Zhiyong pounded his chest loudly. His words worked. Several women who liked to get small benefits quickly jumped off the truck. Zhang Zhiyong helped the mother and son put the rice into the truck bed and said to Tian Ruani, "Auntie Tian, you sit in the front." Someone just left there too. The front refers to the area next to the driver's seat, where one person can sit on each side. The rain had become much heavier now. Tian Ruani hesitated for a moment and then moved to the front. Li Heng, who had a good relationship with the Zhang family, was less polite. He flipped into the back of the truck himself. The truck bed was full of people, village women, older women, and a few elderly men. Their straw hats and raincoats were soaked. He was worried about getting others wet, so he stood at the corner, leaning to the side. When he bent down to adjust his shoelaces, he suddenly noticed a girl staring at him intently. The girl looked about 16, pretty enough, and Li Heng felt her face looked familiar. After a while, he remembered her name was Yang Wan, the daughter of the village women's director. They had crossed paths before. When his daughter was attending Yali High School in Changsha, she was her homeroom teacher. His daughter liked her very much, saying the teacher was very kind and often invited her to her house for meals. Thinking of the past, Li Heng smiled and greeted her, "Yang Wan, long time no see." Seeing him speak to her first, Yang Wan blushed inexplicably. After a moment, she softly asked, "Do you know my name?" No wonder she was surprised. Because Li's house was at the village entrance, and theirs was near the brigade headquarters, almost a mile apart. They weren't in the same grade, so being called by name directly was a bit unexpected, and strangely, she felt a little happy. Li Heng replied, "Of course I know. If I remember correctly, you and Chen Zitong are elementary school classmates, right?" Just as Yang Wan's eyes blinked, ready to reply, the village women's director suddenly reached out her right hand and pulled her daughter behind her. The women's director half-jokingly said to him, "Li Heng, if you want to chat, go talk to Andy. Juanzi is timid and inexperienced, don't scare her." As soon as she said that, the carriage was filled with mischievous laughter. Some unkind people also told the women's director, "Your daughter Juanzi looks proper, but you should be careful, or she might become the second Chen Zijin." Hearing this, Yang Wan lowered her head and looked at her toes. Her face instantly turned redder than a monkey's. Li Heng was furious. After half a year, his reputation still hadn't improved. Everyone thought he was like Shimiching. He truly felt the deep malice from this world. He and Chen Zijin were like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingdai, two lovers, happy together. But when the story got out, it turned into a version of Jin Ping Mei. This unfair heaven. He felt wronged. Why did he have to be struck by lightning? Faced with a dozen or so unreasonable gossiping women, Li Heng thought it was better to pretend he hadn't heard anything. 7 or 8 minutes later, the tractor stopped at Sherman Station. Zhang Zhiyong loudly called out, "For Mao per person from Shangwan village, 2 Mao from the new village." Someone asked, "How much is the fare from Hengbankyo?" Zhang Zhiyong said, "Uncle Zhou, 3 Mao." Uncle Zhou, feeling proud, bargained, "Last time I rode your dad's car, it was only 2 Mao. Now it's 3 Mao? Are you charging extra?" Zhang Zhiyong cheerfully replied, "Grandpa, 2 Mao is 2 Mao. You're old, I won't argue with you." He successfully negotiated a discount of 1 Mao, and Uncle Zhou took out 2 small bills and paid. Li Heng unloaded the rice and asked Zhang Zhiyong, "Why are you driving today? Where's your dad?" Zhang Zhiyong, while collecting money, grinned and said, "My 2 uncles and my little aunt's husband came. My old master is playing cards, so I came out to earn some living expenses." Li Heng asked, "Is all the money you earned today yours?" Zhang Zhiyong, feeling proud, said, "Of course. If I don't get the money, what am I doing? I'd rather stay at home and play." Tian Runny handed him a yuan to pay for the ride. Zhang Zhiyong suddenly jumped back and shouted, "Auntie, are you trying to embarrass me? Do you want to make me die of shame?" He said, "Brother Li Heng and I are like brothers in the same underwear. Do you believe that? If I dared to take your money now, he beat me to death." Tian Runny tried to give him money several times, but Zhang Zhiyong refused each time. In the end, it was left unresolved. When all the people waiting for the bus had left, Li Heng took advantage of his mother's distraction to quietly say to Zhang Zhiyong, "I need to go to the post office to send some things. Can you lend me 10 yuan?" Afraid of being seen by comrade Tian Runny, Zhang Zhiyong turned his back without counting the money, quickly handed him a stack of bills, and slyly pointed toward the street on his left. There's a new noodle shop next door. The owner's widow is quite attractive, big chest, curvy hips. You should come find me after selling rice, and we can go eat together. Li Heng instinctively asked, is it called Spring Sister Noodle Shop? Zhang Zhiyong blurted out, it. How do you know? Have you been there? Why didn't you bring me along for such a good thing? Li Heng replied casually, no, I just overheard your dad bragging about it. Zhang Zhiyong nearly jumped in surprise. I can't believe it. That old man is fighting with me over milk? Li Heng chuckled happily, realizing that his friend's guess was right. Based on memories from his past life, Spring Sister was actually his father's secret girlfriend. The biggest shop in town was the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the loudest voice always belonged to the rat poison seller. As it neared 8 o'clock, more and more people gathered at the market, making it lively. Nowadays, the local market wasn't very regulated, mostly selling clothes, shoes, and socks. There was a special place for selling rice, next to the agricultural machinery station. Every market day, sellers and buyers would naturally gather there. Tian Runny had sold rice here before and was very familiar with the place. She looked around among the crowd and quickly found an empty spot. She used her right foot to sweep large pieces of trash aside, then neatly laid out a plastic sheet. She told her son to arrange 4 bags of rice in a row, then opened the bags and folded the tops into circles so that passers-by could see the quality of her rice at a glance. At this moment, there were only a few customers buying rice, but from her vantage point, she could see over 20 rice sellers, with more people arriving to sell rice behind them. Because of the heavy rain, the mother and son arrived a bit late and didn't get the best spot. Tian Runny quietly looked around, her face showing more worry. Li Heng whispered, Mom, are the rice from other places better? Fearing others might overhear, Tian Runny leaned in closer and said, there are several other sellers with rice that looks brighter than ours. In the same origin, the quality of rice generally depends on the variety, processing precision, and freshness. For example, indica rice and japonica rice differ in texture and stickiness. Indica rice is finer and becomes plump and separate when cooked. White rice is stickier and better for making soups, porridge, and sticky rice dishes. The processing accuracy of rice is an important factor that affects its quality. Higher processing precision results in better whiteness, completeness, and lower impurity levels. As for freshness, it's straightforward. Fresh rice is usually white, shiny, and has a fresh aroma, while old rice turns darker, becomes less sticky, and loses its original scent. Li Heng believes his rice variety is among the best on the market. It is quite sticky, fragrant, and has a hint of sweetness. But after hearing his mother talk, he felt uncertain. He went out to gather information and found that 3 or 4 other rice brands are generally better in quality. Good quality is one thing, but the main problem is that they produce a lot of rice, which makes it hard for him to sell. It's almost impossible for him to make a living. Tian Runny decided, let's try selling at 19 cents a ji. If it doesn't sell by noon, I'll lower the price and see if that helps. Li Heng asked, Mom, how much did you usually sell it for per ji? Tian Xiao shook her head. The price keeps changing. When it's popular, I can sell it for 21 cents a ji, and sometimes as low as 16 cents. Hearing this, Li Heng fell silent. Honestly, he never expected such prices. It was beyond his expectations, selling 100 jin of rice for just over 10 yuan. No wonder few farmers and later generations want to farm anymore. With this market situation, unless they scale up, small farmers relying on traditional methods won't even reach a modest standard of living. Feeding their families will be tough. He rubbed his forehead, cursing himself silently. A while ago he was so proud, looking down on small earnings of a few dozen yuan, only valuing big money. He realized he needed to change his mindset. Every bit counts, even small ones. How hard is it for Tian Runny to earn a few yuan or 10? How difficult is it? His second sister even resorted to dishonest means for just 20 yuan. He slapped his forehead again, furious. Who is he to pick and choose now? He must take whatever he can get, big or small. With this in mind, Li Heng thought about what story to write next, while helping his mother sell rice. As expected, many people gathered around those few stalls. Only customers who couldn't afford high prices were bargaining and comparing. 2 hours passed quickly. His own business hadn't started yet. Seeing his mother working hard but with little effect, Li Heng felt anxious and uncomfortable. Mom, I'll go to the bathroom first, he said. His legs were numb from squatting, but he was serious about going to the bathroom and also took the chance to slip away to the post office to mail his story. Now, Tian Runny is fully focused on selling rice and agrees casually with a simple nod. Just as Li Hang stands up, stomps his foot, and prepares to leave, two women suddenly arrive at the stall. Specifically, they are a mother and daughter who look quite similar. The older woman, around her 40s, wears a long, snowflake-patterned wool coat, has styled hair in large waves, and wears light makeup. She exudes a fashion style that seems out of place for the era. Her name is Wei Sherman. The younger girl has a delicate, attractive face with clear features, her hair lightly. Her skin is bright and smooth, like fine porcelain. She has slender eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, looking elegant and slim. She wears a blue plaid coat with a light red scarf and red sneakers. Her simple outfit makes her look stunning. She is tall, about 165 centimeters, with a graceful waist. At this moment, she is holding her mother's arm with her left hand and has her right hand in her coat pocket, looking surprised at Li Hang with a backlit glow. Li Hang, what are you doing here? She asks. Xiao Han, they say almost at the same time. Actually, his first meeting with the girl in front of him goes back to the first day of middle school, even after many years. He still remembers the scene clearly. It was September 1st, a sunny day. Li Hang was carrying a bunch of new books, waiting in line at class 125. Suddenly, the noisy classroom fell silent. All the teachers and students' eyes focused on the new girl at the door, Xiao Han. She was standing close by, and the impression was unforgettable. She looked like she had stepped out of a rainbow cloud. In just one glance, like everyone else in his class, his heart was lit up, as if he had entered a fairy tale world. His blood rushed faster, his mouth went dry, and he felt inexplicably nervous. She was so beautiful. How could such a stunning person be hiding in this small town? Everyone's first reaction was the same. Xiao Han's appearance overshadowed the entire class, making everyone else seem dull. He still remembers how, back then, boys and girls in the class would subtly learn from her, leaning on their hands, fingernails, and mimicking her tone of speaking. Unfortunately, the good feelings that Li Hang had gradually built up were worn away by the incident involving grabbing a chair. This caused their relationship to stagnate for a long time, lingering somewhere between strangers and classmates. Xiao Han and Chen Zijin are both close friends of Yang Yingwen. Through Yang Yingwen, the three girls often eat together and go for walks. However, her relationship with Chen Zijin is very complicated. There is competition in studies and some hidden arguments. Describing them as frenemies fits best. In the first semester of the third year, Li Hang and Xiao Han briefly sat together for half a month. Later, Chen Zijin from another class found out and directly asked them to sit apart. They often didn't get along. Xiao Han, taller and deliberately teasing her, said, "What? Are you so insecure that you're afraid your boyfriend will lose interest?" Chen Zijin didn't hide her feelings, replying, "I'm not afraid, but I have to watch out for you." Xiao Han was not someone who easily accepted defeat. She snorted and shot back, afraid of this or that. "You might as well keep him attached to your waistband and carry him around every day. Only you treat him like a treasure, worried all the time. Look around. Does anyone else care that much?" Listening to their conversation gave me a headache. Later, Li Hang took the initiative to find the homeroom teacher and asked to change seats. Looking back now, these words and actions seem very childish. But that innocent youth is exactly how we go through those times. That was probably the most memorable period of my middle school years, romantic, like a freshly blooming rose, fragrant and intoxicating. Many beautiful moments seem like just a warm-up in life, but in reality, they are the final act. A middle school Xiao Han and a high school Song Yu. When he reflects on his past later in life, he realizes he met two of the most stunning women early on. He truly understands why Chen Zijin is cautious around Xiao Han. Her sweet voice, healing smile, and pure first-love face make it hard for any boy to resist her charm. As many male friends say, her charm is irresistible, unstoppable even by death itself. But Xiao Han is a two-faced person, with a changeable personality, sometimes sweet, sometimes salty. When she's angry, she's full of hatred and despair. Li Hang has suffered quite a bit from this. Deep down, he naturally hesitates to provoke her. After casually saying hello earlier, their eyes briefly met and exchanged a faint glance, then silently looked away, as if they weren't very familiar with each other. Feeling something unusual, Wei Sherman secretly glanced at her daughter. then fixed her eyes on Li Hong, inspecting him from head to toe. There was a hint of disregard in her gaze. Seeing this, Li Hong was not surprised at all. People say that clothes make the man, and a horse depends on its harness. His outfit, patched and worn from 3 years in the countryside, was quite normal. But in Wei Shimon's well-off eyes, it didn't look good enough. Especially since he was wearing a straw hat on his head, a raincoat on his back, clothes and pants stained with dirt and water, and his worn-out shoes covered in yellow mud, looking as dirty as a torn sack. If anyone could look up to him, it would be a miracle. The Xiao family doesn't farm, they usually buy rice to eat. Experienced Wei Shiman could tell good rice from bad at a glance. So no matter how much Tian Runny praised it, they didn't stay long and left quickly. Li Hong had been silent nearby. After the mother and daughter left, he comforted his mother. "Mom, if it doesn't sell, forget it. Just cook it at home for me. I'm growing stronger now and craving plain rice the most." Hearing her son ask for plain rice, Tian Runny didn't blame him. She just sighed. "Manzai, school is about to start, and your sister's tuition isn't enough yet." In the past, Li Hong was carefree and never worried about tuition. Usually, to avoid work, he either stayed in his room reading or took a bucket to the river to catch fish and shrimp. Every time school started, Tian Runny would help him gather the money. He asked worriedly, "How much more do we need?" Tian Runny replied, "About 30 yuan." Li Heng looked at the 4 bags of rice and suddenly understood. His mom was counting money today while selling rice. But unfortunately, it seemed she hadn't checked the lunar calendar today. A whole afternoon passed, but there was no sign of any change. Meanwhile, about 20 meters ahead, Xiaohan asked her mother, "Mom, is the rice bad?" "I think it's pretty good." Wei Shiman answered, "It's not bad, but today there are better ones in the market." Her husband is quite picky about food, so she usually chooses the best rice and vegetables when shopping. A few steps forward, Wei Shiman suddenly realized something and turned her head to ask her daughter, "Do you know him? Is he a classmate?" Xiaohan nodded. "We were in the same class for 3 years in middle school, and we went to the same high school." Wei Shiman was a bit surprised. "He's still in high school?" Xiaohan pursed her lips. "Mom, do you think it's because they can't afford good clothes that they can't go to high school?" Wei Shiman indeed had this thought, but she didn't say it out loud. Curious, she asked, "Since you can attend number 1 middle school in Xiao City, your grades must be quite good. Over the years, why haven't I heard you mention this person?" Xiaohan slightly pursed her lips. "I'm not very close with him, so why would I mention him?" Wei Shiman, who hadn't heard the name clearly earlier, glanced at her daughter and asked, "The only ones who got into number 1 middle school in Xiao City from our middle school are..." "What's his name?" Xiaohan corrected, "There are 7 of us, and 1 got in through connections." The person Xiaohan referred to as connected is Zhang Zhiyong. His aunt's husband is a middle school principal, part of the same education system, so he has his own connections. Wei Shiman looked at her daughter and repeated, "What is his name?" Xiaohan said, "Li Hong." "Li Hong?" Wei Shiman frowned slightly, feeling that the name sounded familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere recently but couldn't quite remember where. After a moment, she asked again, "Where is he from?" Seeing her mother's expression, Xiaohan suddenly thought of rumors about Li Heng and Chen Zijiang. Knowing her mother's personality, she treasured her deeply and was afraid she would ask too many questions, so she lied casually, "Does Shui Tian?" Hearing this, Xiao Shiman didn't ask further. Instead, Xiaohan began to gently persuade her, "Mom, if his family's rice is good, you might as well buy from him." Wei Shiman looked at her daughter with doubt. "Didn't you say you're not very close?" Xiaohan looked eager. "He's quite pitiful. According to Ingwen, his dad has a spinal disease and can't do heavy work. Usually, his mom works the land to support the family, with no steady income. Maybe selling rice is to pay for school fees later." Wei Shiman asked, "Is Ingwen from Shangwan village? How does she know all this?" Her bright, lively eyes flicked around. Xiaohan calmly pressed her together and explained, "Dear Mom, this is Shangwan village, and that's the Shui Tian. There's a mountain between them, so they're very close." That was true, and Wei Shiman believed her a little. Her daughter rarely asked her for anything before. Thinking about how a top student from number 1 middle school couldn't afford to go to school was indeed sad. She immediately stopped walking and turned around, heading back to Lao Li's stall. Seeing the mother and daughter come back, Tian Runny immediately became very attentive, ready to give her best to welcome them. Wei Shiman did not respond to Tian Runny's enthusiasm, but instead bent down to pick up a handful of rice. She carefully examined it in her palm, then sniffed it at her nose, and finally pointed to the 4 bags. She asked, "What is the total weight here?" Tian Runny replied, 2 loads of rice, a total of 185 jin. Wei Sherman then asked, "How much per jin?" Tian Runny instinctively quoted, 1 Mao 9. But right after giving the price, she regretted it in her mind. It was almost noon, and she hadn't sold even a little bit of rice. If she missed the best buyer because she set the price too high, she would be very upset with herself. Hearing the price, Wei Sherman didn't speak immediately. Instead, she checked the other 3 bags of rice in the same way. The process felt very slow while waiting. Just as Tian Runny was about to say something to close the deal, Wei Sherman finally moved. She put the rice back into the bag, straightened up, and clapped her hands on the white rice dust on them. She said, "I want all 4 bags of rice." Tian Runny was stunned. An unexpected surprise. She thought selling 1 bag of rice was good enough. But this fashionable woman was so straightforward. She didn't bargain, and she wanted all 4 bags. Tian Runny had never met such a quick and decisive buyer. Although Li Heng was happy, he didn't share his mother's excitement and looked at his old classmate with some confusion. Seeing his gaze, Xiaohan subtly turned her head and ignored him. Li Heng didn't think much of it. He knew this girl's personality. When she was happy, she would acknowledge you. When she wasn't interested, you were just invisible to her. Tian Runny was also a kind-hearted person. Feeling happy, she said to Wei Sherman, "Where do you live? It's inconvenient in this rain. Should we deliver the rice to your home?" That's very kind of her. Wei Sherman immediately gave her address. When she heard they lived near the town government, Tian Runny looked at the mother and daughter in front of her. Then she bent down to carry the rice and told her son to follow. The town government was across from the town center, a bit away from the agricultural machinery station. They had to go up a gentle, then down a hill, about 600 meters in total. "Thank you both for your trouble. Please help me put the rice in this house." They went upstairs, unlocked the door, and after weighing the rice, Wei Sherman led the way. She took the mother and son to the storage room at the back. After placing the rice, Wei Sherman started to settle the bill and also asked her daughter to pour 2 cups of warm water for Tian Runny and Li Heng. For bags of rice, total 185 jin. At 1.9 Mao per jin, that's 35 yuan and 15 cents, right? Wei Sherman casually picked up an abacus from the coffee table, quickly tapped a few times, and calculated the total. Tian Runny mentally checked the sum once, and the answer matched. But to be safe, she looked at her son. On the way here, Li Heng had already done the calculation several times, and he nodded immediately. Seeing her son's confident response, Tian Runny smiled and said to Wei Sherman, "Sorry for the trouble, it's this number." After both confirmed the amount was correct, Wei Sherman took out 3 10-yuan bills and 5 1-yuan bills from her wallet, then also took out 2 coins, 1 dime and 1 5-cent coin. "Count it yourself." "No need. I trust your count." Just as they finished settling the bill, Xiaohan brought over 2 cups of tea, one handed to Tian Runny, and the other offered to Li Heng. She carefully reminded them, "Auntie, this tea is a bit hot. Take your time." "Thanks, dear." Tian Runny politely accepted the tea, said thank you, but then casually placed it on the coffee table without drinking. Li Heng did the same. Because it was raining, their clothes were dirty, which clashed with Zhao's spotless environment. If they drank the tea, they might be accused of contaminating it, or the cups might need to be disinfected with boiling water. If someone was very particular about cleanliness, these cups might even need to be thrown away. Thinking from others' perspectives, Tian Runny, who liked cleanliness, decided not to drink to avoid trouble. After putting the money in her pocket and exchanging a few words, the mother and son prepared to leave. Wei Sherman saw them to the door, and just as she was about to close it, she suddenly asked Tian Runny out of curiosity, "Big sister, where are you from? These rice grains look good. After we finish eating, I'll come back to buy from you." Although they were about the same age, Wei Sherman, who worked in an office, was well-maintained and looked about 10 years younger than Tian Runny, so calling her big sister felt natural. The rice seller loved hearing others praise her rice, so Tian Runny happily said, "From Shangwan village. If you need, you can find me at the market next to the agricultural machinery station. As long as I'm home, I usually go shopping on market days." "Okay, got it. Take care on your way." She watched Li Heng and his mother disappear around the corner, then closed the door. She sat down on the sofa, looking at her daughter with a meaningful expression. There are many top riders competing now, and it's especially hard to stand out in March. I need help from the experts. The mother sat silently across from her daughter on the sofa. At first, Xiaohan paid no attention and picked up her Chinese language book from the coffee table, reading quietly and seriously. Meanwhile, the mother kept watching her daughter intently. The daughter looked down at her book, and the living room was quiet for a while, only the sound of pages turning occasionally. After a long time, Wei Sherman, whose eyes were tired from reading, couldn't hold on anymore. She shifted her position to relax and asked, "Are you not going to say anything to your mom?" Hearing this, Xiaohan looked up with a worried face and said softly, "Being your daughter is really tiring." Wei Sherman was not moved and asked, "What is his real name?" "Don't you already know?" "I know my daughter well. Maybe that's not even his real name." Xiaohan pouted and smiled helplessly, saying bluntly, "His last name and first name don't matter. If you insist on a nice-sounding nickname, just call him Tomcat or Stray Dog." Wei Sherman stared into her daughter's eyes, paused for 2 seconds, and then asked, "Where is Li Hang from?" Faced with this deliberately difficult question, Xiaohan chose to ignore it. She finished one page and then turned to the next. 5 minutes passed silently. Wei Sherman, finally losing patience, reached out and took her daughter's book. Using a provoking tone, she asked, "Tell me, why are you lying? Do you like this boy?" Just then, the family's pet cat jumped from the other end of the sofa to Xiaohan's side. She casually grabbed the cat by the neck, lifted it up, and teased it while asking, "What if I say I like him? What would happen?" Her gaze slowly swept over the cat and then landed on her daughter. The playful expression on Wei Shimon's face faded, replaced by a serious look. Seeing this, the girl's face twisted in distress. She held the cat's face and stretched it to the sides, looking miserable, and said, "I was just testing. If it really happens, won't I have to get my legs broken?" Wei Sherman spoke firmly, "If it really happens, I will handle it politely first and then inform you to leave him." Xiaohan pinched the cat's eyelids with her thumb and forefinger, making the cat roll its eyes 3 times in a row toward her mother. She sighed self-pityingly and said, "Little cat, when someone is too beautiful, they tend to be targeted. Life is hard." "Someone used to tell me the same thing." Wei Sherman asked, "Who?" Xiaohan replied, "Chen Zijing." Hearing this, Wei Sherman was a bit surprised. She finally realized that Li Hang's name sounded familiar, and it was connected to Chen Zijing. It was related to the rumor from Shangwan village. Throughout middle and high school, my daughter, Yang Yingwen, and Chen Zijing were very close friends. They often invited each other over for meals. Therefore, Wei Sherman was not only familiar with Chen Zijing but also knew her very well. Imagining Chen Zijing's delicate and beautiful appearance, Wei Sherman asked in surprise, "Isn't Chen Zijing's family not very well off? Why does she like Li Heng who was just here?" "Mom, do you think he's not good enough for Chen Zijing? I won't judge how he is, but in our small town, not many people are suitable for her." Xiaohan agreed and said, "I also wonder about that. I asked Chen Zijing about it before." Unintentionally, Wei Sherman got caught up in the question and asked curiously, "What did she say?" Xiaohan patted her cat and said mischievously, "What could she say? Naturally, a beauty is in the eye of the beholder. She said that people who don't appreciate Li Heng have a problem with their judgment." Hearing this, Wei Sherman felt uncomfortable. She stared hard at her daughter, feeling like her daughter was indirectly criticizing someone, but she couldn't find proof at the moment. Seeing her mother's eyes almost spark with anger, Xiaohan smiled slyly and quickly clarified, "That's Chen Zijing's words, not meant to slander your own daughter. You should ask Yinwen later." Wei Sherman suddenly became curious. Is the rumor true? Are Li Heng and Zijing? Xiaohan turned her head, her eyes clear and calm. "What rumor?" Wei Sherman patted her daughter's arm and said, "You sneaky girl, what are you pretending for? I don't believe you haven't heard. When everyone was rushing around before the new year, those stories spread like crazy. There are many versions, but they all basically say that the poor boy and the daughter of the Chen family are involved in something inappropriate." Xiaohan continued teasing her cat. "I did hear those rumors. It said that Chen Zijing's aunt caught them in the act. But you know how families keep their scandals quiet. If her aunt really caught them, how would the rumor spread? Probably someone is just making things up." Wei Sherman shook her head. "The version I heard is different. It's true that Zijing's aunt caught them, but someone passing by in the yard overheard it by chance through the window. That's how the rumor started." Actually, she believed this version more. In those days, rural houses often had a courtyard layout, with neighboring houses close by. It was common for people to accidentally overhear or see things. Otherwise, if family scandals stayed hidden, the world would be too peaceful, and there would be no gossip. She guessed right. The story about Li Hang and Qin Zijing was actually overheard by Fat Ant passing by the Qin family's window, and she was the one who spread it. After speaking, Wei Shiman closely watched her daughter, observing her expression. Having grown up, this was the first time her mother had questioned her so strictly, like a criminal. Xiao Han felt almost tearful but confidently retorted, "If you were young and pretty like me, would you look at a second marriage man?" The word second marriage man made Wei Shiman feel warm inside. She smiled and said, "Today, if I wanted a bargain, I might get it for $1.70. Mom spent an extra $3.70 for my face, deducted from your living expenses." Hearing about deducting her money, Xiaohan felt annoyed and grabbed her pet cat tightly. The cat crouched down, afraid to resist, with a look of sadness. Seeing this, Wei Shiman's smile grew wider. She stood up and left. She couldn't help but think, since her daughter grew up, this was the first time she had control over her. It felt very satisfying. As for her daughter's relationship with Li Hang, she didn't ask further, nor did she question why her daughter helped him today. Because of Qin Zijing's presence, everything made sense. Of course, what reassured her most as a mother was that in the past 6 years, her daughter had never mentioned Li Hang at home. So she chose to trust her daughter. During dinner, before Wei Shiman could ask about the taste of the rice, her husband Xiao Hai took a bite of rice and spoke. "Did we buy new rice?" Wei Shiman scooped a piece of chicken for him. "Today's new rice, how does it taste?" Xiao Hai pushed down his gold-threaded glasses and praised. "Soft, sticky, fragrant, with an aftertaste. It's better than the rice you bought before." Hearing her husband's high praise, Wei Shiman tasted a couple of bites and then happily said, "It's really good. Tomorrow, I'll bring 2 bags of rice to my sister. She should like it." Meanwhile, after leaving the Xiao family, mother and son parted ways. Taking advantage of today's market day, where there were many chicken sellers, Tian Runny planned to buy 12 young chickens. In the countryside, many families used their own eggs to hatch chickens to save money. But Lao Li's family was good at feeding pigs and cattle, yet unlucky with chickens, ducks, and geese. Not only was the hatching rate low, but the survival rate was painfully poor. Usually, only 5 or 6 out of 12 chicks would survive. Neighbors joked that heaven was watching, and this was fair. No one could always have the best luck. Li Hang had a clear goal. He headed straight to the newspaper stand beside the old station to find the submission address for literary magazines. As expected, although the town of Chijin is just a small place, not even a city, the newsstand has all the usual magazines. The selection is even more complete than he imagined. Soon, Li Hang found addresses for submissions to famous literary magazines like People's Literature, Harvest, October, Contemporary, and Flower City. The newsstand owner, a man around 50 with a beard and mustache, noticed Li Hang flipping through magazines. Seeing him quickly switch from one to another and make notes without buying anything, he grew impatient. He knocked his pipe and said, "Hey, kid, this isn't a library. These magazines are for sale. If you keep flipping through them, I won't be able to sell them. Are you going to buy or not? If not, go somewhere else and don't block the way." Hearing this unfriendly remark, Li Hang, feeling guilty, didn't mind. Instead, he picked up a copy of Storytelling magazine. He asked, "Uncle, how much is this one?" The owner, still a bit impatient, replied casually, 3 mao. Li Hang took out 3 small bills from his pocket and handed them over. "1, please." Seeing him pay with real money, the owner's attitude softened. Curious, he asked, "Why do you have so many addresses for submissions?" "Oh, that. I had a dream yesterday afternoon. I dreamed I became a great writer. So today I want to try my luck," Li Hang said confidently, always speaking straight from the heart. The owner, chewing his pipe, looked him over from all angles. Seeing how young he was and still dreaming big, he suddenly felt disinterested and let his eyelids droop, losing interest. The post office was across from the old bus station, not far away. They just crossed the street to get there. Inside the post office, Li Hang suddenly felt stuck. Due to the rush, he only prepared 2 copies of the manuscript for the first 40,000 words of living. He had many addresses for submission, all from famous writers, which made him hesitate. In his previous life, he loved reading and sometimes wrote articles to publish in newspapers. He had heard of Contemporary, Flower City, and October, the 4 major literary magazines. But he only knew about them from hearsay. He wasn't part of the literary circle and lacked understanding of each magazine's preferences and background. Most importantly, because of the long time past, he couldn't remember which magazine Chen Xiaomi worked for. This time, he wanted to submit his work as a writer not only to earn money and improve his family's situation, gain fame, and change the bad image of Ximen Qing, but also to vent his frustrations. Chen Xiaomi, which magazine company is she with? After thinking hard for a long time, he still couldn't remember the name. Li Heng felt a bit discouraged. At one point, he impulsively wanted to run back and ask Chen Zitong which organization her sister-in-law worked for. But as soon as the idea arose, he dismissed it. Forget it, he was too lazy to go back. He would just wait and see. Moreover, Chen Zitong had been nicknamed Little Loach since childhood because she was very slippery. Given the current disagreements between the Chun and Li families, it wasn't easy to fool her. Anyway, as long as it didn't cause a butterfly effect or change the course of history, with the fame of to live, Chen Xiaomi would eventually learn that our old Li family had a true hero. After thinking for a long time about the submission addresses, Li Heng finally decided to submit to People's Literature and Harvest. He had heard the most rumors about People's Literature. It was backed by the National Literature Publishing House and held a very special position in the domestic literary world. It was like a wealthy child born with a golden key. For someone with ambitions like him, this was almost a must. As for Harvest, he wasn't too particular. He just liked the name. Harvesting is a good metaphor, and the meaning is very positive. His decision was made. Li Heng gave himself a pen name, December. To ensure safety and quick results, he decided to be very generous. He spent a lot of money to send the two manuscripts by mail separately. Worried about mixing up People's Literature and Harvest, he checked the packages 3 times before sending and added a note at the end. If interested in publishing, please send a reply with your contact number. Since he was about to go to Shao City for school the day after tomorrow, he didn't use his home address but instead used his English teacher's address and landline number. He used the teacher's address because he remembered that the teacher lived near the school and was close to his class. The teacher was also very kind to him, which naturally built trust. When filling in the landline number, he silently thanked heaven for still remembering the first phone number he memorized in his life. 885708. He could remember it, just like his first love's phone number. Even after all these years, without deliberately recalling it, it still quietly stayed in his heart. Watching the 2 packages being taken away by the staff, Li Heng suddenly felt a faint worry. Would submitting multiple manuscripts offend people? If this had happened in later times, anyone daring to do such a thing would be considered reckless. Editors would quickly teach him a lesson and blacklist him. But his worries soon faded. Nowadays, the submission environment was relaxed, and since information didn't circulate well, no one would know if he submitted to multiple places. Even if I know, I can still understand because I am a complete beginner, fearless in ignorance. Or maybe, people might not care at all. Of course, if I become famous in the future, I definitely can't do this anymore. It would be taboo. After leaving the post office, Li Heng instinctively went to the farmer's market. In his memory, Comrade Tian Runa often liked to shop there because there are many similar items, making it easy to compare prices and bargain. After searching, he found someone in the clothing area. Xueme, we are old friends. We buy clothes from you often. Can you give me a better price on this set? As soon as he approached, Li Heng saw his mother examining a white casual outfit carefully, checking every detail, even the stitches. Runa, this is already the best price. Because we've been friends for many years, I didn't ask for a higher price. Look at the style and feel the fabric. Can you buy this for 13 yuan somewhere else? Note, please support my updates. Keep reading and save this page. Li Heng listened nearby and finally understood that his mother's clothes were the very item his second sister was eyeing. Earlier, his second sister asked for the price elsewhere and insisted on paying 16 yuan, which was why she was so bold and reckless. But she had just managed to gather enough tuition money. Where would she get extra to buy clothes? Just as Li Heng was about to question this, Tian Runa finished inspecting the clothes and stood up, asking Xueme, 9 yuan, will you sell it? Hearing this, Xueme chuckled and held up the clothes, saying, Runa, look at this quality and style, top-notch. If I sell it for 9 yuan, I'd be losing money. Tian Runa was unmoved. Seeing this, Xueme looked around, then lowered her voice and said, 12 yuan, Runa. Take it. This is cost price. For our many years of friendship, I really won't make a profit. Don't tell anyone. Tian Runa looked at the clothes again and finally said, 10 yuan. I'll pay next month. Nowadays, rural workers earn about 2 yuan a day, and laborers about 1.5 yuan. In comparison, 10 yuan is the equivalent of 5 days' wages, very expensive. Xuemei, who knew about the Li family's financial situation, was not surprised by the credit arrangement. But after many years of dealing, she trusted Tian Runa's character. After hesitating for a long time, Xuemei looked resigned and said, "Sister Runny, today I'll just pretend to do this for Lan Lan's sake since she starts school. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree to this." She then took a bag and packed the clothes, still asking repeatedly, "Lan Lan's last semester is coming up, right? She'll be assigned a job soon?" Tian Runny nodded softly. Xuemei asked, "Have they told you where she'll be assigned?" Tian Runny shook her head. "Not yet. She hasn't told her family." Xuemei handed her the clothes and suddenly changed the topic. "My son has been talking about how good Lan Lan is all these years. He's graduating soon too. His dad managed to get him a position at the Land Resources Bureau. Maybe one day we can find a chance for the two kids to mate." Tian Runny didn't agree but also didn't refuse directly. She just said gently, "You know her fiery temper. I can't decide for her. I need to ask her first." "Ah, a fiery personality is good. I like that. It means she won't be bullied outside." Xuemei smiled happily. She liked Li Lan very much and had taken a liking to her immediately. But ever since she joked about her in front of Li Lan last time, Li Lan hadn't come to see her again. After leaving the farmer's market, the mother and son, who were struggling financially, didn't go anywhere and headed straight to Sherman Station. Li Heng didn't ask about what happened earlier. He understood that although his mother appeared kind and gentle to everyone, she was actually proud and didn't like the children from Xuemei's family at all. Tian Runny felt the same, and her second sister, who was even more ambitious, was probably worse. During market days, the streets were crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, packed and chaotic. Li Heng and Tian Runny struggled to push through 2 streets to reach Sherman Station, almost suffocating and sweating profusely. By then, the rain had stopped. Seeing her mother meet some acquaintances from the production team and preparing to walk home, Li Heng said, "Mom, I won't walk with you. I'll wait for Zhang Zhiyou." Li Heng knew exactly what kind of person his son was: lazy and indifferent. He preferred sitting over standing and was probably thinking about the tractor again. But thinking about how close Chang Zai and Jiong were, she didn't say much, only reminding him, "Your second sister is returning to school this afternoon. Don't stay out too late. Come back early." "Okay, I got it. You can relax. I'll definitely be back by noon." He really didn't want to walk, especially the 10-mile journey. More than half of it was mountain trail, steep and full of muddy potholes. We had already suffered once on the way here. Who would want to go through it again? He watched Comrade Tian Runny and a group of village women chatting happily as they left. Li Heng looked for a place to rest, doing nothing but listening to the locals talk about the sea and boast. At first, their conversations were diverse, covering astronomy, geography, the universe, national affairs, and trivial gossip. They talked about everything, and it felt very familiar. Li Heng felt a warm sense of closeness and quietly admired their knowledge. "Look at that. Who says farmers are uneducated?" But as he listened, he suddenly felt something was off. He didn't know who started it, but the topic suddenly shifted to Grandma Chun's funeral in Shangwan village. Everyone was praising it as very grand, a historic first for the small town, making it quite impressive. An old man looked very envious. "If I had this kind of funeral after I die, it would be worth it." A thin man responded, "Lao Shou, you'd need to have a son who's a big official first. Then you wouldn't have worries." A chubby woman nearby chimed in, "I think that's not quite right. No matter how high a rank someone has, they still have worries. Didn't Qin Gaoyuan's daughter get involved with someone? I heard she's doing very well in school and will take the college entrance exam soon." Suddenly, the gossip hit close to home. Li Heng stiffened, feeling his heart beat faster without reason. He carefully looked around. Luckily, all strangers, none of them he knew. To make sure he hadn't missed anything, he deliberately coughed. Everyone looked over, then quickly went back to chatting, showing no reaction. He felt more confident. Li Heng tried to join the conversation and asked, "Sir, are you talking about the Chun family in Shangwan village? Who has that kind of power?" The thin man scratched his head and asked, "What's the name again? I forgot for a moment." The chubby woman answered, "Li Heng, that's you. I heard you're just like Shimin Qing from the stories. Great with words and very good at charming women." Many women in Shangwan village said they wouldn't let their daughters talk to Li Heng alone, worried they might be tricked. What kind of nonsense is this? When did I ever flirt with women in the village? Li Heng felt his face flush and almost fainted. Good news doesn't spread outside the village, but bad news spreads far and wide. He never imagined his reputation had already gone beyond Shangwan village and even overshadowed the town. At this moment, he felt that the man with the surname Liang was not doing well, as he had taken the top spot on the trending searches for many years. I'm still young, so please don't be so modest, okay? Actually, he understood that the reason his and Qin Zijing's story was widely spread was because of the Qin family's influence. If the Qin family were just ordinary farmers, it would be a different story. The negative impact would probably stay within the village and wouldn't cause any big waves in the surrounding areas. Ultimately, it's human nature at play. To the people in the mountain area of Qianjin, the Qin family is a wealthy and respected household. Usually, people can only look up to them. It was rare to have such an opportunity for everyone to take a shot at them after a good meal and drinks, so they naturally wanted to make some trouble. Suddenly, loud rumbling noises sounded. Amidst the noise, Zhang Zhiyong confidently drove up in a small tractor, surrounded by a crowd. It looked like he had made quite a bit of money today. As soon as the engine stopped, Zhang Zhiyong jumped out and loudly called out to Li Heng. Li Heng! Li Heng! Come help! When the crowd heard the name Li Heng, they immediately froze in confusion. Everyone stopped talking. They all widened their eyes and turned their heads at the same time. These people turned their heads so quickly. Fortunately, Li Heng reacted quickly. The moment the fool spoke, he hurriedly turned away and slipped into a small alley, disappearing from sight. Is this young man Li Heng? From one village? Exactly, for sure. Old Master Shou, a thin man, and a plump woman all took a deep breath, surprised that they had just spoken such absurd words about the person involved. The funny thing was, Li Heng seemed very interested, which was really ridiculous. It was like meeting a ghost in broad daylight. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Zhiyong found Li Heng. As soon as they met, he complained. Hey, why did you run when you saw me? Am I that ugly? I just choked on some and wanted you to help me settle the fare. Li Heng interrupted him and asked with concern. No one skipped the fare, right? Huh. Impossible. A few shameless old women ran off, but everyone knows each other. I didn't cause trouble, I just pretended not to see. In the countryside, it's common to see all kinds of behavior, so such things are no surprise. Li Heng didn't bother to comfort him and took some money out of his pocket, handing it to Zhang Zhiyong. The leftover money from the package you sent, it's yours. Zhang Zhiyong didn't look at the money. After putting it in his pocket, he eagerly pushed his way to the left. Let's go. We're heading to Sister Chun's noodle shop. The boss lady is so lively. She's really something. Her chili peppers stand straight up when she sees you. Li Heng chuckled and teased. Chili peppers? How many have you seen that are big? But honestly, you look a lot like her. Zhang Zhiyong didn't feel ashamed. He was proud. He said cheekily, even small peppers can spice her up all day long. She's your stepmother. If you say that about her, be careful, your old man might whip you. Li Heng thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. Sister Chun was a widow. Her husband died in his early 20s from pneumonia. Back then, in the 1970s, this wasn't a serious illness, just a hospital stay and some injections, and you'd be fine in about 10 days. But many families couldn't afford to eat well, let alone pay for medical treatment. Even if they scraped together some money, medicine was hard to find. It's said that two groups went out looking for medicine, one to the provincial capital and another to nearby Wuhan. They spent a lot of effort and begged everywhere, finally bringing back only 4 vials of penicillin. It kept her alive for 3 more months, but she eventually died because there was no medicine. Although Sister Chun's noodle shop was new, her business was very good. It was crowded with people, children, women, and mostly men. The boss lady looked just like in her memory, average-sized women with about 2 genes of flesh on their chests, and her figure was stunning. No wonder Zhang Zhiyong, this fool, was so smitten he couldn't resist. Boss lady, 2 bowls of noodles, add some spicy stuff, Li Heng said as soon as they entered, then looked for a seat. Zhang Zhiyong added, add more sesame oil. I love that. Since Sister Chun was his father's mistress, she naturally knew Zhang Zhiyong. She liked him quickly, no need to queue, and they even got a bigger portion than others. When the noodles arrived and the boss lady walked away, Zhang Zhiyong, drooling and grinning, said proudly, Brother, help me analyze. Why do our noodles cost the same but have more? Does the boss lady like me? Li Heng took a bite with his chopsticks, almost laughing out loud. After a moment, he said politely, "She knows your dad. Maybe she's doing it for his sake, or maybe she's just nervous and overpouring." He then added, "Don't make a fool of yourself. They say widows have lots of trouble, but can your neighbor's sister be more charming?" Whenever the topic of the neighbor girl who once took his underwear comes up, Zhang Ziyong immediately shifts his attention, looking worried and shouting in protest. After graduating from technical school, Sister Chi-Chi was assigned to work in Hongyang. She hasn't come back for the new year last year, and I don't know how she's doing now. Li Heng glances sideways, eating 3 bites of noodles and asks, "She's several years older than you. Are you still thinking about her? Girls 3 years older are like gold bricks. I prefer women who are a few years older. Besides, I spent so much effort on her. How can I forget her so easily?" Zhang Ziyong says, but suddenly remembers those dirty things he did before, and he feels guilty. Li Heng hears the word effort and wants to laugh but doesn't, urging him, "Eat quickly. After you're done, go back. My second sister has to go to school this afternoon." "Oh, the way you call her has changed. Today she's my second sister? You don't call her wicked woman anymore?" Zhang Ziyong's expression is exaggerated, as if he just met him, looking around curiously like a curious child. It's no wonder this clueless feeling is out of place. Li Heng has never had a good impression of Li Lan. Because Zhang Ziyong has been playing around behind him since childhood, the two of them were always beaten together. The beatings were so severe that their bottoms would turn red, and their arms would often swell. They have deep psychological shadows, almost like a mental block. The story of rebirth can't be explained clearly, nor would he explain it to anyone. Li Heng speaks vaguely, not to mention other things. "Just for standing up for me and beating up Aunt Fat, I have to give her a big thumbs up. That's true, a role model for us all." Li Lan, holding a sickle, chased after Aunt Fat. Zhang Ziyong witnessed this himself and admired her greatly. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Ziyong didn't dare delay. He needed to earn money to survive. He took his brother, wobbling as he drove a hand-pulled tractor into the village. Halfway there, Li Heng saw a happy scene. Earlier, a father and son splashed with yellow mud in the morning fell into the water rice field because of the slippery road. The chubby boy sat in the field crying loudly, and his bicycle seemed badly deformed and couldn't be ridden anymore. The chubby boy saw Li Heng, who gave a polite smile and grinned. The boy, angry, forgot to cry and grabbed a handful of mud, throwing it at the tractor. Wild. So wild. The mud didn't hit Li Heng, but landed in the back of the truck, causing a group of women to curse happily, laughing so hard that the atmosphere returned to normal in Shangwan village. When they entered the house, the second sister had already packed her things and was ready to leave. Seeing how much his younger brother had changed, Li Lan, for the first time, lost her usual indifference and suddenly told him, "There are only 6 months left until the college entrance exams. You need to do your best and get into a good university. In the future, you must marry a girl better than Chen Ziqin to show those villagers who look down on us what success really looks like." Li Heng looked at her eagerly and helped carry the luggage. As they approached the door, Li Lan suddenly turned back and said mysteriously, "It's best not to date Yang Yingwen." Li Heng was surprised. "Yang Yingwen upset you?" Li Lan coolly replied, "She dares." Then she added, "Yang Yingwen isn't pretty enough to overshadow Chen Ziqin." Li Heng was speechless. As expected of our second sister, she's very proud and hates to lose. After she left, she didn't look back as she stepped out the door. The street vendor Zhang Ziyong behaved very obediently in front of her, like a little turtle, driving her to the town properly, not daring to make a sound the whole way. Watching Li Lan get on the bus, Zhang Ziyong turned and asked Li Heng, "When are we going back to school? Tomorrow or the day after?" Li Heng casually asked, "Did Zhang Yingwen ask you?" Zhang Ziyong was dissatisfied. How could she? She's not traveling with us, so why would she ask? Li Heng thought for a moment and replied, "The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll help my family bring back some firewood." "Bring firewood? Cut some trees." "I'll help you tomorrow," Zhang Ziyong said loyally. "That works. The wood will burn better," Li Heng agreed. It was the 12th day of the lunar month, which is February 9th, 1987, in the Gregorian calendar. It seemed as if the sky had been pierced, with endless cold rain and biting wind cold. Before dawn, Li Heng was woken up by Tian Rwani. "Manzai, the third crow of the rooster means it's time to get up." There was no watch or alarm clock at home. Previously, Li Jiangwo's only mechanical watch had broken, and there was no money to repair it. If he needed to wake early, he could only rely on the rooster's crow and the sky outside to judge the time. Last night, Li Hong stayed up late writing and didn't wake up easily. His eyelids were heavy and kept closing, and his whole body felt paralyzed, with no strength at all. He didn't want to move, but he knew he had to get up. These days, there was only one bus from the town to Shaoshi, and he had to catch it. Otherwise, he would need to transfer 3 times, which was time-consuming, exhausting, and risky, easy to encounter pickpockets or robbers, and dangerous accidents. Many experienced villagers often warn others that some drivers are dishonest and work with local troublemakers. After passing through Chijiang town, they tend to pick a lonely hill road to rob unsuspecting travelers. Even though Li Hong is a reborn person, he feels powerless in such a corrupt era and just goes along to catch the early bus. The driver is said to be a veteran from the Vietnam War, honest and upright. Passengers who ride with him rarely encounter trouble, and his good reputation spreads widely. When Zhang Zhiyong hurried over carrying a bag, it saved trouble. Otherwise, he might have to shout for someone at Zhang's house, risking being chased by a dog. Perhaps, he might even accidentally meet his foolish father having a secret meeting with a ghost girl under a locust tree or in some bushes. This isn't just talk. Regarding romantic stories, nearby villages have a saying about the 3 great kings, and Zhang Zhiyong's father is considered the top among them. Even the Liang family's grave digger isn't on the list. The 3 great kings are known for their genuine personalities and charm, never harming good families, and they openly boast and joke about their deeds. However, Liang's family and his daughter-in-law's affair are considered disgraceful. Li Hong takes the various bottles and jars handed to him by comrade Tian Ruani, filled with vegetables, especially his favorite cured meat. There are also jars of spicy peppers, sour beans, and pickled radishes. Li Hong asks Zhang Zhiyong, "Are you alone? What about Yang Yinwen? Didn't she come with you?" When this topic is mentioned, Zhang Zhiyong gets very angry and almost jumps to argue. "No way. I just want to call her, but her mother said she left yesterday afternoon. That brat left without telling us." Li Hing thinks for a moment and guesses, based on past experience, she might have spent the night at Xiaohan's house. It's ironic. Yang Yingwen is proud of her studies, but very timid and afraid of ghosts. And there are 2 large cemeteries along the road to the town from Wanjia village. One of them was once an execution ground, where people of all ages and various causes of death are buried, hanged, shot, beheaded, women who died in childbirth, and children who died suddenly. It sounds terrifying, and only those with courage would dare to pass through at night. Carefully check the backpack to make sure all the books and papers are inside. Once everything is in order, Li Hing turns to Li Jiangguo and Tian Reneo to say goodbye. "Mom, Dad, I'm leaving now. Don't see me off. It's cold outside, especially since Dad isn't feeling well. Go inside and rest early. Hey, walk slowly and watch your step. If you see strangers, stay far away." The couple agrees but still accompanies him to the village entrance. Their advice is not just for show. Nowadays, since there are no side jobs and people mostly stay home during the farming off-season, families rarely leave the village after dinner. The most they do is visit neighbors or chat. Those who travel at night are usually in urgent need or have bad intentions. At this moment, Zhang Zhiyong loudly exclaims, "Uncle Li, Aunt Tian, don't worry. I have a knife with me. If anyone dares to bother us, I'll give them a good stab and make them cry for their mother." Li Hing and Zhang Zhiyong are used to his reckless attitude. They are numb to it and just smile, giving up on trying to calm him down. About 3 miles from Shanwan village, they arrive at Miao Street. Though called a street, it's not really for pedestrians. The area is surrounded by tall mountains, with no one around for 600 meters in front or behind. There's only a small temple hidden under a big rock, as large as a basketball court, dedicated to the 3-life goddess. Behind the rock is an endless graveyard. As they walk here, the cawing of crows suddenly turns chilling. The cheerful chatter of Li Hong and Zhang Zhiyong stops abruptly. They exchange a look. Li Hong, familiar with the situation, nervously pulls out a box of matches from his pocket and strikes them a few times until they light. Seeing this, Zhang Zhiyong quickly takes a bundle of straw from his armpit and lights it on fire. Li Hong puts away the matchbox and asks routinely, "Are you ready?" Zhang Zhiyong pulls his backpack and raises the burning straw high. "Ready." Under the red glow of the flames, Li Heng gives the command, "Run." As soon as the word leaves his mouth, both of them start running without hesitation, heads down, rushing forward. They ignore the graves on either side and refuse to look back, even if they hear noises behind them. They push themselves to run through this spooky mountain valley in one breath. In fact, they only dared to walk at night because they were forced to during the first week of school. Initially, Lu Shuiwen's two brothers often led people to steal all their living expenses, leaving them with no money for groceries, and they couldn't even swallow their meals. What could they do? They had no choice but to stay after evening classes and hurriedly run home to get food. Over time, the two became braver, and their families got used to it. Even if they traveled late at night, no one stopped them. Honestly, the elders in both families were even more timid than they were in this place. Who was really protecting whom? Halfway there, Li Heng suddenly asked, "Old Yong, are you afraid?" Zhang Zhiyong bravely replied, "Afraid of what?" "I brought a knife." Li Heng teased him, "Try blowing out the fire." Zhang Zhiyong didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Li Heng said. Zhang Zhiyong obediently blew out the torch. Li Heng asked, "Did you see many little mouths blowing together?" "You're crazy." Zhang Zhiyong, feeling a constant tense feeling in his head, suddenly felt a cool sensation on the top of his head. He clenched his jaw and sped up again, surpassing Li Heng. Li Heng burst out laughing and sped up, walking side by side, sing the national anthem. "Okay. Arise, you who refuse to be slaves with our flesh and blood." This was their special song, a song that witnessed their brotherhood. Whenever they felt extremely scared inside, they would sing loudly together. Their singing was so loud it shook the sky. In the darkness, it was especially noticeable. Who knew if the little friends on both sides of the road were scared to death? In nostalgic scenes, Li Heng crossed the frightening mountain road and arrived at the town. It was still early, and the light was dim, casting faint shadows on the houses along the street. Early vendors had already set up stalls, mainly selling breakfast foods like buns, steamed bread, and baked dumplings. When people passed by, they would try to shout, "Kid, want breakfast?" Freshly made, with a slogan that was neither new nor special, but still tempting. The bus station was located on the west side of the town, small and somewhat shabby. Walls were covered with slogans serving the people, and only a few buses came and went each day. Its public toilet had been flowing with yellow water for years. People who wanted to use it had to be brave, as they dared not go inside, only sneaking into the back mountain. "Kid, where are you going?" Before reaching the station entrance, the bus ticket seller hurried over to persuade passengers, speaking so enthusiastically that he almost spat on their faces. Li Heng suddenly moved aside and asked, "Going to Shao City? Are there seats?" "Yes. Plenty of seats." "Hurry up and get on," the ticket seller said, grabbing his arm with the same enthusiasm as always. Li Heng thought he had arrived quite early, but after getting on the bus, he realized he was still too naive. The ticket seller was clearly lying. After decades of not taking a bus, he almost forgot how this routine works. A quick scan showed there were at least 30 people inside, and all the good seats were taken, leaving only 3 empty seats in the last row. Unexpectedly, he recognized several familiar faces, all classmates who took the same entrance exam for Shao City No. 1 high school. For example, Xiao Feng, sitting in the second-to-last row at the back. Despite sharing the surname Xiao, she has nothing to do with Xiaohan. She's thin and comes from the Jingquang area of Shikiapu. She is the closest person to Yang Yingwen. During a peak midterm exam, she was only 1 point behind Yang Yingwen, nearly breaking his winning streak and almost becoming the top student in the school. She has always been a top student, and even after entering Shao City No. 1 high school, she remained a remarkable figure. If he remembered correctly, she was admitted to Tsinghua University, but he didn't know what happened afterward. They didn't keep in touch much. When Li Heng got on the bus, Xiao Feng, who was usually quiet, quickly glanced at him with her eyes. Clearly, she had heard about some of his romantic adventures during the winter break. Seeing her gaze, Li Heng greeted her generously. "Good morning, comrade Xiao Feng." Xiao Feng was terse and didn't speak, but she kept looking at him. "Higi, Li Heng, you're really handsome. Your story could be written into the top 100 cases of the century." Another familiar face, Yang Qing, sitting next to Xiao Feng, responded instead. He was a short, chubby boy who had excelled in middle school, often ranking in the top 5 in the entire school. But somehow, in high school, his grades slipped, and he aimed to be in the top 100. Li Heng stopped in front of him, made a fist, and asked, "Are you really praising me, or do you want to fight?" Yang Cheng shrank his neck and said, "By heaven and earth, I am sincerely praising you." Li Hong withdrew his fist and nodded happily. Good people have the same good taste. As he expected, Yang Yingwen didn't leave yesterday. Now he was sitting with Xiao Han in the last row, occasionally talking to the two in the front. Of course, that young guy was untrustworthy, so Li Hong didn't bother to write more about him. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye. Today, Xiao Han was wearing a red jacket. Her eyes were bright and deep. Her fine, straight hair was gathered around her white neck, decorated with a pink hairpin and earrings. She was still as beautiful as ever. Or perhaps, this girl was too eye-catching, naturally a fashion icon, and looked beautiful in anything she wore. Seeing Li Heng walking straight toward him, Xiao Han suddenly gathered her courage, slightly raised her right hand, and smiled to greet him. "Hi, Li Heng." Just then, the ticket seller loudly announced, "The bus is about to depart. Please prepare your change. Tickets will be collected soon." This was the ticket seller and driver's kind effort to avoid collecting tickets on the way, fearing that pickpockets might target passengers' wallets during the journey. The ticket seller's voice distracted Li Heng, so he didn't notice Xiao Han's small gesture or hear her greeting. He took a big step forward, then plopped down heavily in the window seat at the back, sighed deeply, and relaxed. Walking such a long mountain road really exhausted him. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then silently lifted her left hand, subtly tugged at her right arm, and then, feeling a bit disappointed in herself, pinched the back of her right hand. She comforted herself internally. No one noticed, right? It's okay. I'm still that calm, cool girl. Zhang Zhiyong has always had a fear of beautiful women. When he saw his good friend take the window seat, he hesitated in the aisle, too afraid to sit next to Xiao Han. He made a foolish signal, but Li Heng pretended not to see, closed his eyes to rest. Zhang Zhiyong, not giving up, offered a small dish of stir-fry. Li Heng remained unfazed and continued teasing him. Zhang Zhiyong upped the stakes, 2 meals. Don't go too far. Li Heng opened his eyes and calmly said, plus a pound of spicy seafood. These days, being able to eat spicy seafood in Xiao City means you're truly someone special. It costs a yuan per pound, which is ridiculously expensive. Why do those greedy vendors set such high prices? Is it because transportation is difficult? Zhang Zhiyong's heart ached, but he held back. Deal. Watching their fake brotherhood unfold. Once they changed seats, Yang Yingwen spoke. Li Heng, Zhang Zhiyong, why are you two so late? The bus is about to leave. Just moments ago, Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong, who had been arguing, suddenly became united, both turning their heads to look out the window, ignoring him. Now, due to platform restrictions, I can only post this much daily. Once published, it will be popular. Seeing Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong, who have known each other since childhood, targeting her, Yang Yingwen couldn't tolerate it anymore and immediately snapped. Hey, are you two men, or what? I'm really afraid of ghosts, as you all know, so why are you being so petty? Do I have to shout loudly and run down with you in the morning? I'm a girl. Zhang Zhiyong pouted and muttered, what's wrong with being a girl? Girls don't, or? So full of pride. Yang Yingwen ignored him and directly looked at Li Heng. Because in her mind, Zhang Zhiyong is just Li Heng's follower, so she hit the point directly. After being stared at for a while, Li Heng felt a bit uncomfortable and angrily complained, don't pretend to be innocent with us. I am connected to you heart to heart, but you're just thinking. What's the use of having a friend like you? Just go away, go away. Zhang Zhiyong immediately echoed, exactly, not good looking anyway, get lost, get lost. Yang Yingwen angrily kicked Zhang Zhiyong, feeling dizzy, and glared at Li Heng, accusing him wildly, who's heart to heart with you? Who cares? It's better to find Zhu Beiji than you. At least Zhu Beiji knows how to comfort his wife. Li Heng retorted, then go find Zhu Beiji, but Zhu Beiji can't register marriage because close relatives aren't allowed to marry. Haha. Hearing this, Yangqing in the front row couldn't hold back anymore and foolishly made a pig squealing sound. Even Xiao Feng, who was usually quite stern, perked up his ears, and the book in his hand hadn't been turned for a long time. He even looked back with surprise at the arguing pair. Xiao Han was naturally a confident girl, and when others couldn't help but speak, she further highlighted her independent and cool demeanor. But to get along well with everyone, she understood that showing off should be moderate. She gave a faint smile, gently pulled Yang Yingwen, who looked like a fighting rooster, and acted as a peacemaker. As the old saying goes, everyone lifts the fancy sedan. They were all friends and acquaintances with no deep hatred. Usually, their relationship was very good. At this moment, Xiaohan tactfully gave a way out. Li Heng and Yang Yingwen, amidst their quarrel, each took a step back unconsciously, and things gradually calmed down. The bus started. The town in the front was over 200 miles from Shao City. Nowadays, the roads were bad, full of potholes, bumping along unevenly. Even if the driver drove fast, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to reach the school. During this long, boring journey, the 6 students, who had attended the same middle and high school, naturally felt close. After Li Heng and Yang Yingwen's quarrel, the atmosphere eased, and everyone started chatting. Even Xiaofeng, who wasn't good at talking, occasionally joined in. While chatting, Zhang Zhiyang suddenly brought up the past feud between Li Heng and Xiaohan from their first year. With Li Heng in the middle, Zhang Zhiyang's courage grew significantly, and he dared to ask Xiaohan, "Xiaohan, I have a question that's been in my mind for almost 6 years, and I can't figure it out. Can I ask you today?" Xiaohan looked at him with confusion. "What question?" Zhang Zhiyang asked. "Why did you and your friends fight over my brother's chair in the first year of middle school?" This was a sharp question, because Li Heng and Xiaohan were both prominent figures at school during middle and high school. Everyone around was interested and looked at Xiaohan eagerly. Actually, not only Zhang Zhiyang was confused, Yang Yingwen, Xiaofeng, and Yang Cheng also felt puzzled. Usually, Xiaohan was proud and didn't like to talk to strangers, but she was very easy to get along with friends and acquaintances. Why would she suddenly fight Li Heng's chair for no reason? And she did it twice, quite outrageous. It was a timeless mystery that everyone couldn't understand. Faced with several pairs of eyes, Xiaohan lowered her head and twirled her eyes, then looked up and pressed her lips together. She couldn't quite open her mouth, so she pressed again. Finally, a shy smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "Because I thought he was a troublemaker back then, someone who didn't need to study, and I fought for the chair confidently." Hearing her answer, Li Heng shot a sidelong glance at her. Feeling his mysterious gaze, Xiaohan's smile remained, but it was less natural. She lowered her head again, twirling her hair, her fingers touching her left earlobe, which felt painfully hot. Because she had boldly fought for his chair twice, she had secretly wondered for 6 years how Li Heng viewed that incident. How did he see her? After all, whether in looks or grades, she was quite famous from middle school to high school. Others praised and admired her a lot. She had subconsciously accepted the idea that she was a celebrity. And now, she finally unraveled the long-standing mystery. What celebrity? Just an ordinary name, after all. But she was good at pretending to be sincere, never letting her sadness show. Moreover, even if she had failed, today was a record-breaking day, a milestone day. Although it wasn't joyful, she had, for the first time, taken the initiative to greet him with her feelings and courage, even though she received no response. She reflected on whether her greeting was disturbed by the ticket seller, or if he was deliberately pretending not to see her, or if it was because of Qin Ziqin standing between them. Outside, a few people were happily talking and laughing. She, however, became lost in thought until a piece of horse-shaped biscuit waved in front of her eyes. She quickly forced a smile and took the biscuit. As a gesture of politeness, Xiaohan took out half a bag of white rabbit candies from her bag and shared them with everyone, smiling and saying, "Good things should be shared, not eaten alone." These candies are considered a luxury nowadays, not only because they are expensive but also because they are hard to find. Naturally, their taste is excellent, which is why they are so popular. With various snacks to enjoy, everyone's mood for chatting grew even better. For a while, the back of the bus was more lively than a party. When the bus stopped for a few minutes at the Lu Duzhai gas station for refueling, passengers also went to the bathroom. Seeing Yang Yingwen, Xiaofeng, Yang Cheng, and Zhang Zhiyong all get off the bus, Xiaohan retracted her foot, which was about to step out, and looked happily at Li Heng at the back of the group. "Mr. Li, may I ask you a question?" This girl was Xiaohan. In her past life, she had learned to be cautious around her, especially when being difficult. Li Heng instinctively refused, saying, "No." Hearing this, Xiaohan felt a moment of suffocation. But since she was a girl who cared a lot about her pride, she forced a stiff smile on her face. Even so, she felt a bit embarrassed. She immediately turned her head away to avoid his glaring eyes. Just as she was about to apologize, saying something like "sorry to bother you," another voice came from behind. Li Heng habitually said, "If you want to ask me, who looks better, Songyu or you, I suggest you don't waste your breath." I don't want to answer. This was the most important question to Xiaohan in her past life, and it was also the question he kept asking her before he was reborn. After saying this, Li Heng stood there dazed, realizing he had spoken out of turn. He suddenly understood that he had fallen into an old habit, a reflexive muscle memory. The past life did not define this life. In this world, Xiao Han and he were only ordinary classmates. How could she shamelessly ask such a flirtatious question? Sure enough, Xiao Han was stunned when she heard this. After reacting, her beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity. On a whim, she leaned slightly forward and asked, "Then, in your heart, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Songyu?" As soon as she asked this, Xiao Han felt like she had gone crazy. She scolded herself inwardly. "What are you doing?" Despite feeling completely overwhelmed inside, she maintained a calm and confident appearance on the outside, with a half-smile as she looked at him. Li Heng was speechless, knowing that this girl was the type to hit a snake and use a stick, very mean-spirited. Honestly, she and her friend were the most beautiful girls he had ever seen in his past life. One was from middle school, the other from high school. Later, they became unforgettable, and he treasured those years, reluctant to let his brightest gems clash. He believed that all the boys who secretly liked them during school were doing so out of respect, because it was a kind of disrespect, both to them and to his own youthful feelings. Li Heng avoided this sensitive topic and asked instead, "What did you want to ask me earlier?" Seeing that he was afraid to answer her sharp question, she suddenly felt a bit better inside and kept a smile on her face as she asked, are you afraid this question might be too embarrassing for you?" Li Heng nodded. "That's why I want to think carefully before deciding whether to answer." His gaze lingered on his side profile for 2 seconds. She crossed her arms behind her back, cleared her throat, and said, "During the winter break, I kept hearing rumors about you and Chen Zijin. Are those stories true?" Li Heng smiled, showing his neat, white teeth, and asked back, "Do you want the stories to be true or false?" This relaxed smile suddenly hurt Xiao Han. All the patience she had shown over the years, pretending to be okay with him and Chen Zijin showing affection in front of her, now felt harsh and cruel. How long would she keep retreating? How long would she stay timid and shrink back? What was she really afraid of? She looked at him sadly and begged. "Back in middle school, in the dorm and on the street, I often heard girls talking about you behind your back. Some good, some bad. You really became famous then. During high school, many girls from other classes came to ask me your name, some of my friends included." Li Heng asked with interest, "Did you tell those friends? How did you introduce me?" She gently twisted her toe in the dirt and smiled faintly, saying, "We were at that age, full of youth and rain. It wasn't easy to meet someone like my peace of mind. Back then, I couldn't help but tell them about you and Chen Zijin. But now I can finally breathe easy and tell them clearly. The poor boy and the wealthy girl from the Chen family have been together. No need to worry anymore." Hearing this aggressive remark, Li Heng's face twitched, and his expression gradually froze. He fell silent. The words "poor boy" and "wealthy girl" from the Chen family were more damaging than Xiao Han imagined. She didn't understand why she had to say such harsh words, why she had to say things that made him feel disgusted. Still following Li Heng's words, "The boy across from her is Li Heng," but she blurted it out in a moment of impulsiveness. However, when she saw his excited reaction, Xiao Han didn't regret it. Instead, she felt a faint sense of happiness, a happiness that ignores right and wrong. Like a small person's clever revenge succeeding, making you sleep with Chen Zijin, making you smile more freely than me, making you and Chen Zijin act intimately in front of me, even for 5 years. Do you really think I am a pushover? Do you really think I am weak?" At this moment, Xiao Han's mind seemed to see 3 identical versions of herself. One calmly and rationally watching him, another with a malicious look, sneering down at him, and a third with a sad, devastated expression, looking at him. As for which of these 3 she was dominated by, she couldn't tell. She only knew that as they stared at each other for a long time, her thoughts drifted away, eventually falling into emptiness. "Xiao Han, Li Heng, what are you two standing here for? The road behind is still so far, and you haven't gone to the bathroom?" Just as they were lost and awkward, Yang Yingwen, who arrived first, stepped between them, patting each of them on the shoulder, urging them. Seeing that neither moved, Yang looked around worriedly and asked, "Are you two arguing?" "No, I was talking to him about rice. My dad really likes his rice and wants to buy more after trying it." Xiao Han quickly regained her composure, smiling happily. It's no secret in Shangwan village that Tian Runny often sells rice at the market. Everyone knows. Yang Yingwen didn't doubt her, but he asked again, Are you going to the bathroom or not? Yes, I need to go. I'll go with you. Before leaving, Yang turned to Li Heng and asked, Aren't you coming? Li Heng waved his hand. You all go ahead. I don't need to. I'll wait here for you. When the car started again, it felt as if some vital energy had been cut off. The group no longer had the strong desire to chat. Zhang Zhiyong and Yang Cheng had fallen asleep, both in the same position, with their mouths open like sharks and their heads tilted. The difference was Yang Cheng, who was chubby, was snoring loudly. His snore was so loud it seemed to affect Xiao Feng. She looked at the only empty seat in the back row and moved over. Soon, three girls started chatting again, chattering happily together. Hey, Li Heng, why aren't you talking to us? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Li Heng sitting quietly without speaking, Yang Yingwen suddenly raised his voice and called out to him. Hearing this, Xiao Feng turned her head to look at him. But Xiao Han remained still, the white rabbit candies in her mouth shifting into different shapes for her amusement. Li Heng instinctively glanced at Xiao Han, who, like a mouse seeing a cat, paused briefly, then subtly looked away without showing any emotion. She admitted that she had just finished mocking him and had just received a clear answer from him about sleeping with Chen Ziqing. She couldn't face this person calmly or openly, pretending that nothing was wrong. Unless she truly didn't care. Unless she was naturally foolish enough to wish him well even if they had slept together. Unless she was so cunning that she could pretend to tolerate everything. But Xiao Han was none of these. So she could only act moody and pretend to be indifferent, as if she had seen through the world and was unaffected. She ignored him as if he were air, which made her a little embarrassed. But Li Heng wasn't surprised. This girl had treated him like this many times before. In her past life, she had committed countless sins. He gently said to Yang Yingwen, I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit sleepy. You guys chat. Don't worry about me. I might take a nap. Are you really okay? Yes. Yang Yingwen glanced at his friend Xiao Han, seeming to sense something but unsure what. Finally, he said, then go ahead and rest. I'll wake you when it's time. Okay. Later, for some unknown reason, Li Heng, who hadn't slept well last night, really fell asleep. When he woke up again, he found the bus stopped in a remote mountain area, neither in a village nor a town. The bus was now completely empty. He immediately felt a chill and was very frightened. Soon, he heard some voices outside the window. He poked his head out and saw many people sitting on an open space, resting and chatting. Li Heng loudly asked Xiao Feng, who was closest, Xiao Feng, what's going on? Why is the bus not moving? Hearing her name called, Xiao Feng, usually quiet, had to turn around and answer, the bus broke down. The driver went to a nearby town with a tractor to buy parts. Li Heng asked again, when will he come back? I have no idea. The driver has been gone for a while. He should be back soon. Seeing that he was still staring at her, Xiao Feng guessed, and then asked him, Are you full? Do you want to come down and breathe some fresh air? Did he surprisingly break down? Li Heng felt very upset. If this had happened in later years, they would have already switched to another bus to Shao City. But now, in 1987, just after the beginning of spring, not to mention stopping the bus, they hadn't seen a single bus pass by in half an hour. Finally, they saw a bus coming from the direction of Hui County, but it was the wrong way. According to the ticket seller, it was after 2 p.m., almost 3, and there were hardly any buses coming down. Usually, the buses on the road were heading back. What does this mean? The implication was that they could only wait and do nothing about it. They couldn't rush. A few older passengers, probably tired of waiting, started complaining loudly. But the ticket seller quickly calmed them down with one simple trick. What did she do? She said, if you don't want to wait, I can give you a refund. You can find your own way. Wow. In such a remote mountain area, with the sky getting dark, who would dare take that risk? Li Heng got off the bus and walked straight toward Xiao Han and Xiao Feng, who were sitting on a large rock. He curiously asked, So just you two? What about Zhang Zhiyong and the other three? He was asking Xiao Han directly, but Xiao Han was sitting with his knees hugged, staring at the grass in a daze, ignoring him. Xiao Feng looked at Li Heng, then looked at him again, thinking they were having a disagreement. So she quickly explained, Ingwen might have eaten something bad, and her stomach has been hurting. She went to town with the driver. Zhang Zhiyong and Yang Qing were worried, so they went along. The two of us stayed behind to watch the luggage. That was a good arrangement. In those wild and unruly times, having two boys outside was more effective and safer than girls. Li Heng asked with concern, Is Ingwen in a lot of pain? Xiao Feng glanced at Xiao Han, who hadn't spoken yet, and continued, "It was sudden. I saw her sweating on her forehead, so it probably hurt quite a bit. But Ingwen is strong and can still walk. We're hoping for good news." Just then, Xiao Feng suddenly stood up, awkwardly turning around. "Where are you going? Want me to go with you?" Li Heng asked. "No, it might backfire if you go," Xiao Feng said, her face slightly red, but she walked away decisively without looking back. Backfire? Was she going to the bathroom? That would indeed be a bit embarrassing. Li Heng kept thinking about this, then shifted his attention back to Xiao Han beside him. His eyes were bright, and even if she didn't respond, he stubbornly kept staring at her profile. Xiao Han felt a little dizzy. What is this guy doing? She had worked hard to calm her mind for a long time, and now he had just been with Qin Ziqin. What does this mean? Does he think of me as just a friend? Li Heng whispered, "Did you see that little boy in the front left? He's been secretly watching you since we got in the car. Do you think he has feelings for you?" Xiao Han rolled her eyes at him and said sharply, "Is it strange for me to have feelings? I'm such a pretty girl." That's exactly the point. She didn't speak at first, but when she did, her words were sharp. Li Heng smiled and looked away, his gaze falling on her school bag. "Did you bring some snacks?" "I'm hungry." Xiao Han quickly refused. "No, I didn't." Li Heng muttered, "I have a good nose. I can smell the butter." Actually, he didn't really smell butter. He was just guessing based on past experience. He knew this girl liked to bring snacks to school, usually a packet tucked in her bag. Xiao Han looked at the tips of the grass on the ground and refused again. "Even if I had some, I wouldn't give you any." Feeling disappointed, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Li Heng glanced at her bag, then at her unchanging expression, and said, "All right then, we'll talk another day. I'll go find something to eat." He stood up and left immediately. Only after his footsteps faded away did Xiao Han slowly lift her head and glance at his back. It was well past lunchtime, and his stomach was growling loudly, but he didn't go looking for food. Instead, he went down the hill to the riverbank to stay for a while. Because this was a remote, deserted place where no one could be seen in any direction, where could he find something to eat? The stream was flowing gently and very clear. He even saw a small fish swimming happily upstream. He stood there for about 10 minutes, but the cold river wind finally made him unable to bear it. He turned around and climbed back onto the road, returning to the car. Since he didn't get any snacks, he decided to eat some vegetables. He remembered his mom had put a can of preserved meat in his bag. He was so hungry he didn't care anymore and planned to eat first. But as soon as he sat down, his stomach rumbling loudly, Li Heng froze, staring blankly at a package of leaf-wrapped pastries on the seat. The pastries looked very tempting, probably made by Wei Sherman herself. This Lady Wei loved to experiment. She was good at cooking and also skilled at making desserts and sweets. Li Heng turned to look out the window at Xiao Han. The girl was happily chatting with Xiao Feng, who had just come back from the restroom. Her face was calm and flawless, as if the pastry had nothing to do with her. He sat down in the seat beside him, held the pastry in his hands, and sniffed it. Then, driven by his craving, he opened his wide mouth and began to eat eagerly. Watching this scene from afar, she suddenly wanted to laugh. It felt strangely absurd. Someone who rarely interacted with her in 6 years had appeared in her world repeatedly these past few days. First, he came to her house selling rice, and today he had a few exchanges with her about the law. She understood that the usually aloof heavens must be bored and started to stir up trouble. More than half an hour later, the driver returned with the new parts. Along with him, Yang Yingguan, Zhang Zhiyong, and Yang Qing also came back. Seeing this, Li Heng, Xiao Han, and Xiao Feng hurried over to ask about their health. Yang Yingguan looked a little pale but was in good spirits. She smiled and said, "The doctor said I'm fine. I think I just caught a cold. They used mugwort smoke to warm my belly button for a while. I took a few white pills and stuck on 2 patches. Now I feel much better." Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Honestly, falling ill in such a remote place would make anyone nervous. Luckily, good luck was on their side, and she was fine in the end. At around 4 p.m., the bus set off again. This time, everything went smoothly, and they reached Shao City before sunset. During the trip, the ticket seller came to the back of the bus and asked, "Are you 6 students from Shao City No. 1 Middle School?" The reason for this question was that over the 3 years, Li Heng and the others had mostly taken this bus between school and home. After a while, the ticket seller had started to remember them. Li Heng nodded and asked politely, "Yes. It's late now. Can you take us to the school?" The ticket seller was friendly and said, "Since we're late today, of course. You can pack your things now. We should arrive at the school gate in about 12 or 13 minutes. Thank you." Li Heng politely expressed his thanks and looked out the window as the others packed up. He didn't move because he only had a small bag and didn't need to. Exactly 13 minutes later, the bus arrived on time at the gate of number 1 middle school. After getting off, Zhang Zhiyong, the most well-off among them, waved his hand grandly and said confidently, "Everyone, please give me some face and join me for a meal." I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be the first to refuse. She said, "Thanks for your kindness. I've been in the car too long today. I feel dizzy and have no appetite, so I'll go back to the dorm first." Xiaofeng is thin and weak, and everyone knows she gets carsick easily. But after so many years, she still does things her way, leaving without giving Zhang Zhiyong a chance to speak again. Yang Cheng, who is from the same place as Xiaofeng, quickly said, "Then I won't eat with you guys either. She has a lot of stuff, I'll help her carry it." They watched as the two crossed the street and entered the school gate. Before Zhang Zhiyong could react, Xiaohan also grabbed her luggage and left without saying a word. With her best friend gone, Yang Yingwen happily followed along. Zhang Zhiyong was so angry he started cursing loudly. Go. It's good you're leaving. I was saving money, thinking I could buy something with it." Li Heng asked, "Are we still going to have a big meal?" Zhang Zhiyong, still furious, shouted, "They don't respect me at all. Pfft. Just because I did well in school or look good and have style, that's supposed to be impressive. I don't need you guys." Nervous, Li Heng moved to a nearby egg fried rice stall, found a seat, and called out, "Boss, 1 egg fried rice, spicy please." When he only ordered one, Zhang Zhiyong felt ignored again and got even angrier, turning his head, scowling, "Aren't you going to call me?" Li Heng, resting his chin on his hand, said meaningfully, "You can curse first, then when you're done, we'll eat." Hearing this, Zhang Zhiyong's rising anger suddenly eased. He slumped down and asked, "If you had paid for it earlier, do you think they would have stayed?" Li Heng touched his face and said, "That's possible. Our looks really are from different worlds." Zhang Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, looking unhappy. "Try insulting me again. You pay for the egg fried rice yourself." Li Heng said, "Then I won't eat. Xiaohan gave me some snacks this afternoon, so I'm not very hungry." Zhang Zhiyong widened his eyes, looking incredulous. "You mean Xiaohan? That's a joke. She wouldn't give you snacks for no reason." Li Heng said, "If you don't believe it, ask Xiaofeng. You'll find out for yourself." "When? I didn't see her." "Of course you didn't. You went to see the doctor with Yingwen." Suddenly, Zhang Zhiyong believed him and muttered for a while, "Xiaohan's favoritism is way too obvious. It's like they're trying to hurt me emotionally. I feel like I'm just a stray dog on the street, kicked for no reason. It's so uncomfortable." Li Heng tilted his head across the road and muttered, "Did you see that couple over there? Honestly, being a dog isn't so bad, free love." Staring at the male and female dogs mating in the corner, Zhang Zhiyong almost felt sick to his stomach. "Li Heng, you're unbelievable. That's disgusting. We're done as friends. I'm cutting ties with you." Li Heng replied, "I can meet that request, but let's finish our fried rice noodles first." The fried rice noodles arrived. Li Heng asked the shopkeeper, "How much for one?" The shopkeeper answered, 50 cents each. The price was similar to the town's wonton and noodle dishes, so it was acceptable. After turning 35, the body starts to change in many ways. Li Heng, who has a weak stomach, lives a simple, bland life. No spicy food, no fried foods, no sour flavors. Basically, he can't eat many things. Now, suddenly enjoying the long-missed fried rice noodles, he feels they are delicious, truly a top treat in life. "Hey, Li Heng, you're here too?" Just as he was slowly savoring his food, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, Li Heng quickly turned his head to look. Sure enough, a long-lost figure in black crossed the street and appeared behind him. Her name is Wang Runwen. She's about 26 or 27 years old and their English teacher in class 204. During high school, she left a deep impression on students for 2 reasons. 1, she has a very curvy figure, large where it should be large, small where it should be small, very attractive, a common dream for many teenage boys. 2, her catchphrase. She often said during class interactions, "Next month, I'm going to lose weight." Every time she said she wanted to lose weight, many boys secretly protested in their hearts. Lose weight? Perfect. Just right. In reality, she only talked about losing weight and forgot about it afterward. Over 3 years, she never lost weight, but she also didn't gain any. She stayed the same. She was very kind to Li Heng, an inexplicable kindness. Since the first year of high school, she had been giving him extra English lessons alone. When she traveled or went on business trips, she sometimes brought back tutoring materials. By the second year, during the holiday, she even occasionally invited Li Heng to her house for dinner. This excessive kindness made everyone envious, but it also troubled Li Heng. Because of his innate weakness in English from middle school, it was one of his two biggest academic weaknesses. This weakness is relative. It's not that bad, just not excellent. For example, in a language test scored out of 120 points, he usually gets around 96, but there's not much more to improve. Compared to top students like Yang Yingguan, Xiao Feng, Chen Hanjie, Song Yu, Wang Jun, Mai Sui, and Xiao Han, he still has some gaps. If his math hadn't always been so difficult, almost always close to full marks, he might have fallen far behind these students. Originally, as a rural kid, he was just naturally uncomfortable with such good conditions, but he didn't think much of it. Until one day, Lu Yejian, a classmate, joked in the dorm, "Li Heng, the English teacher is single now. If you propose to her, we all think you have a good chance." This seemingly harmless joke hit Li Heng's heart hard, making him feel very awkward. It's called a malicious joke because Lu Yejian is a top student, but fate is unfair. He always ranks below Li Heng and is often overshadowed by him in class. Over time, he grew resentful and always wanted to compete with him. Besides grades, what annoyed Lu Yejian most was hearing from a close female friend that the girl he liked, Sun Manning, seemed to have a crush on Li Heng. All these conflicts made him see Li Heng as a rival, both in academics and in love. This joke, though meant as a joke, made Li Heng start to rethink his relationship with the English teacher. He felt he was getting too close himself. He even had delusions. Does the teacher have feelings for him? Although their relationship was innocent, he couldn't help but worry about rumors. A few rumors weren't a big deal, but if it continued, his reputation could be affected. As a rural boy who hadn't seen much of the world and only in his teens, he hadn't experienced much hardship, so he felt helpless when faced with gossip. He began to intentionally distance himself from teacher Wang Runwan. During English classes, he would either focus on self-study, review other subjects, or sometimes pretend to sleep or talk quietly, using all sorts of tricks to avoid paying attention. He just didn't want to listen. Teacher Wang Runwan noticed his change but didn't say anything. Until one exam, Li Heng scored only 61 out of 100 in English. What does that mean? It's like missing out on a chance to attend a top university. Not only his homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, was worried, but other teachers also became anxious. After the exam, the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, quickly found Wang Runwan to ask about the situation and why such an incident suddenly happened. Why did Li Heng's English grades drop so much? Faced with the question, Wang Runwan thought for a long time and finally said, "I'll talk to him tomorrow." Because of Li Heng's outstanding math skills, Wang Qi always paid close attention to him and had high hopes for him. She immediately said, "I'll go with you." Unexpectedly, Wang Runwan refused, saying, "No need. I'll talk to him alone." This was the second time they worked together. They had been cooperating for several years, got along very well, and trusted each other deeply. Wang Qi then said, "All right, you talk to him first. If there's any change, that's good. If not, we can think of other ways." It was a foggy morning, a very memorable moment. When he finished morning exercises and returned to the classroom for self-study, the English teacher first slowly walked around the classroom, urging everyone to memorize words, sentence patterns, and texts. Then she came to Li Heng, who was sitting in the fourth seat of the seventh row from the aisle. She silently pointed at his open textbook and said in a voice he could hear, "Come out with me for a moment." Seeing this, his deskmate, Sun Manning, asked with concern, "Is it because of your grades?" Li Heng nodded, "Probably." Sun Manning put down her pen and asked, "Are you still willing to be alone with her? Do you want me to go with you?" Hearing this, Li Heng, who was hesitant just now, became less unsure. He stood up and said, "No need." He knew Sun Manning had such confidence because her father was the principal of number 1 high school, a close relative. Under the watchful eyes of all classmates, Li Heng took a detour through the back door and went outside the classroom. Perhaps worried he had concerns in his heart, the English teacher did not wait for him in the office as usual but stood in the corridor where everyone could see through the window. Wang Runwan leaned on the cement railing, looking down at the basketball court, and did not speak immediately. She waited for a while until her mood calmed. Then she spoke. Have the grades for other subjects come out? Li Heng nodded. Wang Runan asked, what about math? Li Heng answered, 148. She asked again, which question did you get wrong? Was it the last big question? Li Heng shook his head. No, it was the second big question. I wrote the final answer carelessly, and the teacher marked the 5 as an 8. Hearing this, Wang Runan finally looked away from the playground and turned to look at him. If you had written neatly, would you have gotten full marks? Li Heng dared not look directly at her, slightly turning away his gaze, and responded with a light, nonchalant hum. After a moment, she asked again, do you know your current rank in the school? Li Heng lowered his head. My deskmate checked with the academic office and told me 29th. At this, Wang Runan looked into his eyes, then gazed into the distance and asked, English 61, was that on purpose? Li Heng replied, no. Wang Runan frowned slightly. Do you hate me? Before he could answer, she continued, if you don't like the way the teacher teaches, I can ask the school to switch you to another class, where the English teacher from class 206 can teach you. In their grade, there are 4 experimental classes, 2 arts and 2 science. Arts are classes 204 and 205. Science are classes 206 and 207. Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong are in class 204. Xiao Feng is in class 205. Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han are in class 207. As for Yang Qing, when the second-year classes were divided, he didn't meet the standards and regrettably went to a regular arts class. Of course, Zhang Zhiyong's grades are also below the passing line, but he has strong connections. Hearing this, Li Heng suddenly realized something, raised his head sharply, and loudly replied, Teacher, I made a mistake this time. I will do better next time. The expected outcome before coming here was different. Wang Runan was momentarily stunned, then turned her head and looked at him steadily. She didn't expect him to change his mind. After a long pause, she smiled. She happily patted his shoulder and walked away. After this conversation, the two of them put their past grievances aside. The English teacher didn't hold his past mischief against him, and Li Heng no longer cared about others' opinions. He walked upright, honest and straightforward. He even used the same tricks his second sister used when she was young, finding a reason to anger Liu Yejian, and then openly beating him in front of the whole class, exposing the source of the rumors. In Xiao Han's and Yang Yingwen's eyes, Li Heng was a troublemaker in 7th grade. His style was set early. He was never soft or gentle with enemies, often ruthless, even breaking chair legs in fights. After a fierce beating, Liu Yejian had to go to the hospital for 11 stitches. Li Heng, however, was unscathed. After the school learned the full story, the head teacher only gave him a faint verbal warning. I want to tell the story in a flowing manner, with each character's appearance linked to the main story. I hope the experts can be patient with me. I also hope that in the end, I can write the city story the way I want and make everyone happy. Another thing is, everyone complains about infrequent updates, but I swear I write over 4,000 words every day. Maybe I should aim for 5,000 words daily from now on. I can't do more than that. As a small author, my work doesn't get much exposure, especially during new book releases, so I need to get recommended spots or my book might fail. I hope everyone understands my difficulties. Once published, it will explode. Teacher, Happy New Year. Seeing Wang Runan come over, Li Heng, who was slouching, immediately sat up straight and politely asked, Have you eaten dinner? Want to eat something together? Don't be fooled by Zhang Zhiyong's silly attitude. He's usually very respectful to teachers. Right now, he suddenly stood up stiffly, looking very awkward. Wang Runan found Zhang Zhiyong's overreaction amusing. She signaled him to sit down and then asked Li Heng, Are you treating? Li Heng thought to himself, I don't have enough money for that. Less than 10 yuan in my pocket. If I pay, how will I survive this month? Should I just drink the wind? But out of face, he said casually, Of course, but the egg fried rice is a bit simple. Teacher, please don't mind. Before the teacher could speak, he turned around and called the boss to bring another bowl of egg fried rice. Okay. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there, the boss happily responded. Since they knew each other well, Wang Runan didn't hesitate. She wiped the stool with her finger, felt it was clean enough, and sat down on Li Heng's right side. She looked at the luggage on the ground and asked, It's already this late, and you just came from home? Do you have a car? Li Heng replied yes and briefly explained the situation on the road. Wang Runan looked at her watch and casually said, I finished work today, so it's too late to sign up now. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Suddenly, Zhang Zhiyong spat out his egg fried rice in surprise, and his heart trembled. He almost cried. What kind of crazy words are those? How could he believe such nonsense? Is Lu Yejong not spreading rumors? Is it true? You too. You too. This guy felt like he had uncovered a huge secret and thought Li Hong would definitely cut him into pieces and feed him to the dogs later. Seeing Zhang Zhiyong look down and avoid eye contact with Li Hang, Wang Runwen, understanding the situation, smiled and explained, "It's not the school's house, but an old house in the city. There's a person downstairs over there, and he's under 30. You two are young and full of energy. Help me settle things there." It turned out to be superstition at work. Li Hang, appearing calm on the outside but feeling nervous inside, silently relaxed and thought, "What should I do? What can I do?" His mind was racing. Should he accept the teacher's straightforward request? Or should he stand firm, fight back, and refuse to comply? Li Hang asked nervously, "Which floor does the teacher live on?" Wang Runwen replied, "Second floor. I was planning to stay in the city tonight, but when the sun set, I suddenly felt the house was a bit creepy, so I came to the school." That was her real experience. She tried turning up the TV volume to calm herself, but couldn't settle her mind. Sitting alone on the sofa, she looked around, her thoughts growing darker. Li Hang instinctively wanted to ask why her family didn't come to settle things. But then he remembered her unfortunate experience. Her parents divorced, each remarried, and quickly agreed. Needing their help, Wang Runwen hurriedly paid for the fried rice, and a few hours later, they took a bus at the school gate to the city. The journey was short, about 13 or 14 minutes by bus. The neighborhood was a bit old, with mostly low-rise buildings, no taller than 4 floors. When Li Hang followed inside, he immediately saw a canopy set up downstairs, decorated with flower wreaths and white banners. Inside, there was drumming and monks chanting. Strangely, there was no crying. Passing through the canopy and reaching the second floor, he couldn't help but ask, how did they die? They're under 30, and there's a memorial altar? In their hometown customs, people who died before 30 often had deep resentment, called young kings of death. They didn't hold memorial services. The bodies and ashes weren't allowed inside the house and were directly buried in the cemetery. The English teacher sighed. It's sad. They suffered an unexpected tragedy, was mistakenly killed on his way home from the cigarette factory late at night. Li Hang asked, then why wasn't he cremated? The teacher replied, he was cremated already. The box in the memorial is his ashes. Once they finished talking about this, they stopped the conversation, both understanding not to mention it again. After changing shoes, packing their belongings, and washing his hands in the bathroom, Li Hang noticed Zhang Zhiyong staring intensely at a photo frame on the coffee table. He looked around the living room but didn't see the English teacher. He asked, Lao Yong, what are you looking at so intently? Zhang Zhiyong, immersed in the world of photo frames, was startled. Soon after, he eagerly waved at him and whispered in a sly voice, come look, so beautiful. Initially, he thought this fool was talking about the young English teacher. When he took the photo album and looked, he realized it was not the case. This is a graduation photo of 2 people. On the left is the English teacher, with a bright, cheerful smile. The woman on the right is also smiling, but with just one glance, Li Hang understood why the fool had been distracted earlier. Although she was wearing a graduation gown and dressed simply, her strong scholarly aura was so clear that it seemed to fill the space even through the photo frame. She is a rare beauty. As they leaned in to admire the photo, a sudden voice came from behind. Is she beautiful? Quick-tongued Zhang Zhiyong didn't react immediately and blurted out, beautiful. So beautiful, I want to marry her. After saying this, the fool turned his head and saw a face that was half smiling. He immediately blushed and lowered his head, fidgeting nervously, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. He reached out and took the photo frame from Li Hang's hand. Wang Runwen looked at the person in the album and sighed nostalgically. Her name is Yu Shuheng. She was my best friend in college. Now she's a teacher at a university. After saying this, she couldn't resist teasing Zhang Zhiyong. She's very popular, and her family is quite well off. If you want to marry her, you'd better work hard. The first step is to get into a good university. Zhang Zhiyong felt utterly embarrassed and hurriedly ran to the bathroom, claimed he was going to the toilet but was actually avoiding the situation. When he heard the door slam shut, Wang Runwen turned to Li Hang and asked, compared to Chen Ziqin, who do you think is prettier? This was clearly a tease. Li Hang rolled his eyes, sat on the sofa, and rested his hands behind his head, saying nothing. Wang Runwen placed the photo album back on the coffee table and curiously asked, Chen Ziqin went to Beijing. Do you still keep in touch? Li Heng still didn't answer. Everything was understood without words. Wang Runwen seemed to get it and crossed her arms, comforting him. There are plenty of beautiful women everywhere. Giving up on her is her loss. With your looks, once you get into university, you'll be like a dragon entering the sea. You'll have many options. Li Heng wanted to explain. Teacher, you misunderstood. But thinking about how the Qin family had looked down on him in his past life, he swallowed his words. It's still too early to say anything now. He's waiting for news about to live. They say the tough times come first, then the sweet. He's already endured enough hardship these days and looks forward to the sweetness after fame. Everyone has a desire to be admired, to gain fame and wealth, and to be seen as better than others. Even someone who has lived 2 lives cannot escape this natural tendency. He estimated his days mentally. Living has been sent out for several days and should arrive at the magazine soon. He expects to receive feedback shortly. Thinking about this, he felt a strange surge of excitement inside. He knew he had suppressed his feelings for too long. From his village, from the Qin family, from his parents and sister, and from classmates, he needed a way to release his emotions. Li Heng told her, Teacher, in a few days, you might receive a letter here, or someone might call me. Please keep an eye out for it. It's very important to me. Wang Runwen listened with some confusion. What letter? What call? Since everything was still uncertain, Li Heng didn't want to reveal too much. He smiled and said, Let me keep a little mystery. You'll find out when the time comes. She looked at him for a moment and asked, Is it the landline at my school residence? He confirmed it was. Wang Runwen cheerfully agreed. All right, I'll watch out for it these days. Today, I've written over 5,000 words. That night, the English teacher slept in the master bedroom. Because it was an old house, the space was not large, just 2 bedrooms and a living room. Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong shared the smaller bedroom. Listening to someone downstairs mumbling prayers, Zhang Zhiyong couldn't sleep and suddenly jumped up, full of frustration. How long is this going to go on? It's so noisy. I really want to go down and kick that box. Li Heng, who had seen many storms, thought this was just a minor annoyance. He closed his eyes and lay flat. Just bear with it. This is the old city area, and there are residents nearby. It won't last long. It should stop soon. Zhang Zhiyong's veins bulged as he grabbed his hair in frustration. I'm going crazy. I can't take it anymore. Li Heng said, Then go down and kick the box. I'll call 110 and 120 for you, and I can even help you reserve a box at the crematorium. But you know, I don't have much money. If I can't reserve a casket later, don't blame me for not being loyal. Just hold on. Fish that eat dead meat in the river. Stop. Stop. You idiot. Zhang Zhiyong cursed as he got out of bed and looked out the window, then returned to bed and pretended to sleep flat. After a while, this troublemaker couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly asked, Li Heng, do you think the English teacher next door has slept yet? Li Heng opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Why are you asking that? Zhang Zhiyong grinned and said, The night is long. I think you shouldn't waste it here. You should go next door. Li Heng. Before he could reply, Zhang Zhiyong kept talking, Really? I feel like she's different with you. Maybe tonight I'll go downstairs to the shrine and settle the ashes, clear out the room for you. Oh my. He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly jumped from the bed to the floor, holding his and saying, Ouch, ouch, looking very annoyed. He glared and cursed. Li Heng, what the heck? Why did you kick me? Even if you did something bad tonight, I'm your brother. Would I tell anyone? Don't you trust me? Li Heng kicked again, this time aiming at his face, making his mouth crooked. Seeing how clueless he was and still spouting nonsense, Li Heng slowly sat up. If you want to become the second Liu Yejin and go to the hospital for stitches, keep talking. I can't believe you're a man, and you look decent too. It's really disappointing. If I were you, I'd have knocked Zhang Zhiyong out and gone to the next bed already. Zhang Zhiyong's confidence wavered a little, but he still tried to save face, carefully crawling back onto his bed, watching Li Heng with amusement. They lay side by side again. After about 10 minutes, the fighting downstairs finally stopped, and everything became much quieter. At this moment, Zhang Zhiyong, acting sneaky, gave one last coaxing. I think Teacher Wang won't resist you. Maybe you should knock me out. Don't worry. As good brothers, we should be prepared for this. Li Heng said, I'll throw you under the bed. Sure, that's perfect. Just be gentle. Don't wake me up. Zhang Zhiyong cheered happily, clapping his hands. Where these two are, it's always fun. They kept talking nonsense until very late and finally fell asleep. Li Heng slept deeply. When he woke up again, it was already past 8 a.m. the next day. Zhang Zhiyong had already gotten up and was sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Seeing this, Li Heng couldn't help asking, "Why are you daydreaming so early? When did you wake up? Have you washed up?" "I've been awake for a while, but I haven't washed up yet. I haven't even gone to the bathroom. I'm holding it so badly it hurts," Zhang Zhiyong said, squeezing his legs tightly, clearly holding in his. Li Heng got up, dressed, and asked, "Then why don't you go? Are you waiting to compete for the bathroom with me? The English teacher is in the living room outside." "I'm too scared to go," Zhang Zhiyong kept calling himself but he looked panicked and didn't dare be alone with Wang Runwan. Li Heng kicked him and said, "Look at you, such a coward. Get some backbone. Watch it. You're almost making me myself." Zhang Zhiyong followed behind him, pretending nothing was wrong. He hopped and finally reached the bathroom. Wang Runwan asked Li Heng, "What's wrong with Zhang Zhiyong? He's limping. Did he twist his ankle last night?" Li Heng, without feeling guilty, sold out his brother, saying, "It's because you were sitting on the sofa in the living room." He didn't dare come out because he was holding his. Wang Runwan was surprised. She looked at the bathroom and seemed to hear the sound of water rushing inside. After 2 seconds, she smiled and said, "You should finish washing up quickly. I'm going to buy breakfast." "Okay." Today is February 10th, the second day of school. After breakfast, the three of them didn't delay any longer and took the bus back to number 1 middle school. When they entered the school gate, Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong split up from the English teacher. They went to their classroom on the 3rd floor to report to the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, and pick up their report cards. The classroom was almost empty, with only the short homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, standing at the door with a small desk, holding a cigarette in his hand, waiting for students to report. The fact that the homeroom teacher was short was true, probably no taller than 158 centimeters. But he had an aura that naturally commanded respect, standing there like that. The students, especially the girls, were most afraid of him. When they appeared at the corridor entrance, Wang Qi flicked the ash from his cigarette with his small finger and said, "Come over and sign your name." When Li Heng signed his name, Wang Qi kindly praised him for making progress, saying his handwriting was getting better and more stylish. When it was Zhang Zhiyong's turn, the teacher immediately changed his expression and whispered sternly, "What are you writing? Even doodles are better than this. With your current writing, your exam scores will suffer." Usually lively and a bit silly, Zhang Zhiyong didn't dare to get angry or speak up now. He obediently erased his mistake and carefully rewrote it, line by line. At that moment, more people arrived at the corridor, familiar faces, Sun Manning and Lu Li. From a distance, Sun Manning's most noticeable feature was her cleanliness. She looked purer than clear mountain spring water, very refreshing. She was tall, at least 170 centimeters barefoot, so she couldn't sit in the front row. There were many shorter boys and girls in her class. But her father was the principal of number 1 middle school, so she had special privileges. And her homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, was a strict believer in grades. According to Wang Qi's rules, class 204 would change seats twice each semester, after the midterm and final exams, or before the semester started. The top 10 students in the class, based on their grades, could choose their seats first. What does that mean? It's like the first place always alternates between 2 people, My Sui and Song Yu. Out of 64 seats in the class, they can sit wherever they want. As long as they choose a seat, everyone else must give up their spot. Similarly, the second place has 63 options to choose from. Sun Manning is very good at Chinese and English, but not so much at math. So she always sits with Li Heng, who is the best in math at school, hoping to get good questions. Because of this, some classmates gossip behind her back that she secretly likes Li Heng. Lu Li is the opposite. She is good at Chinese, math, and social studies, but her English is very poor. How poor? Well, just so you know, passing is already a big achievement for her, almost like a miracle. All her teachers are worried about her. According to the history teacher, a talented student from Tsinghua or Peking University, her main problem is English. Lu Li is about 172 centimeters tall, with prominent cheekbones. She's neither fat nor thin, and looks a bit tired or unenergetic. The most talked about thing is, she doesn't love the most beautiful Song Yu. She's not obsessed with Mingzhu Xiaohan. She's not crazy about talented My Sui, but she secretly likes Chen Lijun. No, actually, After Gao San was exposed by Lu Yejing in the classroom during senior year, her secret crush turned into an open one, which was very painful. After the four signed their names, Wang Qi tore off a report sheet and handed it to them, saying, "Hurry up and pay the school fee, pick up your books, and be in the classroom before 7 p.m. tonight. There's a seat rearrangement tonight." For students these days, as long as they stay outside school, the class teacher's words are almost like an order from the authorities. The four quickly went to the finance office to pay. On the way, Li Heng casually asked Sun Manning, "You live at school, right? Why didn't you pay yesterday? Why now?" Sun Manning replied, "I told you I was waiting for you. Do you believe me?" At this, Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong, who had been pushing each other, stopped and both looked at her, full of curiosity. Although there are many rumors that this girl secretly likes him, she never confessed or even hinted at it in her previous life. So he felt quite at ease. Li Heng calmly said, "If I don't believe you, then you must be lying." Unexpectedly, Sun Manning pointed to the third floor across and said, "I really saw you and Zhang Zhiyong come to school on the balcony. That's why I came down." Lu Li tilted her head and said, "I thought you were just waiting for me at the snack shop. Looks like I was overthinking." Lu Li and she just bumped into each other at the convenience store and went up to the third floor together. Sun Manning said, "If you were half as handsome as Li Hong, I wouldn't mind taking your chance away from Chen Lijun." "Oh, just joking, just joking. Why did you mention her? I want to enjoy my meal later." Chen Lijun is like a challenge for Lu Li. Every time she is mentioned, he habitually scratches his head with his right hand, shy and nervous, with a faint hope that he still can't give up. Anyway, Chen Lijun seems like the queen in his life, someone who can control everything about Lu Li with just a glance, including his happiness and sadness. No one understands his deep feelings for her, but everyone respects and admires him. There are 3 payment counters, probably because it was already crowded yesterday, so not many people are here now. You can see the end of the line easily, about 10 or so people. The 4 of them chat and laugh while waiting, and soon it was their turn. Over 3,000 words have been updated. After paying and collecting the books, Sun Manning asked Li Heng, "There's still over an hour before lunch. Where will you go later?" Li Heng already had a plan. "My hair has grown a bit long. I need to get it trimmed. What about you guys?" Lu Li yawned twice. "I didn't sleep well last night. I'm exhausted. I need to go back to the dorm to take a nap." Sun Manning spoke before Zhang Zhiyong could say anything. "I'll go with you to the barber shop. My hair is also thick, so I want to thin it out. You can give the books to Zhang Zhiyong and ask him to take them." She then turned to Zhang Zhiyong and asked, "You don't mind, right?" Zhang Zhiyong shrugged helplessly. "No problem. Since you've arranged it like that, I wouldn't dare object." After Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong walked away, Sun Manning spoke again. "Which barber shop? Outside the school or inside?" Li Heng patted his pocket and headed toward the small path on the right. "I'm too lazy to go outside. Inside the school is fine. They do a careful job, and it's 2 cents cheaper. This isn't about saving money." The on-campus barber shop is next to the staff cafeteria. It's run by the principal's wife. They're not short of money. She originally opened the shop just to keep busy. Unexpectedly, business boomed, and everyone loved to come here. Of course, the good business is not only because of skill but also because of safety on campus. Especially for some pretty girls, most don't go to outside barber shops because those places often have troublemakers. Some shop owners are even troublemakers themselves. Leaving the crowded area, Li Heng suddenly asked, "Tell me, did you send those 2 away because you wanted to see me?" "Smart. You know I can't hide anything from you." Sun Manning stopped and looked around, then finally stepped onto a horizontal bar and sat down. Li Heng followed and sat on another bar. Sun Manning asked, "Did you break up with Chen Ziqin?" Li Heng was unsure of her true intention and didn't speak, just looked at her with curiosity. Sun Manning raised her right hand, making a phone gesture. "On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, I was bored and visited Song Yu's house. I happened to overhear Chen Ziqin calling her. In middle school, Chen Ziqin's closest friends were undoubtedly Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han. But in high school, Chen Ziqin learned from her mistake with Xiao Han and was afraid of being taken advantage of if they separated. So she chose to study liberal arts with Li Heng. At this time, because Yang Yingwen and Xiao Han studied science in another building, her closest friends became Song Yu and Sun Manning. The 3 girls almost did everything together, eating, living, going to the bathroom, and even walking after meals. They were very close. Li Heng thought for a moment and asked, What did you overhear? Sun Manning pouted. Hey, don't use such a harsh word like eavesdrop. I just listened in a little. Li Hang looked apologetic and asked her to continue. Sun Manning told him, on the phone, Chen Ziqin asked Song Yu about your situation last semester and also told her to pay more attention to you. Li Heng was listening intently, not expecting the conversation to suddenly cut off. He looked blank and asked, and then? Sun Manning said, and then, it was over. Song Yu noticed me, and Chen Ziqin didn't mention you anymore. Then she asked her previous question again. Did something go wrong between you and Chen Ziqin? Otherwise, with how much she cares about you, why wouldn't she call you directly? Instead, she's trying to find out about you indirectly through Song Yu? This girl was quite sharp. Her guess was correct. Li Heng didn't reply to that question, only sincerely said, thank you. Seeing him look a bit down, Sun Manning, knowing how to read the mood, didn't press further and turned to her second question. Honestly, do you secretly like Song Yu? He usually didn't discuss romantic feelings with this girl, but they had a good understanding and were honest with each other, with a friendship so deep that they rarely lied. Li Heng honestly replied, yes. Her reaction was exactly what she expected. Sun Manning clapped her hands and praised, like a real man, very straightforward. Li Heng sighed and said, I thought it would be very hard to admit this to others, but I didn't hesitate or struggle at all. Sigh. Am I beyond help? Come on, Sun Manning chuckled. Actually, whether you admit it or not, we all know. We just never exposed you. Li Heng raised his eyebrows sharply and asked, us? Who else is included? Sun Manning held up 3 fingers and bent one. Me. Song Yu. And of course, Chen Zijiang. When he heard her mention a name, Li Heng froze for a moment and stayed silent. After trying to remember for a while, he asked, how did you guess? Sun Manning said, it's not a guess. Your past hiding skills were too poor. When facing others, you could be called a fox, but your eyes when looking at Song Yu gave you away. Li Heng didn't argue and fell into silence. Not just in the past, even now. If he saw Song Yu again, he might not be able to keep a calm face. Sun Manning asked, knowing your mind was not right, why didn't Chen Zijiang make a fuss? Li Heng looked up and asked why. Sun Manning recited a line from the Book of Songs. A gentle and virtuous lady, a perfect match for a gentleman. Li Heng silently repeated it a few times and finally understood what she meant. Sun Manning held the bar with both hands, swung her legs, and said, I've read many novels, including Qiong Yao's. I've read many famous books from home and abroad, including Dream of the Red Chamber. Since primary school to middle school, my Sui has always been my idol. But honestly, I've never seen any real woman in life who deserves these 8 words until I met Song Yu. Li Heng looked up at the white clouds in the sky, as if seeing 3 faces on them, Song Yu, Xiao Han, and Chen Zijiang. His gaze lingered on her face for a long time, and suddenly Sun Manning asked sharply, tonight, the seats are changed. This is your last chance in high school. Do you want to sit with Song Yu? Hearing this, Li Heng withdrew his gaze and looked at her. In the final exam last semester, I was 3rd in the class. I didn't have a choice. In the past few years, Song Yu and my Sui had always alternated as the top students in the class, never falling behind. The homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, even compiled data since the 2nd year of high school, in all exams, monthly tests, college entrance exams, and regular assessments. Song Yu had ranked 1st in the class 14 times and 1st in the entire school in arts 8 times. My Sui had ranked 1st in the class 16 times and 1st in the entire school 6 times. And Li Heng was always 3rd, unchanging, except for the time he scored 61 on the English test. The 2 girls are quite evenly matched, each taking turns trying to be the best. Perhaps their love-hate relationship has developed into a special bond. Song Yu and my Sui have always sat together, choosing seats alternately, never giving outsiders a chance to sit close. Sun Manning confidently says, don't worry about that. I'll handle my Sui for you. If this were before rebirth, Li Heng would be too shy to do such a thing, even if he felt very attracted. But now, he doesn't care about others' opinions and feels no guilt. His only concern is Chen Ziqin's feelings. Li Heng asks, why are you helping me? Sun Manning doesn't answer and walks away, forgetting about going to the barber shop. After Sun Manning's interruption, Li Heng lost interest in going to the barber shop. Unconsciously, he slowly walked back through the campus he hadn't visited in decades. He found everything was just as he remembered, dried-up ponds, broken windmills, and the playground covered in fallen leaves. Still, Zhongyi was a place that could make him feel like a child again. The tall parasol trees at the school gates stretched along the path, and on the back wall of the campus, students looked out the windows at the gloomy sky. Young people often prefer the fading sunset yellow, unaware that at this moment, they are witnessing a bright dawn of their lives. The big cafeteria, which he both disliked and nostalgic about, was still there. The aunt serving food was probably a beautiful girl 20 years ago. He looked up at the senior girls' dormitory and thought, I must take you back to my hometown this lifetime, and once again promise you forever, because my love for you has never lied. While he was standing at the intersection, staring blankly at the third floor of the girls' dormitory, Xiaofeng came down with a friend, holding a lunchbox and spoon. Xiaofeng hesitated for a few seconds, then approached and asked, Li Heng, are you looking for Xiaohan? Do you want me to call her for you? Yesterday, on the bus, Li Heng and Xiaohan's strange behavior was obvious, but Xiaofeng, being reserved, pretended not to notice. When the bus broke down, leaving to use the restroom to give them space was the best proof. Li Heng smiled and waved his hand, saying, No need. I was just passing by and planning to get a haircut at the barber shop. He didn't explain or argue about Xiaohan because they were all smart enough. Any unnecessary words would only insult their intelligence. Xiaofeng asked again, Have you paid to pick up your books? Li Heng replied, Yes, I just finished it this morning. Xiaofeng nodded and left with her friend. For her, starting a conversation was entirely based on the friendship with her hometown. She had already gone as far as she could. Any more would feel like a burden. This girl, hey, her grades are so good, but she just doesn't like socializing. How will she find love and get married in the future? I really worry for her. The barber shop wasn't far away. You crossed a small artificial hill and walked about 20 meters further. The shop wasn't big and had no sign. When Li Heng entered, the shop owner was bending over, trimming a girl's bangs. What made him very annoyed was that he came during lunchtime, but there was already a line of people waiting inside. What surprised him even more was that Xiaohan was there, sitting next to two familiar girls. Li Heng felt they looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names because he hadn't asked Xiaohan. Hearing the noise at the door, the shop owner turned her head and asked, Want a haircut or hot water? This place both cuts hair and sells hot water. Hot water isn't cheap, but it's not expensive either, 8 cents a bucket. Li Heng casually replied, A haircut. How much longer do I have to wait? The shop owner listed the people ahead. There are 2 before you. Would you like to sit for a while? She didn't say how long the wait would be. Her attitude was neither cold nor warm, with no intention of forcing him to stay. She wasn't short of money. That was her confidence. Li Heng looked around the shop and saw there were 9 other people besides the hairdressers. One person sat alone near the door, occasionally chatting with the girl getting her bangs trimmed. It was obvious they were together. 2 men and 2 women sat on a bamboo bench on the left. From their conversations, they seemed to come from the same small town. The last 3 girls were Xiaohan and her friends, sitting together on an old sofa from their dormitory. Before he entered, Xiaohan, flipping through a magazine, was the center of attention. The girls secretly looked at her, and the boys kept stealing glances. Although constrained by the times, their actions were subtle and cautious, afraid of being noticed, but they couldn't hide their restless hearts. Is it like hitting a wall? They just parted yesterday, and today they've met again by chance. Xiaohan chuckled quietly, glancing instinctively at the door, noticing he came alone, feeling unexpectedly happy inside. But she was a girl who liked to act cool, confident, calm, and composed. She wouldn't look at Li Heng the way others did. Xiaohan just gave him a faint glance and then continued reading her youth digest. However, her ears perked up quietly, and her peripheral vision precisely focused on his shoes, guessing which corner he would sit in, while secretly enjoying herself in a mischievous way. Oh, coming to see this beautiful lady and not even wearing a better pair of shoes? I know your face looks good, but if you dressed up a bit more, wouldn't I look even better? Her gaze stayed on the empty seat to Xiaohan's left. After a moment of hesitation, Li Heng, under everyone's watchful eyes, confidently walked over and sat down. When he arrived beside her, Xiaohan felt a moment of awkwardness. Then, without hesitation, she lowered her head, took a deep breath, and pretended to read a magazine story very seriously to calm herself. Although she had taken the initiative yesterday to greet him and try to attract his attention, that took all her courage from the past 18 years. Now, facing him, she felt only nervousness and confusion. But she kept telling herself inside, stay calm. He is Li Hong. Don't panic, and don't let him see you nervous. She turned her head to look at a story in the magazine. Suddenly, Li Hang asked, when did you come? Did you get your hair cut too? Since the sofa wasn't very big, they sat very close together, almost touching. Xiao Han could feel the warmth of his breath. She brushed some loose hair back with her right hand without looking up and answered, just fixing my bangs. They were covering my eyes. Have you eaten lunch? No, I just had some fruit this morning. I'm not hungry now. I plan to go out to eat later. Then let's eat together after your haircut. You can treat me. Xiao Han raised her eyebrows in surprise and smiled with pursed lips. Are you so confident about getting free food now? Li Hong calmly shrugged. You know, I don't have much money, almost as little as a dog licking its own fur. I can't afford a fancy meal. And you're so pretty, I'd feel embarrassed to take you to a street stall. After thinking for a moment, he added slowly in front of her two friends' shocked expressions, but don't worry, this meal isn't free. When I have money in the future, I'll definitely treat you. Hearing the words treat you made Xiao Han stare at him in surprise, as if she was frozen. It turned out that their fate wasn't over yet. A sweet joy burst from her heart. No one doesn't hope that the matchmaker is on their side. She's a young girl in her flower season, and so is he. Since she started having feelings for him, every word and action she took was filled with a special, indescribable meaning. Xiao Han showed a small, shy smile with a cute dimple and said softly, then I wish Mr. Li will be rich and successful in the future, make lots of money, and come back to treat me. Li Hang looked puzzled. Huh? Aren't you treating me first today? They looked at each other for a moment. Xiao Han, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly turned her pockets inside out, her movements neat and quick. But they were empty? There was no money in her pockets. Li Hang looked down and focused on her pants pocket. Upon receiving his gaze, Xiao Han no longer indulged him. She withdrew her eyes and lowered her head to continue reading her book. She silently complained, you don't know how ungraceful it looks when I, such a beautiful person, turn my pockets inside out in public. Husband Qin Zijin. Ah, that familiar feeling. During a nice chat, this girl can suddenly stop talking and ignore you. Li Hong was used to her temper from his past life, so he didn't feel uncomfortable at first. He asked her softly, only audible to the two of them, Xiao Han, are you playing hard to get? Are you deliberately teasing me? After speaking, Li Hong straightened his posture and looked away. He acted as if those rebellious words weren't his, pretending nothing was wrong. Given their current relationship, they shouldn't say such outrageous things. But because of feelings from his past life, he couldn't resist teasing her. Sure enough, Xiao Han's careful mind was exposed, and she almost dropped her book, her hands trembling slightly. Fortunately, she was very strong mentally. After a moment of hesitation, she forced herself to regain composure. The shop owner was skilled and quickly finished cutting her hair. When she was about to start on the next customer, the girl with slightly curly hair on the bamboo chair said, it takes a long time to straighten my hair. Andy, you can cut his first. The shop owner quickly looked at Li Hang and asked, do you know her? The girl's face showed a gentle smile, and she nodded. Li Hang looked at the girl across from him, who seemed like a passerby, and finally remembered. She was probably a classmate from his first year of high school, but they had never interacted. The shop owner was efficient and immediately told Li Hong, go wash your hair in the backyard first. Li Hong sincerely thanked the girl and got up to follow her to the backyard. Suddenly, the room became quiet. Everyone, including Xiao Han, instinctively looked at the girl, but she remained calm and then started chatting happily with her friends again. She was a carefree girl with a kind heart, harmless. After Xiao Han made a quick judgment about her, her tense nerves relaxed again. 2 minutes later, the shop owner and Li Hang returned to the hair salon from the backyard. The shop owner tied a cape around him and asked, your hair is so long. Have you not cut it for 3 months? Xiao Han looked up and silently answered, 2 months and 18 days. She kept a thick notebook that only recorded one thing. Everything revolved around him. It documented his usual clothes and style. It recorded the days and months when he and Qin Zijin showed affection in front of her. It documented how Qin Zijin came to argue with her again because of him. Over the years, many things have been recorded, but the most remembered is still his silhouette. Because he is someone else's man, constrained by social morals, afraid that others might discover his secret feelings, Xiao Han can only secretly observe him from hidden corners. Whenever it's just this way. Only when she watches him from behind from a distance can she let down her guard and happily wonder if he has lost weight again or grown taller. When the boss lady asked questions, Li Heng smiled shyly and spoke ambiguously. I don't remember very clearly. It probably hasn't been that long. The boss lady held a comb in one hand and scissors in the other, looking at her reflection in the mirror and asked, "What kind of cut do you want? A crew cut? Or a side part?" Li Heng didn't like either a crew cut or a side part. After thinking, he described the hairstyle he usually kept in his later years. The boss lady listened silently, then gently held his head and started working. During this time, two more people entered. Luli and Zhang Zhiyong come to see him. Li Heng asked Luli, "Did you sleep well?" Luli wanted to sit on the sofa, but when she saw it was Xiao Han, she stopped and moved to the bamboo bench on the right. She replied lazily, "I napped for about half an hour." Later, Lu Yejian went back to the dorm. "It was so noisy, I got up." Zhang Zhiyong sat down with a very annoyed look. Lu Yejian's voice is so loud, and he doesn't listen. I really want to slap him twice. Each dorm at First Middle School has 10 beds, with a balcony. The bathroom and shower are shared on each floor. Among these 10 students, 5 have openly argued with Lu Yejian. 2 are gentle and have never fought with anyone. The other 2 are Lu Yejian's close friends, both lively and loud. One of them is Zhou Aiming, a former middle school classmate from the town, and the last to get into Shao City No. 1 Middle School. Hearing Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong complain about Lu Yejian, Li Heng joked, "Just deal with him directly if he's bothering your rest. Don't worry so much. Sun Manning will stand with you." Suddenly, the silent boss lady spoke up. "So it's you. I didn't recognize you with such long hair before. You look like a modest gentleman, but are you also so hot-tempered?" Xiao Han looked down at her book, but inside she was happily thinking, "A first-year student is a troublemaker, fierce and wild. But now I am truly a gentle and modest gentleman, like polished jade. Sigh, when will you come into my life?" Li Heng looked at the boss lady behind him through the mirror, smiled silently. 5 minutes later, while doing her final touch-ups, the boss lady praised him. "You look like a different person. Why keep long hair with such a good face? In the future, don't keep long hair. It hides your energy and spirit." Before he could reply, she continued, "How about I take a photo of you? We can put it on the shop window for promotion. If you get a haircut here, it's free next time. What do you think?" Li Heng answered vaguely, "Teacher, do you have a camera?" She is the vice principal's wife, so calling her teacher is appropriate. The boss lady replied, "Yes, of course I have one. I can not only take photos but also develop them. If I take some now, you'll get a few tonight. Think about it." Under everyone's curious gazes, Li Heng finally shook his head and refused. Seeing this, the boss lady didn't insist and just sighed several times. After cutting his hair and washing it again, she helped him dry and asked, "Do you want some mousse?" Li Heng waved his hand. "No, I'm not used to that stuff." Then he stood up and asked, "How much does it cost?" The boss lady flicked the stray hair on her apron and said, 40 cents. Li Heng took out 3 1-cent coins from his pocket and handed her 2 5-cent coins. Before leaving, he turned back to say hello to Xiao Han, then left with his friends. At the playground, Luli asked regretfully, "Take a photo, get a picture, and you won't have to pay for haircuts in the future. Why didn't you agree?" Li Heng picked up a fallen leaf and boasted, "Our dream is the vast universe. How can we let a photo stay stuck in this tiny corner?" Meanwhile, after cutting his bangs and leaving the barber shop, Ping Dan saw no one else around and finally couldn't hold back. "Xiao Han, didn't you say you don't have much to do with Li Heng? I think you're pretty close today, huh?" Xiao Han smiled softly and said, "Yes. I also find it strange. Maybe, Dan, you're too charming today. He wants to get to know you through me." Ping Dan, usually shy and quiet in front of others, dared not talk about boys. But privately she was lively, and she immediately played along. "Great. You two are from the same place. Next time, invite him to join us." Xiao Han teased her friend. "What? Do you like him?" Ping Dan blinked and pretended to be cute, holding her arm and saying, "Someone with good grades and such a handsome face is rarer than a giant panda, fresh and pleasant. You can take some time to get familiar with the situation and see if there will be a chance after graduation." Xiao Han happily praised, "I think this is a good idea. He is well-rounded, easy to get along with, and marrying him would be a great deal." At the same time, she secretly decided, "I must note down Dandan, that girl dared to eye my rare collection. She's marked and crossed out." The phrase crossed out was a fresh term she learned from Ingwen yesterday. She didn't expect to use it today and almost laughed out loud. This is truly a sweet burden. At this moment, another friend, Chen Yin, teased Xiaohan. Hey, I remember you didn't like him before. Why are you so interested in talking about him today? Xiaohan's right hand mimicked a cat's paw, and she nonchalantly reached out to grab the air, defending herself, a country boy changing his look to impress city girls. Don't you think I should be happy? He was my middle school classmate. Ping Dan also remembered and jumped up shouting. That's not true. I remember you told Shin Zijin that he looked like A with long hair and was ugly. I was just trying to tease Shin Zijin. The truth was definitely not like that. Xiaohan picked up Youth Digest and lightly tapped her friend, a crescent smile on her lips. Really? Now that he's cut his hair, I can't get tired of looking at him. They went to the cafeteria, surprisingly finding leftover food. Zhang Zhiyong, willing to accept defeat, brought over a pound of spicy seafood, and the three of them happily ate, the spicy flavor filling their mouths as they chewed loudly. It was incredibly satisfying. Halfway through the meal, Luli suddenly said, By the way, Li Heng, I ran into our English teacher when I was with Lao Yang buying spicy seafood outside school. She said she needed to see you. After you finish your haircut, go to the head teacher's office. She's waiting for you. Li Heng's mind moved. Could it be news about living? Later, he felt a bit suspicious. Only 5 days since he mailed it. Could it really be that fast? But he decided not to worry. He would find out once he met her. He quickly finished his meal, washed his dishes simply, handed them to the others, and headed to the classroom with anticipation. The head teacher's office was in the stairwell, next to the classroom, separated by a corridor. If he opened both the office door and the classroom door, Teacher Wang Qi, sitting in her office chair, could see most of the classroom corner. He ran up to the 3rd floor in one breath and found that the head teacher at the classroom door was not there. He peeked into the office and saw it was still empty. Where was the English teacher waiting for him? In the end, even the head teacher had disappeared. There wasn't a trace of her. Just as he was about to turn away disappointed, his gaze accidentally drifted into the classroom. Huh, is someone there? In the next moment, he seemed to be struck by an invisible spell, frozen in place, staring fixedly at the 3rd seat in the 4th row. Dust particles in the air shimmered clearly in the winter sunlight. Soft sounds of flipping pages echoed gently. Amid the bright tones, the naturally elegant Songyu sat quietly, dressed plainly in cotton clothes. Occasionally, when the north wind passed through, her hair fluttered slightly. The scene was very peaceful and spotless, like a fairy in a painting. At this moment, her face showed no signs of age, nor any traces of sorrow from love or separation. She seemed to live forever in the memory of her 18-year-old self, waiting for her lover to come and pursue her again. For a moment, Li Heng, full of love, couldn't help but stare in admiration. In her past life, she had lived over 50 years, met many people, and considered herself talented, yet she could never find the right words to describe her stunning beauty. Sun Mining once described her as a fairy from the Book of Songs, perfectly embodying the phrase a graceful lady, a good match for a gentleman. Like the boys reminisced at the 10-year reunion, their secret crush and obsession with Songyu was like a young man lost in a role, filling every corner of their youth. In her previous life, Yang Yingwen once asked him specifically, Songyu, Xiaohan, and Chen Ziqin, who do you love most? At that time, Li Heng didn't give a direct answer but gently shared his feelings. Songyu is a rare beauty in this world. She is like 3 inches of snow on the eaves. Knowing her has been the most joyful part of my life. He remembered once celebrating her birthday alone, when she, a little tipsy, asked, If you like me so much, why didn't you pursue me back then? Was it because I wasn't good enough? Li Heng took a long time to reply. It's not that I wasn't good enough, but because you are too wonderful. I knew I couldn't catch up with you. She smiled softly and teased him. You are Li Heng, the dream lover of many girls. Why are you so insecure? Li Heng was self-aware. Yes. In my heart, no one in this world is worthy of you, including myself. Songyu smiled gently, then gradually composed her expression. I thought it was because of Ziqin. Li Heng asked back, If I had confessed to you right after high school, would you have accepted? Songyu thought for a moment and shook her head. Li Heng sighed deeply. See? It's all useless. Seeing him drink heavily with a sad look, Songyu comforted him. If the first person you met was me, and you had pursued me as passionately as you do now, I might have fallen for you back then. Li Heng finished a bottle of beer and muttered with a tired breath. When we first met, my monthly food expenses never exceeded 8 yuan, and I never bought clothes over 3 yuan. How could I dare pursue you? I didn't dare. After a moment of silence, she asked, if it were possible, If I was willing to be with you? Li Hing felt a pang of sadness and said, that would have been me reaching too high. I didn't want you to suffer with me. You were just an adult then, easy to be emotional. How could I let feelings take over? He was speaking honestly from his heart. After experiencing setbacks during the summer break of his second year, his confidence was gone. By graduation, he dared not flirt with Song Yu, who was at the top of the social ladder among women. He was too insecure, lacked the courage and confidence. She looked up at the moon in a daze, silent for a long time. Suddenly, a stone sculpture appeared at the door, catching Song Yu's attention while she was reading. She slightly lifted her head and looked toward Li Hing. Their gazes seemed to cross time and space, as if they had endured countless hardships and finally met eyes. Thinking of how she was struck dead by lightning in her previous life while she was nearby, Li Hing's emotions ignited completely. Tears in his eyes, he hurriedly entered the classroom. Under her watch, he grabbed her right hand excitedly, almost unable to control himself. He almost blurted out, "Didn't you get struck by lightning? The lightning didn't hit you, right?" They had known each other for nearly 3 years. Because of Qin Zijin, their relationship had always been good, but he had always been polite and never overstepped before. Now, with this sudden, absurd moment, Song Yu was genuinely a bit frightened. Her first time being touched by a boy, she panicked and instinctively wanted to pull her right hand away. She tried to pull it once, but didn't move. She tried again, still unmoving. Just as her eyebrows furrowed, wanting to struggle again, she suddenly gave up and stopped resisting. She let him hold her hand. Because at that moment, she seemed to understand his gaze, felt his sincerity, and realized there was surely a reason behind his impulsiveness today. They looked at each other for a long time. Song Yu softly asked, "Li Hing, what's wrong? Are you facing some trouble?" Her voice was a little cold, but showed concern. Li Hing greedily held her hand again, then took a deep breath, released her, and apologized, saying, "It's nothing. It's been a long time since I saw you. Just now, I felt lost, as if time and fate had separated us, making me think I might never see you again in this life. My intuition tells me not to believe these strange words, but Song Yu chose not to expose him. Instead, she silently looked into his tear-filled eyes and fell into deep thought. Maybe he didn't tell her the real reason because something had happened to him. Perhaps he had some difficult reasons he couldn't share. But no matter what, Li Hing is Zichin's boyfriend. Whether she is a good friend or a close confidant, she should keep her distance and stop him from crossing boundaries. Just like Sun Manning said, Song Yu secretly knew that the boy in front of her liked her very much and was interested in her, but she couldn't accept these feelings. People might come into the classroom at any time. Wanting to avoid misunderstandings among classmates, Song Yu gently reminded him, "Did you just finish lunch? You have rice grains on your face." How could there be rice on her face? Li Hing understood that she was hinting. Since school just started, someone might come into the classroom at any moment. He should wash his face at the sink to avoid others noticing something unusual around his eyes. Honestly, if he weren't controlling his tears, which kept swirling in his eyes, he would have burst into tears right there. How lucky it was to meet her again in high school. Fate had been kind to him. Li Hing, I didn't expect you to come." Just as Li Hing was about to speak to Song Yu, a sudden voice came from outside the door. After the voice, footsteps followed into the classroom. Seeing that it was the English teacher, Song Yu subtly withdrew her right hand from the book and politely called out, "Teacher." Wang Runan looked at her with admiration and couldn't help but praise, "It's been a winter break since I last saw you. You've become more beautiful." Song Yu smiled calmly but didn't respond. After exchanging a few words, the English teacher turned to Li Hing and asked, "The teacher just went to the academic affairs office. Have you been waiting long?" Li Hing smiled and waved his hand. "No, I just arrived too." Wang Runwen nodded and quickly headed toward the door. "There's something I need to talk to you about. Come with me." "He's here. Has the long-awaited moment arrived?" Li Hing exchanged a quick look with Song Yu, then hurriedly stood up and followed him out. Perhaps because the classmates had finished reporting and the head teacher Wang Qi hadn't returned yet, the two of them went straight into the office one after the other. The first to go in, Wang Runwen, instructed, "Close the door." In the past, Li Hing would have hesitated, worried about his reputation or about Song Yu being there, and wouldn't have closed the door. But now, he had no hesitation. As soon as he closed the door, he eagerly asked, "Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there any news from the magazine?" Wang Runan looked at him with a half smile and asked, "Do you like Song Yu?" Li Hing denied quickly, "Teacher, You're talking nonsense. Nothing like that happened. Don't accuse me wrongly. Wang Runan pointed at his eye corner and teased, your tears haven't dried yet. They don't lie. Li Heng was silent. Since that was the case, he simply raised his hand to wipe his eyes. The English teacher looked at him for a moment and suddenly spoke. I received a call at noon. It was for you. Li Heng's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, who was it? Where did they call from? The teacher replied, from Shanghai. I think it was the Harvest magazine you mentioned. She paused and added, I believe I heard correctly. It should be that magazine. The memories with Song Yu are just a small part of my memory, limited to when we graduated high school. I haven't written about their relationship afterward. Don't misunderstand. Everyone. The main female character is definitely one of these three, Xiao Han, Song Yu, or Chen Zijin. I won't spoil the others. Really? Is it truly the Harvest magazine? Absolutely. After receiving the confirmed news, Li Heng was so happy he almost wanted to hug the English teacher. He quickly asked, what did they say? Wang Runan leaned against her desk, crossing her legs, and said, they're looking for you. I didn't ask for details. They agreed to call at 12:30 noon tomorrow. When they do, come to my house to discuss the specifics. Li Heng expressed his thanks. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Wang Runan flicked her long hair and teased, if you really want to thank me, study English well, get better grades on your exams, and don't focus all your attention on pretty female classmates. Li Heng replied, teacher, you misunderstood. Things aren't what you think. I just genuinely admire Song Yu's beauty. Wang Runan asked, what about Chen Zijin back then? I saw you two secretly holding hands in the small woods to the east in my second year of high school. Was that just a misunderstanding? Li Heng immediately said, it was really a misunderstanding. Chen Zijin said her hands were cold, so I helped warm them. Wang Runan sneered, it was summer then, 37 degrees Celsius. Cold? Is that true? Was it really summer? I've done so many bad things in that small woods. Sometimes I can't tell what's real or fake anymore. But I definitely can't admit it. She had a fever, a low fever, trembling all over. Teacher, you are very knowledgeable. You must have heard of low-grade fever, right? Wang Runan chuckled and said, low fever? Let me tell you, if this was a few years ago, you'd be guilty of hooliganism, and reporting you would be certain. Look at what you're saying. I don't want to hear it. Now, in this day and age, every family in our countryside has divided land and mountains. Why do you still hold such stubborn ideas? Li Heng retorted, then looked at him with a confused and fearful expression, asking, teacher, why are you so interested in my private life? Could it be? Wang Runan stared at him intensely, his chest rising and falling roughly 10 times. He pointed at the door and said through clenched teeth, get out. Hurry up and leave. Stay far away from me. For the first time in his life, Li Heng saw her angry and annoyed, and he left feeling satisfied. He secretly thought, I knew you'd gossip. I knew you'd spread rumors. After this lesson, I'll be more careful in the future. In a short moment, when he returned to the classroom, many people had already arrived inside. Men and women, all focused on their questions and reading. It was very quiet. Sometimes, he couldn't help but feel that in this experimental class, which gathered the top students of the city, the studying atmosphere was truly intense. No one was mediocre, and students were very disciplined, needing little supervision from teachers. Occasionally, if a student didn't do well on a test, before the teacher could comfort them, they would already reflect deeply and set stricter study plans. In short, the main idea was, chase your dreams and move forward. Strive to be first. They were all proud of themselves and refused to lose. Even if there were huge differences in intelligence among them, the less smart ones would fly early and spend double the time working hard to catch up. When Mai Sui arrived, there was no seat left next to Song Yu, so Li Heng temporarily gave up the idea of sitting with her. When he returned to his seat, Sun Manning tore off a piece of paper. It read, I've already told Mai Sui about changing seats. Her eyes stayed on the note for 2 seconds. Li Heng didn't feel embarrassed, but wrote back, did she agree? Sun Manning replied, I've known her since we were 5. Of course she agrees. Li Heng wrote, thank you. He didn't ask Mai Sui if she was curious. Actually, with this kind of situation, anyone who isn't foolish could probably guess the reason. And would Mai Sui, who often took turns with Song Yu for the top spot in class, be foolish? The answer was obvious. After sitting quietly for a while, seeing Sun Manning put away the note and continue doing math problems, he also didn't stay idle. He took out a new notebook from his drawer and opened it. He was preparing to write to Liv. After working on it diligently for some time, he had already written over 80,000 words, more than half. There are only 50,000 words left to finish. Today, a call from Harvest magazine gave him a boost of confidence, but also sounded an alarm. Time is running out. He must finish writing as soon as possible. For days, he plans to work overtime over the next 4 days to complete this novel. Once a person has hope and a sense of urgency, they gain endless motivation. Today, Li Heng was in great spirits, full of inspiration. His pen danced wildly on the white paper, writing nonstop for hours. He filled 5 pages, about 4,500 words, in one go. His fingers holding the pen had deep marks, and they throbbed faintly. Li Heng, what are you writing? The cafeteria is almost out of food. Aren't you going to eat? Earlier, when he left, seeing him focused on his work, he thought Li Heng was studying, so Sun Manning didn't disturb him. Unexpectedly, she returned with Song Yu and my sway after dinner, still sitting at the same table without changing posture, and leaned in closer. Seeing her head almost reach his chin, he instinctively leaned back slightly. He asked, "Rich girl, what time is it?" Sun Manning, nicknamed Rich Girl, was one of the few students in class wearing a digital watch. Hearing this, she looked at her wrist and said, 6:28. It's getting dark. The teacher will rearrange seats at 7. You should go eat now. Oh, okay. He responded and tightened the cap on his pen, put his manuscript into his bag, and headed to the cafeteria. Sun Manning looked at his manuscript and bag, curious about why he was so secretive. Why carry such a shabby bag around? Her curiosity grew. Li Heng didn't care what she was thinking. His manuscript was now a treasure, related to his future. He couldn't risk leaving it in a drawer. It was better to carry it with him, safe and sound. He looked around the classroom, but didn't see Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong. They probably hadn't come from the dormitory. Forget it. No time to call them. Li Heng jogged quickly to the cafeteria. The student cafeteria wasn't far from the teaching building, separated only by a small artificial hill, about 300 meters in a straight line. He arrived quickly. As Sun Manning said, the usually lively cafeteria was almost empty at this time. Including him, only a few lazy cats were still eating. Auntie, what vegetables are left? Just a carrot. Any others? You're late. They're all gone. Li Heng peeked his head into the counter window and was stunned. His favorite steamed eggs were sold out, and only 2 spicy chicken pieces remained at the bottom of the bowl. He stood there looking upset. The vegetable lady used a spoon to scoop the last bit of soup and carrots. I asked him, "Do you want it? If not, I'll finish my shift." He really doesn't like carrots at all, but reluctantly, he reached out his lunchbox. "Ma'am, how much is this?" "Forget it, I won't charge you for this. Since you don't want it, I'll just pour it into the water bucket." Li Heng felt a faint sadness and became even more upset. After eating, when Li Heng returned to the classroom from the cafeteria, he unexpectedly saw a lunchbox on his desk. The lunchbox looked new and shiny, probably recently bought. Li Heng asked his deskmate, Comrade Sun Manning, "Do you know who put this here?" Sun Manning was tidying his desk and replied, "Zhang Zhiyong." Because he was a bit slow and got into this class through connections, his grades were often at the bottom, and his seat was usually in the last row. Li Heng looked toward the back of the classroom and saw this fool chatting with a girl and cracking sunflower seeds. Of course, they didn't dare to eat openly. They hid behind 2 books to block the view and kept their heads down. Seeing Li Heng approaching, Zhang Zhiyong immediately took out 2 bags of 5-spice sunflower seeds from his desk and handed them to him, each bag costing a dime. He recognized them because his foodie older sister often bought this kind. Li Heng asked, "Did you buy a new lunchbox?" Zhang Zhiyong lifted his chin and said with a look of disgust, "I bought it for you. Your pig trough is more uneven than the moon's surface, which affects your chances with girls." Old Master Zhu couldn't stand it anymore, so he bought one with money he earned from selling his dignity. At this, the slow-witted guy widened his eyes and shouted, "Don't return it to me. Whoever returns it to me is a dog." This fool is just that straightforward. Li Heng felt both touched and annoyed but didn't make a fuss. "Fine, this lunchbox really suits my style, so I'll take it." Back at his seat, he opened the lunchbox and found it filled with delicious dishes, like egg rolls, like chicken legs, and a pork rib and wintermelon soup. The aroma made Sun Manning look over and say, "This food is really good. Zhang Zhiyong is quite generous." That's right. In his memory, the simple-minded guy was always generous. Even if he only had 5 yuan, he could still spend 4.9 yuan on a meal and keep a dime as change. In this area, Zhang Zhiyong follows his father and is a bit superstitious. His saying is that hair is luck and happiness, like eggs in a hen's nest. You must never spend it. It should be used to make money grow. Li Heng said, "This is just a small stir-fry from the staff cafeteria. Rich lady, do you want some? I can't finish it alone." Unexpectedly, Sun Manning directly refused. "No, I don't want it. Tonight, Song Yu and my Sui are eating small stir-fries, but not these dishes." "All right, if you don't want it, then fine. You're a rich lady, and you look down on us. You're impressive. But I'm just being polite to you. I look so thin, almost like a piece of ribs, with hardly any meat on me. I can't even think about eating 3 meals a day, let alone 2. The delicious smell makes the hard-working students nearby feel very uncomfortable. Several of them silently swallow their saliva, envious of the scene where someone is tearing into a chicken leg. Shin Lijun, sitting in the front row, slightly turns her head and looks at him. She says, "Li Heng, your meal looks pretty good today. It smells very tempting." Don't be fooled by how gentle and refined the girl looks, as she is also a master of words influenced by her family background. Before she finishes speaking, Li Heng immediately stands up and says, "Enough. Li Jun, stop it. I'm really afraid of you. I'll go eat outside." Seeing Li Heng quickly leave the classroom, Sun Manning can't help but laugh. "You're really impressive, Li Jun. In our class, you're the first to not give him face like this." Shin Lijun asks, "Are you changing seats later? Will you still sit here?" Both girls are among the top 10 students in the class and have a lot of freedom in choosing seats, often able to pick the spots they want. Sun Manning replies, "It depends. I want to sit with my Sui. I wonder if I'll have a chance." Shin Lijun is surprised. "You're not sitting with Li Heng anymore?" In class 204, almost everyone knows a secret rule. Don't compete with Sun Manning for Li Heng. Once, 2 students tried to sit next to Li Heng to ask him math questions, but the result was nothing. Afterward, Sun Manning directly went to the homeroom teacher and used a false excuse to transfer those 2 students away. She then sat with Li Heng again. Since then, no one has dared to compete with her. Rumors about her secretly liking Li Heng also spread. So, when the front row students heard that Sun Manning was giving up on Li Heng and planning to sit with my Sui, they looked surprised and turned their heads to look at her. Their eyes were full of gossip. Facing everyone's gaze, Sun Manning half pretended and half seriously said, "Don't look at me like that. It's because he finds me annoying." Wow, high school students are like this. Most classmates around them are familiar, they usually get along well, and they speak without much hesitation. When they get a rare chance like this, they tease each other as one of the few ways to relax and have fun. Faced with the chatter and endless arguments, Sun Manning used all her strength and proudly lifted her long neck like a giraffe. Believe it or not, I don't care. Around 6:55 p.m. Homeroom teacher Wang Qi leaned his short body against the classroom door. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. Wang Qi was pleased with his authority. He knocked heavily on the door and shouted, "Give you 2 minutes to tidy up your desks, especially those with trash and paper. Take everything away. Don't leave your messy look for the next class." Hearing this, students quickly started rummaging through their bags, tidying books, and cleaning up trash. Some boys secretly used their pencil knives to erase names from the corners of their desks, trying to hide evidence of their youthful mistakes. At this time, pencil knives were small metal folding tools, often used by some rebellious boys who would pretend to throw flying knives, costing about a dime each. Don't be fooled by Wang Qi's short stature. He was a man of his word. He set a strict 3-minute timer, precise to the second. "Time's up. Put down what you're doing and line up outside the classroom. Move quickly, and I won't say it twice." Although the first order sounded strict, it was reasonable and not sharp. It was acceptable to the students. But if you dared to ignore him the second time, he would shout and might even come over to kick you. His kicks didn't discriminate. No matter if you were male or female, tall or short, anyone who annoyed him would get kicked. Even the tall student who was 6 feet 1 inch and weighed over 180 pounds had to accept the kicks. Afterwards, he would humbly admit his mistake and dare not complain. This kind of scene was common in the 1980s and reflected that era. Because at that time, discipline was strict and obedience was often enforced with a stick. Parents and teachers often told children, "Teacher, please be strict with him. If he doesn't listen, hit him hard." Don't be afraid to punish him. Teachers would follow these instructions seriously, and parents wouldn't blame them. They would even smile and pour water for the teachers after school. If this happened today, trying to hit a student? Wow, amazing. Things are about to change. Some unlucky students are going to lose their jobs. Of course, as the saying goes, there are exceptions. Teacher Wang Chi is strict, but the top students in his eyes are like treasures. He doesn't hit them, and even when they make mistakes, he usually turns a blind eye. For example, among the girls are Song Yu, Mai Sui, Sun Munning, and Chun Lijun. Among the boys are Li Hong, Lu Li, Gua Dishu, Zhou Aiming, and Lu Yejiang. People say, Teacher 9000 is so protective, he openly shows favoritism, just to make others angry, to make you jealous, to drive you crazy. There is no fairness at all. By the way, Teacher 9000 is a nickname students gave Teacher Wang Chi behind his back, a casual alias. There are two reasons for this nickname. First, the class teacher is very strict. In the second year of high school, a girl wrote a love letter to a boy, which made the teacher very angry. He made her stand in the office all day, with the door and windows locked. She couldn't eat breakfast or lunch, and students secretly slipped snacks through the door to help her. Later, the girls complained that the teacher didn't understand kindness and called him a dead out of frustration. Second, the old teacher was over 40 but didn't have a beard, and his face was so clean it looked like it had been licked by a dog. It was so strange. So, the nickname Teacher 9000 was born. I have always been fair. You are students, and your grades are most important. So, I ask you to sit according to your grades. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for not trying hard enough. If you have the ability, earn some face and do well in the midterm exams to get a good seat. And don't come to me complaining about poor eyesight or not enough height, or that you can't see clearly and need to move your chair to the front aisle. Class teacher Wang Chi spoke coldly and logically, then asked the boys to line up and the girls to line up. The lines didn't have to be from tall to short, just neat and quiet. Once everyone was in line, Wang Chi took out a report card and said, I will call out a name, and that person will go in to choose a seat. You should think carefully before choosing. No changes unless there are special reasons. The main point was, no matter who you are, you only get one chance. Miss it, and it's gone. Song Yu. Song Yu was the top student last semester and had the first choice. She walked straight to the fourth seat in the sixth row of the third group. The reason is very simple. Last semester, she sat on the right side of the classroom, but this semester, she moved to the left to balance her eyesight in both eyes. Top students usually choose their seats this way, almost becoming a common practice. Mai Sui scored 3 points lower than Song Yu in the final exam, so she has the second choice of seat. Everyone didn't pay much attention to where Mai Sui sat because, based on past habits, they all knew she would pick the fifth group, fourth row, and continue sitting with Song Yu. It was boring and predictable. These two girls always picked each other, leaving no chance for others to get close. Just as everyone thought Mai Sui would sit next to Song Yu, something unexpected happened. Mai Sui stood in the aisle, smiled politely at Song Yu, and then chose the sixth group, third row, sitting in front of Song Yu. Song Yu looked confused and quietly watched her. Mai Sui explained helplessly, someone offered me 2 oranges and 2 apples to swap seats, and I couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Song Yu didn't ask who it was but had a faint idea in her mind. In class 204, not many people would go out of their way to show respect to Mai Sui, but she was one of them, along with Man Ning and Zijing. However, Chun Zijing had left after finishing her second year of high school and moved to Beijing. While the two girls looked at each other, the homeroom teacher called out a third name. Li Hong. Li Hong left the boys' group and stepped into the classroom. In class 204, if the boys cared most about Song Yu and Mai Sui, then Li Hong was definitely the girls' quietest focus. Maybe this attention wasn't strong or obvious. It could just be a smile when they met on the way, or it might disappear after graduation. Under everyone's watch, Li Hong walked slowly and steadily to the seat in the fourth row of the fifth group, almost without stopping. He smiled slightly, showing his neat, white teeth, and said to Mai Sui, "This is the last semester of high school. Sorry for taking your seatmate, but I really want to learn a foreign language with Song Yu." Mai Sui didn't reply, but looked meaningfully at her friend Song Yu, observing her subtle expressions. But Mai Sui was disappointed. Song Yu remained as calm as ever and simply greeted Li Hong with a faint nod. Actually, from her friend's unusual choice of seat, She had already prepared herself mentally for this outcome. Or perhaps, the strange behavior Li Heng showed when facing her alone yesterday revealed a lot. Li Heng's choice of this seat was filled with feelings, desire, and ambition. Songyu understood this well. But now that things had come to this, she couldn't stop it. She could only take care of herself. Unlike the peaceful coexistence in the classroom, outside it was already in chaos. A girl looked surprised through the window at Li Heng, finally understanding why my Sui was acting strangely. A boy felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and excitement, whispering and teasing others. Relying on good grades, Lu Yejian was bold and daring, making a horn shape with his hands and shouting, "Li Heng, you probably like Songyu, right?" His words made the crowd, already teasing, burst into pig-like squeals. The homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, frowned as she looked at Li Heng and Songyu, then turned to Lu Yejian, her face suddenly looking very long. "Lu Yejian, you finished 5th last semester. You should pick 15th. Hearing this, Lu Yejian almost cried. He didn't have the courage to approach Songyu or my Sui, but he still had some thoughts about Chen Lijun, the third most beautiful girl in the class. Originally, he thought that since it was the last semester and he wanted to plan for the future after graduation, he would sit with Chen Lijun this time. But choosing 15th? What's the point? With a sad face, Lu Yejian lowered his head and said, "Teacher, I was wrong." Wang Qi didn't pay attention to him and continued reading. "Chen Lijun, it's your turn." Chen Lijun entered the classroom, looked around, and initially wanted to sit with my Sui, hoping that being close to my Sui would motivate her before the college entrance exams. But thinking of what Sun Manning had said before, she didn't rush to grab the seat and gave up. She finally chose the 4th seat in the 7th group, sitting across from Songyu. Top students like to sit close together because the good study atmosphere and fierce competition prevent them from relaxing. Think about it. If everyone around you is working problems and memorizing, would you dare to play or relax? The school and teachers also liked seeing this, not only ignoring it but sometimes intentionally moving troublemakers away so it wouldn't affect the top students' grades. The 5th choice was originally Lu Yejian's, but it was changed to Lu Li. Li Heng made a gesture with his mouth, signaling him to sit with Chen Lijun. Faced with the gazes of Li Heng, Songyu, my Sui, and Chen Lijun, the somewhat hesitant Lu Li instinctively scratched his head but finally gave up. He lacked the courage and sat down behind Li Heng, hanging his head. Li Heng whispered, "Why?" Lu Li blushed and replied softly, "I'm afraid." Li Heng was annoyed and said, "Coward." Lu Li nervously rubbed his hands and said, "Stop scolding me. I really am a coward." Li Heng, unintentionally overhearing their conversation, Songyu smiled beautifully. When she saw Li Heng looking over, she subtly looked away. The seats had been arranged for over half an hour. Sun Manning and my Sui became seatmates. As soon as the wealthy woman sat down, she joked, "Li Heng, you still can't escape my shadow." Look at what she said. If someone didn't know better, they might think she liked him. But the truth is, after graduating from high school last year, Sun Manning gradually disappeared from his world. They didn't even have a vague relationship, just a few years of basic contact that eventually ended completely. Lu Yejian lost his chance to sit next to Chen Lijun because of his rude mouth. Surprisingly, Lu Yejian's close friend Zhou Aiming became Chen Lijun's seatmate. Many thought this was just a coincidence, including Lu Yejian and Lu Li, and didn't pay much attention. But the truth was different. According to Li Heng's memory, Zhou Aiming had been bothering Chen Lijun since high school, chasing her for about 7 or 8 years. Don't ask him how he knew, because they were middle school classmates, and Zhou Aiming was from his neighboring village, just a 30-minute walk away. After the seats were rearranged, the homeroom teacher went to the podium to give a speech encouraging everyone to study hard and prepare for the college entrance exam. Then he said, "There will be a scholarship exam this weekend. The top 120 students in the whole school should start preparing early. I heard the questions will be very difficult." The top scholarship was 200 yuan, with only 6 spots for the entire senior year, 3 for arts and 3 for sciences. Don't underestimate 200 yuan. In this rural area, where a skilled worker earns only 2 yuan a day, it would take almost half a year to earn that much. It was a huge sum, but Li Heng had never been close to winning the top scholarship. Because the top 2 students in class 205, who were also super smart, had the best history scores, only reaching 5th place in the whole school. After mentioning the scholarship, the homeroom teacher shifted tone, expressionless, and said to Li Heng, "Li Heng, come to my office for a moment." Hearing the principal personally call his name, the whole class looked over. Everyone was smart enough to understand why the teacher called Li Hong, probably about the seat arrangement, or maybe about Songyu. Li Hong also thought so, but he was fearless. He straightened his back and, under everyone's watchful eyes, confidently left the classroom. Songyu subtly glanced at his back twice, then quietly took out her workbook, uncapped her pen, and started practicing problems. Once the door closed, the office instantly became a small world isolated from outside noise. Standing there was Wang Qi, sitting upright in his office chair, not speaking, just looking at Li Hong with a serious expression. Note: the following is a family-friendly, simplified translation and editing of your text, with explicit content replaced or omitted. Tell me, the teacher and student sat and stood facing each other for a long time. Finally, the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, couldn't hold back and spoke first to break the silence. When it comes to patience, Li Hong, who has lived 2 lives, is really tough. Who is he afraid of? During his 7 years in the system, his wife almost became a grandmother, and now he can endure more than anyone else. As for what? What could it be? Li Hong knows exactly what the teacher is asking, but he's not foolish enough to admit it voluntarily. Nowadays, admitting to liking a girl is almost like inviting trouble. Seeing his clear yet confused eyes, Wang Qi took out a cigarette and lighter from the drawer, lit one, and took 3 deep puffs, trying to control his temper which was about to flare up. He exhaled 2 smoke rings and asked, "You've been sitting with Sun Manning all these years. Why did you suddenly change?" Li Hong immediately shifted the blame. Sun Manning said she's tired of eating sea cucumbers and bird's nest every day and wants to try something new. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Wang Qi choked on his own words, coughing for a long time. The smoke went down the wrong pipe. He's an old veteran who has lived for decades, seen many shameless people, but he's never seen anyone as shameless as this, comparing himself to sea cucumbers and bird's nest. In today's meaning, those words are a high-level compliment, very valuable. Seeing Li Hong's face, which is as smooth as a girl's skin, Wang Qi asked, "Then why did you choose Songyu as your deskmate?" Li Hong replied, "She's good at foreign languages. I want to learn from her." It's true that Songyu is good at English, but Wang Qi, who is experienced, always feels that Li Hong's answers are not very convincing. Wang Qi asked again, "My Sui's English is just as good. Why not choose my Sui?" Li Hong pretended to look innocent. "Teacher, if I choose my Sui, will I be sent to the little black room? In this world, there are always some people whose existence is a kind of irony for ordinary people. For example, Songyu. For example, Xiaohan. These 2 girls are recognized as the most beautiful pair at Shaoshi No. 1 High School. Whether in looks, temperament, or talent, Songyu and Xiaohan are outstanding and hard to compare. The huge gap makes many boys feel hopeless and give up completely. This situation truly reflects the saying from Love Lotus: "You can only admire from afar, but not play with it." That's also why, even though Class 204 clearly has someone like Songyu, who is the best among us, Luli and others don't dare to get close and instead focus their hearts on Shin Lijun, because they feel they don't match up. When facing Songyu, everyone naturally feels a sense of shame and humility, as if they are not from the same world. In a past life, Li Hong also had the same feelings. This is why, after graduating from high school, he didn't dare to pursue Songyu too closely for a while. Apart from Songyu and Xiaohan, many boys naturally have a charming, gentle quality. After praising her as a double beauty, she became the 3rd shining star. Honestly, before meeting my Sui, Li Hong thought that being charming meant being mature and older. But after seeing my Sui, he realized that charm isn't just a label, it's a feeling. Li Hong successfully surprised the homeroom teacher by using my Sui, and the effect was amazing. He even left Wang Qi speechless. To be honest, if today this boy sat next to my Sui, Wang Qi would also call him over for a talk. Based on decades of teaching experience, Wang Qi believes that boys with good looks, girls naturally beautiful, and top grades tend to attract each other over time, much more than mismatched pairs. In such a critical exam period, how could he relax as the homeroom teacher? How dare he relax? Seeing Li Hong ignore him and refuse to admit anything, Wang Qi couldn't push him too hard. That's the privilege of top students. If it were another boy, even Zhou Aiming, who is also in the top 10, Wang Qi would simply replace him without hesitation, giving direct orders without hesitation. After exchanging glances for a long time, Wang Qi flicked some ash from his cigarette, pointed at the chair in front, and said, "Sit down, chat with the teacher. Li Heng, not knowing what politeness is, sat down as told. Wang Qi relaxed his serious attitude, took a deep breath, and switched to a kind, elder-like tone, asking, "According to the English teacher, you used to date Chen Zijin, is that right?" "Huh? English teacher Wang Runwen? You're so full of yourself? And you betrayed me? I thought you had some feelings for me, but I guess I was wrong. I'm disappointed. That's the situation." But Li Heng couldn't fully admit it, though he didn't deny it completely either. Since the teacher brought it up, it means he has some idea. Don't treat others like fools. So, denying it outright would be the same as admitting it, which is a bad move. He shyly showed a shy expression and said, "Teacher, we're not at that point yet. I just have a vague fondness." Wang Qi asked. Chen Zijing went to the capital. "Are you still in contact?" Li Heng replied, "The gap is too big. I need to get into a good university first." His words were vague, but the homeroom teacher understood immediately this gap referred to family background. His statement was good. By admitting his feelings for Chen Zijing, he indirectly distanced himself from Song Yu. Thinking of this, Wang Qi quietly relaxed. In their teacher's eyes, Song Yu and Chen Zijing used to be inseparable classmates and friends. Li Heng's feelings for Song Yu should be innocent. Did I really misunderstand him? But Wang Qi has been a teacher for over 20 years and has seen many types of students. He wouldn't believe Li Heng's words easily. Whether it's true or not, he would ask Song Yu later to find out. After 20 minutes of talking, the office changed from tense to clear and bright, full of laughter. It was a harmonious scene of teacher and student. Wang Qi patted his shoulder and said sincerely, "The college entrance exam is coming soon. You should put aside your romantic feelings now and focus on your studies. Make a final push to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. In the future, if you and Chen Zijing become a couple, I will definitely send my blessings and celebrate at your wedding." Since Chen Zijing was no longer a student at number 1 high school, Wang Qi's words were a safe way to stabilize Li Heng. While stabilizing Li Heng, he also motivated him. After all, this was a promising student. If handled well, he might achieve great things. And those great things naturally referred to Tsinghua or Peking University. In their level of teachers, only those top universities could add prestige and honor to their careers. "Thank you, teacher, for your encouragement. I will work hard," Li Heng sincerely replied. Seeing him return safely to the classroom, many classmates looked at each other with some jealousy. Why was Wang Qi so preferential? Although everyone knew that after graduation, they would probably become strangers with Song Yu, Li Heng being so close to her made some feel a bit jealous. Seeing him sit down and focus on studying, Song Yu thought for a moment, tore off a sticky note, and wrote, "Did the teacher make things difficult for you?" Then she handed it to him. After reading, Li Heng replied, "Yes, he asked why I didn't choose my sway but chose you as my desk mate." Song Yu paused silently but didn't respond. Li Heng knew her reserved nature wouldn't allow him to ask further, so he took the initiative to write, "I said I like you." Staring at the note for 5 or 6 seconds, Song Yu silently put the note into the drawer. Li Heng tore off another piece of paper and wrote, "I outsmarted the teacher and said choosing you or the wheat spike makes no difference. But in the end, I was sent to the small black room." After understanding the whole process of his clever fight with the head teacher, a faint, almost unnoticed smile appeared in Song Yu's eyes. She then composed herself and went back to doing her homework. Soon, the head teacher appeared at the door and called out, "Song Yu, come out for a moment." The classroom was silent. The head teacher's call didn't disturb Li Heng, who continued writing his story, living. He believed that with Song Yu's intelligence, she wouldn't be easily tricked by the teacher. Moreover, he had already told her everything that happened in the office. In the office, Wang Qi asked Song Yu to sit down and began to show concern. "Are you feeling any pressure with your studies lately?" Song Yu sat up straight and calmly replied, "Not too bad." Wang Qi nodded and asked more carefully, "How is your relationship with Li Heng?" Knowing this was what the teacher truly cared about, Song Yu answered, "It's okay. We are both good friends of Chen Ziqing." If Li Heng hadn't mentioned Chen Ziqing, she wouldn't have brought it up either, to avoid causing him trouble. Her current answers were based on the information Li Heng had shared with her. Wang Qi understood her subtle hints and said happily, "You, Wheat Spike, and also Xiao Feng and Luo Jijia from the neighboring class, are all top candidates for the Tsinghua and Peking University entrance exams this year. The school and I have high hopes for you. You've studied hard for so many years. At this moment, you must not slack off or get distracted by things outside of studying, or you might lose more than you gain. No need for heavy words. When talking to top students like Songyu, Wang Chi's attitude was different. Less preaching, more heartfelt advice and warmth. What does things outside of studying mean? Naturally, it refers to dating or relationships. Someone as smart as Songyu would understand this easily. Yes, thank you, teacher. Good, go ahead and study well. If you encounter any problems or feel confused about how to handle something, remember to come to me in time. Wang Chi carefully reminded her again to be safe. Songyu nodded lightly and returned to the classroom. Seeing her come back so quickly, Li Heng was a bit surprised but didn't ask much. After exchanging a glance with her, he focused again on writing living. That night, Li Heng wrote diligently until 10 o'clock before stopping. He had written about 3,000 words. If the classroom hadn't been closing and the lights turning off, and if Sun Minning, who holds the key, hadn't kept urging him to leave, he might still be writing. He screws the pen cap on, tightens the ink bottle, then lowers his head to dry the ink on his freshly written calligraphy before putting everything into his bag. After finishing, he finally looks up to observe the classroom. And what he sees is surprising. The classroom is almost empty. Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li are gone. They probably didn't come over because they saw him immersed in studying. Now, only Sun Minning in the front row, along with Song Yu and Mai Sui, are left. Sun Minning extends her right wrist with the watch in front of him. Li Heng, you can tell time, right? Look at what time it is now. The three of us have been waiting for you for 20 minutes. He admits he caused the delay. Li Heng politely says, my mistake. How about I buy you three some soda? Having soda these days is a small happiness. It's not cheap. Actually, very expensive. Sun Minning looks at him in surprise, then asks sharply, how much is your monthly allowance? Facing their gazes, Li Heng answers honestly, less than 7 yuan. Sun Minning's face twitches, and she mocks him. So you're a generous poor person, daring to boast about buying us soda. Aren't you worried you won't even be able to afford a bun later? Li Heng stands up calmly. Rich lady, you're overthinking. I didn't mean bottled drinks. I meant the kind that costs a dime per bag. Sun Minning is speechless. She points at Songyu and Mai Sui, then sharply criticizes. Look at who's standing in front of you. That's Songyu and Mai Sui. How many boys secretly drool behind their backs? Do you really dare to buy drinks that cost only a dime? Li Heng stretches lazily and says calmly, mountains are famous not because they are tall. Waters are spiritual not because they are deep. You, a scholar, are so. When I buy them drinks, it's from the heart. I believe that with our relationship, even if I buy plain water, it will taste sweet and memorable. Yes, we are. We're leaving now. Let Songyu enjoy your plain water, Sun Minning says, pulling Mai Sui, who is watching the fun, to leave. Suddenly, the two leave, and the classroom becomes quiet. Songyu, who prefers calm and is steady, is unaffected by Sun Minning's teasing. Instead, she pauses and asks, I see you've been writing things outside the textbooks all night. What is it? Are you writing stories? Li Heng casually asks, did you see that? Songyu gently shook her head. I didn't look closely, I just noticed your textbooks weren't open, so I glanced at them. In classes like theirs, where top students gather, the study atmosphere is very strong. Most students are too busy with their own work to worry about others. There's no time to pay attention to what others are doing. That's why Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li didn't call Li Heng when they saw him focused on writing. They thought he was just practicing questions and didn't want to disturb him. Li Heng said, it's not a story club, it's a novel. I suddenly had the idea to try earning some money from writing. I don't know if it will work. Songyu knew his family's situation and understood his urgent need to earn money, but she still advised him, there are only 5 days until the scholarship exam. With your grades, I think you should focus on that for now. Li Heng understood that she didn't take his writing seriously. Honestly, if he thought about it from her perspective, he wouldn't take it seriously either. Li Heng said, hey, I understand. Thanks for caring. Songyu looked at him carefully, knowing he wasn't really listening, but because of their relationship, she didn't say more. Li Heng's dorm room number was 215, located on the far right of the second floor of the boys' dormitory building. When he reached near the door, he felt something was unusual. The place was too quiet, which didn't match the usual lively atmosphere of 215. In his memory, wasn't there always a lot of noise? They were often reprimanded over the school broadcast, known for being fearless and having poor discipline. The door was slightly open. When Li Heng peeked in, he saw the head teacher Wang Qi and the vice principal of the school looking at him. He immediately understood. He knew that it wasn't just that 215 was quiet, but that these students had probably been scolded already for some mistake. But the lights weren't off yet, so why did they come early? Confused, Li Heng entered the tense dorm room and greeted, "Teacher, principal." Wang Qi checked his watch. "Lights out soon. Hurry up and wash up, then go to bed." Li Heng responded quickly and hurried to the communal bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, then obediently climbed into bed. The two leaders stayed for a long time before leaving. Afterwards, he secretly asked the student next to him, "Lu Li, what's going on?" Lu Li told him, Lu Yejiang and Zhou Aiming had a fight. It was pretty fierce, and even the duty principal was called. No one knows why. "Oh, so that's what happened." Li Heng understood instantly. Lu Li looked confused and turned over, asking, "Do you know the reason?" Li Heng spat out 3 words, "Chen Lijun." Lu Li was stunned and, after a moment, said gloomily, "I feel like fighting too." Suddenly, a head appeared between the two of them. "Fight. The teacher supports you with a big knife." Li Heng and Lu Liji both turned their heads in shock. "Teacher Wang Qi, why are you so mean?" February 11th, 1987. Just after the beginning of spring, the sky over Shao City was still covered in dark clouds and very cold. In the morning, at exactly 6:20, the school rang the wake-up bell on time. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Followed by 3 sharp, urgent whistles. No one knew how teacher Zhao mastered this skill. When his iron whistle sounded, no one dared to sleep in or skip class. Everyone's spirits were blown away. After the whistle, the school's loudspeakers played the revolutionary song Honghu Water Waves. Honghu Water, waves crashing and rolling, by the banks of Honghu, yes, my hometown. It's been a long time since I heard this song. At this moment, as a young student full of innocence, Li Heng was immersed in the melody and couldn't help but hum along softly. It felt really good. While he was happily singing like a little bird, Lu Li, who had finished washing up, looked worried. "Li Heng, I think I'll have to make my appearance today." Making an appearance usually means going to the front during morning exercises or school assemblies to be displayed like a little clown. In this very conservative era, if a student was made to appear in front, it was extremely humiliating. It could take at least 10 days or 2 weeks to recover mentally. Zhang Zhiyong, standing nearby, smugly comforted him. "You still have an appearance? I don't even have the qualification to appear. Chen Lijun wouldn't look at a bad student like me." "You should be happy. It's an honor. It proves you're a man." Li Heng spat out his mouthwash, put away his toothbrush, and smiled. "See? You're at least better than Lao Yong. He doesn't even have the courage to like Chen Lijun." Hearing this, Lu Li became even more worried and said gloomily, "Am I really that bad in your eyes? Comparing me to someone like Zhang Zhiyong? Your grandpa. I think you're just itchy and need a good punch." Zhang Zhiyong angrily chased Lu Li onto the playground. When all the third-year students gathered on the small playground for morning exercises, the vice principal pushed through the crowd, holding each of Lu Yejiang and Zhou Aiming by the ears, and took them to the command platform. Lu Li narrowly escaped a serious punishment, but he couldn't avoid a lesser punishment. His homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, pulled him to the front of the class to lead the morning exercises. Wang Qi patted his shoulder heavily and said with a blank face, "Do a good job. If you don't, you'll do it here all morning." Then, in front of several nearby classes, Wang Qi kicked Lu Li's calf and muttered, "You learn bad habits instead of good. Your parents are far away, so I'll take care of you." Lu Li was so scared he didn't dare make a sound. His face turned red, and he drooped his head as he followed the broadcast's count of 1, 2, 3, 4 to lead the exercises. He wasn't good at sports, so this was quite difficult for him. Plus, being watched by so many people made him very nervous. His hips swayed and chest puffed out, making some students from nearby classes laugh loudly. The homeroom teacher from class 205, Teacher Yang, also found it funny and teased Wang Qi, saying, "Old Wang, is your class out of people, or what? Did you recruit a praying mantis to lead the exercises?" Wang Qi was strict with his own class but very protective outside. He replied, "What's wrong with a praying mantis? It's more handsome than your class." Teacher Yang, crossing his arms with a look of disdain, said, "You're talking nonsense. Lu Li is tall but probably weighs less than 100 g. He's so skinny he looks like a skeleton. How could he be handsome?" Teacher Yang was nearly 180 centimeters tall, and Wang Qi had to look up and glare to meet his eyes. 2 packs of white sand cigarettes, 3 students from each class to take a turn? Are you willing to bet and accept the challenge? Dare you? Although Teacher Young was the homeroom teacher of Class 205, he also taught politics for Class 204. He squinted reluctantly and said, Old Wong, you're short but sneaky. This is clearly cheating. How about you remove Songyu, my Sui, and Li Hung from your class, and I'll bet 5 packs. At this moment, Teacher Luo, the homeroom teacher of Class 206 on the left, joined in the fun, saying, removing 3 is too harsh. Let's do 2. Remove 2, and I'll join in. Wang Qi replied, fine, remove my Sui and Li Hung, keep Songyu. Teacher Young said, Songyu has to be removed. Teacher Luo agreed, saying, I agree too. Wang Qi was reluctant and waved his hands dramatically. If you can't accept losing, just leave. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Despite their arguing, these 3 teachers had been colleagues and friends for many years. One taught history, another politics, and the third math. They often joked around, and everyone was used to it. During the morning self-study, Wang Qi, with a dark face, stood on the podium giving orders. He moved Zhou aiming to the first large group and arranged for a girl and Chen Lijun to sit together. After finishing all this, he meowed again at Li Hang and Songyu, but in the end, he held back and didn't intervene to break them up. He was thinking about waiting to see their mock exam scores first. Morning self-study usually involves English class. After the homeroom teacher left, Wang Runan entered the corridor, first wandering around, then quietly approaching Li Hung. She bent down and whispered, the Harvest magazine will call at 12:30 noon. Remember to answer on time and don't forget. Li Hung responded with a nod. After giving instructions, Wang Runwen looked at Songyu and then at Li Hung before leaving the classroom for the office. As soon as she entered, Wang Runwen asked with a smile, Old Wang, why didn't you separate them? Wang Qi took a sip of hot tea. Do you really think they have a problem? Wang Runwen sat down on a stool. I don't know about Songyu, but Li Hung is definitely up to no good, like a fox trying to deceive a chicken. Wang Qi asked curiously, didn't you say Li Hung was dating Chen Ziqin? Wang Runwen crossed her legs and said, the Chen family is powerful. You should have heard about it. Do you think they might have something going on? Wang Qi thought for a moment and asked, are you saying that kid realized this and is planning to find someone else? Wang Runwen shook her head. Seeing this, Wang Qi took a stack of letters from a drawer and handed them over. Wang Runwen took them and asked, what are these? Whose are they? Wang Qi explained, they are love letters from some girls from other classes to Li Hung. I've intercepted 11 of them over the past 2 years. Hearing this, Wang Runwen suddenly understood. I knew you came to the classroom first thing every morning. Turns out, you were doing this? Wang Qi nodded then shook his head with a smile. I had no choice. They are all troublemakers. Hearing this, Wang Runwen suddenly understood why old Wang wasn't in a hurry to change seats. He probably planned for Li Hung and Songyu to act as shields for each other. In Beijing, People's Literature magazine office. A 4-story red brick building. Chen Xiaomi locked her pink pigeon bicycle and followed the flow of workers to the second floor. Like most offices these days, the layout was simple. The south and north sides were offices, with a corridor in the middle. The walls were painted with white putty, and the bottom part had a dark green skirt about 20 centimeters high. Good morning, Uncle Dai. Morning, Xiao Chen. Hello, Sister Liao. Wow, Xiaomi, your outfit looks really nice. Where did you buy it? A friend gave it to me. Sister Liao asked, is he your boyfriend? Chen Xiaomi smiled and shook her head. Hey, Xiaomi, why are you here today? Didn't you say you had something to do and asked for leave to let me cover your shift? Today, Chen Xiaomi was in a good mood. She greeted her colleagues with a smile as she walked. But as soon as she reached the office door, she heard the voice of her good friend and colleague, Zhou Chunlan. She explained with a smile, the meeting was canceled at the last minute. I was worried I'd be bored at home, so I came here. Zhou Chunlan beckoned her loudly, perfect timing. We have a lot of new manuscripts today. We might not finish reviewing them all. We were thinking about working overtime. Come help us out. Here, take this stack of papers. Okay. As an editor, reviewing submissions is part of her job. She quickly put down her bag and went over. Also, the silly conversations among the 3 class teachers are from when I was in high school in March. Don't blame me for making things up. The office of the editorial department is a north-facing room. There aren't many desks, about a dozen, arranged near the windows and along the walls. Each desk is piled with stacks of manuscripts, wrapped in brown paper, with the titles written on the outside. Qin Xiaomi usually likes to dress up and keep things tidy, but she also loves flowers and plants. Today, she has a popular spring orchid on her desk. Originally, she didn't have to come to work today. But as one of the newest members of this office, Qin Xiaomi has her own stubbornness and ambitions. She doesn't want to be labeled as someone who only got in through family connections. She wants to prove herself with her skills and achievements, to stand tall and proud. How do editors improve their performance? Naturally, by discovering good writers and great works. The more manuscripts she publishes, the more recognition she gains from the literary society. If she's lucky enough to find a new writer who makes a big splash in the literary world, her fame and status within the literary circle will rise quickly. That's the fastest way for editors like her to get promoted, earn more, and build a reputation. In the 1980s, literature was very popular. Writers had high status, and earning from a published piece was good. The top literary magazines in the country received countless submissions every day from all over the nation. They were very busy. It's a pity. Although new writers appear in large numbers every day, finding a truly outstanding talent is almost like searching for a needle in a haystack. Opportunities are rare and hard to come by. With some scattered thoughts in her mind, Qin Xiaomi quickly reviewed 7 or 8 manuscripts. The quality of these papers was neither very bad nor very good. Only one of them barely caught her eye. She discarded another one. Qin Xiaomi held her teacup in her right hand and skillfully picked up a new manuscript from a stack with her left hand. She glanced at the name on the cover, Living, by December. That one glance was plain and ordinary. She didn't see anything special. It looked like another mediocre piece. As this thought crossed her mind, she sipped her tea and quickly read through the manuscript. But as she read, Qin Xiaomi suddenly froze. She realized her teacup had been near her mouth for a long time without moving, and she had momentarily lost herself in the story, forgetting to think. As an editor for People's Literature, her professionalism and training were unquestionable. She immediately understood what her state of mind signified. What did it mean? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. She quickly set down her cup, flipped the page, and focused intently on the title Living Again, rereading with full concentration. Yes, rereading. From the beginning to the end. She changed her previous careless attitude and carefully examined every word, every sentence. And then, she realized something was wrong. She was soon captivated by the lively, flowing writing, completely immersed and unable to extricate herself. She lost track of how much time had passed like this. When she finally came back to herself, she found the manuscript had reached the end. There was nothing more. Qin Xiaomi pushed her glasses up with her fingertips, her gaze still fixed on the last line of the final page. She stared blankly, like a carved wooden figure, reluctant to leave, unable to speak for a long time. Hey, Xiaomi, what are you zoning out for? My pen dropped on the floor and broke. Can I borrow yours? Liao Jie, sitting at the neighboring desk, saw her motionless and called out but got no response. She reached out and waved her pen in front of her. Her eyelids fluttered, and gradually, Qin Xiaomi snapped out of her trance. She instinctively checked the manuscript's source. Submission address, First Middle School, Shao City, Hunan Province. Huh? Could it be from Shaoyang, her hometown? Qin Xiaomi thought she was seeing things. She closed her eyes and reopened them, only to find the address unchanged. It was still Shao City No. 1 Middle School. What a coincidence. How wonderful. Discovering that the author is from her hometown, Qin Xiaomi felt an indescribable feeling, joyful, sweet, and full of pride and warmth. Her first thought was, since she is from Shao City and the author is also from Shao City, as the saying goes, hometown folks see each other and tears come to their eyes. Just because of this, they have a natural closeness. Plus, she is an editor of a major literary magazine, and December is a new author. Their collaboration is perfect, no conflicts of interest, and they could work together for a long time. She guessed the author was a newcomer because she has been paying attention to the literary world for nearly 10 years and had never heard of a writer named December. If the author were an experienced writer, she would be well-known and not obscure. It's impossible for such talent to be hidden away. Thinking this, her excitement grew even more difficult to contain. New writers are great. New writers are wonderful. If December is a newcomer, she has an even greater advantage and can better connect with her. With this thought, Qin Xiaomi couldn't help but feel even more excited. She felt her future was suddenly clear, and the opportunity she had been waiting for was right in front of her. It reminded her of the saying, When the storm passes, the moonlight shines through. Her gaze unconsciously returned to the information about the submitting author. First middle school. That was the place where Zichin had studied before. Is the other person a teacher? Probably a teacher, maybe a language teacher with many years of experience in writing. Seeing Qin Xiaomi smiling and her eyes shining brightly, Liao Jie, who was borrowing her pen, couldn't help but lean in and ask, Xiaomi, I've known you for almost 2 years, and I've never seen you so excited. Did you come across an amazing manuscript? Liao Jie's words weren't random. She had heard about Qin's background. Qin Xiaomi was a top student from Renmin University. Usually, a manuscript wouldn't make Xiaomi lose her composure like this. Worried she might have a biased opinion, Qin Xiaomi confidently handed over the manuscript of Alive to Liao Jie. Liao Jie, take a look for me. This office was for initial review. Good manuscripts had to be approved by the Deputy Editor-in-Chief and Chief Editor, Zhou Mingwei, for final approval. To avoid mistakes, colleagues who had a good relationship sometimes reviewed each other's work before submitting it for review. Usually, this process was for cases where the reviewer was unsure or when the manuscript was exceptionally good and needed an extra check. Today, Qin Xiaomi was clearly so excited about her manuscript that she couldn't control herself. It was so good, so amazing, that she was overwhelmed with joy. She wasn't worried about others stealing her work because so many people were watching, and no one would dare do such a thing openly. Also, the Qin family was quite powerful, and Sister Liao wouldn't cause trouble for them easily. All right, if this manuscript makes you so excited, it must be extraordinary. I'll read it. Sister Liao took the manuscript and started browsing through it carefully. It wasn't very long, about 40,000 words, but it was still a lot. She took over 20 minutes to finish reading. Qin Xiaomi immediately asked, Sister Liao, how is it? Sister Liao composed herself and, after a moment, said with admiration, really good. Very well written. No wonder you're so moved. If it were me, I might not be able to do better. Xiaomi, this is a great opportunity. You must seize it. Hearing Sister Liao praise her so highly, Uncle Dai, who had been resting his eyes after reading, couldn't hold back. He stood up and reached out, saying, let me see, is it really that good? Qin Xiaomi happily handed the manuscript to him. Here, take a look. Uncle Dai was a veteran editor. He had once been considered for a director position, but due to health issues and age, he selflessly gave up the chance for someone younger. Having such an experienced and influential figure like him in the office was a great advantage for Qin Xiaomi. While waiting patiently, she quietly observed his expression. Uncle Dai had experienced many hardships. The first few lines of To Live immediately caught his attention. During his reading, his expression changed frequently, as if the story brought back many memories. By the time he finished, Qin Xiaomi was confident and certain. Uncle Dai read slowly, taking nearly 40 minutes to finish. Sister Liao hurriedly asked, how's the manuscript? Uncle Dai took off his reading glasses and said with deep emotion, Xiaoqin found a treasure. The last time I felt this way was when I read Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. Incredible, truly incredible. In this office, Uncle Dai was almost an authority. His opinions were often more influential than the chief editor and more appreciated. If he said To Live was good, then it was truly excellent, nothing fake about it. Hearing such high praise from Uncle Dai, and knowing he compared it to The Old Man and the Sea, the others in the office couldn't stay calm. Their curiosity was fully piqued, and they spoke up one after another. Xiaomi, let me see it. I want to read it. I want to read it too. The manuscript circulated through a small editing office and received unanimous praise, making Qin Xiaomi feel very happy and proud. As it was shared around, the final copy landed in Zhou Chunlan's hands. After finishing To Live, Zhou Chunlan felt a sudden surge of anger and jealousy. Yet, she felt powerless. She secretly thought, maybe this is just fate. She had been in this position for 6 years. Many submissions were decent, but none had ever been so stunning. Truly impressive. It was truly exceptional talent. At this moment, she deeply resonated with Uncle Dai's comment. It was like a spiritual awakening when first reading Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea. But unlike Uncle Dai, who was older and already successful, Zhou Chunlan still pursued fame and fortune with great desire. Originally, the manuscript was hers to handle, but she impulsively gave To Live to Xiaomi. Speaking of Xiaomi, didn't she ask for leave? Didn't she ask Zhou to stand in for her? Then why is she still here today? Why come? Is she here to steal my luck? Thinking about luck, Zhou Chunlan felt even more frustrated, as if heaven was deliberately messing with her, holding her back from taking off. She clenched the to-live manuscript tightly, her nails almost breaking. Her heart ached. This was a rare treasure. It was hers, and now it was gone again. At this moment, she resented the unfairness of fate and envied Xiaomi's good luck. But she knew her limits. She couldn't break the rules to it, nor dared to do so. She couldn't afford to offend Xiaomi or the Chen family. There were rumors that the editor-in-chief of People's Literature and Qin Gaoyuan were college classmates. With that connection, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly, even with 100 lives. Realizing all this and adjusting her attitude, Zhou Chunlan lifted her head and wore a smile full of blessings. Xiaomi, congratulations. This is a priceless manuscript. Heaven is blessing you. Chen Xiaomi was no naive girl. She had truly experienced the cutthroat world of rural life, and small tricks like Chunlan's were like child's play to her. Without leaving any trace, she casually glanced at the nail marks on the manuscript. Chen Xiaomi smiled warmly, saying, "That was luck. I didn't expect to find such a big one today. If it turns out well, I'll buy everyone drinks." Hearing the word drinks, Uncle Dai, who loves alcohol, immediately perked up. He waved his hand and urged yes. How could it not happen? Anyone who lets this kind of manuscript get dusty is committing a crime. Go now, find the chief editor. I can't wait to see little Chun spend money on drinks. He added, and remember, no cheap stuff to fool me, old guy. Don't worry, it'll definitely meet your expectations, Chen Xiaomi replied with a smile. Under the urging of her colleagues, she quickly took 2 pills, sipped some tea, then gracefully headed to the chief editor's office. Earlier, her so-called leave was because her throat was inflamed, swollen, and painful, which also made her voice hoarse. She had originally scheduled an appointment with an old Chinese doctor, but he suddenly had and was hospitalized. She then had to see a Western doctor instead and was prescribed some medicine. Fortunately, she ran into a university classmate who had recently returned from studying abroad at the hospital. They had breakfast together and talked happily. That was one reason her mood was good this morning. Ding dong. The chief editor's office was in the northeast corner. After adjusting her breathing, Chen Xiaomi gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A strong voice responded from inside. Despite being just over 50, Zhou Mingwei, the chief editor, had mostly white hair. If he weren't full of energy, he would look like a little old man at a glance. "Uncle Zhou." "Xiaomi, come in. Sit down." They had worked together for 2 years and were quite familiar with each other. Plus, because of her role as the chief editor of the literary club, Zhou Mingwei was usually gentle with her. Compared to how he treated others, he was less stern. But Chen Xiaomi was someone who knew when to step back. She never relied on her family connections to show off. She was always humble and easy to get along with. Of course, that was only outside. In the countryside before, she was like Li Lan, sharp-tongued and never losing out. Many men were afraid of her. She was very formidable. In her past life, Li Heng often suffered her cold looks and sarcasm. It made him so angry that he couldn't eat for 10 days or half a month. There is a story that Dai Shu and his colleagues thought was quite good, so they urged me to review it for Uncle Zhou. Knowing that the editor-in-chief was aware of what was happening outside, Chen Xiaomi simply explained everything openly. "Oh, Uncle Dai also said it's good? Then I should take a proper look." Zhou Mingwei put his pen aside and started reading the manuscript. Living. The title seemed to carry some meaning. It probably directly pointed to the theme. Thinking this, Zhou Mingwei opened the cover and began reading without raising his head. "When I was 10 years younger than now, I took up a job that involved wandering around the countryside collecting folk songs. That summer, I was like a restless sparrow, flying freely through the rural areas filled with cicadas and sunshine." The simple description of the first few paragraphs in the first-person narration immediately caught Zhou Mingwei's attention, making him eager to read more. In the story, Fugui was originally a wealthy young master, but he didn't cherish his privileged life and was addicted to gambling. He eventually lost all his family wealth, became penniless and destitute. His father was so angry at him losing everything that he died of anger, and his mother fell seriously ill from poverty. It seemed like Pandora's box was opening, bringing misfortune upon Fugui again and again. First, his son Yuqing died after donating blood to save the county chief's wife. Then his daughter Fengxia died from postpartum hemorrhage. His wife passed away from overwork due to soft cartilage disease, and his son-in-law Erxi was crushed by a stone slab at the construction site. Just as the story was getting intense, the manuscript suddenly stopped abruptly. Zhou Mingwei felt a terrible ache inside, as if countless ants were biting his bones. Chen Xiaomi kept her eyes fixed on him silently. She understood that whether the manuscript was good or bad depended on the chief editor's decision. Her hopes and opportunities were in his hands. That's all? Zhou Mingwei asked knowingly, still trying to recover from the story. Yes, the writer only sent this much, Chen Xiaomi replied. Her tone relaxed once she heard the editor-in-chief speak. She thought to herself, it's promising, there's a chance. How much more is there in the story? Just after she asked, Zhou Mingwei forced a bitter smile, realizing he had just asked a silly question. Seeing the editor-in-chief was a bit distracted twice. Chen Xiaomi's eyes brightened slightly, and she smiled, saying, she left her contact information in December. We can ask her later. Zhou Mingwei gently closed the manuscript, staring intently at the name December, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. This is a simple, rough epic, a story of struggle and survival, leaving a deep impression of both cruelty and kindness. This December, the author is very skilled at describing characters, vividly showing their struggles. Hardship, joy, hardship. This is finding happiness in suffering and life within death. This level of writing surpasses normal stories, combining good style, deep thoughts, and engaging stories. The external and internal elements are highly unified. If the author maintains this standard, she truly deserves great recognition. At this point, editor Zhou Mingwei looked up and sighed, saying, as Daishu mentioned, this is a work that can establish a strong position. If published, it will definitely cause a big impact. This position refers to gaining great influence in the literary world, and the work to live becoming a representative piece. Chen Xiaomei felt very excited after hearing this, as Dai Shu and the chief editor both highly praised her work. She seemed to see her own future shining brightly on the path to success. Dai Shu, editor Zhou Mingwei, and many colleagues in the editorial department all praised to live more and more, which made Chen Xiaomei even more confident. Her intuition told her that if she seized this chance, her name would quickly become well known in the industry, and her life would reach a high point with to live. At the same time, she could shed the label of getting in through family connections and join the people's literature. Chen Xiaomei was worried about this, which was her only concern and uncertainty so far. It's not that she's picky, but as an editor who has seen many stories that start strong but then decline. Seeing her happy expression as she walked out of the chief editor's office, Shou Chunlan, who had been secretly watching, immediately asked with concern, Xiaomei, what did the chief editor say? Hearing this, Liao Jie, Dai Shu, and other colleagues all stopped their work and looked up. Seeing Shou Chunlan's fake, hypocritical expression, Chen Xiaomei found it amusing. But she is very emotionally intelligent and wouldn't expose her. She replied, Uncle Zhou and Uncle Dai agree. It's good. Good. A simple but meaningful word. But those familiar with Zhou Mingwei knew this was the highest praise. In that moment, everyone in the editorial department seemed to see a rising star soaring rapidly, like fireworks exploding in the sky. Xiaomei, congratulations. Xiaomei, remember to treat us when the time comes. Listening to colleagues congratulate Chen Xiaomei, Zhou Chunlan tried to keep a forced smile on her face, but inside she was falling apart. This was clearly her moment. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Chen Xiaomei focused on her main task, calling back the contact saved under December. 0739 885708. Her fingers quickly dialed the number 10 times, then she double-checked it was correct before finally pressing the key. Is writer December male or female? How old? 30? Or 40? Is he easy to get along with? Good at communicating? Hello, who is this? Just as she was pondering over the phone, the call connected, and a very female voice came through. Female? Her voice was so magnetic that she guessed she was young. Chen Xiaomei quickly made a judgment and responded, Hello, is this writer December? Writer December? Is Li Heng's pen named December? Wang Run and paused briefly, then immediately realized, I'm not December. I'm his friend. May I ask who you are? Chen Xiaomei swallowed and cleared her burning throat. I am Chen Xiaomei, an editor at People's Literature. Is December there? At that moment, a crackling static noise came from the phone, making Wang run and unable to hear clearly what the other side said. So he asked again, People's Literature? These days, phone noise is common. Chen Xiaomei was used to it. Yes. Can you help me call December? She looked out the window at the classroom building across the playground. Wang Runin said, "He's not here right now. Call around noon." "Not here?" Qin Xiaomi patiently asked, "May I ask, roughly, when December might be available at noon?" She had classes in the morning, and her fourth period ended at 12:10. It would take a few minutes to walk over from the classroom building. Wang Runin replied immediately, after 12:20, preferably a little later. "Okay, thank you." Her first attempt to contact him was unsuccessful, and Qin Xiaomi felt a small wave of disappointment, but it didn't last long. She thought, with the reputation of people's literature behind her, as long as she spoke properly and followed up promptly, it was almost certain to succeed. She put the red receiver back in place. Wang Runin suddenly patted his forehead in frustration, cursing himself for being so stupid. He had forgotten about the magazine harvest. People's literature at 12:20, harvest around 12:30. Won't there be a conflict between the two? The English teacher instinctively wanted to call back, but these days, there was no caller ID, so she had to give up reluctantly. Then she fell into thought, what exactly did Li Hang write? Was it from People's Literature or Harvest magazine? From the tone, it seemed like they were rushing to publish it. As an English teacher, Wang Runin usually had to manage 2 classes and handle many daily chores. She didn't pay much attention to literature and had little idea about these 2 magazines. Honestly, she wasn't as familiar with them as she was with Story Magazine, Youth Digest, Sprout, Reader, or Chiong Yao's novels. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Lofty things like literature felt too distant from her. She wasn't attracted to love stories or gossip. At least those love stories could fulfill her romantic fantasies as a woman or help her vent her worries in the shower at night. Wang Qi and the teaching director often published articles in newspapers and occasionally earned 10 or 20 yuan for their work. They probably knew more about these things. She initially thought that what Li Heng wrote was similar to what teacher Wang Qi and others wrote, so she didn't pay much attention or ask deeply. But now, it seemed strange she needed to ask Li Heng later. If she missed something important because of lack of information, it wouldn't be good. Thinking this, Wang Runin, who had just returned from the classroom, turned around, changed her shoes, and went downstairs. Tomorrow was Lantern Festival night, but the cold north wind still howled, making her shiver. The teacher's family building was close to the school gate. Wang Runin pulled up her black scarf and decided to buy some hot tofu pudding with sugar, a few warm meat buns, and a few fried dough sticks wrapped in oil paper outside the school. When she reached the 3rd-floor platform of the teaching building, she bumped into Wang Qi, who looked surprised and asked, "Runin, weren't you feeling unwell?" and went back. "Why are you here again?" She was feeling unwell because it was her first day of her period and her waist was a bit sore. During the morning self-study, she only turned around and asked teacher Wang Qi to watch her class. Wang Runin shook her long hair and said, "I need to see Li Heng about something." Wang Qi was used to her close relationship with Li Heng and had heard rumors from Liu Yejian, but he just scoffed at them. They had known each other for years, understood each other's personalities, and trusted each other. He didn't think teacher Wang would be confused about loving a student. Wang Runin opened her breakfast bag and said, "Old Wang, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Eat something hot." Wang Qi shivered, feeling cold, and happily asked, "I get a share too?" Wang Runin pouted and said, "Nonsense, when have I ever skipped you?" Wang Qi let out a chuckle, skillfully grabbing a hot meat bun and taking a bite, juicy and tender, and then sipping some tofu pudding, praising, "Thanks to Li Heng these past 2 years, I've saved a lot on breakfast." Wang Runin didn't mind and joked, "Hey, I looked down on you. That's all you've got? How many points is that worth?" The 2 teachers ate breakfast and talked about the class's progress. Suddenly, Wang Runin asked, "Old Wang, can I ask you something?" Wang Qi was busy eating and nodded in response. Wang Runin asked, "Have you heard of the magazine People's Literature?" Wang Qi swallowed a few pieces of fried dough and said, "Yes, I've heard of it. What's up?" Wang Runin asked, "Could your writings be published in People's Literature?" Hearing this, Wang Qi almost choked and joked, "Haha, you overestimate me. With my little skills, I'd be lucky to get into a provincial newspaper, let alone People's Literature. Even if my family's ancestors came back to life, I wouldn't have that hope." Wang Runin was surprised. "You weren't like this before, proud of being a cultured person." Wang Qi chuckled. "That was just bragging. Anyway, you guys are semi-illiterate and don't understand, so I can boast all I want. By the way, why bring up People's Literature today?" "Nothing special, just asking." Wang Runin continued, "What about Harvest magazine?" Have you heard of it? Wang Qi said, Wow, only real writers get published there. They're impressive people, not like us earning a few bucks from articles. After thinking for a moment, Wang Runan suddenly said, if someone submitted work and both magazines called, what would that mean? Wang Qi's eyes widened. Really? That's a good thing? Do you know that person? Marry him. Starting today, I'll upload the drafts. Don't be fooled by Wang Qi's always stern face in front of students. He seems cold and hard to talk to, but that's just part of his role. In fact, among friends and acquaintances, he's very humorous and cheerful. According to teacher Luo, the homeroom teacher of class 206, if Wang Qi jokes around with you without restrictions, it means he truly considers you a friend. Otherwise, he's very reserved. So, Wang Runman didn't take the words marry him seriously, just listening and forgetting about it. Later, she asked, Old Wang, which magazine is better, People's Literature or A Harvest? Wang Qi pointed to the ceiling with his right hand. Both are top-tier literary magazines in the country, both good. People's Literature is well known, backed by the Chinese Writers Association and the China Writers Publishing Group. As for Harvest, its editor-in-chief is Mr. Ba. You can judge for yourself. Hearing about the Chinese Writers Association and Mr. Ba, such big names, Wang Runan felt very respectful. The status of these magazines in her mind instantly rose a lot. Li Heng's actions, which were so quiet yet so significant, surprised her. At this moment, Wang Runan didn't understand everything, but she seemed to understand a lot. She told Wang Qi, there are only a few minutes left before class ends. I will take Li Heng away first. Okay. Wang Qi didn't ask why, just nodded and moved aside to let her into the classroom. Looking at the English teacher carrying a lot of breakfast, everyone in class 204 felt envious. Some boys even secretly admired her full figure and tall posture, wishing they were Li Heng. They reached the fourth seat in the fifth row. Wang Runman pointed at someone's book and said, Come out with the teacher for a moment. I have something to talk to you about. Then she looked around and said, Keep reviewing vocabulary and sentence patterns. Study what you need to memorize and strengthen what needs improvement. The scholarship exam is coming soon. Last night, I heard the head teacher say the questions are very difficult, so be mentally prepared. Since time was short, Li Heng had been working on the remaining part of his manuscript for Alive during self-study. After a couple of seconds of thinking, he put the manuscript into his bag and carried it with him. Outside the classroom, the English teacher only handed him a breakfast without saying a word. When they reached the playground and saw no one nearby, Wang Runan finally spoke. Just now, the editor of People's Literature called. They're looking for you. She repeated the phone message exactly, then regretfully said, Unfortunately, there was noise on the line, so I only heard People's Literature. I didn't catch what was said after that, not even the caller's name, only that she was a young woman. Afterward, seeing him munching on tofu pudding, Wang Runan asked, Is December your pen name? Yes. Why December? Not another month? Does it have a special meaning? There are 12 months in a year, representing happiness every month. In Shao City, many people like to add a 2 at the end of their red envelopes because of this place. After arriving behind the teaching building, near a small fake mountain, the English teacher found a windshielded stone bench to sit on. She then fixed her eyes on him and asked, Is there nothing you want to say to me? Li Heng sat opposite her, smiling, and said, Teacher, can we make a deal? Let me finish my breakfast first, then we can talk. Don't speak so harshly. You don't have to say anything. That wouldn't be right. The school is close to you, and I might need your help later. Close? I think you're just thinking about my home phone. Her father used to be the principal at Yizhong, but later transferred to Xiangnan Normal University-affiliated middle school and started a new family there. The current principal at Yizhong was promoted by her father, so her family's landline was never disconnected, and they didn't have to vacate their house. Li Heng rolled his eyes and mumbled, If I wasn't thinking about the phone, what else could it be? I dare not say I'm thinking about you, teacher. Wang Runan crossed her arms, half-closed her eyes, and spat out 5 words through her teeth. Try it if you dare. Trying it would mean death. Li Heng knew better than to push his luck. Winning this argument was enough. No need to be greedy. Since others were around, he changed from his usual rude, wolfish eating style and ate more carefully to keep a good image. Wang Runan didn't rush him, just watched silently. After finishing a fried dough stick, a bowl of tofu pudding, and 3 meat buns, each about the size of a palm, he finally felt full. They looked at each other for a moment, and Li Heng, now clear-headed, recounted everything about writing to live. The English teacher listened quietly, didn't ask questions or interrupt until he finished. After digesting his story for a while, she suddenly spoke. So, if To Live gets published, you'll be a famous writer? Li Heng proudly nodded. Yeah, pretty much. You're not yet 18 this year, right? Not until May, just 2 months to go. She studied his face for a long time and then fell into silence. After a while, she reached out her hand. Do you have a draft of To Live? I'd like to read your work. That's kind of you. I'll send it to you later. He really did have a draft. Last time, he sent out 2 versions with the first 40,000 words, and he added another copy at home just in case. This was actually a little habit he developed while working within the system, kind of a compulsive disorder. He always thought ahead, cautious and alert, to prepare for sudden inspections from superiors. I have only written about 105,000 words so far and haven't finished yet. Here, take a look. The final version will probably be ready the day after tomorrow. Li Heng took out 3 stacks of manuscripts from his bag and handed them over. The English teacher took the manuscripts and half-jokingly asked, Aren't you afraid I might run off with your work? Facing her eyes, Li Heng seriously said, I'm not afraid because you're my teacher. The English teacher sneered, This is a big opportunity, but even teachers can't be completely trusted. Li Heng, feeling full, stretched lazily, yawned, and said vaguely, If even our dear comrade Wang Runan can't be trusted, then this world is really messed up. She looked at his face for 4 or 5 seconds, then suddenly waved her hand impatiently. Class is about to start. Go away. Remember to answer the phone at home during lunch. Please, don't turn hostile so quickly. I still have something to tell you. He sat still, not moving. Spit it out quickly. Wang Runan was now fully focused on the manuscript, curious and impatient, with no patience left for him. Well, I submitted work to 2 magazines. During lunch, when I answered the phone, you helped me out by giving some support. Behind him, a series of tricky moves was happening. Wang Runan frowned, listening carefully. Who did you learn these sneaky tricks from? Aren't you afraid of making someone angry? Li Heng confidently said, No, I believe in what I write. Moreover, I rewrote it again, so even if those 2 magazines reject it, I can submit to others immediately. Trying doesn't cost much, just waste some time. Got it, go away. The English teacher didn't say yes or no, just told him to leave. Seeing her start flipping through the manuscript, Li Heng wisely didn't argue and stood up to leave. The first 2 classes were Chinese language lessons. The Chinese teacher was the school's head of discipline. He was about 170 centimeters tall, with a side-parted hairstyle, handsome features, and used mousse and a tie, looking very professional. Unfortunately, 3 finger-length scars on his left cheek ruined his good looks. Seeing the whole class staring at his scar, looking up and down, the discipline head touched the scar and said self-deprecatingly, Don't follow my example. As a man, I can't even win against my wife. It's because I lack education. If I had more knowledge, I could shut her up with just my words. Why did it come to this? You all should study hard. Aim to get into a good university this year. Marry a well-educated and polite wife. And don't repeat my mistakes. It hurts a lot. The whole class burst into laughter. In a relaxed atmosphere, the 2 lessons quickly finished. The 3rd and 4th lessons were history, taught by the homeroom teacher. Unlike the previous 2 lessons, everyone sat up straight, listening carefully and taking notes. Maybe because the class was very engaging, time didn't feel too long. Ding, ding, ding. When the bell rang for the end of the 4th lesson, Teacher Wang Qi looked sternly at a boy sitting near the door and scolded him. Are you so hungry? Not willing to wait even a second? Go to my office and stand for 2 hours now, dismissed. Everyone sympathetically looked at the unlucky boy, closed their books, and grabbed their lunchboxes to head to the cafeteria. Hey, Li Heng, why didn't you bring a lunchbox? Lu Li asked as they left the classroom. Zhang Zhiyong tilted his head and said jokingly, Why ask that? Probably going to the English teacher's house for a snack. Hearing this, the students around looked over again, feeling a bit envious. When they reached the 1st floor, Li Heng separated from the group and headed alone toward the teacher's residential building. But before he got far, Sun Manning called from behind, Li Heng, wait for me. Li Heng turned back. Aren't you going to the cafeteria to eat? Going home instead? Sun Manning hurried over, waving her lunchbox. Today, my family is killing a chicken. I'm going to get some for Song Yu and my Sui. Am I included? Originally, yes, but now no. Because you're going to the English teacher's house to eat. We're jealous. Sun Manning's home was on the 3rd floor, and the English teacher's house was also on the 3rd floor. They talked along the way until they reached the 3rd floor corridor, where they parted. Before parting, Sun Manning looked back and asked, "Want to come home with me and eat a bit?" Li Hung shook his head. Sun Manning pouted. "Ginseng stewed with black chicken, can't that tempt you?" Li Hung smiled and waved his hand. "No, I have some things to discuss with the teacher." "Oh, all right then. See you. Bye-bye." Walking down the corridor to the right for about 10 meters, Li Hang stopped at the 4th door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" After knocking 6 times, there was movement inside. "Teacher, it's me," Li Hung announced himself. "Yoo-hoo." A creaky old wooden door opened, revealing Wang Runwen's face. Before he could say hello, she looked at him strangely and said, "Li Hang, maybe I should resign and marry you instead. First, make changes then revise." Before he could greet her, she looked at him strangely and said, "Li Hang, maybe the teacher should resign and marry you." Li Hang was startled and felt a jolt like an electric shock when she stared at him, making his whole body tingle. He instinctively took a step back and said, "Teacher, don't scare me. I'm still a minor." Wang Runwen chuckled and beckoned with her finger, "Come in." Li Hung felt danger and took another step back. "No, I'm afraid of getting scolded." Wang Runwen slammed the door shut with her foot and said, "Then just leave." Li Hung was speechless. After about 10 seconds, he had no choice but to knock again. Knock, knock, knock. Yawn. This time, as he knocked, the door opened inward. Wang Runwen crossed her arms, shot him a glance, then turned and walked inside. She said, "I've been reading your novel all morning. Get yourself some tea if you're thirsty." "Okay, but there's no hot water left in the pot. I finished the last cup just now. Boil some water yourself." Li Hang picked up the kettle to pour water, waiting while muttering, "Teacher, you're so careless. That's not how you treat guests." Wang Runwen sat on the sofa, reading the last part of her manuscript. "You're just a minor. What kind of guest are you?" "Haha, this woman is quite vengeful. I just said he was a minor, and she immediately shot back." He filled the cup with water, placed the kettle outside on the coal stove, and smugly thought, "I'll be a great writer soon. You should start treating me better. In the future, if you encounter trouble outside, maybe you can mention my name." The English teacher crossed her legs, sneering, "Mention your name? As Li Hang's husband? Or Songyu's man? Or both? This woman is so good at exposing secrets. No way to chat anymore." Li Hang leaned back slightly on the fabric sofa, keeping an eye on the boiling water and slowly observing the room's decor. Surprisingly, even though it was only 1987, the place looked quite fashionable. There was a black and white TV, a landline phone, a fabric sofa, curtains, a gramophone, and a radio. In the corner, there was even a sewing machine, famous butterfly brand. It seemed the old principal wasn't exactly a saint either. Rumor had it that the old principal and his wife had been fighting for decades. After he was transferred to the affiliated high school, he developed feelings for a female teacher there and started a new family. This made his wife very angry, and she quickly got involved with a factory director from a state-owned enterprise, eventually marrying him. In general, outsiders say that this couple is not easy to get along with. They both have hot tempers and can't tell right from wrong. This made life difficult for the English teacher. Her childhood was full of her parents fighting, yelling, breaking dishes, and smashing furniture. Her mother even tried to cut her wrist a few times. Although she was rescued each time, these experiences made her develop a deep fear of marriage. For the past 10 years, no matter how relatives and friends tried to introduce her to someone, she refused outright. The water boiled, and Wang Runwen finished reading the last few pages of the manuscript. She looked at it for a long time, feeling a bit sad, and asked, "This is really well written. How did you come up with it?" The teacher hadn't yet stepped away from the book. Regarding how the book was written, Li Hang had already explained, sharing his life experiences and the hundreds of books stored by comrade Li Jianguo. Wang Runwen didn't question him directly, though she felt like she was hearing something unbelievable. She was amazed and found it hard to believe, but since she held the manuscript of To Live, she had to trust the evidence. She watched Li Hang pour 2 cups of boiled water, one for himself and one for her. After a moment of silence, she got up, found a jar of tea leaves, and added some to the cup. She looked up at the wall clock and said, "Time is almost up. There's only a minute left." Hearing this, Li Hang also looked at the clock. It showed 12:19. He moved the landline phone closer and then picked up the steaming tea, blowing on it to cool it down. Suddenly, the phone rang precisely at the scheduled time. The English teacher said, "It's here." Are you not answering?" "Not yet. Wait a bit." From Li Hang's perspective, once the phone rang, both sides entered a negotiation phase. To get what he wanted, he couldn't appear eager. The first call rang 8 times and then automatically disconnected. When the agreed-upon time arrived, no one answered. Chen Xiaomi from Beijing suddenly had a bad feeling. Could this December person be difficult to deal with? But then she started to comfort herself. These days, communication wasn't always easy, and maybe the other person was busy with students. After all, no one is perfect. Unexpected things happen. Thinking this way, Chen Xiaomi calmed herself and waited another 5 minutes before making the second call. Ding ding ding. The quiet living room rang with the doorbell again. Wang Runwen looked at the calm expression of the person in front of him and suddenly felt a strange sense of disorientation. It seemed that Li Hang's emotional maturity was greater than his own. Normally, when such a big event happens, not to mention her, even the older teacher Wang Qi and the head of the teaching department would be so calm. Shouldn't they have been overjoyed long ago? This time, Li Hang didn't keep the other person waiting. After the second ring, he picked up the phone. "Hello." The words hello made Chen Xiaomei pause instinctively. Why did the voice on the other end of the line give her a feeling of familiarity? It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. But upon reflection, she couldn't quite remember where she had heard it. Actually, it's normal that she couldn't immediately recognize Li Hang. Chen Xiaomei was born in 1980, left her hometown early, and had been working in Beijing since graduating from university. Moreover, Chen Gaoyuan and his son were ordinary people from the end of 1980. Since her father and brother came to Beijing, she usually stayed with them during winter and summer vacations and rarely went back home. Over the years, Li Hang had grown taller and even experienced a voice change in his 3rd year of middle school. His voice was no longer like when he was a child. Last summer, because of an incident involving intimacy, they spent a whole day together, but she was the one speaking all the time. Faced with Chen Xiaomei, who was as strong-willed as her second sister, Li Hang, knowing he was in the wrong and lacking social experience, didn't dare to speak back. He had always kept his head down then. So, having a faint sense of familiarity through the phone was already good enough, and it was probably because she was more perceptive. Of course, the main reason was that she subconsciously didn't think of Li Hang. Just ask how sharp the writing of To Live is, how profound its story and ideas are, and how old Li Hang is, just over 17, younger than Ziqin by a few months. If she could think of him immediately, it would be strange. Chen Xiaomei didn't realize it was him. Li Hang, because of the hoarse voice, didn't recognize him immediately either. Chen Xiaomei thought she was overthinking because she cared too much about this opportunity. She quickly adjusted her mindset and replied, "Hello, I am Chen Xiaomei, an editor at People's Literature. Are you the writer, Sherway?" What is going on? Chen Xiaomei? Is it such a coincidence? Is this what they call a narrow road for enemies? Is this really the Chen family woman? Li Hang found it hard to believe. The heavens really knew how to play tricks. He was just planning to use literature to get back at her, and now she was right in front of him. This is more accurate than China Post delivery. When there was no response on the phone, Chen Xiaomi asked again, "Hello, are you still there?" "I'm here. It's December," Li Hang replied calmly, suppressing his happiness. After many twists and turns, they finally found the writer himself. Chen Xiaomi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said gracefully, "Congratulations, December. Your story, Alive, has passed our initial review. May I ask you a few questions now?" Li Hang said, "Yes, you may." Chen Xiaomi first asked, "Are you from Shaoyang?" Li Hang replied, "Yes, I am." Chen Xiaomi smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I am also from Shaoyang. I didn't expect us to be fellow townspeople. Your story, Alive, is very moving." I already knew you were from Shaoyang. I came specifically for you. But your wife keeps calling you in such a formal way, it's quite amusing." Li Hang secretly thought, "I'm happy," but I kept a humble face and said, "Thank you. That's very kind of you." After a few more words, Chen Xiaomi felt that the other person's attitude was quite good, much better than she had expected. She then asked a question that Uncle Dai and the chief editor cared about most. "How many words are there after Alive?" Li Hang answered clearly, "The full text is about 135,000 words. I sent 40,000 words to your magazine, and there are about 95,000 words remaining." Chen Xiaomi took notes and said, The first 40,000 words of Alive are very good. We have accepted your submission. When do you think you can send the remaining part? Usually, editors at People's Literature are not so polite to new authors. But Li Heng's mature version of Alive made a big impression on the editorial department. His writing, story, and ideas are very skilled and flawless. Chen Xiaomi believed he would become a great writer in the future. She had nothing to teach him, so she tried to build a good relationship and was very polite. Li Heng didn't ask about mailing the manuscript. Instead, he asked, "May I ask a question first?" Chen Xiaomi said, "Please go ahead." Li Heng asked, "How much is the payment for my manuscript?" This question surprised Chen Xiaomi. She had been working for 2 years and had dealt with many writers. Most writers would be very happy just to have their work published in People's Literature. No one would ask about payment right at the first contact. Literature is such an elegant thing. Who would be so as to talk about money openly? Besides, isn't the payment set by People's Literature? Anyway, could this person be a money-minded person? But he seemed too obsessed with money and didn't know the right time or place to ask. I used to think the other person was easy to get along with, but I was quickly proven wrong. While Chen Xiaomei was thinking about how to phrase her words, she suddenly heard a conversation on the phone. A woman was asking the writer December, "Is this the phone from a Harvest magazine?" Then, there was a faint, hush-hush voice reply, "Sure." Well, at this moment, Chen Xiaomei was not just stunned, she felt like a thunderbolt hit her, and she stood there in shock, feeling very cold inside. Competition among peers is always very sensitive. When Chen Xiaomei heard Harvest magazine, she immediately understood what was happening. This December was probably submitting multiple manuscripts to different magazines, but she wasn't sure how many. Although she was very angry about this dishonest behavior, she had seen similar things many times since she started in the industry. New writers often lack resources and channels, so they don't understand some unspoken rules. Also, their first book is usually not very polished, and rejection is common. Under the urgent desire to publish and become famous, some new writers secretly submit their work to multiple magazines to increase their chances. Chen Xiaomei had considered this possibility before, but she still held on to a bit of hope. Now that hope was shattered. She didn't know how the phone call ended, her mind was a bit numb, and she felt overwhelmed by a dark cloud. Zhou Chunlan, who had been eavesdropping, saw her standing there in a daze and quickly asked with a fake smile, "Xiaomi, what's wrong? Is it not going well?" Chen Xiaomei suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust towards her. She almost cursed but held back. After forcing a smile and replying briefly, she headed straight to the chief editor's office. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." She pushed the door open and straightforwardly said to Zhou Mingwei, "Uncle Zhou, I need to go to Shao City." Hearing this, Zhou Mingwei, who was busy writing, looked up at her, then put down his pen and asked, "Are you facing a problem?" Regarding the rare masterpiece Alive, Chen Xiaomei didn't hide anything and directly told him about December submitting multiple manuscripts. Zhou Mingwei, who had seen many storms, remained calm. As the chief editor, he had a strong mindset. After hearing her, his expression stayed unchanged, without any sign of surprise. If it was any other work, he wouldn't bother to interfere and would let his staff handle it. But this is to live. Even though he has worked for many years and read many books, he can't find many works that touch his soul deeply. Yet, To Live does exactly that. His rich experience tells him this is a work that could make him famous. Deep down, he has a gut feeling that if he misses this chance carelessly, he might regret it forever. Thinking of this, Zhou Mingwei asks, "How many words are left?" Chen Xiaomei replies, "December said about 95,000 words." Zhou Mingwei then asks, through the phone, "What is your first impression of this writer?" Chen Xiaomei pauses for a moment and summarizes with 2 words, confidence. Love of money. Confidence is just right. Someone who can write such a work should be confident. If not, it would be a bit disappointing. Zhou Mingwei probably wouldn't look forward to the rest of the work as much. As for loving money, it varies from person to person. Since he hasn't met the person, he doesn't judge. After a moment of thought, he authorizes, "Within this scope, you handle it entirely." Chen Xiaomei has been waiting for these words and immediately agrees, "Okay, I'll go now." Zhou Mingwei nods seriously and reminds her, "The opponent is strong. It's better to act sooner rather than later. Be careful on the way." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." Holding the official seal, thinking about their old rival Harvest magazine's possible actions, Chen Xiaomei feels anxious and can't delay even for a moment. After quickly tidying up her desk, she hurries to the door of the editorial office. Hey, Xiaomei, why are you in such a rush to leave? Liao Jie, who usually gets along well with her, calls out curiously for her colleagues. Chen Xiaomei glances at Shou Chunlan and replies, I have a meeting with December. I need to prepare. The editors are experienced and catch something unusual from her simple words. Daishu encourages her, saying, Little Chen, I wish you success. When you come back, treat me to a drink. Thanks for the good wishes. No problem. Leaving the People's Literature, Chen Xiaomei first rushes to the post office to send an urgent telegram to Shao City. Then she finds a public phone booth to call a friend of her father to arrange tickets, either train or plane. Shao City, number 1 middle school. Using the same method and approach, Li Heng repeats the process on an editor at Harvest magazine, scaring him into surprise. After he puts the red receiver back, the English teacher asks, Are you sure this will work? Li Heng considers and says, It's too early to tell now. We'll see the results in a few days. The English teacher sat cross-legged on the sofa, picked up her teacup, took a sip or two, and asked, You're just a new writer. If they don't support you, and you give up, what will you do? Li Heng was confident and replied, I won't. I know what I write. Seeing her look skeptical, he added, After the scholarship exam, if neither magazine has news for me, I'll try submitting to Contemporary in October. This time, I won't play tricks. I'll honestly earn my pay. Hearing this, Wang Runan looked at his face for a long time and asked, very puzzled, Shenzhen is such a big place with so many intellectuals. Over the years, I haven't seen anyone become a famous writer or publish a novel. Even teachers like Wang Qi, they only get to show off a small article in the newspaper for a long time. You're not even 18 yet, and you've achieved so much. Why aren't you satisfied? Why are you so focused on money? Li Heng calmly shook his head and said, Writing a book with all my effort only earns a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. What's there to be satisfied about? I have no other income, so I have to maximize my earnings. Hearing this, and recalling his poor family background, Wang Runwen chose not to argue further. After slowly finishing her tea, she looked at her watch and said, Let's go. There's no dinner at home. Since we still have time, let's go out to eat. Li Heng naturally asked, Am I just eating for free? Wang Runwen smirked and asked back, Why not call it freeloading? Li Heng instinctively looked at her chest, which was soft enough. Seeing this, Wang Runwen suddenly threw her empty cup at him. Luckily, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his head might have been smashed. After a tense standoff of about 10 seconds, Li Heng raised his hand decisively. You're too cruel. I give up. Wang Runwen looked at him with a half-smile, picked up her wallet from the coffee table, and walked out first. With a teacher accompanying him, the security guard didn't make things difficult for Li Heng. For the first time during the school closure, he was able to go outside without any trouble. Looking at the Fat Brother restaurant across the street, he asked eagerly, Teacher, are you treating me to a big meal? Unexpectedly, Wang Runwen ignored him and headed toward a nearby egg fried rice stall. Li Heng was disappointed. I thought we'd eat something fancy. I almost got beaten up for nothing. Wang Runwen coldly replied, My salary isn't high. If you don't like the egg fried rice, just eat some buns. Buns are good, big, soft, and white. Li Heng angrily reached out and said, Boss, add an egg to the fried rice. Add an egg to the fried rice. These kinds of bold choices are rare nowadays. Not even the English teacher would do that, let alone the fried rice shop owner. Seeing him happily eating, taking bite after bite without pause, Wang Runwen couldn't help but ask, would it taste better with an extra egg? Although she looked fresh and juicy, tempting to eat, she was a teacher and couldn't just reach for food. Li Heng still thought eating was more important. He casually replied, It's no use asking. You'll see when you try it yourself. Hearing this, Wang Runwen looked around. When she saw no one paying attention, she scooped half a spoonful from his bowl and put it in her mouth. After chewing carefully, she frowned and said, The egg flavor is too strong. It's missing the fresh rice aroma. It's not as good as mine. Li Heng glanced and said, How is that possible? My saliva must add some flavor, right? Wang Runwen raised her eyebrows coldly. Your saliva smells good? Li Heng kept stirring his fried rice. I don't know if it's fragrant, but everyone who's tasted it says it's good. Wang Runwen chuckled bitterly. Did you kiss Chen Zijiang? Since she already knew about the little forest to the east, Li Heng didn't bother pretending anymore. He shamelessly said, She likes swallows carrying mud and often comes to build nests with me. Wang Runman gently tapped the edge of her bowl with her spoon, expressionless. You pay for this meal. Li Heng suddenly felt the food wasn't tasty anymore. He looked up. Huh? Wang Runman ignored his innocent act and didn't respond, just looked away. Li Heng turned to the shop owner and shouted, Do you have vinegar? The owner was surprised. Vinegar? You want to put it in the fried rice? Li Heng said, just trying a bit of sourness. I don't feel like eating. All right, I'll get some later. The owner put down what he was doing, roughly wiped his apron, bent down, and grabbed a bottle of aged vinegar. He approached, but suddenly said, Kid, you need to settle the bill first. I asked for vinegar, and now you're talking about paying? This turn of events was too sudden. Li Heng was stunned for a few seconds. When he finally reacted and turned quickly, he thought, What the heck? The English teacher had silently arrived at the school gate. I knew it. This shop owner's mood swings are faster than flipping a book. Turns out, the boss ran off because the money was gone, afraid of being stiffed. Li Heng stared blankly at that charming figure walking away, feeling like his heart was bleeding. Money, come back. Wang Runman seemed to sense something. Before entering the security room, she turned back and gave him a smile. But this smile wasn't bright at all, it was full of sarcasm. Fried rice costs 2.8 yuan per serving. Adding an egg makes it more expensive, at 3.6 yuan. 2 servings together cost 6.4 yuan. It's so frustrating. His living expenses aren't enough for 10 meals. He's lost a lot. The 6.4 yuan would require Brother Tian to sell 5 pounds of rice to break even. He counted the small bills from his pocket and, feeling annoyed, handed them over. Li Heng complained, Boss, doing business like this won't bring back customers. The boss smiled politely and explained, Sorry, young man. Recently, people have been taking food without paying, and I'm a bit scared. They all do the same thing, leave one by one. I'm getting old. My legs are not as good, and I can't catch them. In Chao City, a place known for its tough people, can a good boss avoid being robbed? You have to get used to it. Li Heng thought to himself and emphasized, That's our English teacher from number 1 middle school. The boss shook his head. This stall used to be run by my wife. She recently left, so I took over. I don't recognize many people. Li Heng opened his mouth, feeling like he was facing a soft, empty space, powerless. Oh well. We're all unfortunate people. In the afternoon, the 6th and 7th periods are math classes. The math teacher's last name is Pan. He has a well-known habit. Whenever it's a class for class 204, he arrives 10 minutes early. This habit is unbreakable, rain or shine. Why come early? Of course, to learn from the lesson, he came to look at Li Heng's math study guide. Probably in the 2nd semester of high school, the math teacher spent a whole class explaining a very difficult inequality problem. That day, Li Heng felt dizzy and kept his head on the desk. When the 4th class bell rang, he, starving, instinctively jumped up to go eat. At that moment, the math teacher was still finishing his explanation, staring intently at Li Heng's lunchbox. Li Heng already disliked this math teacher, feeling he was too slow compared to the one in 9th grade, and thought he was too meticulous. So, in a moment of impulsiveness, he used a quick method to solve the problem on the board. He explained it aloud in 4 steps, and in less than a minute, gave the answer. The answer was greater than or equal to 2. Li Heng still remembers that scene clearly. The math teacher first glanced at the answer on the lesson plan, then smiled but looked a bit unnatural. The whole class was silent, all turning to look at him. Even Zhou Aiming, who also disliked the math teacher, said casually, It's only our Lao Heng who can do math. He's the real expert. Afterward, the head teacher, Wang Qi, specifically called Li Heng and Zhou Aiming to the office to give them guidance, reminding them to learn to respect teachers and pay attention to how they do things. Since then, the math teacher has developed a habit of arriving early to the classroom. But those days are long gone. After Wang Qi patiently explained, Class 204 gradually accepted this slow-paced teacher, and now their relationship is quite friendly. Hey, how did you come up with this method? While flipping through some pages, the math teacher happily asked him about a parabola problem. Li Heng remained calm in front of the teacher's question. Recently, Li Heng realized that rebirth simply added decades of life experience. He hadn't forgotten the knowledge in his mind. This is why he feels confident to take the college entrance exam. It's also the reason he has been working overtime recently on his project Alive. Li Heng leaned in to look and spent 5 minutes discussing the solution with the teacher. When the class bell rang, the math teacher softly whispered to him with a smile, There's something on page 186. Huh? Li Heng, feeling puzzled, turned to page 186 and found a folded heart-shaped note. Without even opening it, he could roughly guess what was inside. Sun Manning, sitting in the front row, stared intently at the note, confused, and asked, "Who secretly sent this right under my nose?" "I didn't see anyone." Seeing that Li Heng looked even more confused, she turned to my Sui and asked, "My Sui, did you see anyone approach his desk?" My Sui shook her head charmingly. Sun Manning looked at Songyu. Songyu smiled prettily and also shook her head. At this moment, Chen Lijun on the right added, "It should be a girl from another class. I saw her stop at Li Heng's desk when I came to the classroom this morning." Sun Manning suddenly stood up and said, "Lijun, do you recognize that person?" Chen Lijun thought for a moment and replied, "She looks familiar. I think I've seen her on campus, but I don't know her name." "Next time you see her, can you recognize her?" "I think so." Not one to shy away from trouble, Sun Manning rubbed her fist and said, "After dinner, let's go around other classes and look around." Songyu, My Sui, Li Hong, Chen Lijun. Sun Manning reached out her hand and said, "Li Hong, give me the love letter. I'll treat you to 2 small stir-fries." Li Hong was speechless. "This is my business. Why are you so worried about it?" Sun Manning argued cleverly, "This isn't just your business. Chen Zijin is my best friend, and I have to watch out for her, you know." Li Heng said, "Songyu is also her close friend and my desk mate. Let her watch over me. It will be more convenient." Upon hearing this, Sun Manning and my Sui exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes full of smiles and hints. Songyu seemed to ignore or not notice, quietly opening her textbook and unscrewing her pen to listen attentively. Math is usually difficult for most art students, but for him, it was an easy and enjoyable subject that helped improve his grades. He continued to immerse himself in his world of writing alive, paying no attention to what the teacher was saying. Songyu noticed his strange behavior these days and kindly advised him, but it was ineffective. Now she was hesitating whether to tell Ziqin about this situation or ask her to contact him directly. After all, in the eyes of good students like them, the college entrance exam was the most important thing right now. Writing stories could wait. At the end of the class, Songyu subtly looked at him 5 times. Li Heng's mind moved, and he directly handed her the love letter. He also added a note that said, "Keep this safe for me." Worried others might see and misunderstand, Songyu covered the letter with her book, hesitated for a moment, then wrote back on a note, "When will your story be finished?" Li Heng replied, "Probably tomorrow." After receiving his reply, Songyu put away the note and continued to listen carefully to the class. In the following time, Li Heng was working hard to finish his story alive. Almost on schedule, at 12:09 noon the next day, he finished the last word. He let out a long sigh, looking relieved, and Songyu, understanding his mood, quietly handed him a note. "Finished?" He responded, "Mm." Just as he was about to write more, the bell rang signaling the end of class. It seemed perfectly timed. An English teacher appeared at the classroom door. She called out, "Li Heng, your telegram." Li Heng immediately ran out of the classroom, asking eagerly, "Teacher, where is it from?" In front of many students, the English teacher didn't say much and handed him 2 telegram slips only after entering the head teacher's office. "Take a look yourself." Li Heng took the telegram and looked down, his heart instantly ignited with excitement. The telegram from People's Literature read, "Our magazine has accepted your submission. Editor Qin Xiaomei will visit your place to discuss publishing matters." Wow, that woman is coming in person? Honestly, Li Heng had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was eager to see what expression the proud genius who once looked down on him would have when he learned that he was the writer December. Li Heng never claims to be a very generous person. In this chaotic society, just staying alive is already very hard. For those he cannot afford to offend, he must tolerate them. That's just how it is. It's for survival. And when facing enemies, even a little hesitation to stand up for himself would be a betrayal of who he is in 2 lives. Putting aside the telegram from People's Literature, Li Heng begins to check the second telegram. The second telegram is from the Harvest magazine in Shanghai, and its content is quite similar to that of People's Literature, not much different. It just informs him in advance that Harvest has also sent an editor. Li Heng compares the times of the 2 telegrams and suddenly laughs happily. Great minds think alike. They were sent at the same time, and both magazines sent editors. It seems my estimate was pretty accurate. When using a powerful weapon like To Live, both People's Literature and Harvest pay close attention. I hope when they meet, they fight hard. Don't hold back from me. Whoever wins, I'll give him a bottle of soda. If Chen Xiaomi wins, then forget about the soda. Forget the reward. If it weren't for the face of Qin Zijin and Qin Gaoyuan, I'd have been annoyed long ago and would have gone straight to start a fight myself. At this moment, the head teacher isn't here, so it's just the two of them in the office. The English teacher flicks her long hair and says, I didn't expect them to value you so much. Li Hong raises the 2 telegrams in his hand, feeling a bit proud. Look at who wrote these. And look at what was written. That person was crying and shouting to resign and marry me the moment they opened the door. This is what you call a valuable asset, you know. But before the word no even finished, the office suddenly changed. A long leg appeared out of nowhere and heavily kicked Li Hang's. The effect was fantastic. Li Hong, who was just feeling proud, suddenly staggered forward and directly hit the gray-white wall. Ouch! That hurt so much. Li Hong, holding his painful forehead, turned around and said angrily, No. Teacher, are you serious? That was so harsh. Don't you know how heavy you are? Hearing this, Wang Runwen, who was already looking dangerous, squinted her eyes even more dangerously. She bit out her words. Height 165 centimeters, 108 jin, about 54 kilograms, very heavy? Li Hang looked at her chest area and cursed. Who told you my height and weight? C plus, you know, right? Noticing his gaze, Wang Runwen, arms crossed, squinted his eyes into a narrow slit and coldly said, I think you don't want to live anymore. Do you believe I would dig out your eyes and feed them to the dogs? I believe. Isn't that enough? Women raised in abusive environments are just unpredictable and not very kind. Because of the other person's status, and in the spirit of a good man doesn't fight with women, Li Hong decisively took a step back, planning to go eat. Seeing him want to leave, the English teacher behind him said, The editor is coming soon. Do you want me to go shopping with you for some clothes? Li Hang stopped and looked him over, asking, Are my clothes that bad? The English teacher sneered coldly, Even Sun Mining's dog dresses more nicely than you. He had seen Sun's white dog fat and with better clothes than his own. Li Hong felt very depressed. In his 2 lives, he still hadn't lived comfortably, not even like a dog. He turned his pockets inside out and said alone, No money. Can I survive by freeloading? Wang Runwen walked over with her arms crossed, circling him with an amused look, and mockingly said, Too thin. Kill me, but you won't get more meat than a sheep. Not interested. Then, with a victorious and proud attitude, she turned and walked away without looking back. Li Hong touched his ribs and sighed sadly, then followed her out and said, Teacher, today is Lantern Festival. I give you a chance. Let's go eat together. Wang Runwen pushed her hair aside with her right hand and replied, I could be your mother now. Go and accompany Songyu. It was dinner time now, and there wasn't a single shadow in the corridor. The two of them, like old friends, exchanged teasing words as they quickly went from the 3rd floor down to the 1st. Are you really not going to invite me to eat? Nope. I'm about to become a famous writer. In the future, countless people will want to eat with me. When that happens, even if you want to invite me, you'll have to make an appointment. Don't regret it. Hey, teacher, you should smile. Your current smile is too unfriendly. Hey, forget it. I'm going to the cafeteria. Go away. The two parted ways near the basketball court. Wang Runwen was stopped by a close female teacher, and they went off together, chatting happily outside the school. Li Hang, hoping to get a free meal, wasted a lot of words but still failed, and could only sadly head toward the cafeteria. This year's senior class had 15 classes, over 900 students, with roughly half arts and half sciences. Actually, when they chose their streams in 2nd year, his science was stronger, and he never scored below 95 in physics exams. But he seemed naturally incompatible with chemistry. It's not that he thought this subject was particularly hard, but he had never gotten the last big question right from middle school to high school. Isn't that ridiculous? Not once. It wasn't that he didn't know how to solve the problem or couldn't write the chemical formulas. He simply couldn't calculate the correct answer. In the 2nd semester of his 1st year of high school, he finished the last question early. With plenty of time left, he eagerly started checking his work. But this was where his frustration completely exploded. He calculated the last big question 9 times, and each time, he got a different answer. Seeing his repeated corrections, his long-held temper finally burst. He was so angry that he crumpled his test paper with his right hand, nearly losing his mind. He secretly swore to himself, this would be the last time. If he got it wrong again on the 10th try, he would never do chemistry again in his life. Of course, he chose to switch to arts. Even after his homeroom teacher spent 4 hours persuading him, and even changed his major from science to arts without asking, he still refused to change his mind. Funny enough, when he saw he was switching to arts, Zhang Zhiyong and Zhou Aiming, who also came to school with him, both switched from science to arts too. Zhang Zhiyong explained, "I'm just a bystander anyway, just need to get into a university, whether it's arts or science doesn't matter. The main thing is brothers sticking together." Li Heng asked Zhou Aiming, "What about you? Why did you switch?" Zhou Aiming's reason was even more straightforward. "All the pretty girls in our class went to arts. Arts is more eye-catching. Nowadays, the third-year students at number 1 high school are separated from the first and second years and are in different areas. Even so, over 900 third-year students gather at the same time to eat in the large cafeteria, which is simply too small to hold everyone." Li Heng walked into the cafeteria and looked around. The place was packed with people. Luckily, a group of friends had a usual spot in the corner on the left side of the cafeteria. He found Zhang Zhiyong, who was sitting with Lu Li, Chen Lijun, and Mai Sui. Those 2 girls were a bit bold today, daring to sit at the same table with beautiful girls, surprising him a little. Next to Zhang Zhiyong was a prepared lunchbox, left there for Li Heng. Li Heng sat down casually, took his own lunchbox, and asked curiously, "Hey, you guys, how come you're eating with the beautiful girls today? Come on. I told you so many times, once you leave the village, don't call me by my nickname." Zhang Zhiyong looked unhappy, snatched his lunchbox, and muttered while hugging it, "No food for you. You'll starve, you little brat." Seeing the situation, Li Heng was completely calm and turned to the 2 girls. "Why is it just you 2 today? Where are Sun Manning and Song Yu?" Chen Lijun smiled, revealing 2 small dimples, and teasingly asked, "Come on, Li Heng, who do you really want to ask about?" Noticing Mai Sui, Xin Yin, and Lu Li looking at him, Li Heng was unimpressed. "Let's start with Song Yu." "Huh, I knew you cared about Song Yu. Her parents came at noon," Chen Lijun said knowingly. Chen Lijun knew about her own matters, and Li Heng wasn't surprised. Before Chen Zijin left, she, Song Yu, and Sun Manning almost ate and stayed together, inseparable. At that time, Mai Sui usually ate with Chen Lijun, but sometimes the 2 girls also hung out with Chen Zijin. After Chen Zijin left, the few girls who were already close became even closer, as if their groups had merged into one. So they shared many pieces of information. Moreover, Li Heng's obvious seat change a few days ago couldn't be hidden from Mai Sui and Chen Lijun. But Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong looked very surprised. Especially Zhang Zhiyong, who isn't very sensitive about romantic matters, looked confused with a big question mark on his face. Because there were outsiders, Zhang Zhiyong suppressed his inner anxiety and didn't ask about Song Yu. He was truly worried. He cared about his good friend Chen Zijing. Since the first year of middle school, he had helped his best brother set up a romantic connection with Chen Zijing, doing everything possible to make their dates easier. But suddenly, Li Heng fell for Song Yu. From the way Mai Sui and Chen Lijun acted just now, it seemed they already knew about this. "They are outsiders, but I am your brother. How come they knew before I did?" Seeing Li Heng happily chatting with Lu Li, Chen Lijun, and Mai Sui, Zhang Zhiyong had no energy left to argue over the lunchbox and handed it back to him. Mai Sui's natural charm made her sit effortlessly, her deep black eyes often revealing a hint of allure, like a natural spell that could captivate others. Mai Sui softly said, "Li Heng, you're so biased. You asked about Song Yu, so you didn't ask about Manning." Since they were very close, Li Heng didn't hold back and said openly, "Why ask her? That would make me look like I'm being flirtatious." Chen Lijun interrupted, "Manning has always seen you as a good friend. If you say that, she might get hurt when she hears." Li Heng joked, "She won't hear it. Just don't tell her, and it'll be fine." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Really? Turn around and see who I am." Li Heng was startled, then quickly turned around. He saw Sun Manning placing a small stir-fry from the teacher's cafeteria on the table, complaining, "Li Heng, I went out of my way to get you a chicken drumstick you like. I've decided, I'll eat it myself." Seeing the chicken drumstick, Li Heng's eyes lit up brightly, and he hurriedly changed his tone. No. If you eat both, you'll get too full, and it might affect your slim figure." Sun Manning picked up the chicken drumstick with her chopsticks, waved it in front of him, and snorted, "Then say something nice. Having food to eat and getting it for free. These days, it's not easy. Li Heng didn't mind wasting a little saliva. He immediately praised without mercy. Comrade Sun Manning is the prettiest girl in our school. Sun Manning had already decided not to care and was about to put the chicken drumstick in his bowl, but her eyes, like a cat's, shifted to Xiao Han and Yang Ying-Gwen, who had come out from the 9th window with their rice. They asked with a playful look, "Hee really? Am I more beautiful than Xiao Han and Song Yu?" If it were any other names, Li Heng would have confidently said, "What's so special about? Isn't very pretty either." Comrade Manning definitely outshines them. But Xiao Han and Song Yu were sensitive words in his heart, and Li Heng suddenly fell silent. Before he could respond with a compliment, Sun Manning leaned slightly forward, holding the chicken drumstick in front of him. "Hey, why is your sweet little mouth not talking? Do you like Song Yu and Xiao Han at the same time?" Unable to bear such temptation, Li Heng snatched the chicken drumstick with his chopsticks, took a bite, and mumbled, "Nonsense." He had only taken one bite of the chicken drumstick and hadn't even tasted the second, when a passing voice sounded nearby. "Wow. Li Heng, your life is so good." It was Yang Ying-Wen, with a cheesy smile that was almost soul-piercing. Xiao Han was next to her, but she didn't look at Li Heng at all. Her gaze shifted between Sun Manning and my sway, the wheat ear, then moved away. As always, she exuded an elegant demeanor, calm and composed. Li Heng patted the empty seat beside him and invited the two girls, "Ying-Wen, Xiao Han, there are no seats in the cafeteria. Let's eat together." Strangely enough, although the cafeteria was crowded with many people sitting outside or leaning against the walls, most tables were full, and only their table was empty with 3 seats. Yet, no one came over. They all understood. It was probably because of my sway. Others didn't dare to sit down without permission. Some boys might have had ideas, some might have been tempted, but in the end, they all held back in their hearts and didn't dare to take real action. This was a typical feature of the 1980s. People's thoughts were very active, but when they saw good-looking and successful girls, they often felt shy and reserved, hiding away to secretly fantasize. For example, Lu Li and Zhang Zhiyong. They are lively, but in class, they would stammer and blush when answering questions, let alone make eye contact with pretty female classmates. If you say they are shy and introverted, that's not quite right. They are very talkative in the boys' dormitory, chatting about astronomy, geography, current events, or even girls' measurements in different colored underwear on the balcony. There's nothing they wouldn't talk about openly and freely. Actually, Li Heng used to be this kind of shy, reserved person too. If it weren't for Qin Zijin introducing him to Xiao Han, Song Yu, and others, he might have remained just a classmate forever. Time flies quickly. High school 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Everyone is busy with studies, with little time or means to deliberately get close to the opposite. By the time they have the courage and ideas, they are already graduated. In this era where communication mostly relies on shouting outside, staying in touch is difficult. Love often fades with time and eventually becomes just a passing memory. Yang Ying-Wen felt a bit moved, but after Xiao Han, who had a shy and indifferent look in her eyes, politely declined, "No, let's go back to the dorm. You guys eat first." Li Heng wanted to say more, but when his gaze fell on Xiao Han, he suddenly lost his words. Watching the two girls leave, Zhang Zhiyong, who had been mostly silent, suddenly spoke happily. "Hey, I almost forgot. Li Heng, I have some good news to tell you." Li Heng refocused. "What good news?" Zhang Zhiyong was very excited, gesturing wildly as he said, "Lu Shuiwen is dead, and Lu Shuiwen's cousin is dead too. They died this morning, and it's still fresh." Lu Li, seeing someone die for the first time, couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so happy? Are they your relatives?" Zhang Zhiyong blurted out, "They're my classmates, from the same village." Sun Manning raised an eyebrow. "You're so excited about a classmate dying. Maybe you'd be happier if a few more died?" "Nonsense. They are enemies of us brothers, real rivals. Of course I'm happy they're gone. I was even planning to buy some firecrackers this weekend to celebrate by the river." Usually, Zhang Zhiyong wouldn't dare talk like this to city girls, but now he didn't care and just blurted everything out. Li Heng thought back. He seemed to remember something about this, but it was too long ago, so the details were fuzzy. He asked, "How did they die?" Zhang Zhiyong raised his head and said, "How else could he have died? 2 troublemakers at number 12 middle school didn't study properly and got into fights, then got stabbed to death. My aunt's husband came over at noon to give me money and told me that Lu Shuiwen died a terrible death, stabbed over 20 times. His parents were crying and begging my aunt's husband to help with the legal case. Hearing this, Li Heng suddenly remembered. He asked, "Did your aunt's husband agree?" Zhang Ziyong shook his head loudly. "No way, that's impossible. He's just trying to help the community. If the money isn't right, my aunt's husband won't bother with him." Everyone was speechless at this obvious turn of events. After lunch, the afternoon classes were geography, during the 5th and 6th periods. The teacher's surname was Li, same as Li Heng. He was balding early, with a crescent-shaped hairline around his ears, leaving a deep impression and making him easy to remember. Teacher Li's face was a bit crooked, a typical face paralysis type, but he spoke very fast during class. He would say, "This is the key point, and that is the important part, so if you weren't paying attention, you'd fall behind." Because of this, the 2 classes flew by quickly, with everyone on edge. The 7th period was the much-loved PE class. Teacher Zhou was a very kind person. He only gathered everyone on the playground, had us do a mock broadcast calisthenics routine, then dismissed us in less than 10 minutes. "Li Heng, I need to go to the bathroom. Do you want to come?" As soon as the assembly was over, Zhang Ziyong came over. In school, especially in middle school, you need a buddy to eat with, walk with, and even go to the bathroom with. Without someone, walking alone feels awkward, like others are staring at your backside. Li Heng said, "No, I just finished my 6th period." Zhang Ziyong looked unhappy. "Who are you going with? Why didn't you call me?" Li Heng felt dizzy. What kind of person is this? Even arguing over going to the bathroom? He was a bit overwhelmed at first. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Zhang Ziyong threw his usual trump card. "Stop pretending. You come with me to the bathroom. I'll buy you a soda." Li Heng turned his head. "In a bottle?" Zhang Ziyong was so angry he jumped. "It? Still in a bottle? Do you think my money grows on trees?" I also had to fight, threaten, and persuade my grandpa to get that money. It's not easy for him either. It's from my pocket money, after all. Li Heng chuckled. "Your mom doesn't care?" Zhang Ziyong spat and cursed. "Of course she cares, but she can't control me. I sleep with my mom early in the night, then go to the neighbor widow's bed late at night. I've been caught many times, but I haven't changed." At this point, lacking common sense, he clenched his teeth and swore fiercely. "When I can earn money, I won't rely on him anymore. I must tie him up and castrate him. Come on, your father will always be your father. If I remember correctly, he's over 60 and still full of energy, living freely." The small playground is a bit far from the restroom, passing over a rockery and a small shop, needing to walk dozens of meters more. Inside the restroom, Zhang Ziyong looked down at his own and then tilted his head to look at Li Heng, annoyed, and said, "Can you not stand with me every time?" Li Heng replied, "The restroom doesn't have your name on it. I can go wherever I want. Why do you care?" After saying that, he deliberately shook his body. "Do I have 2 big ones? Did you grow up eating urea?" Zhang Ziyong turned his head away, furious and ready to curse. After leaving the restroom, the 2 washed their hands, then bought 2 bags of soda from the small shop, each biting off a corner to start sipping. Passing by the rockery, they felt like sitting on a stone bench inside. Just as they sat down, Zhang Ziyong suddenly asked, "I have a question for you. You must answer carefully." Li Heng glanced at him. "Weird. What is it?" Zhang Ziyong asked, "Was what Chen Lijun said at noon true? Do you really like Songyu?" If it were someone else, Li Heng would casually dodge and brush it off. But Lao Yong, thinking for a moment, he replied lightly, "I'm hearing this." Zhang Ziyong couldn't help but stop drinking soda, looked up at him, and asked, "What about Chen Zijin? What will you do? Don't you like her anymore?" Knowing this guy was very loyal and genuinely cared about friends, Li Heng sighed and said, "Not exactly." Zhang Ziyong hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Li Heng said, "Lao Yong, if I tell you that I like both of them at the same time." Zhang Ziyong's eyes widened. "My dad also often said that to my mom." Li Heng was unhappy. "Your dad is your dad, and I am me. Don't compare us." Zhang Ziyong exhaled roughly, wanting to hit him, but knowing he couldn't win, so he held back. "When did you start liking Songyu?" Li Heng said, "Probably in 10th grade." Zhang Ziyong exclaimed, "Love at first sight?" Li Heng shook his head and nodded, not sure, probably about the same. Zhang Ziyong cursed enviously. "Usually, I don't dare to look at Songyu when I see her on the street, and you actually like her. Tell me, what was it like when you first saw her?" Li Heng recalled, "Meeting her was better than a spring breeze for 10 miles. I searched for the spring of my life, and her smile was it. That feeling was very beautiful." Zhang Ziyong listened in silence. Even if he was slow or dull, he gradually understood that his brother might have truly fallen for someone. In this situation, he wasn't sure whether to curse or not. He wanted to swear, but this was his brother. After a long while, the simple-minded person asked the most important question. Between Qin Ziqin and Song Yu, who do you like more? Both of them? Thinking of past and present, Li Heng felt a bit lost. Just as he was about to speak, a loud cough suddenly came from the next room. Afraid Li Heng might not notice, 2 more coughs followed. The sound was from Sun Manning, who seemed to be deliberately interrupting him. Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyong were surprised. They looked at each other for a moment, then quickly peeked around the corner. Oh my goodness! How are you 3 here? Zhang Zhiyong instinctively shouted, then quickly pulled back his head in fright. Li Heng didn't move, staring blankly at Song Yu, Sun Manning, and Mai Sui. Sun Manning blinked at him and comforted him. It's okay. We just arrived. We didn't hear anything. No way. The banana peel on the stone table was already in several pieces. How could they have just arrived? They looked at each other for a long time. Seeing that he wasn't avoiding them, but was instead gazing into their eyes, Song Yu calmed down. Then she quietly looked away and started peeling an orange slowly. Li Heng, stop standing there. Your neck might break. Come and eat some bananas and oranges. These were sent by Song Yu's parents. Sun Manning broke the silence and warmly invited him. Mai Sui looked at Song Yu and Li Heng, smiled, then reached out to break a few banana slices and some oranges and handed them to him. She also found an excuse. The head teacher seems to be looking for you. There must be something. You should go and see. Oh, okay. Thank you. After Li Heng said thanks, Zhang Zhiyong couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed him and ran away. They ran over 100 meters quickly. Zhang Zhiyong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think I pushed you into a tough spot. Li Heng didn't say anything. Zhang Zhiyong said, you have to believe me. I didn't do it on purpose. Li Heng waved his hand. It's fine. Let's go to the classroom. Really going to find the head teacher? Are you stupid? Of course, I'm going to read a book. In the next few days, Li Heng acted like nothing was wrong, studying hard and doing exercises. He didn't care about the occasional glances from Sun Manning and Mai Sui in the front row. He also didn't talk to Song Yu or deliberately avoid her. I don't know the exact reason, but at first, Song Yu was a little nervous, worried that if he suddenly passed a note during class, he might lose control and reveal his feelings again. Several times, when his gaze accidentally glanced at her, Song Yu appeared calm on the outside but was very nervous inside. Her 10 toes hidden inside her white sneakers would secretly curl tightly. Fortunately, Li Heng remained quiet and reserved, neither too close nor too distant, maintaining the right distance as usual. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. February 13th, Friday. Around 11 a.m., while Li Heng was carefully taking notes in Chinese class, the classroom door suddenly opened. The English teacher appeared at the door. After greeting the class director with a smile, she called out to Li Heng, come out for a moment. Someone is looking for you. An ancient saying goes, there are many good horses, but not many good riders. This phrase is often used in the industry to describe the relationship between editors and writers. An editor with keen insight finds talent among the chaos and helps it soar. Successful writers often return the favor by supporting their editors, helping them rise together. In summary, editors help writers succeed, and writers also help editors succeed. On a slow train journey, Qin Xiaomi likes to rest her head against the window glass, quietly thinking and gazing at the countryside outside. Her thoughts drift with the scenery. She imagines how exciting it would be if living caused a huge sensation in the literary world, or if December, supported by her, became a renowned author. Then, whether in the editorial department or meeting colleagues, she wouldn't have to be so cautious or invisible anymore. She could finally hold her head high and proudly say, I was the one who discovered living. December and I are from the same hometown, and we have a close relationship. Just casually mentioning this, her colleagues and industry peers would have to look at her with respect. If December is truly talented and can write another masterpiece like Living, she would be on her way to entering the Hall of Fame in the editing world. This time, she traveled thousands of miles with dreams and ambition. Having worked at People's Literature for 2 years, she also wants to stand out and improve herself. Although she knows there are competitors like Harvest, Qin Xiaomi remains very confident. Confidence in People's Literature, this unique and prestigious national brand. Confidence in her own abilities. Confidence that she can be one step ahead. Gazing at her reflection in the train window, which resembles Qin Zijin somewhat, she remains confident in her beauty and figure. Although such thoughts are dirty and unseemly, it is undeniable. Attractive women tend to have advantages wherever they go. If the writer December happens to prefer this type, without, she believes she has enough charm and skills to subtly attract the other person. As a daughter of the Chin family, proud and confident, she doesn't plan to use her body to manipulate, but she doesn't mind creating a stunning beauty image to hold the other's attention. After all, being able to write to live makes her a talented person. Even if her looks are not outstanding, she can still be considered exceptional, and she is willing to accept some slight compromises. On the way, Chen Xiaomei has thought of everything, even considering using her beauty as a last resort. This time, she is determined to succeed. Otherwise, returning in disappointment would only make petty people like Zhou Chunlan laugh at her and let her editors and elders down. What kind of person is December? Is she really a language teacher? How old is she? Is she easy to get along with? Will the sequel of To Live continue to be as exciting? These questions have been bothering her and echoing repeatedly in her mind. Actually, besides her confidence, she also feels a faint worry. Worried that the person who wrote To Live might be a greasy man, a high-level scoundrel, and she fears she might fall into his trap, ending up losing both her dignity and her opportunity. After all, writers are known for their charm and traditional romantic skills, almost instinctively understanding how to, making it hard to guard against. But compared to that, she is more concerned about the quality of the upcoming content. Ugh. As the train horn announced its arrival, Chen Xiaomei snapped out of her thoughts. Looking at the time, it was just past 9 in the morning. From Beijing to Xiao City, she had transferred trains once, spending over 30 hours in total, but luckily she traveled in a soft sleeper, so she wasn't very tired now. Packing her luggage, Chen Xiaomei looked around and, with graceful steps, followed the crowd out of the train station. Miss, lunch. The freshest dishes, only 80 cents each. Girl, looking for a place to stay? Beautiful lady, here to visit family in Xiao City? Where are you headed? I can take you. She was approached by all kinds of people, some of whom were quite dangerous and potentially harmful. Chen Xiaomei ignored them and kept walking alone until she met an old classmate. Xiaomei, sorry to make you wait. The motorcycle had some trouble earlier, so I fixed it. How are you? Are you tired? The man picking her up was about 28 or 29 years old, working in a government office in Xiao City. He and his wife were her high school classmates and had kept in touch over the years, sharing a good relationship. I'm fine. I just came out now, Xiaomei said with a smile. Yinzi is already home preparing food. Why don't we go back and have a hot meal? You can take a shower and rest, and later I can take you to handle your business, the man asked for her opinion. Xiaomei shook her head lightly. No, I have something urgent. I can't delay. Please take me there first. The man cared and said, You've been in the car for a long time. You must be hungry. Let's stop at a restaurant ahead. I know a good one nearby, and it won't take much extra time. Feeling hungry, Xiaomei was tempted but still shook her head. Seeing this, the man, knowing her personality, didn't say more. He quickly helped her secure her luggage, started the motorcycle, and asked, Where are we going? To Xiao City No. 1 Middle School, Xiaomei replied. Really? You're going there? The man was surprised, thinking she had some big matter to attend to. Yes, to meet an old friend, Xiaomei said, not knowing what December was like, so she didn't tell the full truth. The train station was some distance from Xiao City No. 1 Middle School. It took over 20 minutes to reach it, taking various shortcuts through turns. Xiaomei, we've arrived, the man said, braking, planting his feet on the ground, and stopping the motorcycle. Thanks, you fan. You should go back to work now. I'll contact you later to meet Yinzi, Xiaomei said. Okay, after you finish, call home, and I'll come pick you up, he replied. Xiaomei nodded with a smile, watched the motorcycle leave, then gathered her thoughts and headed toward the school gate. But before she got close, loud arguing voices already reached her ears. You're just a watchdog. My son is about to take the college entrance exam. He's going to be a university student soon, and he'll be working for the government. How dare you stop me? Pfft. Someone like you, a country bumpkin dog, giving birth to a university student? You're probably dreaming. Are you not letting me into the school? If you don't let me in, I'll stab you to death. Come on, stab me. Stab here. If you can't kill me, your ancestors are all blind cowards. I'm over 60, lived enough, and I'd trade my life with yours any day. At the school gate, old son from the security office and a parent from a rural area were arguing. Both were very angry, exchanging harsh words and insults freely. Qin Xiaomi hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to leave quickly to save time. Stop. Who were you looking for? Did you call ahead? Seeing her approach, the irritable old man's son pointed with his right hand and asked 3 questions in a row. Hello. I am looking for December. I am. Qin Xiaomi tried to introduce herself, but unexpectedly, old man's son interrupted her angrily, saying, It's February now. Where would December be? Don't cause trouble for no reason. After scolding Qin Xiaomi, old man's son turned around and grabbed the parent trying to force their way into the school. The two pushed and argued again. Qin Xiaomi frowned, took out her work ID and introduction letter from her bag, and handed them to old man's son, hoping he would let her in. No time. I can't read. Go away. Old man's son, just slapped by the parent, jumped up and was ready to fight back, so he had no interest in paying attention to her. Qin Xiaomi looked at the two of them, then turned to find a public phone. Nowadays, phones weren't as rare as a few years ago, but they still weren't common. It took her nearly 15 minutes to find one. She took out her phone book and dialed the English teacher's home number. Hello, who is this? As soon as the call connected, a female voice came through. Qin Xiaomi immediately recognized it as the voice from previous calls. Hello, I am Qin Xiaomi, editor at People's Literature. I am at the school gate now. She briefly explained the situation she encountered at the gate. Wang Runwen listened and chuckled softly. The guard at the reception, Sun Lao, was the father of a school leader. He was indeed illiterate, but usually had a good temper and was always cheerful with everyone. Wait for me at the school gate. I will come to pick you up. Okay, thank you. Having lived in the capital for many years, Qin Xiaomi's attire and demeanor stood out among the crowd at the school gate and were easy to recognize. Wang Runwen stepped out of the school gate, quickly pinpointed her target with a glance, and approached her. She asked, Are you Miss Qin? Hello, Qin Xiaomi. Hello, please follow me. After a brief introduction, Wang Runwen led Qin Xiaomi to her home on the 3rd floor. She didn't make a big fuss because Li Heng had advised her to keep a low profile. Pouring a cup of tea, Wang Runwen said, December is in class now. You sit for a while. I'll call him over. Okay, thank you. Class? So, she really is a teacher? Qin Xiaomi originally wanted to go see something, but when she saw Wang Runwen leave quickly and decisively, she gave up the idea. She had met many writers before, but this time she felt more nervous than ever. She clenched her cup tightly and kept imagining the upcoming meeting. She realized that because she cared too much, she was unknowingly getting flustered. But even so, she couldn't control herself. Meanwhile, in front of the whole class, Li Heng walked out of the classroom and asked, Teacher, who's looking for me? Wang Runwen glanced at the students inside and turned toward the stairs, saying, Go downstairs first, we'll talk later. Li Heng understood and already had an answer in mind. It was probably the magazine editor coming, but he didn't know who it was. He went down from the 3rd floor to the playground on the 1st floor. At this moment, no one was around. Wang Runwen said, The editor from People's Literature, Qin Xiaomi, has arrived. Oh, so it's this woman first? Li Heng thought for a moment and asked, Teacher, did you tell her anything about me? The English teacher shook her head. She didn't ask, so I didn't say anything. She probably wants to talk to you face to face. That's good. Li Heng spoke again. Teacher, can I make a request? When we go inside later, don't pay attention to me, don't introduce me, and don't talk to me. The English teacher stopped at the stairway entrance, turned around, and asked, What do you mean? Are you trying to ignore me? Do you find me annoying? Li Heng looked at her silently and said, Her name is Qin Xiaomi, with the surname Qin. She's from Shaoyang. Wang Runwen raised her eyebrows and immediately understood. She looked somewhat like Qin Zijin. I was wondering earlier, so she's from the Qin family? Li Heng nodded. Yes, but the most important thing is that I have a grudge against her. Wang Runwen's lips parted slightly. What a coincidence. Li Heng nodded again. Wang Runwen crossed her arms and looked interested. Why do you have a grudge? She seems like a gentle lady. Shouldn't be hard to get along with. Did you sleep with Qin Zijin? Good grief. How did she guess so accurately? Li Heng felt annoyed but knew he couldn't admit it. People say all sorts of things. Teacher, you should lose some weight. I'm only this age. Don't falsely accuse me. Hearing this, Wang Runwen's eyes narrowed like a startled leopard, and her whole body radiated a dangerous aura, like a crematorium. Li Heng quickly whispered, Teacher, the 2 buildings across the hall can see here. There are many people in the corridor. Please don't get angry. Be patient. Wang Run sneered and shook her head, biting her teeth as she said, "Keep those dog eyes for yourself. Next time, don't fall into my hands. If you dare to sneak a look at your elders again, I will ruin them." "Teacher, you're so confused. You have so much charm and appeal. Many people sneak a peek at school. I am the most well-behaved one. Why do you want to target the purest and most honest first?" Li Heng instinctively stepped back, then bypassed her and went upstairs. "Wait," Wang Run called from behind, pulling out her keys and handing them to him. "Since you have a grudge with her, handle it first. The people from Harvest magazine should be arriving soon. I'll check at the school gate." The school gate was noisy now, as if a fight had broken out again. Li Heng agreed, took the keys, and went to the third floor. On the third floor, the fourth room. When Chen Xiaomi heard the sound of keys at the door, she immediately reacted. She first put down her teacup, then politely stood up, looking at the door with curiosity and anticipation. Today, the lock seemed to dislike Li Heng. It took several turns before it finally opened. That broken lock was probably quite old. It needed replacing. Li Heng muttered to himself and then pressed his hand on the door frame, slowly pushing it open. The moment the door opened, the first thing that caught his eye was a blinding burst of sunlight. Then, a figure appeared in the strong light. Seeing this figure, Chen Xiaomi, who had been trying to stay elegant, suddenly shrank her pupils. Her eyes were full of doubt and confusion. How is the world so small? Why can I see him here? Her mind was blank, even guessing. How did that little get the keys to the school teacher's house? Could it be that after Ziqin went to Beijing, she felt lonely and started to flirt with the school teacher? No wonder she was so imaginative. Although she disliked Li Heng very much, thinking he was morally corrupt, it was undeniable that, despite her broad experience and having seen countless men, this little resembled his mother and was quite handsome. Since he could deceive the obedient and sensible Ziqin into bed, what was strange about seducing a female teacher? Actually, her anger mainly stemmed from last summer when she saw something she shouldn't have. That scene, that huge, impressive instrument, left a deep visual impact on Chen Xiaomi, destroying her three views. They say enemies meet with extra hostility. After exchanging a brief stare, Chen Xiaomi's curiosity, enthusiasm, and anticipation gradually faded away. Instead, her eyes turned cold and indifferent. For a moment, she did wonder if Li Heng was the writer known as December. But as soon as the thought arose, she quickly dismissed it, thinking it was impossible. What kind of joke was that? If he could write a masterpiece like Living, which contains themes of life and death, at this age, what would other writers be? What about herself? She would just be a joke. The world would have to change its understanding. Thinking this, Chen Xiaomi cleared her last bit of confusion inside her mind. With a soft sound, she sat back on the sofa, neither too lightly nor too heavily. She stayed silent, looking straight ahead, but her peripheral vision coldly tracked someone's movements. Since that woman didn't speak, Li Heng felt he had to stay quiet too. After all, the other person had heard his voice on the phone a few days ago, and speaking now would reveal himself. He had finally lured her out of Beijing, and he wasn't ready to leave just yet. He needed to breathe and relax first. Having lived two lives, he initially thought he could forget all the past grudges and hatred. But when everything replayed, the insults from past and present, he realized that hatred doesn't fade with time. So now, he had finally been reborn and returned to his youth. What did he have to fear? One word: don't be afraid. Just do what a young man should do. Repay kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Seeing it was her, Li Heng pretended to step outside and look around. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he stepped back into the room. With a loud bang, he shut the door forcefully. The sudden loud noise made Chen Xiaomi's head buzz. But she remained calm, her body still, and her eyes subtly observed his every move. Li Heng first placed his keys on the coffee table, then casually poured a cup of hot water, adding some tea leaves. Next, he went to the bathroom for a quick visit, releasing a large stream of. Because everything was so quiet, the sound of his urination could faintly be heard in the living room. Chen Xiaomi frowned, then frowned again, secretly thinking she was right. Li Heng was definitely not a good person. He had only been separated from Ziqin for a little over half a year, yet he was already so passionate with another woman. She couldn't help but suspect this. Li Heng's actions were too casual, too familiar, as if he treated this place like his own home, as if he had practiced this hundreds of times. When he came out of the bathroom, Li Heng dried his wet hands, then turned on the TV. He sipped his tea slowly while sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating an apple from the coffee table. Li Heng, wanting to tease her, deliberately sat on the same sofa very close to her. Chen Xiaomei instinctively wanted to move to the single sofa nearby. But then she thought, why should I give way to this guy? Does that mean I'm afraid of him? She sat down silently, watching him eat apples eagerly. Chen Xiaomei silently swallowed, suddenly realizing that her previously bearable hunger had intensified into a loud, stomach-rumbling hunger. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the living room. Chen Xiaomei frowned, able to hold it in, but her hungry stomach was protesting and showing signs of weakness. Li Heng turned his head at the right moment, looked her up and down, then moved to the single sofa. His expression was full of disgust, so much that it seemed like he was disgusted by everything. It was as if he disliked her to the core. Does this think I'm just joking? Chen Xiaomei thought, feeling a bit crazy. Fairy, take this hit from Sun Wukong. The living room was very quiet, only the TV sound could be heard. Li Heng, who had watched the 86 version of Journey to the West many times, still watched intently when rewatching. Chen Xiaomei, full of thoughts, watched for a while, then couldn't sit still anymore. She got up and went to the window. She looked outside through the glass, observing the campus, searching for Wang Runwen and the December she had never met before. She bent over for about 15 minutes, then, lost in thought, she opened the door and went to the corridor. Li Heng only glanced at her, then continued watching TV. About 20 minutes later, Chen Xiaomei suddenly strode in from outside, unable to hold back her impatience, and asked directly, which building is that female teacher teaching in? Li Heng ignored her question as if he hadn't heard, staring intently at Sun Wukong on the TV, watching with great interest. Seeing he ignored her, Chen Xiaomei felt a strange surge of anger. But she knew now was not the time to fight. The competitor from Harvest magazine might arrive at any moment, and she had to contact December 1st. Chen Xiaomei looked at her watch on her right wrist, then at him, thought for a moment, and said, "Tell me where that female teacher is, and I'll answer you a question about Zijing." Not mentioning Chen Zijing was fine. Once mentioned, he would get angry. Li Heng, who didn't want to bother with her, coldly said, "Is this your manners? Using your niece as a bargaining chip?" Seeing the once timid little brat suddenly speaking to her like that, Chen Xiaomei couldn't hold back anymore. "Li Heng, do you think you're qualified to talk about manners? Are you even human? Is this the kind of thing a person does?" Li Heng looked up coldly and said, "I love Chen Ziqing. We've been happily together for 5 years. What's wrong with that? You're so controlling, always meddling in everything. Why don't you go lecture your dad? You little brat." Chen Xiaomei was furious. She pointed at him, ready to shout back fiercely. But Li Heng was no longer the same as before. He didn't indulge her anymore. He pushed her hand away and scolded, "Stop making noise. You're embarrassing yourself. Go close the door." Hearing the argument inside, a teacher passing by the corridor peeked in curiously, then withdrew. Since childhood, Chen Xiaomei had always been the perfect daughter in her parents' eyes, cherished by relatives, classmates, and friends. She had never experienced such arrogance and disrespect. At this moment, her inner fire exploded. She squinted and retorted, "Li Heng, you." But before she could finish, she suddenly remembered something. Her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Li Heng, speechless. Her mouth was wide open. It was really wide. She could see her tongue completely and even fit a goose egg inside. Her eyes widened in shock, her pores tightened, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. Her expression changed rapidly. Shock, disbelief, confusion, and complex emotions flickered across her face, like a face-changing scene in a Sichuan opera, so dramatic. Earlier, in the heat of the argument, she hadn't noticed, but once she realized it was Li Heng's voice on the phone, calling himself December, she froze. She was stunned. She stiffened. She was so scared she couldn't speak. Her mind went blank, completely empty. She had come full of hope, imagining a bright future, but now everything was shattered by reality. When she recognized who he was, Li Heng stopped pretending and said in an unquestionable tone, "Close the door." Chen Xiaomei hesitated, frozen for a moment. But when she saw his commanding presence and cold stare, she clenched her teeth. After a long pause, in a strange atmosphere she couldn't understand, she instinctively turned around and slowly closed the door. Before closing it, she seemed unaware of what she was doing. The moment she shut the door, she suddenly snapped out of her daze. At this moment, she wanted to resist and curse him recklessly like before, but the next second, she thought about his identity, her promise to the editor-in-chief and elders, and the rude attitude of Shou Chunlan. She hesitated. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally took a deep breath, turned her back to Li Heng, and tried to suppress the anger that was about to drive her crazy. Seeing this, Li Heng was also patient and waited quietly. Not to mention, when he saw a proud woman who usually acted high and mighty now obediently listen and close the door, he felt a strange sense of happiness rise in his heart. It felt great, really satisfying. He had spent decades dreaming of doing what he was finally able to do today. His heart was full of a sense of achievement. But compared to the insults and harm she had caused him in his past life, it was not enough. Not nearly enough. Half a minute later, Chen Xiaomei turned around. Her face was now calm as water. She walked over and sat opposite him, her gaze shifting to look at him. Seeing her quickly return to her normal composure, Li Heng couldn't help but feel that this woman was truly excellent and mentally strong. They looked at each other silently for a moment without any emotion. To take control, she asked first, "Are you really December?" Li Heng smiled faintly and said softly, "There's an old saying, a blind man cannot recognize Mount Tai. It seems your eyes are just as blind. Half a year ago, you thought a poor boy was not worthy of Qin Jiagui and chose to dismiss him harshly, not even giving a chance for a proposal. And today, December, who was decorated with gold and jade, stands before you, and you've missed a great opportunity." Hearing this, Chen Xiaomei's expression changed unpredictably, feeling very upset. Although she had doubted his identity before, she didn't expect Li Heng to really be December. Before she could reply, Li Heng leaned slightly forward and delivered his first question. "By the way, now that we meet again, should I call you Little Aunt, or just Chen Xiaomei?" This question seemed plain and gentle, like jade, without any dirty words or aggressive tone. But it was incredibly sharp. Why call her Little Aunt? Of course, it was to follow Chen Zichen's lead. If she dared to respond, it would mean that Chen's family and Chen Xiaomei agreed with this relationship. What would that imply? It would mean she had to take back all those vicious words she previously said about Li Heng, just like swallowing her own dirt and silently taking it back piece by piece. This was a blatant insult to her dignity, and also meant she was a petty person. She previously disagreed with Li Heng and Chen Zichen being together, but now, if he was about to become a famous writer, she would agree? Isn't this forcing her to hit herself or shame the Chen family? And if she refuses to call her sister-in-law, she should call her Xiaomei. Li Heng's meaning is quite rude. Chen Xiaomei is his enemy, so why should he let her publish the novel? In other words, he is telling her to get lost. Chen Xiaomei is smart. She clearly understands his meaning. Her face turns red with embarrassment, then becomes pale. In short, Li Heng's words hide a sharp point. Calling her sister-in-law means she is lying to herself, speaking nonsense, acting like a villain. Calling her Xiaomei means there's no hope for this time. Li Heng gives her a choice, and she can only pick one answer. Even if she tries to cheat her way through, Li Heng will definitely lose his temper right then. This is a tricky choice. One side is humiliation, the other is dignity. Choosing humiliation, they can still talk about living. Choosing dignity means she must leave immediately with her bag. But she was already insulted once when the door was closed earlier. If she just leaves now, isn't that a big loss? Wouldn't she have suffered unfair treatment for nothing? And if she leaves like this, going back empty-handed would make her look like a joke. Instead of being laughed at by everyone, she might as well. Thinking of her purpose for this trip, recalling her conversation with the editor before leaving, the ambitious Chen Xiaomei forcibly suppresses her irritation and finally makes a choice. There's no way around it. Li Heng is powerful now, and she has no third option. They look at each other. Chen Xiaomei says, "I can't decide on calling her sister-in-law alone. I need to go back and ask Zijin what she thinks." What does Zijin think? Do I even need to ask? She is enduring humiliation and making a compromise in disguise, using words to make her uncomfortable situation sound better. Haha. Li Heng responds with a faint, sarcastic laugh. Haha sounds especially harsh in this situation. Even Chen Xiaomei, who is usually calm, can't bear his different gaze. She slightly turns her head, her face filled with embarrassment and shame. At this moment, the living room is filled with a strange atmosphere. Li Heng leisurely watches her, examining her with ease. His gaze is intense, as if mocking her for being shameless. Actually, he also wants to be generous and doesn't want to hold grudges. But this annoying woman keeps criticizing him in front of Chen Zijin and relatives. Our Zijin has been beautiful and talented since she was young. If she wanted to, She could have many high-ranking children's children, PhD students, and international students. I don't understand what's so good about you that she chose you. Does this sound like human words? Forget about the previous 2 times. I'll just endure for Chun Zijiang's sake. But the more I talk, the more I realize, which man can't hold a grudge? In 28 years of life, has Chun Xiaomei ever been insulted like this? She was so angry she nearly spat blood. She couldn't understand why, since last summer, just over half a year ago, Li Heng's attitude had changed so much. Before, Li Heng was honest with her, like a gentle lamb, almost unable to fight back or speak harshly. He wouldn't even dare to look at her directly. Now, Li Heng's words are sharp, and she finds she can't argue with him at all. Roles have changed. Under pressure, she feels like a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Just now, she even had a thought. If Li Heng had shown such extraordinary writing talent last summer, would she have tried to stop him? The answer. She didn't dare to answer, nor did she want to think too much about it. She realized that human nature is unpredictable, even she can't control herself. Unable to bear his fearless gaze any longer, Chen Xiaomei took a deep breath, straightened her head, and decided to try talking to break her awkwardness. She asked a question she was very curious about. You're only a little over 17 years old. How did you write this novel? Hearing that, Li Heng calmly asked back, Miss Chen, are you questioning me? Do you think a rural kid like me can't write such a work? Chen Xiaomei pursed her lips and stayed silent, still doubtful. Or rather, not just her. If Li Heng's age were made public, everyone would probably be as confused as she was, eager to find the truth. But Li Heng was not so easy to argue with. He shot back sharply, that's true. According to ancient noble standards, the Chen family is quite prestigious. Plus, Miss Chen is a top student at Renmin University, always looking up high, probably already forgetting the old saying, a poor family produces a noble son, a humble house produces a high official. Then he changed his tone and continued to criticize bluntly, but at least you're an educated person. How can you ask such a stupid question? Hearing the word stupid, Chen Xiaomei's anger flared up again, her chest rising and falling fiercely. But Li Heng didn't give her a chance to reply and kept attacking confidently. Wang Bo wrote the famous Tinwang Pavilion preface at 26. Why don't you question that? Hua Zubing was only 21 when he led armies bravely, defeated enemies, and was honored as a champion. Should we dig up his bones and judge him? Honestly, in my opinion, age doesn't mean everything. Don't think that just because you're older, you know everything. Listen for yourself. Old son at the school gate is over 60, can't read, a simpleton, and only knows how to curse. Chen Xiaomei felt dizzy. She clearly saw that Li Heng was indirectly criticizing her, blaming her for being uneducated and only growing older without gaining knowledge. Her right hand unconsciously grabbed her bag, wanting to stand up and leave, unwilling to suffer this frustration over to live. But at that moment, another voice in her mind was urging her, be patient. Keep calm. Wait until this difficult time passes. While Chen Xiaomei was in deep internal struggle, suddenly there was noise outside the door. Then came the sound of knocking, accompanied by a call. Li Heng, opened the door. It was the voice of the English teacher. Li Heng didn't hesitate much. He got up and opened the door. Outside, there were 2 people. One was Wang Runwan. The other was a man, about 35 or 36, with a middle-part hairstyle, neatly dressed, very proper. As soon as they met, Wang Runwan introduced them. Li Heng, this is Zhou Ping, an editor from Harvest magazine. This is December. Before Zhou Ping arrived, he never imagined that the author of To Live would be so young, still a high school student. He was very surprised. Chen Xiaomei had been hesitating whether to leave earlier, but seeing her competitor for a moment, all her doubts vanished completely. She rekindled her fighting spirit. Even if Li Heng had a conflict with her, he wouldn't go against money. She still had a chance. Hello, Editor Zhou. I was just discussing publishing matters with Editor Chen from People's Literature. Please don't mind if the teacher went to meet you. As soon as she spoke, Li Heng dropped his gentlemanly manners and took the lead, aiming to provoke a confrontation between the two. After all, when 2 parties fight, a third benefits. He was worried that the competitors might make a secret agreement to save costs, so he quickly set the trap, leaving no room for them to back out. Sure enough, Zhou Ping looked at Li Heng in shock, then at Chen Xiaomei sitting on the sofa, feeling a sudden sense of urgency. He even secretly wondered, has Li Heng already reached an agreement with People's Literature? Does he still have a chance? Before coming here, To Live had attracted Mr. Ba's attention, who was eager for the next part of the story and asked him to do his best to secure it. After exchanging greetings and sitting down, while waiting for the English teacher to pour 2 more cups of hot tea, Li Heng said to Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping, "I am a senior high school student, about to take the college entrance exam. There isn't much time, so I won't beat around the bush. Should we discuss the payment first, or do you want to look at the subsequent drafts?" Zhou Ping was speechless again. He could already produce impressive work, yet he was still a student and worried about afternoon classes. Isn't that frustrating? To avoid wasting the trip and to have some clarity, Zhou Ping spoke first. "If possible, I'd like to see the drafts first." "Of course, no problem," Li Heng replied generously. He took out all the drafts from his bag, several stacks, and deliberately placed the first stack of the continuation story in front of Chen Xiaomi, so she could see it first. It wasn't because he favored Chen Xiaomi. He did this to provoke Zhou Ping, hoping to make him nervous and to push him to offer a high price when it was his turn to bid. Chen Xiaomi glanced at Li Heng, seeming to see through his little plan, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she opened the first page of the draft and started reading carefully. "I've been hopeless since I was young, as my father always said. The private tutor said I was a useless piece of wood that couldn't be carved. Now I think they were right. I didn't think so back then. I thought I had money. I am the only descendant of the Su family's lineage. If I die out, the Su family will have no heirs." The exciting story quickly captivated Chen Xiaomi, making her temporarily forget her past grievances with Li Heng. As she read about the hardships and sorrows in the story, subtle worry and anxious expressions appeared on her face. Zhou Ping saw his opponent so engrossed in the story that he couldn't help but feel impatient. However, he had no choice but to wait because he couldn't get the draft immediately. Meanwhile, he was pondering. Seeing his opponent so quickly absorbed, the story after to live must be good. He arrived late today and was at a disadvantage. How could he turn the tide later? The continuation of To Live has about 95,000 words, divided into 3 stacks. Each stack has roughly 30,000 words. Chen Xiaomi didn't finish reading the first stack quickly, so Zhou Ping could only wait anxiously. Li Heng, seeing the other board, started chatting with him casually. The conversation topics were unlimited: astronomy, geography, current economic affairs, literature, anything, and the talk never stopped. Unexpectedly, during this chat, Zhou Ping felt more and more that something was off and grew increasingly impressed by Li Heng's extensive knowledge. Knowledge is something that exists. It cannot be faked or hurriedly filled in. He couldn't help but wonder, could the other person really be only 17 years old? Why do Li Heng's words, manners, temperament, and foresight make him seem like a wise old scholar? Why does a simple chat make him feel such great pressure? Why does it make him feel ashamed of himself? Gradually, Zhou Ping finally understood why Li Heng could write such a great work like Living. Feeling that he was only half-educated, Zhou Ping now felt small and insignificant. Compared to Li Heng, who seemed so natural and talented, he felt like a naive child, childish and silly. Zhou Ping lowered his stance more and more, becoming less confident in their conversation. Chen Xiaomi, sensing this, looked up at him, then at Li Heng, and slowly fell into thought. Could this be the real Li Heng? Had he never had the chance to show his true self before? She had also secretly listened to their chat earlier, and Li Heng's eloquence had a strong impact on her. She thought to herself, so, this guy is really a talented all-rounder. Besides charming women and talking smoothly, he also pretends to be refined and decent. No wonder Ziqin still cares about him. Zhou Ping cautiously asked Chen Xiaomi a question about being criticized. Teacherly, besides textbooks, how many books have you read? Oh. He politely called him teacher, showing good manners. This question caught Wang Runwen and Chen Xiaomi's attention, and they both looked up at him. Li Heng thought for a moment and replied half-truthfully, I'm not exactly sure how many, but I loved flipping through my father's hundreds or thousands of books since I was a child. He was telling the truth. Influenced by his parents' love of reading, he truly read all those treasured books his father, Comrade Li Jiangguo, kept. But all that was in his past life. In this life, he had only read about 100 books, mostly during summer and winter breaks to avoid labor. He called it a hobby of learning. In reality, Tian Ruanyi was well aware of his little secret, but she was also biased toward boys and loved her son dearly, so she never dared to expose him. Hundreds or thousands of books. Zhou Ping was a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask, May I ask, Uncle, are you? Li Heng understood instantly. My father used to work in education. Oh, I see. That explains many things. This time, unlike when he was alone with Chen Xiaomi, he confidently shared stories about his second grandfather from his hometown. And she told them that her inspiration came from this. Chen Xiaomi and he come from the same place, so she is very familiar with second Uncle Li. After thinking carefully and comparing it with the stories in the book, she suddenly realized, wow, there are many shadows of second Uncle Li in it. His life has been artistically shaped into a story. At this point, she believed it. She was convinced that Li Heng really wrote this book. She believed Li Heng was talented and had a strong gift for writing. As she thought about it, she felt a mix of emotions, maybe envy, or jealousy, or a little regret. All these feelings blended together, making her feel very complicated. Half an hour later, Chen Xiaomi's first batch of manuscripts appeared in Zhou Ping's hands. Eagerly, Zhou Ping started reading, while Li Heng also didn't stay idle. He took out a Chinese test paper from his bag and began practicing questions. His actions confused both editors. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomi noticed that the test paper was from Capital Number 4 Middle School, so she immediately understood that Ziqin had probably found a way to send it to him. Around 1:30 p.m., Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping finished reading the remaining manuscripts of the Live. Li Heng watched for a while and saw that both of them were still immersed in the book. He had a good idea. He carefully put away the test papers, sat up straight, and asked Zhou Ping, "Editor Zhou, are you satisfied with the rest of the story?" Faced with such a profound literary masterpiece, the experienced editor Zhou Ping didn't try to be clever. He sincerely looked up and said, "Excellent. Besides excellent, I can't find any other words to describe its greatness." Li Heng nodded happily and directly said, "If it's good, then it's good. Since both of you are very satisfied, I won't pretend otherwise. Chen editor and Zhou editor traveled a long way here, so I assume you're prepared. I'd like to hear how much you're willing to pay in royalties. Here it comes." He started talking about money again. Hearing this, the English teacher who had been accompanying them turned her head away. In her mind, this student had many admirable qualities, but his obsession with money really spoiled the romantic beauty of literature. While Zhou Ping was thinking about how much to offer, Chen Xiaomi's sharp eyes already spoke first. The second half of To Live is more exciting than the first 4,000 words and far beyond my expectations. I can represent people's literature to offer the highest industry standard, 30 yuan per thousand characters. Since the country resumed the royalty policy, over the past 10 years, royalties have increased several times. Currently, the normal fee for new writers is about 12 yuan per thousand characters. And as Chen Xiaomi said, 30 yuan per thousand characters is already the top rate. Even the top writers in the country cannot be paid more than this amount. Chen Xiaomi raised her writing fee to the maximum limit because she had no other choice. It was her last and only option. She knew Li Heng didn't like her and held a strong grudge. She still allowed herself to stay, not yet driven out, mainly to use this to increase her price. As he wished, and seeing through his intentions, Chen Xiaomi immediately set her fee at the highest level. There was no room for Zhou Ping to negotiate. She wanted to see if, with her sincerity and by blocking all other options before her competitors could speak, Li Heng would still choose to give her the manuscript of living. She was playing a dangerous game, using her niece, Chen Ziqin, to manipulate Li Heng. You can criticize me or mock me with words. I can tolerate that. After all, I have done the same thing before. I was at fault first, so as a mature person and someone pursuing a career, I accept the humiliation to pay for my past mistakes. Chen Xiaomi accepted this with tears. But publicly, it's public. Privately, it's private. Their personal grudges are private. The current publishing negotiations are public. If Li Heng cannot distinguish between public and private, and if he gives the manuscript to the other side under the same payment conditions of 30 yuan per thousand words, then I have nothing to say. Then I will leave with my bag. I will dedicate my life and mobilize everyone in the Qin family to stop Ziqin from being with him. Li Heng remembers grudges, and as a woman, she also remembers. She has always been like this. Honestly, she's gambling, betting that Li Heng still cares about Ziqin and hasn't forgotten her. This is her only hope and chance of winning. Indeed, Chen Xiaomi's bold move caught Zhou Ping off guard. He was hesitating earlier, wondering whether to reveal all his cards at once. Unexpectedly, she was more decisive. This made Zhou Ping, who was a step behind, feel very frustrated. Li Heng looked at Chen Xiaomi and thought to himself that she was flexible and resilient, willing to endure what ordinary people couldn't, which made her quite impressive. Li Heng turned to Zhou Ping and asked, "Editor Zhou, what about you?" At this critical moment, Chen Xiaomi and Wang Run looked directly at each other. Facing these three pairs of eyes, Zhou Ping sighed and said, 30 yuan per thousand words is already the highest standard in the country. The magazine Harvest can only offer this much. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomi quietly relaxed. She then shifted her gaze to Li Heng, curious to see how he would decide. Seeing her intense look, Li Heng clearly understood her intentions, but he chose to ignore it and instead asked cautiously, Editor Zhou, what about royalties? What percentage does your company set? Chen Xiaomi was a bit confused. Zhou Ping also looked puzzled and instinctively asked, royalties? No wonder he asked that. In his 10 years of work, it was the first time a writer had asked about royalties. Before this, Zhou Ping had never even thought about such a thing. Li Heng's calm reaction didn't surprise them. In later times, the first person to get royalties was Wang Shua, which was about 2 years later. Li Heng continued, two of you. I remember a few years ago, the country introduced a policy setting a royalty rate of 5% based on the number of copies printed. If I say I don't want a fee but instead want to reach an agreement with your company based on the number of copies printed. He paused deliberately, looking at them with a meaningful gaze. His message was clear. He was ambitious, knowing it was unlikely to succeed, but he still wanted to try. Maybe, just maybe, with this groundwork, next time it could happen. He had seen big money before, and his vision and ambition were much greater than his peers. He thought, if Wang Shua could do it in the past, maybe there was a small chance 2 years earlier. If there was a chance, he would do something great. With this status, he could freely challenge the literary world, earning respect from writers. If it failed, no big deal. He would quietly accept it and go back to working honestly at a magazine for regular pay. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping looked at each other in surprise, both stunned. Their first thought was that Li Heng was young and reckless, too naive about the world. It was absurd. Yes, there was a policy, but there were ways around it. In reality, no one had ever actually received royalties. Even the highly respected editor-in-chief of Harvest magazine, Mr. Ba, followed the rules and took only the standard fees. Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping both believed that To Live was a good book, very impressive, but not to the point where Li Heng, as a new writer, could pressure the publisher. The two editors looked at each other, frowning, and fell silent. This scene made the English teacher nervous. She wanted to advise Li Heng, but the situation was not right, so she held back and didn't say anything. Seeing that Chen Xiaomi and Zhou Ping both silently agreed not to speak, Li Heng looked up at the wall clock and said, both of you, class is about to start. I need to go now. Let's meet again this afternoon. When he truly left, Zhou Ping couldn't hold back and said, Teacherly, about the payment for the printed manuscript, there is no previous example, so I can't give you an answer right now. I need to ask the office first. Li Heng smiled and replied, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Please keep my identity secret. See you later. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Chen Xiaomi watched his back as he left, frowning. She felt her carefully prepared plan had once again turned into nothing. After a while, Zhou Ping, feeling calmer, thanked Wang Runwen, saying, Teacher Wang, sorry for the trouble today. I need to contact the office leaders now, so I'll go ahead. Wang Runwen saw him to the door and said, it's just a small favor. Zhou Editor, you're too polite. Safe travels. Soon, the two left, and the room became quiet. Chen Xiaomi looked at Wang Runwen, especially glancing at his full chest a few times, then also decided to leave. Ring, ring, ring. In the main office of the Harvest magazine in Shanghai. After the third ring, the editor-in-chief stopped talking with Mr. Ba from the other side and picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Chief Editor, it's me, Zhou Ping. Hearing Zhou Ping's name, Editor Liao looked at Mr. Ba beside him and quickly asked, how's the situation? How's the follow-up to Live? Zhou Ping replied, it's a bit complicated, but the continuation of To Live is very good. Very good. It's even better than the previous 40,000 words. At this point, Zhou Ping paused, feeling a bit speechless. After choosing his words carefully, he continued, I haven't seen work of this level in a long time. This is the highest quality submission I've received since I started working here. It will probably be difficult to find something better in the next few years. Editor Liao knew Zhou Ping well, calm, honest, hardworking, and when he heard him praise it so highly, he was sure the continuation of To Live wouldn't be disappointing. He quickly asked, if that's the case, why not publish it sooner? Has people's literature taken it? Not yet. This was a request to the office, and Zhou Ping dared not hide anything. He immediately described Li Heng's age, education, speech, inspiration from his grandfather, reading hundreds of books, and the request for print royalties, word for word. Not a single detail was omitted, no exaggeration, no reduction, aiming to present everything truthfully. Editor Liao listened patiently, but his expression was no better than that of Qin Xiaomi and Zhou Ping, full of surprise. After a while, he looked at Mr. Ba and asked, "Teacher, did you hear that?" In such a quiet room, of course he heard it. Mr. Ba nodded with a smile. Editor Liao looked very surprised. 17 years old. Less than 18. Writing to live, how much do you believe that? Mr. Ba was silent for a long time and said with emotion, "Some things are just there. You can't pretend otherwise. Did you hear that his father works in education? Did you hear about those hundreds or thousands of stored books?" Editor Liao said, "But..." Mr. Ba waved his hand to stop him. Xiaozhou said that the competitor and this December come from the same place. They didn't suspect the stored books or the second master on the spot. Most likely, they are real, mostly genuine. Editor Liao asked, "Should Zhou Ping investigate?" Mr. Ba shook his head. Someone who can write to live is a genius. It's not good to disturb him without reason. Editor Liao nodded in understanding. In fact, an investigation wouldn't reveal much. Even Zhou Ping would feel ashamed and inferior. As for this December, he might not be a scholar with endless knowledge, but at least he is a well-educated and talented person with real skills. Understanding this key point, Editor Liao asked for opinions, "Teacher, about the royalties." Mr. Ba asked back, "What do you think?" Editor Liao shook his head. "There's no precedent." Mr. Ba picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Then, I guess we won't have the chance with To Live." Editor Liao asked, "Are you talking about people's literature?" Mr. Ba said, "Given equal conditions, who would you prioritize?" Of course, it would be the hometown person. Editor Liao naturally understood this. But the royalty payments. After saying royalty payments, Editor Liao didn't continue but looked steadily at his teacher. This remark inexplicably reminded Mr. Ba of the many years when writers were poor and some even took their own lives. After a long while, he put down his teacup and said, "Being a writer isn't easy. The sky of new era literature should be broader and brighter. What is a noble person? This is it." A decisive conclusion. Editor Liao was momentarily stunned, knowing what to do next. Later, he instructed over the phone, "We can agree to some of December's requests, but since it's breaking new ground, we need to set some limits." After finishing the 8th lesson, Li Heng hurried to the English teacher's house. By then, Qin Xiaomi and Zhou Ping were already there. Wang run and helped brew tea, pour water, and chat with them. Seeing him appear at the door, the three of them all turned their heads at once. The lively conversation in the living room suddenly fell silent. After changing his shoes, Li Heng walked over calmly and sat down, apologizing. "Sorry for making you wait. Class just ended." After exchanging polite greetings, he got straight to the point and asked, "What do you two think about the royalty payment for the print run?" Li Heng looked at Qin Xiaomi, who didn't speak. Instead, Zhou Ping happily said, "The magazine said the agreement for the official publication should be 30 yuan per 1,000 words. If the influence is big and the print run exceeds 300,000 copies for a single novel, then the royalty payment for the print run can be triggered." A print run of 300,000 copies? If each book is priced at 3 yuan, then Li Heng could earn 45,000 yuan. Well, that's 45,000 yuan in the 1980s. That's a huge amount, comparable to hundreds of millions in later years, which startled him. Although he didn't fully understand the literary market of this era, and it seemed difficult for a single book to reach 300,000 copies, the reward was real. However, Li Heng felt that Harvest magazine had already been very considerate. The official publication contract still paid him 30 yuan per 1,000 words, which guaranteed his writing fees without risk. Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Qin Xiaomi frowned secretly, feeling it was unbelievable. She didn't expect Harvest magazine to really open a door for a new writer. Even if this door was somewhat conservative, they didn't treat Li Heng unfairly. They still paid the highest standard in the industry for his manuscript. When she reported this to the chief editor, there was a moment of silence on the other end, then the call was simply hung up, with no further response. In Zhou Ping's eager eyes, Li Heng hesitated little and agreed quickly. Next came the much-anticipated signing of the publishing contract. Li Heng, being a businessman, carefully reviewed the agreement and found no issues, then signed and pressed his fingerprint. "Professor Li, welcome to our Harvest family." The 4,050 yuan manuscript fee will be in your hands within a week. If you have more work, we hope you will consider us first. At the moment the agreement was signed, Zhou Ping let out a big sigh of relief and enthusiastically shook his hand. Everything is settled. Thank you, Editor Zhou. Li Heng also reached out and shook hands with him. His words were sincere, without any pretense. After all, Harvest valued him and gave him special privileges, and they didn't shortchange his manuscript fee. Because of their generosity and fairness, he would remember this forever. Actually, what he didn't know was that the reason the magazine Harvest was so tolerant of him was because Mr. Ba, seeing that he could write such a high-quality story like Living at a Young Age, developed an appreciation for his talent. Although, based on a rate of 30 yuan per 1,000 words, the 4,050 yuan fee for living seemed quite high. For a large magazine like Harvest, it was just a small expense, no big deal, no harm. Of course, Harvest wasn't naive. They had their own calculations. If Living became influential enough to support a standalone book and sell over 300,000 copies, the magazine could earn over 1,000,000 yuan. Paying him that small amount was nothing. It's a win-win situation. The problem was, could Living really have that much impact? Did Li Heng have doubts? Did the Harvest magazine have doubts? Everything was uncertain, so they could only wait. Zhou Ping returned happily, full of confidence. At the school gate, Li Heng watched his departure and muttered to himself. 5% royalty is still too little. But he knew this couldn't be rushed. The fact that they made an exception for him was already a huge favor. Once he finished a second good novel and gained more confidence, he would ask for a higher price. Since Zhou Ping agreed to the print-run royalties, Chen Xiaomi knew she was completely out of the running. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she watched curiously as something absurd happened. Yes, in her eyes, royalties were extremely rebellious and outrageous. No one had brought it up before, and no one dared to. And now, what surprised her even more was that the young and inexperienced Li Heng not only dared to mention it, but Mr. Ba actually agreed. It was almost unbelievable. If this got out, it would cause a huge stir. She was able to accurately guess that Mr. Ba was behind this because relying solely on the title of Editor-in-Chief of Harvest wouldn't give him such courage. After all, it involved the interests of all publishers. Only someone as detached as Mr. Ba wouldn't be afraid. At that moment, Chen Xiaomi looked at Li Heng with an unprecedented complicated feeling. A sudden thought popped into her mind. If I had known he had such extraordinary talent earlier, I wouldn't have just broken up the couple last summer. I might have even persuaded sister-in-law to accept Aunt Runny's marriage proposal. Aunt Runny. That's a long-forgotten way of calling her. It's been a long time since I used that term. Seeing Li Heng look over, Chen Xiaomi gathered her thoughts and unexpectedly said to him, "You are very impressive. Everyone has been mistaken about you." The people she referred to included the Chen family and the gossiping women in the village who watch shows. She couldn't imagine what kind of big reaction there would be if the news spread that Li Heng was going to be a great writer. How would the villagers' attitudes change dramatically? Probably, the once quietly family doorstep would become lively again. After all, there are very few people in the country who can write works comparable to the Liv. Chen Xiaomi didn't know why she suddenly praised him just now, but once the words were out, she couldn't take them back. She just kept a calm expression. Li Heng was a bit stunned, thinking he might be hallucinating. This woman actually praised him face to face? Could she be joking? He knew that in this life and the last, this woman had never spoken well of him before. It was like the sun was rising from the west. Li Heng wanted to thank her, but instinctively just nodded. They looked at each other silently. After Chen Xiaomi politely thanked the English teacher, she walked away indifferently, without looking back. When her motorcycle disappeared down the road, Wang Run and teased, "Not bad, you've conquered an enemy." That's just the beginning. The Chen woman is not so easy to fully conquer. As for the English teacher, he's quite impressive. Li Heng instinctively glanced at him and quickly turned to walk into the school gate. Wang Run crossed his arms and coldly watched him from behind. He almost lost his temper and cursed. Are people from Shangwan village all crazy? Women like that, and men are the same. Chen Xiaomi wandered aimlessly, unsure how she got back to Beijing. Fortunately, the royalties gave her a perfect excuse. In the editor's office, editor Zhou Mingwei asked softly, "Did Harvest really open the door for December?" Chen Xiaomi replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." Zhou Mingwei was silent for a long time, then comforted her. "You can't blame yourself. Even if I went, I wouldn't be able to do anything. It's just a pity." Is it really a pity? Harvest Magazine, a national-level literary journal and a leader in the South, is willing to invest heavily in such works. What is the quality of the novel to live? Even a fool can figure it out. Zhou Mingwei held his pen and curiously asked, I heard that December is your hometown. What kind of person is he? How old is he this year? Although we are fellow townspeople, that clearly doesn't take this seriously. I regret trying to use the hometown bond to get ahead. As a result, I've become a complete joke. For some reason, Chen Xiaomi shook her head and said, he told me to keep it a secret. Zhou Mingwei asked sharply, do you know him? Chen Xiaomi nodded. Seeing this, Zhou Mingwei felt even more regretful. If it weren't for the issue with the royalty payments with your connection, Living wouldn't have gone to other magazines. Chen Xiaomi remained silent, saying nothing. Only she knew that unless Ziqin helped resolve this conflict, she and Li Heng would never see eye to eye. Would she ask Ziqin for help? Of course not. She couldn't bring herself to do that because her pride wouldn't allow it. Even if Li Heng had become successful and soared high as a Qin family daughter, she wouldn't kneel to please him. Seeing her look so down, Zhou Mingwei mistakenly thought she was upset, so he kindly said, go rest for a while. Remember to stay in touch with December. Maybe one day, there will be a chance to work together. Chen Xiaomi responded perfunctorily, okay, and left. When she left the office, Zhou Chunlan immediately approached and pretended to ask casually, Xiaomi, you're back. I heard Living didn't succeed? That's a shame. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomi wanted to slap her, but with so many people watching, she held back. She sighed and said, Living was written so well that Harvest Magazine offered a royalty deal. I can't do anything about it. Liao Jie, nearby, asked in surprise, what royalty deal? Do they mean a percentage of the print run? Chen Xiaomi nodded. Yes, that's it. Hearing this, the entire editorial team was stunned, including the most senior editor, Uncle Dai. Uncle Dai, experienced and wise, wiped his glasses and said with emotion, if that's true, it's a big change. No wonder Xiao Chun didn't succeed. It wouldn't have mattered who tried. Chen Xiaomi looked gratefully at Uncle Dai. Shanghai Stock Market, Harvest Magazine Office. Editor-in-Chief, here are the sample copies for February. Please review. Harvest Magazine is published every 2 months. The editor-in-chief held the upcoming issue's sample copy for approval. Editor Liao casually flipped through it and then set it aside, saying, there's still some time before the release. Let's wait a bit longer. The proofreader was confused. Wait, are we still waiting? Usually, the final approval is done in just a couple of days. Editor Lu noticed his subordinate's doubts and explained briefly, Editor Zhou just signed a new article, and the teacher really likes it. Come back tomorrow afternoon. Whose article is it? How could it be worthy of Mr. Ba's approval? The reviewer was even more confused. There are 3 classes during the evening study session. The first 2 are math classes, but Teacher Pan usually just walks around the classroom and then sits on the podium, letting students read and do exercises on their own. He doesn't mind if you are reviewing math or other subjects. As long as you are studying, it's fine. Maybe because many students in class 204 had expressed dissatisfaction with his teaching style, the math teacher rarely talks to students directly. He only leaves his seat when a student raises their hand to ask questions. He is very patient. No matter how difficult the problem, if students don't understand, he repeats explanations and tries different ways to teach, speaking calmly and patiently. He can spend an entire lesson with you until you understand. Because of this, Teacher Pan is quite popular among the girls. However, boys usually don't ask him questions. If they are really stuck, they tend to ask Lu Yejian, Zhou Aiming, or Lu Lihui. If none of them can help, they finally ask Li Heng. It's like a step-by-step process. As long as the problem isn't too difficult, students don't bother him. But they're afraid Li Heng might solve it quickly, which would make them feel embarrassed and worry about losing confidence. The second class of the evening ended, but the math teacher hadn't left yet. He was still discussing a parabola problem with Qin Lijun. While teaching, Teacher Pan suddenly turned to Li Heng. Li Heng, take a look at this problem. Zhang Zhiyong had just bought a packet of spicy tofu strips to tease him. Li Heng chewed on half a and took the draft paper to glance at it. He immediately wondered, is he pretending not to know to save face? Or should he write out the solution steps? The math teacher seemed to notice his thoughts and smiled gently, saying, write down your method and compare it with ours to see where it differs. Teacher Pan also felt helpless. No matter how he taught Qin Lijun, she couldn't understand. Now he was starting to doubt whether his own solving methods were too complicated. Hearing this, Li Heng didn't hesitate anymore. He drew 2 auxiliary lines and quickly solved the problem. Teacher Pan carefully analyzed it and then handed it to Chun Lijun. This method is simpler than mine. Take a look. Chun Lijun looked at her notes and reasoned twice, blushing, and said, "Teacher, I think I understand it all at once." Wow. As soon as she said that, many classmates nearby started laughing. The teacher struggled to teach for half a class, but couldn't get through. After watching Li Heng's problem-solving approach twice, I understood immediately. It was like a clear slap in the face. Fortunately, Teacher Pan was used to being proven wrong and didn't care. He picked up his books and left the classroom with a smile. After the teacher left, Sun Manning asked Chen Lijun directly, "Why didn't you just ask Li Heng about this problem?" Chen Lijun looked up thoughtfully and replied with a small smile, "Back in high school second year, I asked him a question once. He explained the solution in less than a minute. I couldn't keep up at the time, but I was too shy to seem stupid. When he asked if I understood, I nodded and said yes. After that, I never asked him questions again." Everyone found Chen Lijun's innocent, slightly silly personality adorable. Luckily, she wasn't truly foolish. Apart from math, she was quite good at other subjects. Usually, the third period is when the homeroom teacher is in charge and students can study freely. The teacher often uses this time to share school news. When the bell rang, Teacher Wang Qi stood at the podium and talked about the importance of tomorrow's scholarship exam. "This is your last scholarship exam in high school. Cherish it. It will be a wonderful memory in the future." He paused and added, "However, tomorrow's test might be the hardest of all your scholarship exams in high school. Don't ask why. It's a school tradition. They do it to prevent top students from getting too confident before the college entrance exam. The scholarship exams include the midterm, final, and this scholarship test, with increasing weight, 20%, 30%, and 50%. Some students may perform well enough to compete for first and second class scholarships, but no one can get the top prize. Since the arts and sciences split, the top art scholarship is usually taken by Xiaofeng, Songyu, Luo Jijia, and Mai Sui. They basically monopolize the award. Songyu and Mai Sui are from class 204, while Xiaofeng and Luo Jijia are from class 205 next door. Li Heng is very unlucky. He only gets the first-class scholarship worth 100 yuan each time. He can't even touch the top prize, always blocked by those 4. The top scholarship offers not only cash of 200 yuan but also, there is one temptation that everyone can't resist, taking photos to display on the school's honor wall. For students of this age, the honor wall is an unmatched symbol of great pride. It not only satisfies a small sense of vanity and makes others look at you differently, but also proves your achievements. Whenever I see photos of Yang Yingwen, Xiaofeng, and others posted in the most visible spots at school, Li Heng from the same hometown feels very jealous. In his past life, his biggest wish in high school was to be on the honor wall. Unfortunately, he graduated without that chance, which was a big regret. Listening to the class teacher talk confidently about it, Li Heng couldn't help but think, if I could live again, I still have the knowledge from my 17-year-old self's textbooks. Plus, my English skills from running a foreign training center in my previous life have improved a lot. Maybe I could aim for a top scholarship? Although my Chinese is a bit weaker compared to those 4 top students, my math is hopeless. No wonder I have such silly thoughts. After all, 200 yuan is still money. And it's a lot of money. Twice as much as the first-place scholarship. Comrade Tian Run, it would need to sell over 1,100 pounds of rice to earn that. Besides money, Li Heng also has a secret wish he's never told anyone. He hopes his photo and Song Yu's photo will appear on the honor wall, preferably next to each other. He even dreams of imagining people standing under the honor wall praising him. Wow, the guy is so refined, and the girl is naturally elegant. What a perfect pair. After evening self-study, Li Heng, Lu Li, and Zhang Jiong walked back to the dormitory as usual. Halfway there, Lu Li suddenly said gloomily, "Li Heng, I might not do well on the exam tomorrow." Li Heng looked at him and said, fearing defeat before the battle, "What a coward." Lu Li replied, "Near the end of class, I took the test several times, and it showed I couldn't pass English." Zhang Jiong leaned over and looked at Lu Li suspiciously. "What do you mean by taking the test? I've never heard of that." Lu Li said, "It's a kind of fortune-telling, a family tradition of ours. You wouldn't understand, being from 250. Wow." Zhang Jiong cursed. "You mean you can tell fortunes?" Lu Li touched his head and said, "It's not really fortune-telling. I'm a famous master in my hometown. During holidays, I often go to do rituals at people's houses with my grandpa and others. Really good at it. It depends on luck and fate. If the luck is good, I might hit the jackpot once in 10 tries." Zhang Jiong became interested and hooked his right hand around his neck. "You, Lu Yejian, and Zhou Aiming all like Chen Lijun. Guess who she will marry in the end?" Lu Li shook his head and said, "No need to ask. Of course she will marry me. If she married someone else, I would feel uncomfortable." Li Heng chuckled happily and turned to Chen Lijun, who was catching up behind. "Comrade Lijun, you probably didn't hear what Lu Li just said, right?" At this moment, Chen Lijun, Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Sun Manning had just come out of the small shop. They couldn't believe that Lu Li, usually so honest, would say something so shameful. Lu Li looked back in horror, and his face visibly turned pale. He lowered his head and looked very meek, almost falling to the ground. Zhang Zhiyong burst out laughing and squatted down. "Hey, look at this. Look." Lu Li's legs are trembling. Is he having a seizure? Hearing this, Li Heng and the four women looked down at Lu Li's legs at the same time. Suddenly, Lu Li's legs became even more uncontrollable. Without thinking, he staggered forward and fell flat on the ground. The four women were speechless but couldn't help but laugh. Li Heng scolded with a smile, pathetic, and kicked Lu Li's. "Hey, can you get up? Do you need help?" Unexpectedly, Lu Li covered his head with his hands and wailed sadly, "Don't help me. Just let them go. I have no face to see anyone." Sun Manning teased, "Lu Li, you usually don't dare to in front of Legion, and now you're so cute." Fearing they would laugh at him, Lu Li didn't dare say anything more. The three of them entered dorm 215, but before they could even stand steadily, Lu Yejian suddenly barked at Li Heng in front of the whole dormitory. "Li Heng, I will definitely score higher than you this exam." If it had been any other student, Li Heng would have just smiled and ignored it, thinking it wasn't worth arguing. But since Lu Yejian spread rumors about him and the English teacher, he wouldn't tolerate it. He immediately retorted, "Lu Yejian, there's no need to use such stupid tricks to boost your confidence. You always do poorly in exams, and for tough ones like scholarship exams, you're even worse." What kind of idiot is this? Almost every exam, he challenges me. He's annoying in his past life, and now he's buzzing around like a fly. Does he think I have no temper? He wanted to use a more elegant method, but in this rough era, being too gentle wouldn't make money. Everything was just rough and violent. People who are kind are often bullied. Horses that are gentle are often ridden. In such situations, you must fight back immediately, or others will think you are easy to bully. Otherwise, they will keep bothering you repeatedly. Zhang Zhiyong heard this and immediately felt excited. He shouted loudly, "Bah, that's right. Lu Yejian, you're just a small fry. You're not even a real cat or dog that can compare to my brothers." The two friends started arguing, and Lu Li naturally wanted to defend himself. He sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Lu Yejian, you always score 10 or 20 points less in exams. Where do you get the nerve to compare yourself to me?" Usually, when arguing with hometown friends or close buddies, Zhou Aiming, who had been silent, finally spoke up this time. "Old Hung, I support you. You always get the top scholarship." Because Li Heng was popular and everyone disliked the arrogant Lu Yejian, they all cheered for him. Suddenly, out of 10 people in the dorm, except Lu Yejian and his close friend, 7 sided with Li Heng. Lu Yejian didn't expect so many people to oppose him and stand against him. He was furious. But when he saw Li Heng looking at him calmly and deeply, he lost his courage to keep arguing. He could only try to save face and muttered, "Just wait and see. I made a promise to the teacher that I will definitely beat you this time." "Haha, I made that promise. Do you think we're in a war? You're such a coward." Zhang Zhiyong mocked him, and everyone burst out laughing. The next day was Saturday. After morning study, Li Heng and Lu Li hurried to the experimental building behind the teaching building. The exam rooms are in that building. This time, the top 120 students from arts and sciences could take the scholarship exam. Zhang Zhiyong, who was ranked over 200th in the arts, had no chance to participate. There are 4 exam rooms for arts, each with 30 students, arranged by ranking. Li Heng scored 5th in the school last semester, and he was in the first exam room on the 3rd floor. Lu Li was also in the first exam room, but he was 17th. When they were about to go to the 3rd floor, he patted Li Heng on the shoulder and said, "Bro, do your best. Don't be careless. Don't give small people like Liu Yejin a chance. Li Heng gave a confident look and replied, don't worry. He can't cause trouble. At this moment, the exam room hadn't opened yet, and the corridor was crowded with people. On the right side of the corridor was the first arts exam room, and on the left was the first science exam room. As Li Heng went upstairs, he saw Song Yu, Mai Sui, and Sun Manning gathering in the corridor on the right. On the left, Xiao Han, Yang Yingwen, and Xiao Xiaofeng are chatting. He glances to the right, then to the left again. He's feeling a bit stuck. Song Yu and Xiao Han are both close to him, and he wonders which side to join. He instinctively wants to go to Song Yu, but his gut tells him Xiao Han is secretly watching him. Normally, his relationship with Xiao Han isn't very close yet, just friends. But because of his deep feelings from the past life, he tends to consider her feelings when he acts. Also, comparing the two women, Xiao Han is more cunning and tricky, just as hard to deal with as the proud and reserved Song Yu. Hey, Li Heng, what are you standing there for? Come over and drink some soda. Just as he decides to greet Yang Yingwen and the others on the left in the name of catching up with old friends, Sun Manning waves her bottled soda at him, inviting him over. Her shout draws everyone's attention in the corridor. They all look at him, giving him a curious stare. Well, there's no way around it now. Li Heng has no choice but to stop heading to the left and turn around to walk towards Sun Manning. Wow, what a kind and beautiful rich lady. Drinking soda. She's got money. He takes the soda, opens it, takes a sip, and then immediately compliments her. Sun Manning beams happily. She pulls the wheat-shaped snack closer to Song Yu and pushes Li Heng toward her. Hey, next time, don't come close to me. You should know who to stick to, right? This girl is pretty strong, almost bumping into Song Yu. Li Heng jokes, where there's milk, there's a mother. Song Yu has 2 oranges in her hand and didn't say she'd share one with me, so of course I come closer to you. Seeing this, Song Yu looks at him with a faint smile. After a brief moment of thought, in the midst of everyone's envy and jealousy, she gives him the other orange. She calmly asks, did Annie Zijin come to see you yesterday? Li Heng is surprised but not surprised. Did you see her? Song Yu nods slightly and responds softly. Then she looks into his eyes without explaining how she knew. After a moment of eye contact, Li Heng immediately understands. She probably heard some rumors from Qin Zijin and is worried that Qin Xiaomi came to trouble him yesterday. But now, with so many people around and the situation not suitable, Li Heng tells her, it's hard to explain in a few words. I'll tell you later. Song Yu agrees. Wow. Maigu, Li Jun, Lu Li, look, these two haven't even officially started dating, and they're already acting shy. They're starting to exclude others. Sun Manning, who has been happily listening to their conversation, suddenly stops and feels quite annoyed. The wheatear smiled softly and drank soda quietly, saying nothing. Qin Lijun was a bit afraid of Li Heng's mouth and pretended not to hear. Lu Li was even more straightforward, turning her head away directly. Not getting a response from her friends, the gossip-loving Sun Manning leaned in and whispered to Li Heng, Ziqin is settling down in Beijing. Will you consider applying to a university there? This made the small group look at Li Heng together, including Song Yu, who was also curious. Facing everyone's gaze, Li Heng hesitated for a moment and said, it depends. I need to wait until the 3 upcoming practice exams are over before I can decide which university to apply to based on my scores. Hearing this, the wheatear, Qin Lijun, and Sun Manning all looked at Song Yu. The girls had sharp instincts and sensed something unusual. According to normal reasoning, Qin Zijin is in Beijing. No matter how Li Heng's grades are or whether he gets into a good school, he should have a strong determination and attitude to move forward. But Li Heng hesitated. What was the reason for his hesitation? The girls didn't understand his thoughts from his 2 lives and thought it was because of Song Yu. Staring at him, Song Yu remained calm on the surface, but she was only 18 and a bit inexperienced, so she quietly avoided Li Heng's gaze. The corridor on the right was lively. The corridor on the left was a bit quieter. While reviewing Chinese language lessons and chatting, Xiao Han subtly shifted the topic to Li Heng and asked Yang Yingwen, Yingwen, did you argue again with Li Heng and Zhang Zhiyou? He seemed so hesitant just now, like he was afraid of you. Hearing this, Yang Yingwen couldn't help but glance at Li Heng. No, we didn't argue. But this guy has been acting mysterious lately, hiding and not showing up. I don't know what he's up to. Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Han, who had changed the subject to Li Heng and was pretending nothing was wrong, and said with a smile, I heard from girls in class 2O for that Li Heng might be chasing Songyu. Really? Yang Yingwen was very surprised and asked quickly, is that true? Where does he get the courage? He just had a thing with Ziqing. She didn't finish her sentence, but the three girls, all from Tianjin, understood. Xiaohan kept her eyes on her Chinese textbook but perked up her ears. Xiaofeng said, I don't know the details. I only heard that he made Wheat Ear and Sun Manning switch seats so he could sit next to Songyu. Because of this, the class teacher of class 204 even called Li Heng to the office to talk. At that moment, Yang Yingwen happened to see Sun Manning pushing Li Heng towards Songyu. He immediately believed a little more. Ah, that's Sun Manning. Really? He's so unreasonable. If Zijin finds out, he'll be heartbroken. Xiaofeng and Qin Zijin weren't very close and didn't care much. Seeing Yingwen react so strongly, Xiaohan smiled sweetly and looked over with Xiaofeng, just in time to see Songyu handing an orange to someone. She suddenly felt a bit sad. Actually, very sad. Why is it like this? Why is he pursuing Songyu instead of me? Could it be that I expressed my feelings too subtly before? The girl's feelings became a little gloomy, a bit melancholic, and somewhat sad at this moment. Around 8:10, two invigilators arrived. It was the head teacher and Luo Laoshi, the homeroom teacher of science class 206. Seeing everyone look at them, Luo Laoshi joked, the arts and sciences are switched for invigilation. You all must follow the rules. Don't let me catch anything, or there will be no scholarship for you. Li Heng followed everyone into the classroom, sitting in seat 5 of the first row. The seats in front were arranged by grades, Xiaofeng, Songyu, Luo Jijie, and Mai Sui. According to Lu Li, typical dominance of the yin over the yang. 3 out of 5 top students are girls. While preparing exam tools, his pen accidentally fell straight to the ground. When he picked it up, the tip was cracked open. What kind of omen is this? Li Heng felt heartbroken. His pen wasn't cheap, cost 2 yuan each. He had impulsively bought it on a whim, even saving up to eat only buns and pickles for half a month. Sighing, he tapped Mai Sui's back with his finger and asked, Comrade Mai Sui, do you have an extra pen? My pen is broken. Mai Sui immediately saw the terrible state of his pen on his desk and gently asked, don't you have a spare pen? Li Heng said, I have a ballpoint pen, but it's hard to write with. The ink wears out the paper. Mai Sui smiled softly, turned around, and laid all her pens neatly on the desk, saying, I brought 4. You can pick whichever feels comfortable. Her pens were more expensive. Li Heng casually picked a black fountain pen and felt it was much better than his own. This one, thank you. Mai Sui nodded and turned back. After all this fuss, the first subject, Chinese, exam paper was handed out. The paper was printed by the school, with a cursive font, very dark, and had a strong ink smell. Li Heng quickly glanced over the test paper and happily realized that his accumulated knowledge from 2 lifetimes was quite good. He knew poetry, classical Chinese, and essay writing, and the questions didn't seem too difficult. He felt confident. His expectations were pretty much right. Except for a few questions he wasn't sure about, he felt good as he worked through the test. When he finished writing an 800-word essay, he still felt eager to keep going. He had 2.5 hours to finish, but he completed it in about 100 minutes. He spent over 20 minutes checking his answers, and then he spent the last half hour resting and dozing off. His paper was already full, and rewriting or changing answers would only hurt his score, so he decided to take a nap instead. Teacher Luo, who was sitting at the front of the classroom, watched him closely. He walked over and gently patted Li Heng on the head to wake him up. Li Heng, this is a scholarship exam. Don't take it lightly. If you get the top scholarship, your mom can rest from farm work for half a year. Your Chinese and English scores are not the best, so pay attention. Even Xiaofeng is checking her answers carefully for the second time. Teacher Luo was his math teacher in high school and his former homeroom teacher. He had always been concerned about Li Heng's interest in arts and literature. Knowing it was out of good intentions, Li Heng looked up, forced a smile, and pretended to check his answers again. Half an hour flew by quickly. Li Heng felt relieved as he left the classroom with everyone else. He silently thought to himself that he had overcome the biggest obstacle, Chinese, and was one step closer to his goal. There was no need to discuss Chinese much. As a top student in the first exam room, as long as he didn't leave many blanks, he felt okay. Besides, even weaker students could just write anything in Chinese, so there weren't many blank spaces left. But the math part was completely different. The relaxed atmosphere disappeared, replaced by tense silence. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The questions were incredibly difficult, almost like contest problems. Even in the first exam room filled with top students, many were wearing pained expressions. Shin Lijun was among the first to show her distress. Her face was flushed and red from nervousness, like she had been drinking. The pain seemed contagious. Soon, most students started scratching their heads and fidgeting, their pens paused mid-air, unable to write. Zhou Aiming and Lu Li were the same. Even Lu Yejian, who was very proud, couldn't escape. He looked anxiously at the last three big questions, feeling desperate and unsure of how to start. He tried many times, but couldn't solve any of the last three questions. Nervously, he looked at his biggest rival, Li Hong. It's better not to look, but once you do, you almost feel like vomiting or fainting. Li Hong kept his head down, focused on his questions, and was already working calmly on the second-to-last problem. Even more shocking was that Li Heng's paper was completely filled out, with no blank spaces left. Teacher Luo didn't know exactly when he had moved behind Li Hong, but he was now peering over his shoulder, watching him concentrate on solving the problem. In the middle of the class, the atmosphere felt tense and a bit chaotic. Teacher Luo paused and said seriously, "The questions are hard. If you don't know how to do them, carefully check the previous ones. Don't get anxious. Some students are already working on the last question. If you can't calm down, you'll lose several points on this exam. Think carefully. You're such a freak." As soon as Teacher Luo finished speaking, someone in the exam room muttered something in a low voice. Hearing these words, no one laughed. Everyone felt upset inside, so no one could smile. Everyone also knew who was being insulted. Now, all students had stopped writing, including the famous top students from the 4 major universities, who all paused at the second-to-last question. The last question was very difficult, so hard that Li Heng took 10 full minutes just to figure out the main idea before starting to write. Watching him sketch on scrap paper and organize his calculations, even Teacher Luo, who teaches math, felt relieved. Once he found the right direction, it was easier. In less than 5 minutes, Li Heng finished the last question. The answer was plus or minus 2. Seeing the plus or minus sign, Teacher Luo frowned slightly but didn't say anything. He slowly left and moved to the front of the classroom. At the same time, he loudly announced, 20 minutes left. Everyone, check your student ID, name, class, and seat number. Make sure you fill everything in and write correctly. After checking their IDs and names, Li Heng spent 20 minutes carefully reviewing all the questions. Finally, he capped his pen, stretched comfortably, and relaxed. Ding, ding, ding. When the old exam bell rang, Li Heng stood up. Under the proctor's urging, he followed everyone to the classroom door. Just before reaching the door, Teacher Luo suddenly said to him, "Li Heng, you're usually so skilled, but you didn't get the last answer right." Li Heng was a bit surprised. "Which question?" Teacher Luo said, "It was clearly 2, so why did you write plus or minus 2? Li Heng quickly reviewed the last question in his mind, then yawned and said, "Teacher, if it was 2, you should go ask the teacher who set the questions. They forgot to include a known condition." After Li Heng left the classroom, Teacher Luo immediately took out his exam paper and started checking it carefully on the desk. After grading the exams, the head teacher said, "Old Luo, your class's questions were too hard this time. I see the last 2 questions are all left blank." "No, that kid finished it." "Li Heng, do you think he can get a good score?" Teacher Luo didn't reply. He carefully checked the last questions twice, then patted his head and said, "Actually, I missed a key condition. The night before, I was so tired from carving with wax crayons that I didn't notice." The head teacher leaned in and asked, "Did he get the answers right?" "Yes, he was lucky." After saying that, Teacher Luo sighed with some regret. "We really shouldn't have let him study arts. If he studied science, he might have a chance to get into Tsinghua or Peking University." The head teacher shook his head and said, "That's hard too. Li Heng still needs more practice in Chinese and English." Leaving the exam room, Li Heng caught up with Mai Sui and handed her his pen. "Mai Sui, thank you for the pen. Here, it's yours now." Mai Sui didn't take it. "No rush. Keep using it first. I'll return it after the exam." Then she asked nearby, "Did you really finish the test?" Hearing this, many people around looked over. Li Heng wanted to be modest, but since Teacher Luo had already exposed him, pretending to be humble now would seem fake. So he nodded and said, "Maybe I got lucky. I filled everything in with a lot of confidence, but I don't know if it's correct." "You call that luck? You're killing me. I might even struggle to pass," Lu Li, who was nearby, said with frustration. He always thought his math was okay, but this time he got a harsh reality check. Li Heng, which option did you choose for the last multiple choice question? Just as Li Heng was thinking about how to comfort Lu Li, a loud voice suddenly came from the stairway. Lao Xiang Yang Cheng rushed down from the second floor. Li Heng answered, I chose A. Wow. I also chose A. I'm so awesome, bro. That question just felt like A was meant for me. Yang Cheng scored 119th in the whole school last semester, barely making it into this exam. Now he was eager to break into the top 100 and was almost obsessed. After finishing a question, Yang Cheng hurriedly asked, for the third fill-in-the-blank, what did you write? Li Heng thought for a moment and said, I think it's square root of 3. Great. Really? I'm so good at this. The chubby Yang Cheng jumped excitedly. You know, many classmates in our class can't do this question. I just calculated it once and got it right. At this point, Yang Cheng looked up and laughed loudly, placing his right hand on Li Heng's shoulder. This time, we're set. Getting into the top 100 is definitely secure, and maybe I can even reach the top 30 to get a scholarship. When that happens, I'll treat you to a soda. The first exam room in the corridor looked very dull. Yang Cheng, from an ordinary class, was shouting loudly and stood out awkwardly. Zhou Aiming, also from the same town, asked, Yang Cheng, how many of the last 3 big questions did you do? Yang Cheng didn't answer immediately. He quickly turned to Li Heng and asked, Li Heng, have you finished? You probably haven't, right? Li Heng smiled, not wanting to affect his performance in later subjects, and reassured him, no, I left them blank too. Yang Cheng then asked a familiar classmate, Xiaofeng, what about you? Xiaofeng looked at Li Heng and shook his head. I knew it. Neither of you could do these questions. No wonder no one could solve them. Who the heck came up with such crazy questions? Yang Cheng, feeling nervous for a moment, then hugged Zhou Aiming and grinned widely. Just then, Teacher Luo came out of the exam room carrying a stack of papers and grabbed Yang Cheng's ear. Hey, you're so rude. Which class are you from? I'll tell your homeroom teacher. Yang Cheng wasn't very familiar with Teacher Luo and wasn't too scared, but he was really afraid of the director of studies behind him. He immediately begged, Teacher, I was wrong. Please, just let me go. I'm sorry. Huh. Still flexible. Teacher Luo was amused by his exaggerated expression and let him go. Before leaving, Teacher Luo mischievously added, Jie, if you want to get into the top 30, you need at least a 90 in math, or it's not going to work. After the teacher walked away, Yang Cheng counted his score excitedly. Excluding the last 3 questions worth 32 points, I still have a total of 88 points. Scoring 80 isn't easy. Maybe I can really get over 90 this time. I filled the remaining questions with formulas, so I should get some points. Thanks to Yang Cheng's playful teasing, the atmosphere instantly improved. Yang Cheng is called the clown because he always comes to check answers with Li Heng after each math test. He also always boasts about how many points he'll get, but when the scores come out, he's always far from that. After a few times, everyone in the first exam room got used to him and just found it amusing. The next exams in politics, history, and geography were much better. They were still difficult, but not as hard as math. If you couldn't do math, there was no point in staring blankly. Politics, history, and geography were different. They were similar to Chinese, with many subjective questions. You could answer whether you knew it or not, which made students feel more relaxed and less stressed. The last subject was English. From multiple choice questions, grammar, closed tests, reading to listening, he finished almost all at once. Overall, it wasn't as good as he hoped, but it was okay. He guessed that he was unsure about several grammar and closed questions, but reading and listening were not too difficult for him. When he handed in his paper and left the exam room, Li Heng asked Songyu, how do you think you did this time? Songyu replied, except for math, everything else was fine. Then she looked at him with a faint smile and asked, and you? You have a big advantage in math, so you should have done very well. Li Heng was silent for a moment. After the others passed by, he slowly said, I don't know yet. Maybe I can achieve a long-held dream. Songyu quietly asked, what dream? Li Heng stared into her eyes for 3 seconds but didn't reveal his secret. When he turned away, he said casually, guess what? Maybe you can figure it out since you're so smart. Li Heng left, holding back a full bladder, and hurried to the bathroom. Songyu watched his back quietly, feeling an inexplicable voice inside her telling her his dream might be related to her. She trusted her intuition because it was usually accurate. But this time, She was a little afraid of her intuition and didn't want to think too much. After Li Hang left, my Sui, waiting across the corridor, came over and teased her. Song-yu, do you know what you looked like just now? Song-yu's eyes brightened. Like what? My Sui reached out and put her arm around her, with a flirtatious look in her eyes, and said clearly, stone of waiting for a husband. Faced with her friend's teasing, Song-yu smiled prettily but didn't take it seriously. Today is Sunday, and after the exam, she has half a day off. Finally having free time, Li Hang, like everyone else, first washed and hung up his dirty clothes. Then Zhou Aiming and Zhang Jiong called him to play basketball, and Lu Li was there too. Because he secretly liked Chen Lijun as well, Zhou Aiming had completely fallen out with Lu Yejing. During the break, he said, Old Hung, if you beat Lu Yejing by 20 points this time, I'll treat you to a stir-fry at the staff cafeteria. With a big meal to look forward to, and free of charge, Li Hang, a foodie, didn't care much. Can I order whatever I want? Zhou Aiming patted his pocket. Since it's a treat, of course, you can order whatever you like. Li Hing smiled and said, Okay, I got it. Later, I'll beat them in the game. I won't beat you, though. Hearing this, Zhang Jiong, who had already been beaten badly, couldn't take it anymore and cursed. Your grandpa. We're together every day during winter break, and I've never seen you play basketball. How come you're so good all of a sudden? Li Lisin nodded in agreement and said, I think Li Hang has secretly evolved without telling us. Li Hang, uninterested, happily pulled the three of them up and played rough on the court again. After playing basketball all afternoon, the few who exerted themselves were almost exhausted on the playground. Can't go on. My eyes are blurry. I think my blood sugar is low. I need to eat. Li Lian missed several shots and then, arms akimbo, said breathlessly. Knowing that the other's health was not very good, Li Hang immediately put away the basketball. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Let's take a quick shower and eat. After a quick shower, the four starving friends hurried to the cafeteria with their lunchboxes. It was still early before the usual mealtime, so there weren't many people on the way. When Li Hang reached the cafeteria door, he unexpectedly saw Song-yu. She was holding a thermos and waiting, seemingly for someone. Seeing Song-yu, Zhang Jiong, Lu Li, and Zhou Aiming gave Li Hang strange smiles and then walked away in a strange, sarcastic manner. Li Hang, with a thick skin, wasn't bothered by such small scenes. He walked over and asked Song-yu, Song-yu, why are you here alone at this time? Song-yu calmly replied, Mom just brought me some food. I'm waiting for Manning and Mai Shui to come down. As she spoke, she opened the thermos and said, Bring the lunchbox over. Have some too. Li Hang was pleasantly surprised and asked happily, Do I get some too? Song-yu smiled knowingly, Of course. Everyone who sees it gets some. Ziqin asked me to take good care of you, so I won't let you get too thin. While Song-yu was helping Li Hang serve some stir-fried beef and duck, Xiao Han and a girl from their class came down from the girls' dormitory, chatting happily. After reaching the first floor, the girl took 2 hot water bottles toward the boiler room. Xiao Han continued walking forward, planning to meet Yang Yingwen and others at the school gate to go out for a meal and improve their diet. As she passed by the cafeteria entrance, she glanced inside casually. That one glance made Xiao Han suddenly freeze, her expression stiffening. In that moment, she felt a suffocating heartbeat stop. The elegant Song-yu, dressed in plain white, looked like a fairy, so beautiful that it was hard not to notice her. What caught the eye even more was Li Hang standing beside her, looking satisfied. Even more striking were their intimate actions. Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and walked toward the cafeteria. She lowered her head, pretending to be lost in thought, as if she hadn't seen the two people. When passing by Song-yu, she accidentally bumped into her right arm. Frantically, she covered her forehead with her hand and apologized softly, saying, I didn't see you. Sorry about that. Song-yu was holding a thermos cup in her left hand and using a spoon in her right hand to serve Li Hang some duck meat and stir-fried beef. After the bump, the white ceramic spoon fell to the ground and broke into 2 pieces. Li Hang's lunchbox was also knocked over by Song-yu's hand. With a clattering sound, the aluminum lunchbox rolled a few times on the ground, spilling stir-fried beef, duck meat, and some broth. Li Hang instinctively reached out to grab his lunchbox but missed. When he looked up and saw Xiao Han, his mind suddenly went blank. He exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Han? Xiao Han seemed not to hear him. She turned slightly and again apologized to Song-yu, saying, Sorry about the spoon. I'll buy a new one for you later. Song-yu paused for a moment, then looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile and said, "It's okay. No need to replace it. We were just standing at the door blocking the way. Are your legs okay? Did you twist your ankle?" Xiao Han shook her head. At this moment, her impulsiveness suddenly hit her, and she scolded herself silently. "Xiao Han, you must be crazy. Do you even know what you're doing? Is this jealousy you're feeling? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you're fighting over?" After the outburst, a voice in her mind pointed at her forehead angrily, saying, You, Xiao Han. You're no worse than Song Yu. Why are you jealous? Why? Xiao Han bent down to pick up the broken ceramic spoon, looked closely, and said softly, "I'll buy a new one for you later." Song Yu sincerely said again, "No need. It's okay." Xiao Han smiled sweetly at her, then took a deep breath before daring to meet Li Heng's gaze. Her eyes curved into a gentle smile, but she also felt a bit embarrassed and said, Mr. Li, I, accidentally knocked over your delicious food. Maybe I can treat you to a meal later to make up for it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she wished she could seal her mouth shut with tape. "Xiao Han, why are you so scheming? Stay calm. This is too obvious, and you'll get caught." Hearing her words, Li Heng wasn't surprised at all. This was exactly her style. At this critical moment, he didn't pretend to be naive. He replied, "Sure, it's a great honor to dine with our talented former town girl. But today's not good. I'm eating with my dorm brothers. Let's do it another day. When I have the chance, I'll come find you and join you for a meal." His words weren't too abrupt, so Song Yu wouldn't suspect anything. After all, the two are hometown friends and used to be classmates in middle school. Having a meal together is the most normal thing to do. He looked into her eyes for a few seconds, while beside him, Song Yu was watching intently. Xiao Han felt her face flush and her ears heat up. After politely greeting Song Yu, she lowered her head, tousled her hair, and left through another cafeteria exit. Seeing her glance back at Xiao Han's figure, then at the lunchbox on the ground, and then at herself, Song Yu chuckled and said, "Time to come back to reality. Go wash the lunchbox, and I'll give you some more food." Li Heng felt distressed. "You're giving it back?" Half the food fell on the ground. Song Yu calmly replied, "It's okay. We'll just eat a little less." According to her, Li Heng picked up the lunchbox from the ground, washed it, and divided some beef and duck meat again. From start to finish, she never asked about Xiao Han or mentioned anything related to her. Xiao Han felt like someone was watching her from behind. She forced herself to be brave, feeling uncertain, and her legs swayed as she left the cafeteria. Anyway, only when she was outside in a quiet place did her nerves relax, and she noticed her palms were sweaty. What made her even sadder was that her thigh muscles were almost bruised from squeezing them secretly. Thinking about the future of eating with him, Xiao Han pouted, feeling no joy at all. Maybe she had used tricks to get here? It wasn't sincere on his part. Then she worried. Why is Song Yu so attractive to him? She laughs carefree like an idiot. "Hey, idiot. Does Song Yu really look better than me?" She scolded herself twice for calling him an idiot, then suddenly smiled to herself. In the chaotic wind, she hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Li, please forgive me. I was just joking." Until she left the school gate, her anxious heart slowly calmed down. She held her left hand with her right, comforting herself. There's no need to fear eating together. Just see it as an opportunity for those who are prepared. She had indeed prepared for a long time. Had a crush on him for too long. Sun Mining said, "I didn't go. Legion went." Currently, there's a clear division. Li Heng looked at Song Yu and my Sui. "How about them?" Sun Mining quickly answered, "Song Yu scored 92, and my Sui also got 91. Next door, Xiao Feng scored 94, same as you, and Luo Jie got 91. Li Heng nodded and started eating. After a long wait, he didn't speak again. Sun Mining suddenly became unhappy. "Hey, Li Heng, are you being too biased? You asked about Song Yu and my Sui, but why not ask me? Do you think I'm not as good looking as them?" Li Heng didn't look up. "It's not about looks. This time, I'm aiming for the special scholarship." When they heard about the special scholarship, the table suddenly became silent. Everyone looked at each other, and finally, Zhang Zhiyong, who wasn't burdened by exams, leaned over and asked, "Li Diyi, Hung Diyi, are you sure you're not drunk?" Li Heng asked, "What? Don't trust your brother?" Zhang Zhiyong looked at him left and right, then tilted his head. "Trust? How could I not trust? If I didn't, you beat me to death. But there are only 3 spots. Who are you planning to pull down?" Li Heng straightforwardly said, "As long as it's not Song Yu, everyone else can be eliminated." "Whoa. TCH. Song Yu, look, Look. Everyone started teasing him openly. Shen Lijun even joked, Li Heng, you're being a bit too obvious. If the teacher finds out you like Songyu so much, it'll be trouble. Hearing this, everyone looked curiously at Songyu. Since Li Heng was so bold, they really wanted to know what Songyu thought. Unfortunately, Songyu was quietly eating, appearing calm and indifferent, which made everyone disappointed. Realizing the situation, Sun Mining tugged my Sui's sleeve. I say, Li Heng, do you have no conscience? My Sui is so pretty, and you're willing to hurt her? Li Heng looked up and smiled at my Sui. If I pull you down, don't blame me. I'll treat you to some soda later. Then he added, in a bottle. My Sui also smiled softly, holding her chopsticks delicately. And a packet of sour powder. Li Heng agreed happily. Sure, no problem. Because Li Heng revealed his ambitious plans, the meal became very lively. Everyone started analyzing how dangerous his competitors were, and the atmosphere was really exciting. In the middle of it, Li Heng learned that Lu Li scored 89 in geography, and Shun Lijun scored 86. Lu Li didn't forget the little troublemaker Lu Yejin. How much did Lu Yejin get? Shun Lijun said, 90. Zhang Jiong immediately cursed. That fool made so many mistakes. I feel so upset. Sun Mining didn't like him swearing and directly retorted, whether you're happy or not doesn't matter. Wen Zong is already very good, just a little weaker in math. After dinner, Lu Li and Zhang Jiong, followed by Zhou Aiming, went straight to the grading room to check their scores. Sun Mining asked Li Heng, why didn't you go? Li Heng handed her the clean lunchbox and said, please take it to the classroom for me. I have something to do. Sun Mining joked, what's more important than hanging out with Songyu? Hearing that, Li Heng took a step back and decisively stopped. Look at what you're saying. Of course, spending time with Songyu is the most important. Facing each other, Songyu looked at him quietly for a few seconds, then stretched out her slender fingers, brushed her hair behind her ear, said nothing, and walked past him toward the classroom. My Sui covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes full of charming allure. You used to be so proper when you saw her, not knowing where to put your hands. Now, how come you're so bold? Li Heng looked up at the sky seriously and said, it's almost graduation. My Sui also looked up at the sky. Maybe you can apply to the same school as her. Li Heng knew his limits and said, impossible. Unless the math exam is as hard as this one. My Sui agreed and felt sorry for him. Actually, I think if you keep trying, there might be hope. Li Heng didn't reply, because fooling himself was useless. With Songyu's personality and considering Chen Ziqin, there wasn't much hope in the short term. Seeing him silent, my Sui said, she's a person who appears gentle but is actually strong inside. If you truly like her, persistence is the best strategy. Li Heng nodded in agreement. Thanks. Hearing thanks, my Sui knew it was time to leave. She didn't stay and went into the corridor. Watching my Sui go up to the third-floor classroom, Li Heng stood there lost in thought for a moment. Instead of going upstairs, he turned around and left the school. He crossed the reception room and looked around at the school gate. Finally, based on Xiaohan's love for the dish Sana soup, he headed straight to Laolu restaurant across the street. He was trying his luck. Hello, everyone? No need to be polite. I'm here to find a friend. After dealing with the shopkeeper, Li Heng looked around the hall but didn't see anyone. He checked several private rooms inside but still couldn't find the person. Maybe they finished eating and left? Or they didn't come to this restaurant? With doubts, Li Heng asked the staff, only to find out that they had already finished and gone back to school. The boss's wife said, that girl is wearing a blue plaid jacket and looks very beautiful. It left a deep impression on me, so I won't forget her. Okay, thank you, boss. After failing to find her, Li Heng was not discouraged and ran straight to classroom 206 in the next building. Hey, this time, luck was on his side. Xiaohan was indeed there, chatting with Yang Yingwen and two other girls. Yang Yingwen, sitting facing the classroom door, was the first to notice him and asked in surprise, Hey, did the sun rise from the west today, Li Heng? Why are you here? Hearing that the famous math genius Li Heng was there, the other two girls stopped talking to Xiaohan and turned to look at him together. Secretly criticizing his friends for being superficial, Xiaohan pretended to react normally, first glancing at him, then acting as if they weren't very familiar, and picked up a pen to do physics problems. The clever, aloof girl, always maintaining a calm and dignified image in front of others. Li Heng showed his clean, white teeth and smiled, saying, What? Can I come to see you all? Yang Yingwen didn't believe him. Come on. Who are you fooling? You're about to graduate high school. I haven't seen you come here many times before. When Chen Zijiang was around, he came. If he knew Li Heng was secretly meeting Xiao Han, there would be a big fuss. Li Heng said, that was then. This is now. I'm here to visit you. Can't we just forget the past? All right, you make a good point. After Li Heng sat down, Yang Yingwen asked, this time, you scored a perfect 120 on the math test. How did you do it? Li Heng asked. I got a perfect score? Yang Yingwen said, such a big achievement. And you, the main person, don't know? Our homeroom teacher was just bragging about you to our teacher. Li Heng glanced at someone eavesdropping and shook his head. I just went to Lao Lu's restaurant. I haven't returned to the classroom yet. Why did you go to Lao Lu's restaurant? Let's not talk about that. Tell me how our homeroom teacher was bragging. I want to hear. Hearing this, Xiao Han subtly looked at him, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. How else could he brag? Yang Yingwen said, this time, the math paper was shared between arts and sciences, with only one multiple-choice question and one fill-in-the-blank. Our science scores only go up to 106. Li Heng asked her, is 106 your score? Yang Yingwen chuckled in a rustic way and nodded. You actually managed to do the last question. Our class teacher said that question involves some advanced college math knowledge. Li Heng didn't explain how he solved it. Blinking his eyes, just say I'm impressive, okay? Yang Yingwen spat out 3 words. You're such a freak. Seeing this amazing top student approve of him in this way, Li Heng wasn't angry. Instead, he happily asked Xiao Han, Xiao Han, how's your math? Finally being asked, Xiao Han decided to take a little break from pretending to be smart. She looked up with a gentle smile and said, I'm not very good. I wouldn't dare show off in front of Mr. Li. Li Heng looked into her eyes. How much? Xiao Han replied, 96 points. Considering how difficult this math test was, 96 points was quite good. Li Heng thought for a moment and said, come out for a bit. I need to talk to you. At this moment, Yang Yingwen scolded him. See? Your true intentions are showing. You just want to find Xiao Han. Next time, just ask for Xiao Han directly. No need to say you're visiting me. Finding a beautiful girl isn't against the law. Li Heng responded bluntly. Given your attitude after the new year in the village, just being able to talk to you now is a blessing. Stop complaining. On one side was his best friend, and on the other was the girl he secretly liked. Watching the two argue like fighting, Xiao Han just smiled quietly, not intervening. It was a sweet burden. After a playful argument with the rustic girl, Li Heng went to the corridor. Xiao Han took out a new white ceramic spoon from her bag and followed him out. Seeing the white ceramic spoon in her hand, Li Heng suddenly asked, why only one? Why not a pair? Hearing a pair, she immediately thought of how well he and Song Yu looked together. Her cheerful mood suddenly dropped. She pitifully asked, are you just teasing me? Not at all. You misunderstood, Li Heng said. Everyone says you and Song Yu are the most beautiful girls in our school. I think a white ceramic spoon suits your temperament too. After pondering the words of pair and double beauty, Xiao Han looked at him with a strange expression. Mr. Li, do you have a special hobby? Do you like to eat with 3 chopsticks? Cough, cough. This girl reacts so quickly. I just said it casually, and she jumped right on it. Li Heng coughed twice, reached out his hand, and said, give me the spoon. I'll help you give it to Song Yu. Xiao Han obediently placed the spoon in his hand, thinking, oh, so this was just a pretense, meant for a woman to hold the spoon. Noticing that her expression remained calm, Li Heng said, when will I have a chance to enjoy a big meal? Xiao Han rested her hands on the railing and looked into the distance. Whenever you decide. Li Heng looked at her profile. Then let's do it this weekend. I'll skip a meal and go with an empty stomach. Xiao Han smiled faintly upon hearing this. In that moment, her small dimples appeared quietly, like roses blooming in spring, very beautiful. Being stared at like that, Xiao Han felt a mix of secret happiness and awkwardness. After all, this was the first time someone of the opposite looked at her so straightforwardly. In the past, boys often secretly looked at her, but when she looked back, they would quickly look away like mice seeing a cat, daring not to be so bold. Her cheeks felt hot, her heartbeat quickened. Afraid she might reveal her feelings, she quickly pretended to stay calm and said, then it's decided for the weekend. Li Heng reminded her, remember to bring more money. I can eat a lot. Xiao Han teased him, don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Okay, I'm leaving now, he said decisively, turning around and heading downstairs without looking back. She watched him leave with a sidelong glance, feeling a bit dazed. Although their contact was brief and there was no obvious flirtation, she had an inexplicable feeling, like their distance had suddenly become much closer. And about certain unspoken things, it seemed both of them understood but were careful not to reveal, pretending not to notice. It was so strange. Is Xiaohan really so worthless? Has she been completely captured by him? He had only taken the initiative once. She was troubled by these thoughts. Back in the classroom, Xiaohan was just pretending to answer her two friends' chatter until they went to eat. Then she took a detour to ask Yang Yingwen. Yingwen, I heard Zhang Zhiyong say that the Zhang family and the Li family had a falling out. Is that true? Actually, Zhang Zhiyong never said that, and she wasn't that close to him, but it didn't matter. She could use him as a shield. Yang Yingwen looked curious. Why do you ask? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow and hinted meaningfully, that person just took the white spoon I was going to give to Songyu. Yang Yingwen immediately followed her line of thought. Are you saying Li Heng might be seeing two people at once? Xiaohan pretended to be curious and gossipy. Yang Yingwen thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, when Ziqin was here before, I had many interactions with Songyu. I don't think Songyu is that kind of person. Even if Li Heng really likes Songyu and has clever methods, she wouldn't agree so easily. Xiaohan asked, so, does that mean Li Heng and Qin Ziqin haven't broken up? Yang Yingwen first nodded, then shook his head again and nodded. It's hard to say. Usually, they should have broken up. Early this year, I was chopping wood in the mountains and met Li Heng. We talked about this, and Qin Ziqin brought him some documents and books, but it was all done secretly. From this, we can tell their relationship is having problems. At least, the Qin family doesn't agree with them being together. Hearing this, Xiaohan felt unexpectedly relieved. Qin Ziqin still has feelings for him, but there are probably conflicts between the Qin and Li families. Oh, by the way, I just remembered something, Yang Yingwen suddenly said. Xiaohan played the good listener. What is it? Yang Yingwen glanced around and said quietly, when Grandma Chun died. Worried that her best friend might not understand, he changed his words. When Grandma Ziqin died, Ziqin wasn't here. That was unusual. Also, after Grandma Chun left the mountain, Ziqin's father sent some leftover food to Li Heng's house, but his mother refused it. Many people saw this. I heard Ziqin's mother was very angry and gave all the food away. Xiaohan's eyes brightened. So, the Qin family and the Li family definitely had a falling out because of them? Yang Yingwen nodded. That's probably right. Many people secretly think so afterward. And they also say. Xiaohan asked appropriately, and what else? Yang Yingwen looked at her and said, they also say Li Heng and Qin Ziqin must have had a very close romantic relationship, or the Qin family wouldn't be so decisive. Hearing this, Xiaohan, who had secretly been happy about the falling out between the Qin and Li families, clenched her nails so tightly she almost tore her pants. Is he really a man with a second marriage? Is my life this hard? Xiaohan felt very uncomfortable inside and couldn't feel happy at all. Seeing her surprised expression, Yang Yingwen, feeling unfair for Qin Ziqin, said angrily. Just because Ziqin's relationship had some problems, she immediately went after Songyu. That makes him a complete. Xiaohan, you're so beautiful. Be careful to keep your distance from him, so he doesn't pursue Songyu if he doesn't succeed with her. Xiaohan nodded repeatedly to show solidarity with her close friend, softly saying, Yingwen, you too. Yingwen joked about himself. I don't need to worry. That often argues with me and calls me an old rag, old and dry, flat, and not interesting. Xiaohan couldn't help but smile sweetly and quickly took out 2 oranges from her desk, giving one to each of them. She comforted them. Come on, let's stop talking about that. Let's eat oranges. Class 204. At this moment, Zhou Aiming, returning from the academic office, was animatedly telling a joke to everyone. It was a joke about Lu Yejian. It turned out that a funny scene had just happened at the academic office. Lu Yejian, upon learning he scored only 81 in math, had his eyes turn red. Still not giving up, he asked the teacher who recorded the scores, how much did Li Heng get? The teacher was actually the homeroom teacher from class 205, Mr. Yang, who said with a meaningful smile, Lu Yejian, I heard from teacher Wang Qi that before the exam, you made a vow to surpass Li Heng, confidently claiming you would do it. Teacher Wang Qi even offered 5 yuan as a reward to motivate you. But your geography score is 4 points lower than his, politics 6 points lower, and your math score is shockingly only 39. Your grades are worse than his in every subject. How do you think this will end? I'm worried for you. Ha ha ha. I'm worried for him too, said Coach Shou, the physical education teacher, who was also a minor school leader. He was smoking a cigarette and chimed in. Lu Yejin blushed and struggled. There are still Chinese, English, and history scores not out yet. I still have hope. Hearing this, Teacher Young turned to the director of studies and asked, Boss, have you seen the Chinese scores yet? The director of studies, while grading papers, replied, Still some not finished. I'll check them tonight. Then the director of studies glanced at Lu Yejin and said, You've been here all afternoon and haven't eaten. Go have your meal first. I'll distribute the papers in the classroom at 3 p.m. Seeing Lu Yejin look a bit dazed, the teachers tried to persuade him for a long time before he was finally led away. After recounting what happened in the academic office, Zhou Aiming started imitating Lu Yejin's voice, mischievously shouting, How much did Li Hang get? How much did Li Hang get? How much did Li Hang really get? Zhou Aiming, with great talent for language, mimicked Lu Yejin's voice and actions perfectly, making everyone laugh. Zhang Zhiyong was still egging him on, saying, Exactly. Pfft, what a joke. How dare he compare himself to my brother? While the two were joking around and making Lu Yejin the of their jokes, a kind female classmate kindly reminded, Lu Yejin is coming. Hey, you came just as expected. A little monkey scoring 81 points dares to challenge the Buddha with 120 points. That's what you get from watching too many stories about the journey to the West. Thinking he's become something special, he dares to do this, so I can't just ignore it, right? Zhang Zhiyong is the most loyal person I know. If you challenge his best friend, you're challenging him too. Now that the team is winning, how could he not fight back? Lu Yejin heard these words clearly as he entered the classroom. He was furious at first, but when he saw Zhang Zhiyong giving him a sly look, he swallowed his anger a little. Zhang Zhiyong, don't be so arrogant. Everyone knows Li Hong isn't the best at English and Chinese. Who knows who will win in the end? Before Zhang Zhiyong could reply, Lu Li spoke up. Li Hang might not be the top in Chinese and English, but he always scores higher than you overall. Where's your confidence? Zhou Aiming patted his own and said sarcastically, I gave him that confidence. I did. Lu Yejin was angry but didn't dare to act. Last time, Li Hang chased him with a chair, and that still scared him. Now, just thinking about it makes him nervous, but he couldn't accept losing, so he focused on improving his grades instead. But now, about his grades. In the end, Lu Yejin's confidence was just a lot of noise. When many classmates watched, he quietly returned to his seat. Li Hong came back to the classroom just as the late bell rang. But before he even sat down, the math teacher came in carrying a stack of test papers. Teacher Pan first placed the papers on the podium, then picked a white chalk from the box, turned around silently, and started writing on the blackboard. Multiple choice questions, full marks. Fill in the blank, full marks. Big questions, full marks. Total, 120 points. After finishing, the teacher held the chalk and said, This is Li Hang's math score for the scholarship exam. Even with the last big question wrong, which made the test much harder, Li Hang still used his excellent knowledge to solve it. That's really impressive. Then, the math teacher smiled and said, This, really impressive, isn't just me saying it. Other math teachers said the same. I'm just copying their tone. The exam was quite difficult overall, mostly contest-style questions. Scoring 100 points is already very good. Getting 90 means you're a top student, and 70 or 80 is also excellent. When the test papers are handed out later, don't be discouraged. Believe in yourselves. All right, now I'll start handing out the papers. When I call your name, come up and get yours. The teacher put down the chalk and began calling out names. Song Yu, 101 points. My Sui, 100 points. Lu Li, 92 points. Wow, I scored 92. The person behind Lu Li rubbed his hands happily and smiled brightly. Zhou Aiming scored 90 points, Chen Lijun scored 89 points, Sun Manning scored 89 points. Then, the teacher only read out the names without mentioning the scores. When it came to Lu Yejin, Teacher Pan asked with concern, Lu Yejin, you only scored 81 points. Were you nervous during the exam? Yes, Lu Yejin was nervous. He couldn't do the last three big questions, and when he saw Li Hong quickly finish the last one, he lost his confidence. He didn't check his answers and just kept pushing through the three big questions with a deep breath. As expected, the results were not good. Lu Yejin said nothing, took his test paper, and lowered his head to return to his seat. After handing out the papers, Teacher Pan asked, Is there anyone else without a paper? Did anyone forget theirs? Li Hong raised his hand and said, Teacher, I don't have mine. The math teacher leaned on the desk and said, "Your paper was taken by another teacher for demonstration. It will be returned tomorrow." Hearing this, Sun Manning handed him a sketchbook with a note that said, "So awesome. Treat us. Treat us." Li Heng replied, "What do you want to eat?" Sun Manning wrote in the notebook, "Spicy pig's trotters." After writing, she handed it to my Sui. My Sui looked at it, then glanced at Li Heng and mischievously wrote, "A cup of tofu pudding, plus sugar." After finishing, my Sui placed the notebook on Song Yu's desk. She looked it over, smiled nicely, unscrewed her pin cap, and added her own note, "Plum." Finally, the notebook was passed back to Li Heng. So rude. Spicy pig's trotters are so expensive, 1.2 yuan per plate. Li Heng replied, "No problem, see you on the weekend." Class 204 has 64 students, and 52 of them ranked in the top 120 in the school during the midterm. Next door, Class 205 is about the same level as Class 204. This means most students eligible for scholarship exams are in these two top classes, with about 2 spots on average in other classes. Since almost everyone has a test paper, the teachers explained the exams late into the evening. During the break after the second class monitor Lu Hui carried a bunch of history papers, panting as he entered. He didn't call out names like the math teacher, but personally delivered the papers to each student's seat. Lu Hui is short and not very good-looking. Well, maybe not very good-looking is an understatement. Many students felt a bit disgusted when they first saw him. He has a large, protruding forehead and thick, curled lips, which made many think, "Oh my, how can there be such an unattractive person?" But after 3 years, everyone has gradually gotten used to him. They even gave him a friendly nickname, Longevity Star, based on his big forehead. Lu Hui, who always ranked at the bottom in class, has always shown respect to those with good grades. Song Yu and my Sui both scored 96 points, the highest in the class. He then turned to Li Heng and said, "Old Hung, you scored 94 in history, 1 point higher than Lu Yejing. Keep it up." Li Heng smiled as he took the test paper and asked, "Longevity Star, you're so knowledgeable. Do you know the scores of Xiaofeng and Luo Jijia from the neighboring class?" Lu Hui patted his chest and said, "Since you call me Longevity Star, of course I know. Xiaofeng scored 97, Luo Jijia scored 94. Hearing these scores, Li Heng couldn't help but feel amazed. Top students really are top students. It's stressful. He hoped Chinese and English would give him some help, or he might lose the scholarship. While he was quietly calculating his scores, the English teacher finally arrived after much calling. Wang Runan stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and said with his unique, magnetic voice, "Everyone, be quiet. When I call your name, come up to get your paper. Students going to the bathroom, ask your desk partner to collect it for you." My Sui scored 100, Song Yu scored 100, Chen Lijun scored 98, Peng Yin scored 96, Sun Manning scored 95, and Li Heng scored 95. When everyone heard Li Heng scored 95 in English, the class burst into cheers, and the atmosphere exploded. Everyone turned to look at Li Heng with disbelief in their eyes. In the past, Li Heng's weakest subject was English, never scoring above 85 since the beginning of school. Suddenly jumping to 95 was hard for many to accept. English was a subject where many students felt superior to Li Heng, and now that advantage was gone, which made people angry. The most annoyed was Lu Yejing. Li Heng's 95 points was like sending him straight to the 18th level of never to escape. Feeling a bit angry, Lu Yejing raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, are you sure about the score?" Because of a scandal, Wang Runwen didn't like him much. Usually, he never called on him in class. With a cold look, he said, "Your test papers were graded by the second-year English teachers, and the scores were recorded by the vice principal himself. If you have a problem, go talk to them." This cold response made Lu Yejing feel weak and helpless. His mind cleared, realizing that the teacher really disliked him. He slumped on the desk and didn't dare to say anything more. Wang Runan continued reading. Li Fang scored 94 points, Wang Shubin 92, Wang Lirong 92, Zhou Aiming 92, Lu Yejing 90. After the papers were handed out, the English teacher walked over and asked Li Heng, "Have all the papers been distributed?" Li Heng replied, "Not yet, just the Chinese paper." The English teacher said, "Chinese is a bit slower, but it should be almost done. What's your total score for the 5 subjects?" Li Heng had just calculated it, for 196 points. The teacher asked, How much do you think you'll get in Chinese? Since Chinese was mostly subjective questions, he wasn't sure about the scoring and shook his head, saying, "Not sure yet. Let's wait and see." Hearing this, the English teacher asked Songyu and My Sui, "What about you too? What's your total score for the 5 subjects?" Songyu quietly said, "486. The teacher then turned to My Sui. My Sui quickly did some calculations on a scrap of paper and looked up, saying, 484 points. Luli, standing behind, gasped and leaned forward, gritting his teeth and saying, "My English score is only 83. Li Heng, you might be the top student in the school, right?" Seeing others look over, Li Heng modestly said, "There's still Chinese to be graded, and Xiao Feng and Luo Jijie from the next class haven't finished yet." Hearing this, the English teacher flicked her long hair and said, "I'll ask Teacher Yang." Then she walked away quickly and decisively. 3 minutes later, Wang Runan returned with a smile and said, "Xiao Feng's total for 5 subjects is 487, Luo Jijie 476. Li Heng, you still have a chance to be number 1. But his tone was cautious, not overly confident. After all, Li Heng's Chinese score was similar to his English score, still a bit behind the top students in the school and not very steady. Xiao Feng, who was closest to him, was 9 points ahead, so Li Heng felt hopeful. But he was also a little frustrated. His math score was so much higher, yet someone had caught up a little. If he hadn't been reborn, with his usual English score of around 84 or 85, he probably would have been overtaken already. It felt unfair. Thanks to Zhang Zhiyong and Zhou Aiming's deliberate promotion, everyone in Class 204, Class 205, and all the teachers knew about Lu Yejiang's bet with Mingxi. But, sadly, good imagination doesn't match reality. Like when Zhang Zhiyong shouted loudly from the back of the classroom, "Lu Yejiang, your total score for 5 subjects is exactly 444, which means death, death, death. That's because you're too arrogant normally, and heaven is going to punish you." Oh, Zhou Aiming's face was beaming like a groom, and he shouted proudly, "Oh." Like the top class 204, they usually have little entertainment, heavy study loads, and great pressure. It's rare to see someone joking around, and many burst into pig-like laughter. Lu Yejiang was so angry. He hated it so much. His back molars almost ground to dust. His right hand clenched tightly under the table, veins bulging, and his mind nearly exploded with rage. But amid the waves of laughter around him, he gradually lost his courage. They had promised to release the Chinese language test papers during the evening study session, but when the time came, they waited anxiously, only to find that the papers hadn't been distributed after class. Wang Runwen was curious about who would be the top student in the school this time. He even went to the academic office to ask about the results. The answer was, the test papers hadn't been graded yet, and the names were sealed with staples, so he couldn't see them. Actually, Wang Runwen recognized Li Heng's handwriting. Without even looking at the name, he could tell which paper was his. But considering that Li Heng had previously spread rumors about himself and a student, and with many leaders and colleagues around, the English teacher decided not to do anything and eventually gave up on the idea, causing trouble during exams. This is the proud tradition of Dorm 215 and is well known in the school. After returning from class to the dormitory, the boys are all energetic and lively. First, they discuss their scores. Luli scored 459 points in 5 subjects. Zhou Aiming scored 462. There's also Li Tuanming, who made quick progress, scoring 452 this time, surpassing Lu Yejiang. After talking about scores, the conversation naturally shifts to girls at school. Zhou Aiming, who is most interested in girls, whether intentionally provoking Lu Yejiang or genuinely unable to hide his love for Chen Lijun, asks, "Luli, if I pursue Chen Lijun, will you fight me?" This is a direct confrontation between rivals, and everyone in the dorm is so excited they start cheering. Fight. Why not fight? Whoever wins, Chen Lijun belongs to them. Luli, don't hesitate. Get up now and fight him. I'll support you with a shoe. Hey, what are you two doing? Chen Lijun is mine. Did you ask me first? Don't be fooled by how these boys behave during the day in class, quiet and studious, just reading books. But once they return to the dorm, they turn into different people. Under the influence of youthful hormones, they speak openly and shamelessly, without restraint. At first, the girls in the class didn't realize these boys had 2 faces. It was only when the school's loudspeaker announced name checks and criticisms that they noticed the presence of Dorm 215 every time. After a certain amount of time, they had to accept a fact. None of the boys in their class were honest. They were all troublemakers. Even the handsome teacher Li Hong, mentioned by the teachers, was no exception. According to teacher Zhou, who manages the dormitory, room 215 is full of mischievous kids. Every time I check, they're noisy. Sometimes they stay up until midnight or even early morning, causing trouble. Reporting them is always the right choice. Actually, at first, not everyone was so loud. But under the influence of troublemakers like Liu Yejian and Zhang Zhiyong, they all got bolder and started causing chaos together. In the past, whenever someone mentioned Chen Lijun, Liu Yejian was always the most active. But today, the troublemaker from room 215 suddenly shut up and lay motionless on his bed. Liu Li stroked his chin and answered Zhou Aiming's question. Hey, since we get along well, there's no need to fight. We should have a fair competition if we get the chance. Seeing that the two didn't fight, the class monitor Lu Hui, disappointed, started to stir trouble. Since it's a fair competition, let Lao Hing join in. That would make it more interesting. Zhang Zhiyong, eager for trouble, clapped his hands. Good idea. I agree. If she's pretty, my brother should get involved. If he doesn't, he's not worth his face. Zhou Aiming reacted strongly and was the first to jump out. What's there to see? I oppose it. If Lao Hong joins, we might have a chance. Lu Li raised his hand. I also oppose. Li Hong is naturally good at tricking girls. Don't mess with Chen Lijun, or I'll fight you with all I've got. Li Tuoming, usually the quietest, couldn't stay silent anymore and interrupted. I'm thinking, if Li Heng tries to pursue Chen Lijun, how long would it take him to succeed? But before he finished, a loud noise suddenly came from the door. Who wants to pursue Chen Lijun? The homeroom teacher Wang Qi had arrived unexpectedly. Everyone in the dormitory was so scared they trembled, quickly turned over, lay quietly, and didn't dare breathe, afraid of being caught by the strict teacher. Wang Qi swaggered back and forth in the corridor, then suddenly shouted, Zhou Aiming, can you get into Peking University? Do you want to pursue Chen Lijun? Zhou Aiming trembled and dared not move or reply. The dorm was silent. After a moment, teacher Wang turned his head and called to Lu Li's bed. Lu Li, is Chen Lijun as beautiful as a fairy? You're always daydreaming about her instead of studying? Upon hearing this, everyone felt strangely amused but dared not laugh, holding back with great effort. At the same time, everyone realized that this strict head teacher was really unreasonable, probably eavesdropping on conversations. While Li Heng happily watched the scene, suddenly, chaos erupted right over his head without warning. Wang Qi took a few steps forward and stood under his bed, loudly asking, Li Heng, who looks like Panin, has been chasing Chen Lijun for a month. Is that enough? Can you win her over? Li Heng was speechless. Why should I care? Could this really affect innocent people? He replied, Teacher, I'm innocent. I didn't say anything just now. Wang Qi asked, Everyone says you're handsome. Are you secretly happy about that? Li Heng, this is so frustrating. Isn't this just like the tone from that silly American movie? Rabbit, you copied my future technology. Seeing Li Heng being falsely accused, the group in the dorm quietly grinned, delighted. When he remained silent, teacher Wang Qi suddenly softened his tone and joked, I was chatting at the academic office earlier, and a teacher said they want to make you their son-in-law. Be confident. The girl isn't as pretty as Song Yu, and she's a bit older, but she's still a college student, so it's not bad. Hearing Song Yu, Li Heng's head buzzed, and alarm bells rang loudly. This strict teacher has bad intentions again, trying to trap me with words. The enemy is surrounded by mountains, but I stand firm. No matter what tricks the head teacher uses, Li Heng refuses to speak or fall for it. Seeing his failed attempt to trap him, Wang Qi stopped teasing and changed to a more enthusiastic tone, asking, Li Heng, how much do you think you scored in Chinese this time? In the past, with a total of 120 points, he usually scored around 92 or 93. In the later system of 150 points, that would be roughly 115. That's not bad, but not top tier either. Li Heng thought for a moment and leaned out from his bed. Teacher, are the Chinese scores out? Wang Qi didn't deny it, smiling brightly, and asked, Guess how much you got? Li Heng estimated quietly and finally asked cautiously, Did I get 98? Wang Qi said, Less than that. Guess again. Li Heng added 3 points, 101. Wang Qi suddenly smiled and announced, 106. I looked at it 3 times. 106. Great job. This time, the total score is over 602. 602? That's an unexpectedly high score. This was the first time in his life that he scored 600 points. Even though he had experienced the ups and downs of the world in his past lives, he still couldn't help feeling a little excited. Li Heng's voice unconsciously rose a few decibels. Really? I scored 600? Wang Qi happily patted his shoulder and said encouragingly, "Keep it up, keep this momentum, and aim for Tsinghua or Peking University." No wonder. He finally understood. No wonder the usually serious and intimidating homeroom teacher had a blush of excitement on his face tonight. No wonder he didn't lose his temper today. After scolding a few students, he even had the leisure to joke with Li Heng, half seriously. The root cause was clear now. It turned out that another student from their class had been accepted by Tsinghua or Peking University, making the teacher very excited. Everyone knew that Wang Qi had always dreamed of teaching at one of the 4 famous universities in Changsha, since his wife had already gone there 2 years ago. Having another student accepted by Tsinghua or Peking University was like wearing a medal on his chest, something to be proud of and a great achievement to mention. How could he not be excited? Luli took advantage of the teacher's excitement and asked, "Teacher, what was Li Heng's overall ranking in the school?" Just to clarify, that's impossible. I just got jealous of Songyu, and now I'm adding more trouble? No way I'd be so clueless. I wouldn't write such things. I mentioned the weekend because only senior students have free time then. No bad intentions, just hoping the big bosses won't misunderstand. I added 4 words and took comments from the starting point. Teacher Wang Qi excitedly told everyone in the dorm. Li Heng is first. He's the only one in this scholarship exam to score over 600. Next door, Xiao Feng scored 112 in Chinese, with a total of 599, just 3 points less than Li Heng. Wow, 112 in Chinese. Li Heng felt cold sweat running down his back. That's a bit too impressive. But then he remembered that this girl had previously been accepted by Tsinghua or Peking University with absolute high scores, and he felt relieved later. Li Heng wanted to ask Songyu and Mai Sui what their total scores were, but his homeroom teacher had just given him a hint earlier, so he gave up that idea. Anyway, the scores were out, and the outcome was decided. No rush, he could wait another night. A total score of 602 brought Li Heng an unprecedented sense of satisfaction from his student days. Just as he was immersed in this happiness, Zhou Aiming bravely asked, "Teacher, what was my Chinese score?" Wang Qi said, 96 points, not bad, but you can do better. Aim to match Li Heng and strive to improve in the first mock exam at the end of the month. Okay. Reaching 96 satisfied Zhou Aiming's expectations, so he mischievously asked Lu Yejiang, "How about you, Lu Yejiang?" Wang Qi glanced at Lu Yejiang, who seemed unusually off tonight, and didn't answer the question. Instead, he scowled and said bluntly, "Don't ask so many questions. It's time to sleep." Li Heng scored 602 points. Wang Qi avoided talking about it, as if 2 big mountains were pressing down on Lu Yejiang, making him breathless. Especially Li Heng's terrifying score of 602, which deeply hurt Lu Yejiang's feelings, shattered his spirit, and crushed his pride. At that moment, Lu Yejiang felt what shame was, what it meant to bring trouble on himself. Some students did well, others didn't, and Lu Yejiang, who didn't do well, was disliked and ignored. Everyone was happy to see this. After the teacher left, they started singing and dancing again. Li Tuaming, watch out for patrol duty. Troublemaker Zhang Zhiyong jumped out of bed and gave the order. Although he wasn't the top student in the experimental class, Zhang Zhiyong was generous and kind-hearted, well-liked by others. Even Li Tuaming, who was better academically, could be influenced by him. Of course, the people in the dorm got along with him partly because of Li Heng's reputation. No one was stupid. They knew very well that although Li Heng didn't talk much normally, he held the absolute big brother position in his relationship with Zhang Zhiyong. According to Yang Yingwen, Zhang Zhiyong was basically a follower, someone who had been with him since childhood. For years, the students in dorm 215 had a tradition of causing trouble before exams. But the teachers weren't naive either. Their best trick was, always prepare for patrol. When would they patrol? Of course, until dawn. This was the most exciting time for the troublemakers. Whenever they struck at this time, they always gained a lot. Teachers said these troublemakers never learned their lesson. Oldly, Li Tuanming, you haven't spoken for a few minutes. Say something like a cat. Encouraged by the lively group, Li Hong, who had just overcome his nerves and sung the spring water gurgles, felt his spirits rise. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and sat up, shouting. Meow, the cat at the door did call, but it didn't match the agreed signal. Two long and one short. It was only one sound. And the voice wasn't soft. Even fools can see there's a problem. If I'm right, the short guy, Li Tuanming, has probably been pulled outside, trembling. Li Hong stops speaking and pretends to sleep. The others follow suit, also pretending to sleep. Zhang Jiong even goes as far as snoring and grinding his teeth. This extreme change in scene makes Teacher Zhou and the vice principal laugh. The vice principal, responsible for discipline, says, over these 2 years, you haven't improved at all. Every time, you catch someone easily. 10 people, each deducted 0.2 points from their conduct score. Just wait for tomorrow's group appearance on the stage. At this moment, Lu Yejiang speaks up to defend himself. Teacher, I didn't make any noise tonight. The vice principal immediately glares at him. No noise? You're the loudest in this building. The school has already marked you. Catching others might lead to false accusations, but you're notorious. Catching you definitely won't be wrong. Originally, everyone in room 215 was upset, thinking about how to explain to the strict Wang Qi tomorrow. But now, they're no longer upset. They're almost laughing uncontrollably. Lu Yejiang tries to argue again. Teacher, I really didn't make any noise. Ask them if I spoke tonight. Hearing this, the vice principal looks around at everyone in the dorm. Who's willing to testify? Testify? What kind of nonsense is that? No one speaks up, including Lu Yejiang's only close friend, who had a very lively night. The vice principal starts deducting points in the attendance book with a pen. Class 204, Lu Yejiang, leading the noise, deduct 0.5 points. Do you accept that? Hearing he's the one leading the noise and the deduction of 0.5 points, Lu Yejiang is stunned. Weren't they talking about 0.2 points before? He realizes the homeroom teacher will definitely target him first tomorrow morning. He'll face more than half of the anger, since he's deducted the most conduct points, more than twice anyone else's. Lu Yejiang almost vomits blood but obediently accepts it. Nowadays, it's not common to use the internet to stir up public opinion like in later times. Facing the powerful vice principal, he has no choice but to accept. After the vice principal and teacher Zhou leave, Lu Yejiang, increasingly angry, suddenly sits up and questions his close friend. Fong Song, why didn't you testify for me just now? Fong Song, his close friend, is very annoyed and immediately retorts, what good would it do if I testified? Over the past few years, haven't you been the loudest? You've lost all credibility. The school won't believe you. And don't speak to me like that. Do you know how many mistakes I've covered for you? I'm not your dad. I don't have to help you every time. A loud dad instantly triggered Lu Yejian's long-held anger, causing him to explode like a powder keg. His old friend quickly entered a shouting match. After listing the other's 7 sins, both of them lost control and started fighting. This. Everyone in the dorm jumped up in shock. I knew Lu Yejian was a bit of a, but I didn't expect him to be this strange. The loud noise from dorm 215 woke up the students in the neighboring room, which naturally drew the vice principal and teacher Zhou back. Seeing the 2 boys with bruised faces, unable to break up the fight, the vice principal got angry. He grabbed each by an ear. Lu Yejian, you said you didn't fight tonight. What is this? You seem so energetic, so don't sleep tonight. You'll stand at the academic affairs office all night. The vice principal kept his word and forcefully pulled the fighting boys apart. They didn't return all night. Li Heng, lost in thought about whether he could win the special scholarship this time, gradually fell asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Early the next morning, just as the second hand hit 6:20, the alarm rang precisely. Then came the sharp whistles of Teacher Zhou and Teacher Zhao. Next, the school loudspeaker, which was never silent, started playing music. Interestingly, the song played that morning was the Spring Water Gurgles, which the students in dorm 215 had sung joyfully the night before. Zhang Jiong ran to the corridor and looked outside. It was pouring rain, and he immediately rushed in to share good news. It's pouring. The rain is so heavy. Looks like the sky is afraid of me, so it won't come out today. No morning exercises, no standing on the command platform. Ha ha. His infectious laughter made everyone smile happily. After all, no one is truly born a fool. Who would want to stand on such a humiliating platform? With so many teachers and students watching, especially the girls secretly in love, everyone naturally tried to avoid it. After carefully washing up, a group of people hurriedly moved through the rain, quick as leopards. They didn't use umbrellas. Boys these days aren't that delicate or pretentious. Amid the shouts of oh wow, they just rushed forward. The dorm wasn't very far from the teaching building, but not close either. When Li Heng finished running, he found his hair was still a bit wet and felt it with his hand. Li Heng! Li Heng! Just as he rushed out of the rain and hadn't yet steadied himself, he heard someone calling his name from the corridor on the right. Li Heng turned his head and saw, wow. It turns out to be Yang Cheng. He is in class 209, and his classroom is located on the right side of the first floor corridor. Li Heng brushed some rainwater from his hair with his right hand and greeted Yang Cheng. It's pouring rain today. Why haven't you opened the classroom door yet? At this moment, the corridor on the right side is crowded with people, both boys and girls, pushed close together. Many raindrops are blown onto their heads by the strong wind. Our class monitor lost the key, and the teacher hasn't arrived yet, Yang Cheng said loudly. Then he asked, I heard you scored 602 points and are the top student in the whole school. Is that true? A score of 602 sounds very impressive. Being the top student in the entire school is even more eye-catching. For a moment, everyone in the corridor stopped chatting and turned to look. Some people even whispered quietly, is this person the top scorer? Not Xiaofeng or Songyu. It should be. Last night, the homeroom teacher showed us a score in the dormitory. What's his name? Wow, you don't even know his name? Are you living in the Stone Age? Yangqing just called his name earlier. He just spoke, but I didn't catch it. Is he famous? I just recognize him from seeing him around a few times, but I don't know his exact name. His name is Li Heng. So he's Li Heng. Before Li Heng could reply, Zhang Zhiyong eagerly jumped in. That's right, he's the top scorer in the whole school. Yangqing, how much did you get this time? Do you think you can make it into the top 100? Hearing his question, Yangqing's face looked a bit stiff, but he still stammered. I didn't do well this time. I thought I could get 90 in math, but I only scored 69. After saying that, Yangqing proudly tried to save face. I could have scored 90. I just made a careless mistake. Unexpectedly, a boy nearby interrupted. Stop bragging. You're lying again. You only answered questions worth 88 points. How did you get 90? When his mistake was pointed out, Yangqing's face darkened further. Who said that? Who said I only scored 88? Don't spread rumors. The boy replied, I counted your exam questions. It's exactly 88 points. Ha ha. Ha ha. This time, not only Li Heng, Zhang Zhiyong, and Lu Li but also many others burst into laughter. The students of class 209 all laughed loudly. They followed the crowd up to the third floor of the teaching building, but suddenly, their cheerful mood disappeared. They saw the homeroom teacher, Wang Qi, with a pale face, standing stiffly at the classroom door, glaring fiercely into the corridor with a menacing look. The row of people in the corridor was all boys from dormitory 215. The atmosphere was very tense, and in this cold weather, it felt chilling. Seeing a few people appear at the corridor entrance, Wang Qi gave a cold glance but said nothing. However, his intense aura of death made Li Heng and others too afraid to enter the classroom, so they obediently lined up in the hallway. At this moment, Teacher Yang from class 205 next door came over, smoking a cigarette, and teasingly said, Old Wang, I heard your class's boys caused a big fuss again last night? Although Wang Qi is strict with his own students, he also cares deeply for them. He quickly changed to a friendly smile. Li Heng, step forward. Let Teacher Yang see how our class 602 scores. Li Heng looked uncomfortable. Why had he become a tool for their petty fights? He looked around and wisely didn't move. Teacher Yang puffed out a smoke ring and chuckled. Old Wang, you're being a bit petty. Li Heng is also my student. I taught him politics, and I have a share in his achievements. You can't take all the credit. Wang Qi immediately retorted. First of all, he's from class 204. Yes, he's from class 204, but I can't stand how you're wasting talent, Yang said, walking up to Li Heng and patting his shoulder. Li Heng, Teacher Wang doesn't appreciate you. You're still made to stand outside. Why don't you come to my class? I'll help you move a desk over and handle all the paperwork. What do you think? Someone openly trying to steal Li Heng away made Teacher Wang unhappy. He reached out to push Yang's hand away and said to Li Heng, go into the classroom. Stay away from Teacher Young from now on. He's not a good person. Li Heng tentatively asked, Teacher, really go in? Wang Qi nodded with a rare smile. Keep working hard. Aim to be in the top 3 in the school for the first mock exam at the end of the month. Before Li Heng could speak, Teacher Young immediately shot back. Dream on. I don't believe Xiao Feng can't get into the top 3 either. Li Heng ignored their arguing and, under the envy and jealousy of many boys watching, entered the classroom. Was it just his imagination? The moment he pushed open the classroom door and stepped in with his right foot, Li Heng sensed a change in how the students viewed him today. They didn't just look up at him silently. Their eyes carried complex emotions he hadn't seen before. Although this feeling was strange, he truly felt it. Wow, our school's top student is here, Sun Manning teased as she turned around to talk after he sat down. Li Heng gave her a proper smile and opened his Chinese textbook. Sun Manning asked, Why did you come in alone? Didn't you argue last night? Hearing this, the wheat stalk in the front left tilted its head slightly, looking curious. Tong Shui's classmate, Song Yu also glanced at him, then continued reviewing English. Li Heng honestly said, The atmosphere is tense, it's hard to stay neutral. Sun Manning clicked her tongue and teased, TSK, you argue and fight, but still talk so poetically. By the way, the 9,000 year really favors some people. In the past, he was loud but rarely serious with you. Now, he's openly protecting you. The teacher confirmed that he favors himself, and Li Heng never denied this, but he also wouldn't boast about it to make others uncomfortable. He asked Sun Manning what her total score was. Sun Manning said, 572 points. That score is already quite good. As long as the next math exam is normal, she could improve by about 10 points. Li Heng turned to my Sui and asked, What about you? At this moment, Sun Manning deliberately interrupted, Don't tell him. He just wants to calculate the total score and try to win the special scholarship. That was her meaning. Li Heng didn't hide it at all. Just tell me early, how much? My Sui softly said, 591 points. She was 11 points lower than him. Considering the scholarship exam weight of 50%, the calculation is 11 times 0.5 is equal to 5.5 this time. He scored 5.5 points higher than my Sui. Li Heng then asked about her midterm and final exam scores, which surprised him. In the midterm, my Sui scored 12 points more than him. With a 20% weight, the calculation is 12x0. 2 is equal to 2 point for the final exam was slightly better. My Sui was only 10 points ahead. With a 30% weight, the calculation is 10 times 0.3 is equal to 3, so 5.5 minus 2.4 minus 3 is equal to 0.1. Wow. After adding up the 3 exam scores, you only beat my Sui by 0.1? Just 0.1. Sun Manning exclaimed in surprise, looking at her calculations. Just 0.1. Li Heng was also a bit stunned. When he first learned her scores, he thought he had no chance at all. Unexpectedly, he ended up leading by a tiny 0.1 point. He was quite surprised by this result, but my Sui remained very calm, because she had quietly calculated her scores last night in bed. At first, she admitted she felt a little upset, but after a night's rest, her mood was completely back to normal. My Sui graciously sent her blessings. Keep going. I hope you beat Luo Jijia and achieve your dream. The wheat spike did not mention Song Yu or Xiao Feng because last year's final exams and scholarship tests had better results than hers, so Li Heng couldn't secure a spot. Li Heng sincerely said, Thank you. Then he jokingly added, If I really achieve my dream, I'll immediately offer you a bottled soda. My Sui's dark eyes shimmered with charm, and she smiled, saying okay. Morning self-study was Chinese class, but the head teacher didn't come, so everyone was quietly reviewing and reciting on their own. However, the stern scolding voices from the corridor from time to time made everyone in the classroom feel nervous. Halfway through the morning self-study, the school's loudspeaker suddenly sounded. Soon, 2 hello sounds came from inside, indicating school leaders were testing the microphone. After hearing these sounds, the class gradually became quiet, and a tense atmosphere quickly spread through the room. This wasn't the first time encountering such a situation. Everyone's instinctive thought was, has the scholarship list been announced? Is the school about to make an announcement? Maybe because they are just one step away from their biggest wish in middle school, Li Heng also felt inexplicably nervous. The old Chinese doctor often said that eating sugar can calm nerves. Li Heng thought for a moment, then wrote in his notebook, Is there sugar? After writing, he handed the notebook to my Sui. My Sui liked eating sugar and often carried some with her, sometimes wrapped in paper, sometimes granular, the kind that cost a penny per piece. She took the notebook and looked at it, then reached into the corner of her desk and quickly pulled out a handful of candies. Wow. It was the rare large white rabbit milk candy. This is good stuff. It's hard to get. Just give me one, Li Heng said, not greedy, and only took one piece from her handful. My Sui didn't hear him and gently placed the remaining candies on his desk before turning back to her book. This girl was quite generous. Li Heng admired her silently, then instinctively divided the candy in half and gave one part to Songyu. While doing this, he didn't feel any awkwardness at all. Only after finishing did he realize that with their current relationship, it might be a bit too sudden. But since it was already done, he didn't mind. Just let it be. If there was anyone in this world who could make him lose his mind and do something foolish, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly, it would definitely be Songyu, Xiaohan, and Qin Zijin. It could only be them. Even his own parents wouldn't be able to do that. It's like when she was reborn and excitedly grabbed Songyu's hand during their first meeting. From her point of view, it must have been very confusing and hard to understand, but he still did it instinctively. When she saw a big hand reaching under her eyelids, with candies in the palm, Songyu smiled beautifully and then wrote in her notebook, "I have candy." Li Heng replied, "This is white rabbit candy." Songyu wrote, "Same." Li Heng asked playfully, "Did Manga give it to you voluntarily?" Songyu wrote, "Yes." Li Heng jokingly said, "Looks like there's a difference. I have to ask for it." Suddenly, this candy doesn't taste sweet anymore. A smile blossomed on Songyu's face, spreading to her eyes. Li Heng wrote, "Take out your candy and exchange it with me. I want to eat yours." Seeing these words, the previously happy Songyu gradually composed herself, sat quietly for a while, then opened her school bag. And then, nothing happened. The bag was open, waiting peacefully. Having spent so many years with her, Li Heng knew her temper well. Without hesitation, he reached into her bag, placed the candy in his palm, and took out another pile of candies. All done quickly and neatly, in less than 3 seconds. Li Heng peeled open a candy, put it in his mouth, and wrote, "Should I say thank you?" Songyu replied, "No need. This candy is Mangua's." Li Heng wrote, "Just no need is enough," crossing out the rest. Songyu looked at him, then closed her notebook. The school broadcast microphone seemed to have some issues, with loud static. It took about 10 minutes to fix. "Hello, hello." After 2 tentative attempts, the leader started the announcement. The list of scholarship winners for the senior year is as follows. Students whose names are called, please go to the Academic Affairs office now. Sure enough, the scholarship list was announced. After a tense silence in the classroom, everything fell into complete quiet. The broadcast continued. Grand Prize Scholarship, Arts, Xiaofeng, Songyu, Li Heng. If the first 2 names were expected and caused no surprise, the third name, Li Heng. The whole class turned around quickly, all shocked. Getting a score of 120 in math and a total of 602 points was already impressive. But at that time, many thought the third spot would definitely go to Manga. Because in the past few years, Manga was a frequent recipient of the Grand Prize Scholarship, only missing out once when Luo Jijie replaced her. And now, Manga missed out again, replaced by the new star Li Heng. Yes, that's right. Li Heng is now the new star. Whether in the eyes of students or teachers, Li Heng, who has improved in both English and Chinese, is now at the level of the 4 top students and is a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. Songyu smiles and hands him a note with 2 words, "Congratulations." Although it is just a simple congratulations, it is the first blessing he has received, and it means a lot to him. Li Heng replies, "Thank you." He quietly exclaims in his heart, "Half of my high school dream has come true." It's not easy. Sun Manning turns around and leans on his desk, lowering his voice to say, "Li Heng, congratulations on finally achieving your dream and getting closer to your goddess Songyu." Songyu has a faint smile, as if she didn't hear him. She brushes her fine hair behind her ear, quietly stands up, and leaves the classroom. My Sui doesn't say anything like congratulations. After giving Li Heng a charming smile, she walks with Songyu toward the classroom door. "Bro, you're really awesome. You've gone to the sky." Zhang Zhiyong, standing outside in the corridor, pushes open the window glass and shouts loudly into the classroom. His excited expression looks as if he has won a special scholarship himself. The usually serious head teacher, Wang Qi, just smiles when he hears this and doesn't bother Zhang Ziyong. Li Heng makes a hand gesture to this guy, mimicking holding a bottle of soda. Zhang Ziyong, with mischievous eyes, responds with the same gesture. My Sui has a first-class scholarship, and Luo Jijie does too. Behind them is a boy named Sunwei from class 205. The last spot for the arts first-class scholarship is a bit surprising. It went to Qin Legion's family. It's surprising because, in the past, this last spot was almost always Liu Yejian's. But this time, none of those silly guys got it, not even a third-class scholarship worth 50 yuan. The academic affairs office is a bit far, located in the building near the school gate, with a large playground in between. On the way, Li Heng meets many familiar faces who also received scholarships. No matter how close their relationship is, those boys and girls will smile at him when they catch his eye. The smiles might not be big, but they show that his status has changed greatly. In the past, when Li Heng looked at them, they would just look back without showing any reaction, because these privileges are usually only enjoyed by the top 4 students. The academic affairs office isn't very big and can't hold more than 40 people. A teacher takes all these students to the large conference room next door. Here, Li Heng met some acquaintances. For example, Yang Yingwen, Xiao Feng, and also Xiao Han, who received the first-class science scholarship. Li Heng learned his lesson this time. Before Sun Manning could wave and call him, he went straight to where Yang Yingwen and the others were. Wow, a special guest. The top liberal arts student has arrived. As soon as they met, Yang Yingwen automatically activated her fighting skills. Li Heng might still consider being kind to others, but with this straightforward girl, there's no need. He rolled his eyes and said, "You still remember I'm the top liberal arts student? You could be a bit more polite." Yang Yingwen glared back and retorted, "Polite? I'm also the top science student. If it weren't for the different subjects, I'd beat you to the ground." That was true, but it was also very hurtful to his pride. Li Heng immediately pulled aside Xiao Han and Xiao Feng, who were watching, and said, "Comrade Yang Yingwen, can you think before you speak? Do you think you're only hurting me? You're ignoring both of them." Xiao Feng symbolically took a step back and quickly waved her hand, indicating she was just a bystander and wouldn't get involved in their conflict. Not getting help, Li Heng looked at Xiao Han with hope and asked, "Comrade Xiao Han, who are you helping?" Before Xiao Han could reply, Yang Yingwen interrupted, "That's obvious." "Are you kidding? She's very familiar with you, so of course she's helping me." Hearing this, Xiao Feng's face showed a strange expression. She had a vague feeling that although Li Heng seemed to be targeting Yang Yingwen, he was actually aiming at Xiao Han. Xiao Feng didn't know why she had this thought. But considering the last bus ride, she felt there was some complicated relationship between Li Heng and Xiao Han. Seeing Li Heng staring intently at her, Xiao Han felt a mix of secret happiness and embarrassment. She happily complained, "Mr. Li, you don't usually look at pretty girls so directly." But anyway, today he didn't rush straight to Song Yu, but came to her side, which was a sign of progress. Xiao Han thought her idea was a bit shameless, but she couldn't hide her passionate girl's heart. Speaking of Song Yu, Xiao Han glanced around with her peripheral vision and quickly pinpointed her target. Although she hoped the girl looked like a gorilla, she had to admit that she was quite beautiful. Next to her was probably my Sui or Sun Manning. Oh, Song Yu also looked over. To maintain her calm and composed image, Xiao Han planned to hide beside Yang Yingwen and act like a good girl, avoiding getting involved in her friends and Honey's conflicts. When Song Yu's gaze fell on him, Xiao Han's chest rose and fell, filled with sudden courage. She smiled sweetly, pressed her lips together, and moved from Yang Yingwen's side to Li Heng's side. Yang Yingwen's mouth was wide open, face full of shock, and he raised his right hand, unable to speak properly. "Xiao Han, you really?" Xiao Han tightly controlled her pounding heart, showing 2 charming dimples, and found an excuse. "Yingwen, I owe him a favor." Yang Yingwen looked at Li Heng and then at Xiao Han, as if she had caught something but was afraid to confirm it, feeling too shocked by worldly matters. She then mocked him. "Li Heng, how does it feel to get first place in the whole school for the first time?" Li Heng shrugged. "It's a pity." At this moment, Xiao Feng chimed in. "Why is it a pity?" Li Heng said, "Since someone in middle school didn't teach me English, I've always wanted to beat this guy properly once. Unfortunately, no chance in this life." Yang Yingwen was very annoyed. "You're quite vengeful. Such a small matter, and you remember it for so long." Li Heng ignored her and deliberately said to Xiao Han, "I'll treat you to dinner this weekend, as a thank you for your kindness back then." "All right, as you say, Xiaohan smiled with her eyes curved. Li Hang glanced at Yang Yingwen and added, "Don't bring anyone. I want to have dinner with you alone." A blush quietly rose to Xiaohan's heart. She gently spun her right toe on the ground, still smiling outwardly, but inside she was shouting, "Girl, stay calm. Stay calm. Hold on through the sweet attack." The school leaders arrived and spoke to everyone about three things. First, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone present for receiving scholarships, already taking a big step ahead in the college entrance exam journey, leading the pack. Second, at the end of the month, there will be a scholarship award ceremony, and the school will hold a college entrance exam motivational meeting. The leaders informed everyone about dress code and ceremony details. Third, taking photos. The photographer was the school's music teacher, also the wife of the head of discipline. She set up her camera at the front and began directing people where to stand. Naturally, the three school leaders stood in the first row, center position, and the 6 top scholarship winners from liberal arts and sciences stood on both sides. Other scholarship winners stood in the second and third rows behind. This arrangement was clearly a hierarchy of respect. Li Heng had long envied the front row, and now he finally made it there. The 6 top scholarship winners were exactly 3 boys and 3 girls. When Li Heng saw the photographer place Song Yu, Yang Yingwen, and Xiao Feng together, he quietly approached Xiao Feng and said, "Comrade Xiao Feng, how about a bottle of soda as a bride?" Yang Yingwen heard this and instinctively looked back at Xiao Han behind her. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it takes root deep inside and sprouts, making it hard to remove. But who is Xiao Han? She is a girl who always maintains a calm and elegant demeanor, confident and composed. When her friend looks at her with curiosity, she stands still like a still life drawing, patient and reserved. Yes, that's patience. Xiao Han doesn't believe in fate. She fears that believing in natural disasters might make her forget human-caused problems. Because human problems can be fought against and changed, but fate cannot be challenged. If she believed that she and Chen Zijian were destined to be together, what hope would she have in this life? So, over the years, Xiao Han, who has been at a disadvantage in love, constantly reminds herself, stay focused, patience is a great wisdom, waiting is what smart people do, and enduring hardships is part of life's training. She can endure Chen Zijian, so she can also endure Song Yu. Xiao Han is confident she is ultimately Li Heng's true partner. Xiao Feng kindly reminds him, "Li Heng, you're being too obvious. There are so many people watching. Indeed, many people are looking here, including teachers, leaders, and other scholarship winners. Maybe it's because his behavior is too bold in these conservative times, with dozens of eyes fixed on him. Half of the corner is silent, as quiet as a still life, with no sound at all. But Li Heng doesn't care at all. He has waited for this day a long time. It's okay, just changing seats. I didn't do anything inappropriate." Hearing this, Xiao Feng's face shows a strange expression but still gives up his seat and stands with 2 other boys. Seeing this, Sun Manning whispers to Mai Sui from the back row, "Wow, I'm so jealous of Song Yu. If a guy chased me like that, I'd agree without hesitation." Mai Sui secretly observes Song Yu, who always looks calm, and thinks about Chen Zijian. She wonders if Chen Zijian knows what's happening here. If he knew Li Heng was so obsessed with Song Yu, what would he think? Mai Sui asks in a quiet voice only they can hear. "You used to be so close to Chen Zijian. Did Li Heng and she break up?" Sun Manning shakes her head. "After she went to Beijing, I haven't contacted her. I've written to and called Song Yu, but I don't know the details." Then she adds, "But I feel like there's probably a problem between Chen Zijian and Li Heng. Otherwise, she could directly contact Li Heng, and there's no need for Song Yu to act as a middleman." Mai Sui thought for a moment and agreed with this reasoning. When everyone lined up, the photographer clapped his hands to get their attention. "All right. No talking. Look at the camera together. Get ready. 1, 2, 3. Click." The first group photo was taken. "Good. Don't move. Let's take another one." Again, click, and the second photo was finished. The photographer peeked out from behind the camera and said, "Other students can go back to the classroom. The 6 students who received the special scholarship, stay here." Hearing this, Xiao Han secretly glanced at the person in the front row talking to Song Yu, took a deep breath, and then left the meeting room with her friends. The photos on the honor wall are half-body shots. After fixing their appearance and buttoning up their clothes, they stood under the 5-star red flag for the photos. After taking individual photos one by one, Li Heng suddenly asked the photographer, who was also the music teacher, "Teacher, did you put these photos on the honor wall?" "Yes. When I develop them and get them printed, I can put them up at noon." Knowing that these students were talented from Tsinghua and Peking University, the music teacher was quite polite and answered with a smile. Li Heng glanced at Song Yu, who was chatting with Yang Yingwen nearby, and lowered his voice. "Teacher, please help me. Put my photo next to hers." The music teacher looked in the direction of Song Yu and immediately chuckled and asked, "Are you Li Heng from class 204? Li Heng, who had just registered his information on the back of the photo, didn't dare hide and answered honestly. The music teacher looked at him with a half smile. "I noticed you during the group photo. Do you like Song Yu?" Smart people, he chose not to lie and insult their intelligence, but instead said half-heartedly, "Teacher, it's a secret crush. Liking someone openly is one thing, but if the school finds out, they would definitely talk to the person involved. If it's a secret crush, teachers who grew up during their youth are experienced and can understand to some extent. So long as it doesn't go too far or affect studies, they usually don't pay much attention." The music teacher asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell Teacher Wang Qi and your class supervisor?" Li Heng was speechless but bravely said, "Teacher, you're so kind-hearted. I promise I won't bother her before the college entrance exam." The music teacher tilted his head, looked him over, and finally lowered his camera to say, "I'm good friends with Teacher Wang Runwan. You can go back now." This statement made me a bit dizzy. Why bring up the English teacher at this time? Would the other person have heard about the rumors between me and the English teacher? Feeling confused, Li Heng walked towards Song Yu, Xiao Feng, and Yang Yingwen, who were waiting for him. "Three beautiful ladies, let's go. Class is over, and it's time to eat. Let's go have some food." Yang Yingwen asked curiously, "What were you whispering about with that photography teacher?" Seeing Song Yu and Xiao Feng both looking at him, Li Heng smiled and, showing his neat teeth, said, "It's nothing. I was just asking the teacher if I could put my photo with Song Yu on the honor wall." According to the usual rules, photos are arranged based on grades. For example, in arts, the top student, Xiao Feng, is in the middle, the second, Song Yu, is on the left, and Li Heng, the third, is on the right. It's a bit like the old royal seating arrangement, emperor in the center, officials on either side. Seeing his honest expression of love for Song Yu, even Xiao Feng and Yang Yingwen, who had some suspicions, were stunned and looked at each other in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Meanwhile, Song Yu silently watched his gradually disappearing figure, suddenly understanding everything. She remembered his biggest wish, to win the top scholarship, have his photo on the honor wall, and be displayed alongside her photo. As her thoughts raced, Song Yu, who had been calm all along, suddenly felt her breath become irregular. The cool breeze brushed her hair, and she stared blankly at his tall, slender figure disappearing from sight, her mind going completely blank. Li Heng's honesty today was meant to let Song Yu know about his lifelong obsession. He hoped to leave a seed in her heart, a spark that would someday ignite. In his previous life, during high school, he secretly liked her but dared not show it. After the college entrance exams, he waited several years before daring to face his feelings, which caused him to miss the best time. Because of Chen Zijin, Song Yu twice rejected his marriage proposal in tears. Especially after the second rejection, she locked herself at home for a month, not leaving the door, and she lost 16 pounds. Even after decades, he clearly remembered his mother's phone call, her almost angry voice. "Li Heng, what did you do to Yubao? We trusted you with her, and in a month, she's lost so much weight, only 88 pounds now." A person who is 168 centimeters tall dropping to just 88 pounds would make any parent heartbroken. Thinking about all the hardships they faced in his previous life, he decided to learn from the past and express his feelings earlier, during her most important high school years. Even though he clearly knew that his feelings wouldn't cause any change now, they were like a seed buried deep inside Song Yu, making her less fragile and more confident when facing Qin Zijin in the future. Memories flashed through his mind. Li Heng walked into the school convenience store and exchanged all his pocket money for soda. Bottled soda. Yang Yingwen saw this and exclaimed loudly, "Li Heng, are you crazy? Spending all your money? Just for drinks?" Seeing many classmates gather around because of the loud noise, Li Heng handed her a bottle of soda and whispered helplessly, "Hey, old cloth, can you stop shouting? Today is a big day for me, very important. You wouldn't understand." Yang Yingwen was used to him calling her old cloth during arguments and didn't react much. She widened her eyes and challenged him. What's there to not understand? Is it because of Songyu? Do you really think everyone is fools? Li Heng, tired of her talking, asked plainly, stop acting like a rural housewife. I already bought this soda, and I can't return it. Just tell me if you want to drink or not. Angrily, Yang Yingwen snatched the soda and said, drink. Why not? It's bought by a fool anyway. I don't have to pay. Li Heng handed the second bottle of soda to Xiao Feng. Here, we're neighbors and friends. We're so familiar, don't learn from someone else. If you eat my food, don't scold me. Xiao Feng smiled and confidently took the soda, opening the cap as she said, the scholarship will be given at the end of the month. If you run out of money before then, you can come to me for a meal. Li Heng gave her a thumbs up. Nice. Generous. I like your straightforward personality. He then handed the third bottle of soda to Songyu. They looked at each other for a few seconds. Songyu silently took it without saying much. Everything was understood without words. Before leaving, Li Heng asked Yang Yingwen to bring a bottle of soda back for Xiaohan. But after glancing at Songyu, she thought for a moment and refused. Since you're being so generous for the first time, you should give it to her yourself. Or you can invite her out alone next time. Hearing this, Li Heng immediately understood the hidden meaning behind this simple girl's words. Compared to a bottle of soda, Xiaohan might care more about you personally giving it to her. Realizing this, he took back the soda and said, all right, I'll invite her out myself next time. Back in the classroom, Li Heng handed out all the sodas he had. His friends, like my Sui, Zhang Zhiyong, Lu Li, and others, all received some. During the first Chinese class, Li Heng, who was paying close attention, suddenly received a notebook from his pretty desk mate. On the notebook was a line of writing, and there was also a 10 yuan note tucked inside. The message read, the scholarship will be given at the end of the month. You can use this money first. Whether or not he would get the money later, Li Heng happily put it in his pocket. He picked up his pen and asked, do I need to pay this money back? Songyu looked at him with a faint smile and wrote, no need to pay it back. When you become successful in the future, treat me to a meal. Li Heng asked, in your eyes, what is the standard for success? Songyu thought for a moment and replied, there's no fixed standard. When you think you've succeeded, that's it. Li Heng, come out for a moment. Just as Li Heng was about to write a further reply, the teacher's door suddenly opened, and the English teacher happily waved at him. He put down his pen and hurried to the corridor outside. Li Heng cheerfully called out, teacher. The teacher's gaze, like infrared, scanned him from head to toe. The English teacher crossed his arms and asked, did you get the top scholarship? Yes, Li Heng nodded. Wang Runan asked, how did it feel the first time? Li Heng replied, it was amazing. Now that the scholarship has been awarded, remember to treat the teacher to a meal. If it had been before, Wang Runan wouldn't say such a thing. But now, this kid was quite wealthy. With so much money, it was almost like his own little treasure chest left by his parents. Li Heng happily agreed. Sure, I'll treat you to egg fried rice with an extra egg. This made Wang Runan think of the last time. He pushed his glasses up with his right hand and smiled, saying, a grown man who holds grudges isn't good. They were very familiar with each other, so Li Heng joked without worry, not holding grudges is fine, but then you have to eat egg fried rice with me. Seeing that the boy was unshakable, the English teacher changed the subject. Your wife told me you want to put your photo with Songyu's? By wife, he meant the Chinese teacher's wife. The wife and the English teacher had a good relationship, often walking together after meals on campus, and Wang Runan wasn't surprised to hear about it. Seeing his agreement, the English teacher shook his head and pouted, saying, I've denied that. Li Heng was upset and immediately shouted, Teacher, how can you do that? The English teacher tilted his head, his hair like a black waterfall falling in the air, and asked with a smile, why can't I? As your teacher, I have the duty to stop you from jumping into the trap of early love. Li Heng was not pleased. I'm almost 18, an adult now. Why do you still control my love life? Teacher, you. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, Teacher, are you really just trying to stop me and Songyu out of personal interest? Wang Runan frowned, looking at his face in front of her. She really wanted to kick him directly. But because so many people in the classroom could see, she held back. She pressed down her full chest and shoved the check in her hand into his. She spat out a word through her teeth. Get lost. Hey. Li Heng responded happily, looked at the check, which was from Harvest magazine, and happily returned to the classroom. Li Heng, why are you so happy? Sun Manning quietly asked as she passed by. Li Heng casually replied, "Of course, I made some money." Huh. Sun Manning didn't take this seriously and continued her class. Li Heng was never careless about money. He checked the check 3 times to make sure it was correct, then started writing in his notebook. Is this a kind of success? After finishing, he placed the notebook and the check together on his desk next to his Chinese textbook. At first, Songyu didn't pay much attention. When she picked up the check and saw it clearly, she was stunned. Then she looked down again carefully and examined it seriously. The amount on the check was 4,050 yuan. After a while, she calmed her inner thoughts and curiosity, asking, "Did Harvest magazine send you this money?" Li Heng picked up his pen. "Yes. Do you know this magazine?" Songyu wrote back, "I know. My dad loves literature and subscribes to People's Literature and Harvest all year round. Her father is a university professor. Her mother is also a university teacher, but a music teacher. Both parents are highly educated intellectuals, with a literary background in their roots." Li Heng was not surprised by this. He didn't plan to hide his writing from Songyu and Xiaohan. He explained immediately, "Recently, I wrote a novel and submitted it to Harvest. Luckily, it was accepted." After taking the notebook, Songyu read this brief sentence and fell into long contemplation. Li Heng secretly observed her expressions, wanting to feel a little proud. But unfortunately, after watching for a long time, no expected reaction happened. She remained calm and serene, making him feel powerless. After a long while, Songyu, who had been distracted by the check, picked up her pen again and wrote, "Is it the novel you wrote some time ago?" Li Heng responded, "Yes." Songyu asked, "What pen name did you use when submitting?" Unknowingly, it's time for the new release again. March feels a bit emotional. It will be released tomorrow noon. That is Tuesday noon. Since I started writing, the early stages have never gone smoothly. The data has been very poor, and I've been struggling all along. I wonder if this is a tribute to 93? This book also didn't pass the first round of recommended placement and lost a PK against a new author. At that time, I realized more clearly in March that my slow-paced style isn't very suitable for fast-paced online stories. Fortunately, I have a good mindset and kept focusing on writing. The editor once asked me, "The data isn't very good. Do you have any thoughts about this book?" I told the editor, "My talent is limited. I didn't do well with the first 2 books. This time, I want to write a story I like, so please don't have high expectations. I just want to seriously finish this book from start to finish." Although the data was very bad, the editor didn't say much after reading my reply, only telling me, "Just keep writing without looking at the back end or the data." I have a screenshot of this in the group to prove I wasn't lying. Later, the recommended placement data still wasn't good, but because I am an experienced author, the editor still recommended me to pass, and I've been on Sanjiang ever since. Honestly, when I got on Sanjiang, the data still didn't meet the standards. That's why the editor made me wait a week. I remember that my peer's book was released on August 4th, but because my results were poor, I delayed for 10 days before finally launching. The editor even wanted me to delay further, but I refused. I told the editor, "Whether I get recommended placement or not doesn't matter much now. Just let me publish early. There's a screenshot in the chat group to prove this." That's all for now. Tomorrow noon, I hope the big bosses can give me a first subscription, which is very important for March. Thank you all for your support along the way. Bowing in gratitude. Finally, I once again asked for a first subscription. After reading, Li Heng didn't rush to reply but happily stared at her side face. It seems it wasn't as calm as it appeared. If she weren't interested or curious, she wouldn't ask any more questions. Cough. Cough, cough. Just as Songyu was feeling a bit nervous under his intense gaze, with her toes curling and clutching tightly, the teacher on the podium helped her out of the awkward situation. The director of studies cleared his throat softly and said to Li Heng, read aloud from the book of songs. Li Heng's face twitched. He's in senior high school, nearing the college entrance exam, and he's still reciting childish poems? He suddenly realized that his little actions with Songyu had probably been seen by the Chinese teacher. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned, so he picked up the book and stood up to read aloud. "Do I say I have no clothes? I share my coat with you. The king calls for soldiers, sharpening my spear and shield. We share the same enemy." Li Heng's Mandarin was very good. His clear pronunciation and expressive tone easily outshone the teacher, who spoke with a mix of Western and local accents, making him feel ashamed. After finishing the recitation and sitting down, He didn't care if the director of studies was feeling frustrated or not. He picked up his pen and wrote, "Pen name 12 months." Song-yu looked at the teacher's blackboard writing and quickly took her notebook. After browsing through it, she didn't say anything and put the draft book away. The two then listened carefully to the lesson, taking notes without disturbing each other. Until the second class was about to end, he tore off a piece of paper. After thinking for a long time, he wrote, "Do you and Chun Zijin contact often?" Since Li Heng couldn't hold back his feelings and expressed his affection to her, whether actively or passively, the name Chun Zijin seemed to become a taboo for both of them, and no one mentioned it anymore. Given the current situation, mentioning Chun Zijin would be very unfavorable for his pursuit of Song-yu. But he couldn't help it. In the past, during the first few years after Chun Zijin went to Beijing, she almost lost contact with him. Even when she occasionally sent letters, they were one-sided and delivered through Song-yu, with no mention of a return address. Even when he tried to write back, there was no response. The letters seemed to sink into the sea, never to be seen again. Once, Li Heng asked Chun Zijin face-to-face why she did this. She didn't answer his question and usually remained silent. When he became annoyed and questioned whether it was the Chin family causing trouble or forcing her, she still didn't speak, only silently shedding tears. A grown man can't stand to see a woman cry. After asking several times without result, he eventually stopped bothering her. However, her younger sister, Chin Zitong, once drunkenly let slip that it was indeed the family causing trouble. Her mother, Zhang Lan, even threatened her with death to force her to cut contact with him. Seeing him mention Chin Zijin, Song-yu paused and wrote, "It's okay, we still contact each month." Li Heng asked, "By letter or phone?" Song-yu replied, "Both." Li Heng wrote, "Please give me her phone number and mailing address." Remembering how my close friend once carefully advised me, Song-yu felt a bit hesitant. After thinking for a while, she replied, "I need to ask Zijin for her opinion first." Li Heng, knowing her personality, responded, "Okay, thank you. Please keep my novel writing secret." Song-yu replied, "Got it." Next week, Li Heng, who had long dreamed of this moment since high school, was focused on studying hard. He listened in class, practiced questions on his own, all to prepare for the first mock exam at the end of the month. Honestly, aside from the very difficult math questions in the college entrance exam, he also wanted to see how much he and the 4 top students differed in normal high school difficulty. Would there still be a grade gap after all 6 subjects? Sunday. After finishing 4 classes in the morning, the senior students finally got a rare half-day break. It's really only half a day, any more isn't allowed. This break was approved because the school wanted everyone to relax a bit and wash away the stress of the week. Some students went outside to enjoy a meal and improve their diet if they could. When the bell rang for the 4th class, the politics teacher, helpless, put away his chalk and sighed, saying to the students, "Is my politics class really that hard to understand? I see many of you are restless and distracted." Well, class is over. Everyone didn't respond to the teacher's frustration, but simply left the classroom with a few chuckles. As usual, Song-yu went home. Sunmaning also left, taking Maigu and Chin Legion with her, saying they were invited to her house for some homemade goose stew. Before leaving, this wealthy woman asked Li Heng, "Hey, that handsome guy who looks like Panin, do you want to join me for dinner?" Looking like Panin was a joke made by the homeroom teacher, Wang Chi, teasing Li Heng in the dorm. Later, it spread among the students and became a common joke. Li Heng hadn't answered yet when Zhang Zhiyong, rushing from behind the classroom, asked, "Rich lady, are you bringing someone along?" Sunmaning refused very firmly. "No, I can't bring anyone. There are 4 people at my home." In this era focused solely on grades, she, like some other girls in her class, secretly didn't like Zhang Zhiyong, who was often rude but she never showed it because of her classmates' opinions. After the 3 girls left, Zhang Zhiyong scratched his head and muttered, "I feel like that girl Sun Mining might have a problem with me." Li Heng left the classroom and said, "You're not a banknote, so you can't please everyone. Why worry about all these trivial things?" "That's true, I'm not dating her, so I don't have to do chores like laundry, cooking, or having kids for her. She can like it or not." No wonder this guy is so clueless. He quickly forgets his worries and hops along happily, bouncing and smiling. Downstairs, Zhang Zhiyong poked his head out and asked, "So, where are we going? After eating, play billiards?" Li Heng shook his head. "Eat first, later. I need to go to the bank first." Zhang Jiong asked. Luli went back to the dorm to change clothes and pants, planning to play basketball. Want me to call him? Li Heng headed straight for the school gate. No need. I'm about to do something big today, and I don't want too many people to know. Just come with me. Hearing this, Zhang Jiong looked around sneakily and asked mischievously, doing something big? What can you do at the bank? Rob it? Do you want to bring any tools? Li Heng asked back. What tools do you think I should bring? He kept glancing at a nearby meat stall. Zhang Jiong gestured and said, how about a boning knife? Li Heng was speechless and spat out one word. Get lost. On the way to the bank, Li Heng warned his friend, Old Yong, if I ever get rich, what would you think? Zhang Jiong secretly looked at a woman selling pig feed bowls on the street and said, use your to think. Li Heng reached out and poked his face. You want a beating? Her husband is right next to her. He's noticed you. Those two big lumps? They're just fat. No meat falling off. What's the big deal? He can't kill me, right? Zhang Jiong said stubbornly, but when he made eye contact with the man, he shrank back in fear. Li Heng found it funny, but didn't say anything. If I become rich, don't be overwhelmed. There might be a gap. Huh? A gap? Zhang Jiong seemed to hear a huge joke and happily took all the money from his 3 pockets to show off. See? See? Such a thick stack of bills. You only have a little change in your pocket. That's a real gap. You're so lucky. Li Heng didn't like his bragging and kicked him directly. The postal savings bank was not close to the school. They walked along the street for nearly 20 minutes before reaching it. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Inside, only a couple was handling their business. After they left, Li Heng approached the window, handed over the necessary documents, materials, and a remittance slip. Hello, please cash this remittance slip and also open a passbook for me. For 1,050 yuan? After reviewing the materials, the young female clerk looked very surprised. She looked him over through the glass and couldn't help but ask aloud. Yes. Withdraw it? Or keep it in the savings book? Take out the 50 yuan change and put the rest in the savings book. According to national rules, anyone over 16 can handle bank savings account services alone. The teller carefully checked the documents and didn't make things difficult for him, quickly completing the process. While the counters inside were busy, Zhang Jiong outside was stunned. What's going on? What's happening? 4,050 yuan. Wow, such a large amount of money. Couldn't even be taken out if the Li family sold everything. Where did Li Heng get this money? Seeing this foolish guy clutching himself with both hands, gasping for breath and asking questions, Li Heng struggled free and said, don't embarrass yourself here. I'll tell you later. Seeing several bank clerks looking at him strangely, Zhang Jiong's face turned red. He kept his mouth shut and didn't cause trouble. Knowing that money means power, handling the savings account was quick, and cashing the remittance slip was even faster. The young woman's eyes shone with excitement. Hello, here is the savings book and 50 yuan cash. Please check. Li Heng looked at it twice, said thank you, and quickly left the postal savings bank. Shaoxi has always had a bold local culture, and nowadays it's even more chaotic. After leaving the bank, Li Heng didn't linger and hurried away. His foolish friend was clearly worried about being robbed, so he looked around nervously, acting as his bodyguard. The two walked in silence. When they reached near Shaoxi Bridge, Zhang Jiong finally couldn't hold back and gasped, Hey, Master Heng, tell me, where did this money come from? With more people working together, we can seize the chance to get rich quickly. Li Heng looked around and asked, Are you ready for this? Zhang Jiong stared at him with intense eyes, eager to find out the secret of his wealth. Li Heng smiled and immediately stopped teasing him, telling him everything about writing living. But before he finished, he saw this fool sitting on the grass by the river, staring blankly, looking paralyzed, refusing to move. This sudden situation startled Li Heng. He hurriedly knelt down and asked, Old Yong, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Jiong, half dead, said, I'm dying. I'm dying. It's so uncomfortable. I just feel terrible inside. Li Heng was stunned for a moment, then he relaxed and sat beside him. Zhang Jiong looked upset and complained loudly. This unfair world. Since we were kids, you've looked better than me, scored higher, and are popular with girls. I'm jealous of all that, but I accept it because we grew up together, brothers, right? He paused, then looked sad and vented. But, we played together every day, and now you're a writer. What else can we do? Even if I stole all the money the old man spends on his hobbies, I still wouldn't be as successful as you. We can't really hang out anymore. Li Heng blinked and asked, feeling the gap? Zhang Zhiyong pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other. What gap? It's not a gap. You're on Mount Everest. I'm in the Mariana Trench. You're standing and peeing. I'm crawling and eating dirt. It's not just a gap. It's a huge chasm. Ha ha. Li Heng laughed happily. Zhang Zhiyong got so angry he jumped up and grabbed his neck, spitting as he complained. Stop laughing. What's so funny? Don't you have any sympathy? Li Heng pointed across the river to a restaurant and said, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Zhiyong said, I'm full of frustration and not hungry. Li Heng said, we'll have braised pork, dry pot duck, and some fish. Zhang Zhiyong swallowed and said, I've eaten those before. I'm not going. Li Heng replied, I'll cover your living expenses this month. Zhang Zhiyong counted on his fingers and said It's only been a week this month, pretending to be generous. Hearing this, Li Heng stood up and kicked him over. Forget it. If you don't want to eat this or that, fine. I need to go back and invite Xiao Han to dinner. Zhang Zhiyong got up from the ground. Who? You're inviting who? Li Heng answered, Xiao Han. Zhang Zhiyong's mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit a cow inside. You don't like Song Yu? When did you start seeing Xiao Han? Li Heng stretched lazily and said, There's a saying, enemies should be resolved, not tied together. I've had a big reconciliation with her. Zhang Zhiyong couldn't accept it. Worse than eating dirt. Nonsense. If you can catch Xiao Han, I'll drink all the water from the Zhejiang River. An old man passing by overheard and said, Young man, I drank from the Zhejiang River 3 times when I was young, and I never finished it. Don't try to show off. Zhang Zhiyong loudly replied, Grandpa, my brother is a great writer. What kind of answer is that? It makes no sense. The old man grumbled and walked away. Li Heng went to a nearby grocery store to buy 2 sodas, then tossed one to him. Can you keep this a secret? Does secrecy make a girl like Xiao Han, at her level, reject you? Zhang Zhiyong stood by the riverbank, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, shouting loudly, My brother is a great writer. Rushing back to school, Zhang Zhiyong couldn't give up and asked anxiously, Are you really not taking me to eat? Li Heng replied, I'm eating and chatting with Xiao Han. Maybe we're sharing a special look. Do you really want to just sit there like a piece of wood? Zhang Zhiyong lost his temper and cursed all the way back to school. He was going to find Lu Li to play basketball and needed to vent his feelings. He bought a bottle of soda and hurried to classroom 206 in the neighboring building. Li Heng saw Xiao Han sitting in her seat immediately. Next to her was Yang Yingwen. At this moment, only the 2 of them were in the classroom, making it feel very empty. Hearing a noise at the door, Yang Yingwen turned her head first. Then she stood up to gather her pins and mockingly said to Li Heng, It looks like I've completed my mission. I should go now. I won't be a distraction anymore. Li Heng pretended to invite her. It's dinner time. Want to eat together? Unexpectedly, Yang Yingwen plopped down again and said, Sure, let's eat. I won't talk later. Hearing this, Li Heng looked uncomfortable, wishing he could slap himself for being so rude. Xiao Han looked back at him, then at her best friend, smiling sweetly. She felt surrounded by her friends but was a little embarrassed. Li Heng sat across from Yang Yingwen and joked, Old rag, I'll treat you another day. I need to talk to Xiao Han about something today. Yang Yingwen wanted to retort, What do you want to talk to Xiao Han about? Don't tell me you're up to no good? But seeing her friend's willing expression, she felt helpless and finally decided to leave without saying a word, grabbing a book and walking away. With her gone, only Xiao Han and Li Heng remained in the classroom. They looked at each other unintentionally, and Xiao Han's face showed a shy, scared, and slightly awkward expression. She tried to act natural, forcing herself to break the awkward silence, smiling with her lips pressed together. She didn't smile fully at first, then pressed her lips again and finally smiled. Oh, Mr. Li. I didn't expect you to really come. As soon as she finished speaking, she wished she could bite her own tongue. Girl, how could you reveal your feelings like that? Stay calm. Be reserved. Li Heng smiled and showed his handsome teeth. So, you've been waiting for me all along? You probably didn't eat either, right? Xiao Han felt a bit nervous, regretting her slip-up. It was a mistake she'd regret forever. She wanted to smile softly and say, I've eaten. I've already come. You don't need to be polite. But she was afraid he might leave immediately after hearing that. So she had to pretend to be confident and nodded politely. I'm not hungry yet. Not quite now. Li Heng stood up and said, I'm a little hungry. How about we go to a restaurant to order food and chat while waiting? Xiaohan reminded herself again not to panic, and she nodded politely, saying, "Sorry to trouble you. I appreciate your kindness." The two of them left the classroom one after the other. When they reached the corner of the hallway, Li Heng suddenly realized his shoelace was loose. Just as he stopped to tie it, she accidentally bumped into his back. In an instant, he wobbled on the stairs and nearly twisted his ankle. Seeing this, Xiaohan hurried to catch up and help him steady his arm, apologizing sincerely. "Sorry, I turned too quickly just now." They looked into each other's eyes. Li Heng stared at her without blinking and asked softly after a moment, "Am I like a tiger? Do I make you so nervous?" "Not at all. Halfway through, Xiaohan couldn't bear his fearless gaze anymore and shyly looked away. At that moment, she felt her face and ears heat up, burning intensely. She didn't remember how she left the school afterward, but she nervously followed him into La Lu restaurant. Sitting in a private room at the back garden, Xiaohan still felt a bit shy. She first clasped her hands together, resting them on her lap like a young lady, keeping her upper body straight. Then she felt a little awkward and shifted her position slightly, finally finding a comfortable posture on the wooden seat. After completing these actions, she hurriedly looked up and smiled at him, only to see Li Heng looking at her with a meaningful expression. Her sweet smile froze on her face. She felt a bit miserable, like a peacock trying to hide its longing for love, but he was a high-level player, and she was like a transparent person, feeling sad and helpless. A beam of sunset sunlight shone through the window, blinding her. She quickly turned her head away. She desperately tried to stay calm and find something to say. If she remained silent like this, she felt she might suffocate. But sitting opposite her was Li Heng, her longtime crush, Honey. She racked her brains, but couldn't break the silence. She didn't know what to say. Should she confess, "I've liked you since middle school?" Or complain about how she hated seeing him and Chun Zijin show affection in front of her, which made her so angry her teeth itch? Or mention that he was a terrible person in 7th grade, and she was a little afraid of him but still fought for the seat. Thinking back to when I, along with 2 close friends, sharply criticized him, causing him to feel confused and lost, Xiaohan suddenly smiled, and in that moment, she completely relaxed her mind and body. "So what if I'm his honey? There's nothing to be afraid of. He was thoroughly scolded by me." Li Heng washed the cup clean, poured her a cup of tea, and asked, "What are you thinking about that makes you so happy?" Xiaohan cupped the warm tea in her hands and said softly, "Thinking about some interesting past events." Li Heng asked, "Is it related to me?" Xiaohan hesitated for a moment, then politely nodded, "Yes." Li Heng became interested and leaned slightly forward. "What kind of past events? Can you tell me?" After a few casual words, Xiaohan started to get used to the conversation. She took a sip of tea, cleared her throat, and said, "Actually, when I was in the first year of middle school, your grades were average, but you were quite famous. Many girls talked about you behind your back. Sometimes, I would see someone pointing at your back and saying, 'Look, that's Li Heng.'" Li Heng asked, "Because I often fought with others?" Xiaohan smiled faintly and said, "Partly that." Li Heng asked, "And what else?" Xiaohan showed 2 small dimples and said, "Some girls said you looked quite handsome." "Oh well, handsome isn't my word. I'm just repeating what I heard." Li Heng asked, "What was your first impression of me?" Xiaohan looked down and stared at his left arm for a long time, finally sighing softly, "Probably the letter C. It really should be that. I still remember how I watched you cut your skin with a pencil knife, one cut after another, blood everywhere. That impression stayed with me." At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The two looked at each other in silence, neither speaking, and the room fell into complete quiet. What does C stand for? They both knew the answer deep down. For Xiaohan, Chen Zijiang was not only her close friend and classmate but also her romantic rival. Their relationship was very complicated, yet the boundaries were very clear. Because she didn't believe in fate. Because she believed in making her own destiny. Because she always knew what she wanted. Because she was afraid of unrequited love, loving someone in silence. "I love you, but it's none of my business." So Xiaohan wouldn't be confused by Chen Zijiang's multiple identities. Even as a close friend, she would never compromise when it came to love. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became a bit cold. Li Heng stared steadily at the clever and vengeful girl in front of him. Suddenly, he remembered something. He felt excited and asked a classic question she had asked him in a past life. "Comrade Xiaohan, do you think men and women can have pure friendships?" Xiaohan looked at him, unsure of what he was really asking. "Are you trying to confess to me? Or hinting that I should confess to you?" She tentatively replied with a smile. Aren't we just that? Li Heng leaned forward slightly. Are we truly just pure friends? Xiaohan felt guilty, but tried to stay calm, nodding. Yes. Li Heng looked into her eyes and said softly, then, can you try to confess and see how pure your feelings are? I like you. She thought to herself immediately, but she smiled sweetly and picked up her water glass to drink. She waited a long time but didn't get a reply. Li Heng felt unexpectedly disappointed. I'm a kind person and often give others chances, but they don't appreciate it. Xiaohan pretended not to understand and cheerfully asked, what if someone confesses to you? Li Heng smiled and said, then I'd say yes. I like you. Adding yes to I like you, does that mean I also like you? Thinking of this, Xiaohan suddenly felt very regretful, as if she had missed out on $1 billion. The honey she had just gotten was gone, and she felt a little annoyed. She secretly scolded herself. Xiaohan, how long are you going to be so cautious? Would it kill you to just say I like you to him? Even if it's just a joke, it's from the heart. She kept criticizing herself internally, but her face still looked sincere and cheerful. Later, she asked with a beautiful expression, what if the other person hates you? Based on her past life's answer, Li Heng replied without hesitation, then I'd say yes. Sure enough, it was just a joke. Hearing this, Xiaohan's regret instantly disappeared. She composed herself and said calmly, actually, sometimes you're really quite a. Li Heng rested his chin on his hand and, mimicking her past self, asked meaningfully, are you just angry? At that moment, Xiaohan could feel that the person across the table was teasing her. Honestly, she felt a bit angry, as if her sincere and pure feelings had been insulted. Is my love for you something I can joke about? But soon, her mood was again influenced by his clean face and deep, dark eyes like a tranquil pond. Her heart clenched tightly, feeling annoyed at her earlier rudeness and offense. I love him so much. How could I be mad at him? He's just trying to lighten the mood. They faced each other directly. She, inexperienced and nervous, was afraid of another awkward silence and worried that speaking too much might cause trouble. Unsure how to respond, she finally cleverly covered her stomach, acted pitiful, and said nothing. This trick worked immediately. Li Heng immediately asked with concern, are you hungry? Xiaohan pretended to be shy and nodded softly. Li Heng stood up. The food hasn't arrived yet, so it's been a bit long. I'll go to the kitchen and check. As he reached the door, he held the handle, then turned back and asked, besides the dishes you ordered, is there anything else you really want to eat? This scene felt familiar. Wasn't it just like how he used to ask Chen Ziqing what she wanted to eat? Back then, she was quite jealous and envious. Deeply touched, she now really wanted to shout, you caused a misunderstanding just now. Punish you by buying me soda and barbecue. Unconsciously, feeling a bit jealous, she blurted out, Misterly, can I eat whatever I want? Li Heng replied, of course. Xiaohan imitated what Chen Ziqing used to say. No need for dishes. I want soda. I want barbecue at the school gate. Simple enough, Li Heng asked. Which kind do you want? Xiaohan playfully pawed the air with her right hand, like a cat, and happily said the 3 words Chen Ziqing often used. Any kind. Any kind. Such familiar words, now spoken by someone else. Li Heng was momentarily stunned, realizing that this girl was probably jealous again. After leaving the private room, he first went to the kitchen to check on the dishes, then went to the grocery store to buy soda. Coincidentally, he ran into Luli and Zhang Zhiyong. Luli leaned in and asked, Hey, Li Heng, aren't you supposed to be treating Xiaohan to dinner? Why are you here? Li Heng didn't deny it and casually asked, How do you know? Luli said, Old Yong told me. But I also saw it myself. I was playing basketball on the playground and saw you and Xiaohan leave the school together. Hearing this, Li Heng didn't want to investigate further. Thinking that free labor shouldn't be wasted, he immediately pulled Zhang Zhiyong and Luli to buy many kinds of soda and barbecue back to the private room. He was very generous now that Xiaohan was jealous. Since she was jealous and said any kind, he decided to buy one of each kind. Next time, she wouldn't dare to say any kind so casually. He was really spoiling her. Looking at the 8 or 9 types of soda and the more than 20 kinds of barbecue laid out on the table, Xiaohan was stunned. Her first thought was to scold him. Misterly, are you an idiot? Where did you get so much money to waste? Why did you buy so much? How will you finish it all? My second reaction was that she immediately took out her wallet, turned to look at Zhang Zhiyong, and asked confidently, Zhang Zhiyong, how much money did Li Heng borrow from you? Before Li Heng could speak, Zhang Zhiyong, who had been feeling down all day, teased her. This money was lent to my brother. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Han insisted on putting the money into Zhang Zhiyong's hand and said firmly, "Of course it concerns me. This is a matter between me and Mr. Li. I can't handle outsiders getting involved." She hadn't finished speaking when she realized she might have accidentally revealed her feelings. She quickly looked away, lowering her head, nervously playing with her hair, feeling utterly embarrassed and wishing she could hide somewhere. Family matter? Zhang Zhiyong and Lu Li both stared wide-eyed, confused. After a long while, they both nodded in admiration at Li Hong and then left quietly, looking a bit annoyed. Once they were gone and the door closed, Li Hong finally reacted and said, "Comrade Xiao Han, you've been fooled. The money for the soda and barbecue was mine." Xiao Han looked puzzled and asked with a bitter smile, "Did you rob a bank? Or sell your face somewhere? Where did you get so much money?" Li Hong pretended to be upset and asked, "Do you think I'm just good for my looks? Besides this face, I can't earn money honestly?" Xiao Han tried to stay calm, but was too embarrassed by her own words to do so. "Mr. Li, be content. At least your face is still popular with girls." She then stopped paying attention to him and didn't dare to look up, afraid that meeting his eyes would ruin everything. She focused on enjoying her soda and barbecue, taking a bite of each. Whenever she wanted to pretend to be calm but found it hard, she would bury herself in doing something, which quickly made her feel like she was in a daze, numb to everything around her. Li Heng reached out and nudged her shoulder. She blushed and lowered her head, making soft sounds, swaying back and forth like a wobbling doll, fully showing her talent for acting silly. Seeing her adorable expression, Li Heng couldn't help but smile genuinely. Then he thought for a moment and told her everything about his writing. Xiao Han listened quietly for a long time, then suppressed her surprise, not showing any excitement or asking how much money he had earned. She listened silently, and after he finished, she gave a perceptive blessing. "Congratulations. It looks like a lot of girls will be falling for you now." After this meal, the second half was quiet, but it lasted a long time. The two of them quietly finished eating until they were full and only left after they had eaten enough. When paying the bill and leaving Lao Lu restaurant, Li Heng met Sun Manning and Mai Sui. From afar, Sun Manning stretched out her hand and called, "Hey, Li Heng, wait a moment." Hearing this, Li Heng said to Xiao Han, "Wait for me a moment, I'll be right there." Xiao Han glanced at Sun Manning and Mai Sui with the corner of her eye and smiled, saying, "I'll wait for you at the newspaper stand at the school gate." "Okay," Li Heng agreed without hesitation. Just as Xiao Han crossed the street and approached the newspaper stand, she overheard a middle-aged man ask the vendor, "Boss Jia, have the new issues of A Harvest and October magazines arrived this month?" "Harvest magazine? The magazine where Honey submits her stories?" She immediately perked up her ears to listen to their conversation. Boss Jia replied, "Chief Sun, you're lucky. Harvest magazine just arrived a little while ago. You're the third person to buy it. Same as usual. One copy?" "Yes, one copy." The middle-aged chief paid and took 2 copies before walking away. While paying attention to their conversation, Xiao Han asked the vendor, "Uncle, is A Harvest magazine selling for 3 yuan a copy? Is it very famous?" A beautiful woman always brings visual pleasure, and the vendor patiently explained, "Famous, of course it's famous. In the north, there's People's Literature. In the south, there's Harvest. Both are top national literary journals, well-known and highly regarded." Xiao Han's eyes brightened, and she asked eagerly, "So, publishing a story in Harvest is a big deal?" The vendor immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Exactly. Only the best can publish stories in Harvest. They're all top talents. Real experts. Outstanding people." Hearing this, the last bit of shyness in Xiao Han's heart was replaced by great joy. She thought to herself, the boss is quite a nice person. Meanwhile, Li Heng approached Sun Manning and Mai Sui and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, we ate. We're full, so we came out to buy some things and also to help with digestion." Sun Manning looked at Xiao Han nearby and asked curiously, "How come you got involved with Xiao Han?" "What do you mean involved?" "She's my friend and classmate. We've known each other for 6 years, Li Heng explained. Sun Manning felt a little embarrassed and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Her family's next door to our teacher's house. I helped you get 2 scholarship photos and the negatives from the music teacher. I put my hands in my pockets, and they are full. The photo is still with you, so you can keep it. I almost accidentally threw it away when I was eating just now. Usually, students don't have photos or negatives, so this is clearly an extra benefit from the wealthy lady." Li Heng took the photo and looked at it. It was well taken, and he looked good in it. He happily said, "Thanks, Miss Wealthy." "You're welcome. Don't mention it. Go and spend time with your classmates. We're leaving." Sun Manning waved her hand and walked away, holding Maigue's arm. Maigue, who had been silent, smiled at him as a goodbye. Crossing the street, Li Heng showed Xiao on the photo. "This is a scholarship photo." Then he said, "I'm a bit full from eating. How about we walk around the campus and get some fresh air?" Xiaohan's mind was focused on the newsstand. She shook her head and said, "No, please take me back to my dorm." Li Heng was surprised and joked, "Many people want to walk with me, but I've never really given anyone a chance." Xiaohan smirked and headed toward the school gate. "You're really good at fooling people. Senior high school classmates like Qin Zijin often walk with you, and last week, you were walking with Song Yu at the Rockery." Li Heng. This girl wouldn't mention it, but as soon as she did, she brought up two sensitive names. He wasn't sure if she was doing it on purpose or by accident. When they entered the school, passing the playground, teaching building, and the Rockery cafeteria, they reached the girls' dormitory. When they were about 10 meters from the corridor entrance, she stopped, turned around, and said thank you. "Thanks for treating me today. Goodbye." Li Heng took the chance to slip some money for barbecue and soda into her pocket. "We're so familiar. You're too polite. See you another day." Xiaoan looked at her pocket, thought for a moment, but finally didn't take the money and turned to walk straight toward the corridor. Halfway there, she paused, then turned back and said, "Mr. Li, I want to tell you something honestly." Li Heng was curious. "What is it? Using honestly now?" She pursed her lips, looked into his eyes, and gathered courage to say, "Last time at the cafeteria entrance, I actually bumped into Song Yu on purpose." Li Heng didn't say anything, just stared at her directly. Feeling his gaze, she felt a little nervous but steadied herself and explained, "I was impulsive and just wanted to interrupt you too. I didn't mean to knock over the spoon and the food." Li Heng said, "I know." "Really? You knew?" Xiaoan was surprised, feeling like she had become invisible in front of him, with no secrets left. Li Heng blinked and said, "Otherwise, do you think it's so easy to pretend to hit me and get my attention? Not everyone has that qualification." Hearing this, Xiaohan felt embarrassed and wanted to hide. She first looked down at her toes, then, under immense pressure she couldn't bear, she forced a sweet smile and turned to run away. Like a gust of wind, she quickly disappeared into the corridor. Her speed was so fast it could compete in the women's 100-meter race at the Olympics, making Li Heng feel ashamed. When she ran into the corridor, Xiaohan didn't appear immediately on the second-floor hallway because someone was watching her. She was too scared to show herself in his sight. At the corner, she pressed close to the wall, touching her face which was as red as a fire ember, and secretly cursed herself. "This time, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so ashamed. I've really lost face. He not only knows I secretly like him, but also knows I get jealous." After a while, she forced her right hand to pull down her left hand and comforted herself, saying, "It's nothing to be ashamed of. He knows, and I do like him after all." No matter what, after being honest with him, she felt more free breathing than ever before. She hid in the corridor for about 20 minutes before cautiously peeking out. When she saw that he had really left, her stress eased significantly. Soon, she ran wildly to the outside newsstand, excitedly saying, "Boss, 1 copy of a Harvest magazine." "No, 2 copies." The owner, who was feeding a child about 3 years old, put down his bowl and chopsticks, handed her 2 magazines. She took out money, placed it on the counter, rolled up the magazines, and hurriedly left, acting like a thief, as if afraid of being caught. Seeing her leave with the magazines, the newsstand owner called out, "Miss, I still need to give you change." She smiled warmly and said, "Uncle, I'm happy today. No need for change. Buy some candy for the kid." Then, she ran happily toward the distance, facing the wind. Starting in February, the cold winter gradually left, and the weather in Shao City improved. By the end of the month, the sunshine was warm and pleasant, casting dappled shadows through the leaves, making people feel fresh and peaceful. After a noon meeting at school, Song Shi went to the grocery store to buy a bottle of soy sauce and a bottle of vinegar because they had run out at home. His wife had asked him to bring new ones in the morning, and in the afternoon, Yubao was coming home for dinner, so they needed these for cooking. Carrying bottles and jars, Song Shi arrived at the newsstand on time. Today was the day new issues of the bi-monthly magazine Harvest arrived. He didn't have many hobbies, reading newspapers, writing articles. These were habits he had developed over the years. And smoking too. In terms of reading, his favorite magazines are People's Literature and Harvest. Every time new issues arrive, he must buy and read them immediately. Otherwise, he feels restless and empty, as if he has lost something precious. Professor Song, you're just in time. I just opened the packaging of the Harvest magazine. They're old friends. The other person is a university professor with a position. The magazine stand owner respects him greatly and hurriedly puts down his work to roll a dry cigarette for him. Songshur lights his cigarette and takes a deep breath, sighing, "Old Zhang, your tobacco really suits me. It has more flavor than by Sha." Boss Zhang boasts, "I can't match others, but this tobacco is really good. My wife brought it back from her hometown in Qinzhou. It's homegrown, no pesticides used." Songshur says, "Next time my sister-in-law visits her family, ask her to bring some for me. We can negotiate the price." Boss Zhang quickly waves his hand. "We've known each other for so many years. Money isn't a problem. If you don't mind, I still have plenty at home. Come find me here in the evening." Okay. They chat while smoking, then buy and sell books, each busy with their own work. When Songshur returns home, he immediately sees his daughter and wife in the yard, plucking ducks and removing feathers. "Dad, you're back." "Yes, the college entrance exam is in a few months. Is your study pressure heavy lately?" Songyu smiles and replies, "It's okay." "That's good." Songshur nods. His daughter is very dear to him, usually treasured a lot. His wife, Jiangyu, says, "Our daughter won a special scholarship again. She said she will buy us clothes once the money comes in." "Old Song, you're really lucky." Songshur happily pours a cup of tea, takes a big sip, and asks, "Is the person who got the special scholarship in the arts your 3 children? What about Xiaofeng and Mai Sui?" Songyu nods, and then shakes her head. "Xiaofeng still has it, but Mai Sui lost out by 0.1 points. Jiangyu looks up, "Just 0.1 point?" Songyu softly agrees. Jiangyu asks her daughter, "Who is the other person? Is it that Luo something Jia?" Songshur corrects from beside them, "Luo Ji Jia. I remember he won a special scholarship once." Songyu gently shakes her head. "It's not Luo Ji Jia. Someone else. It's Li Hong." Li Hong. Jiangyu and Songshur exchange glances and say, "That name sounds familiar. Old Song, do you remember?" Songshur thinks for a moment. "I think I've heard it too, but I can't remember the details." Then, the couple looks at their daughter together. Their family has such a close relationship because they enjoy sharing their daily small and big stories. During conversations, everyone is happy and relaxed. Songyu hesitated for a moment, but then said, "He is Chun Zijin's boyfriend." "Oh, so it's him. I remember now. No wonder I have an impression. It's rare to see someone secretly dating so early." Jiangyu suddenly understood. Songshur took another sip of tea and nodded. "I saw them walking by the Zhejiang River once. They were tall and slim, a bit reserved, not as outgoing as Zijin." Jiangyu asked out of curiosity, "Qin Zijin went to Beijing. Are they still dating?" This question caught Songyu off guard. She didn't know how to answer at first. Are they still together? The two haven't been in much contact, and their behavior seems strange. It doesn't feel like a normal couple. Are they broken up? But Zijin still seems to have strong feelings for Li Hong. She often writes long letters and calls, asking about him. Seeing her daughter silent, Jiangyu asked, "Did they not get together? Did they break up?" Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang loudly. Songyu had a feeling it was Chen Zijin calling. They agreed to call each other once a month. But now it's the end of the month, and he hasn't called yet. Maybe today. Just as Songshur was about to come in, Songyu quickly washed her hands and called out, "Dad, I'll answer." Songshur was eager to look at the new magazine he bought, Harvest, but when he heard her, he stopped and sat down on a wrought-tin chair, picked up the magazine, and started reading comfortably. In early spring, the ducks were molting, their fine feathers like bamboo shoots after rain, dense and countless. Jiangyu wanted to ask her husband for help, but when she saw the cover of the magazine with the word Harvest, she held back her words. Moreover, she also stopped talking voluntarily. She knew her husband's love for literature. He often submitted articles, but he never succeeded with major literary magazines. He often appeared in local newspapers. Hey, today there's a new story in the magazine, and it's in such an important spot. Before reading, Songshur had a habit of flipping through the table of contents in the pages from start to finish, like a primary school student getting a new Chinese textbook. Is it called To Live? Recommended personally by Grandpa Ba? That's rare. Songshur mumbled to himself, suddenly very interested. He was very curious about what made to live so special and worthy of Grandpa's praise. 10 years younger than I am now, I took up a job of wandering around the countryside collecting folk songs. I only read the first page, and Song-sure was completely immersed. Living room. At the coffee table, Song-yu first wiped the water drops on her hands with a dry handkerchief, then sat down and picked up the red receiver. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Song-yu. As expected, it was Zi-jin calling. Song-yu asked with concern, You're a week late this month. Are you okay? I'm fine. I've been busy lately and haven't had much free time. Also, my mom seems to have noticed something and is watching me more closely. I couldn't find a good chance until today, when I bribed my little sister with money to help cover for me. On the other end of the line, Chin Zi-jin spoke while glancing back behind her. Seeing her sister look over, Chen Tong, who was outside in the corner on guard, was eating a banana with his left hand and making a thumbs-up gesture with his right hand. Song-yu hesitated for a moment, then asked, Annie really doesn't think highly of Li Hong? This was a very sensitive question for Chin Zi-jin, touching her deeply. After a long silence, she sadly confided, Now, not to mention that she's optimistic about him. Our family members don't dare bring up anything related to him in front of her. Even the uncles and aunts are treated the same. By uncles and aunts, she meant Li Jiangguo and Tian Runny. Song-yu asked, What will you do? Keep dragging it out like this? Chin Zi-jin didn't answer immediately. After a while, she replied sadly, I know it's not a good idea to keep delaying, but I don't have a better plan. Song-yu thought for a moment and said, I'm now sitting next to him in class. Chin Zi-jin was stunned and blurted out, He approached you first, right? Song-yu stayed calm for a few seconds, then honestly replied, Yes. Chin Zi-jin grabbed a piece of paper with her right hand, and as she held it, she became restless and crumpled it into a ball. After a pause, she said, It seems Man Ning and my sway still lean more towards you. This seemingly plain sentence revealed their relationship and also showed Li Heng's thoughts. Song-yu remained silent, quietly listening to the breathing on the other end of the phone. It seemed as if I could see Song-yu's condition through the phone line. Chin Zi-jin suddenly smiled sadly and said, I actually knew earlier. My younger sister went to Ijong some time ago and came back telling me that you and he are classmates. Hearing this, Song-yu was not surprised but asked, Did you know who your sister was looking for at Ijong? Chin Zi-jin worriedly asked, Did she find Li Hong? Song-yu replied, Probably. I saw them together at the school gate. She really wanted to tell her that Li Hong had successfully submitted his work, but thinking of Li Heng's secretive instructions, she swallowed the words back. Chin Zi-jin hurriedly asked, Did my sister cause him trouble? Is his studies going well recently? Song-yu said, I don't know what happened when they met, but Li Heng has made great progress lately and received a top scholarship. Chin Zi-jin's tone lifted a bit, seeming happy. Really? Yes. Did he replace anyone? My sway was off by 0.1 points. Chin Zi-jin asked eagerly, Do you think he will take the exam in Beijing? Can he get into Tsinghua or Beida? Song-yu found it hard to answer because she didn't truly know Li Heng's thoughts. Then the two women talked about many daily matters, including studies, exams, and small events around them. As they chatted, Chin Zi-jin suddenly asked, After I came to Beijing, did he interact with Xiaohan? She had never mentioned Xiaohan to her high school friends before. One reason was she didn't want to mention it. The other was she wasn't afraid of Xiaohan. But today, after Song-yu finally confided about being classmates with Li Heng, Chin Zi-jin let go of her worries and brought up her ambiguous friend. Xiaohan? That name made Song-yu instinctively think of the recent incident at the cafeteria entrance, where Xiaohan had bumped into her right arm. At the time, she didn't think much of it, but after Zi-jin's realization and recalling Li Heng's reaction, she was momentarily stunned and gradually realized her own reaction. Since Zi-jin was so honest, Song-yu, putting herself in her shoes, didn't hide anything either. No, not before. It seems they've had some contact this semester. I knew it. I knew it. Hearing her best friend's reply, Chin Zi-jin bit her lower lip and repeated the words twice with a slightly heavy tone. Her repeated words confirmed Song-yu's suspicion. Chin Zi-jin asked, Who contacted whom? Was Xiaohan the one to reach out? Song-yu shook her head. I wasn't paying much attention. Hearing this, Chin Zi-jin looked up at the ceiling for a moment and finally asked, Did he ask me about it? Song-yu calmly replied, Yes. This morning, he asked for your mailing address and phone number, but I haven't given them yet. At this point, their conversation paused silently, as if both parties instinctively pressed the pause button, leaving the air quiet. After a long moment, Chin Zichin, weighing her feelings carefully, suppressed her restless urge. Don't give it to him for now. Wait a bit. When the time is right, I will contact him myself. Don't misunderstand. It's for his good. Okay, Songyu replied. Chin Zichin didn't explain why she wouldn't share the information. Songyu didn't ask further. Before hanging up, Songyu, feeling a bit guilty, subtly hinted, if Li Heng becomes a successful person in the future, what about you too? Chin Zichin smiled bitterly. You know my mom's bad temper, right? She's as stubborn as a stone in a ditch. Ordinary successful people won't do. She once cursed in front of our family ancestor tablet, saying she wouldn't marry Li Heng even if she were to die. And Songyu stayed silent, waiting for her to continue. Chin Zichin paused briefly before speaking again, and everyone in the family supports my mom. They often stir trouble in front of her, criticizing Li Heng in various ways. Sigh. Songyu remained quiet. She knew every family had its troubles. As an outsider, she couldn't and wouldn't judge a family like the Chin family. Suddenly, outside, Chin Zitong, who was on guard, widened her eyes in shock. She hadn't expected that just by sneaking out, her mother would come rushing over. Frightened, she quickly stepped back and turned to run. As she ran, she didn't forget to call out to her older sister, the benefactor, Grandpa. Grandpa, Mom's going to hit me. Boo-hoo, come help me. Hearing her desperate shouts outside, Chin Zichin turned her head and saw a face covered with frost. Songyu, I'm about to faint. Wait a moment, Songyu quickly called out. Chin Zichin hesitated for a moment, then put the receiver back to her ear. Knowing time was tight, Songyu hurriedly finished speaking. When you have time, check out Harvest magazine and find a writer with the pen name December. At this critical moment, for her own peace of mind, she broke her promise to Li Heng and told her the pen name December. Actually, Li Heng never explicitly asked her to keep it a secret from Chin Zichin. He only vaguely instructed her not to tell anyone. Since he shared the writer's secret with her, shouldn't Zichin also be within the scope of knowing? Songyu thought so. After ending the call, she placed the receiver back and sat quietly on the sofa for a moment, reviewing their conversation. Then she got up and went outside to the yard to continue helping her mother pluck ducks. Who just called? Jiangyu asked. Songyu rolled up her sleeves, ready to work. Chin Zichin. Jiangyu asked. She is studying in Beijing. How are her grades? I heard it's easier to get into Tsinghua or Peking University there. Songyu replied, they should be okay. She hasn't told me the details, so I didn't ask. As mother and daughter chatted, Jiangyu suddenly said to her daughter, go pour your dad a cup of tea. I saw him touching the empty cup several times. He doesn't know what article he's reading. He's so engrossed he doesn't even want to move. Songyu got up to bring a hot water bottle from the room. While filling the empty cup, she glanced at her father's magazine, Harvest. When she saw her father reading the novel To Live, she couldn't help but ask, Dad, is the author of this story December? Songshur kept his eyes on the pages and replied perfunctorily, it seems so. Seeing her father's attitude, Songyu didn't bother him further and quietly went back to help. Around 5 p.m., Jiangyu finished frying the duck and prepared 3 more dishes. When she set the 3 dishes and soup on the table, she called out, Old Song, dinner is ready. There was no response from outside, not even the usual perfunctory sound. Jiangyu called again, my daughter will go to school later. Eat first and then study. Oh, okay, Songshur replied, but he still didn't lift his head, let alone move his seat. Jiangyu raised her eyebrows and said to her daughter, go, bring your dad in. I'll serve the rice. Songyu didn't want to do this, but since she could remember, their family always ate together neatly. If someone had something to do, they would wait. Dad, let's eat first. We can watch later, or the food will get cold, Songyu said softly. Songshur sighed regretfully. If it was his wife, he might be able to pretend, but his daughter? He obediently acted like a little child. Old Song, what are you reading? Is it that good? I see you've been sitting there all afternoon, not moving. That's not good for your health. Jiangyu handed him chopsticks. Songshur pointed to the magazine To Live and said with admiration, of course it's good. After reading this novel, I understand why I keep getting rejected by those major literary journals. The gap is just too big. I can only look up to them all my life. I could never write like that. After decades of marriage, it was the first time Jiangyu saw her husband so convinced about something. Her curiosity piqued. Jiangyu didn't rush to eat. She took the magazine and flipped through it, Teasing. What's so good about it? You're a school leader and a professor. Is it worth your admiration? What makes it so good? That is a question worth pondering. Song-sure, still not fully awake from the world of books, paused to think. He said, with my literary knowledge, I can't say this book is truly great. But luckily, its content is so simple that every sentence and scene deeply moved me, as if it happened right around me. The author is very talented, and this book is definitely a rare classic that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Among all the books I've read over the years, it ranks in my top 5. You should read it when you have time. Song Yu knew her father's personality very well. Usually, he might love to get along with everyone and be friendly. But when it came to literature, which he loved and took very seriously, he would never be careless or belittle himself by reading a casual article. The only explanation was that this work must be truly excellent. Thinking this, Song Yu turned her head again to confirm that the author of Living was December. She stared at the words December with a dazed look, her mind involuntarily recalling Li Hang's figure. She wondered silently, could this work that Dad admires so much really be written by him? Before she could regain her focus, Jiang Yu spoke up. Oh, was it recommended by Mr. Ba again? Of course. Mr. Ba is a well-known figure. His recommendations are always extraordinary, Song Sure replied as he picked up his pen. He had tried many times to write with ambition, but the more failures he experienced, the more he understood how powerful living was. He said this sincerely from his heart. All right, I won't read it now. I'll finish eating first, then read it. I'm afraid I'll lose my appetite if I see it. Jiang Yu, also a highly educated person, naturally placed her book beside her. This move left Song Sure completely stunned. Seeing all this, Song Yu smiled calmly and said, Dad, after dinner, I'll buy you another copy. Meanwhile, in Beijing, right after hanging up the phone, Zhang Lan had already crossed the door and entered. She approached her eldest daughter. Their eyes met sharply. Zhang Lan looked down from above and asked, Who were you just calling? Qin Zijing knew lying was useless. Her mother would have many ways to question her sister later, so she simply said straightforwardly, Song Yu. Zhang Lan squinted her eyes. Did you also ask Li Heng? Qin Zijing wanted to deny it, but before she could speak, Zhang Lan had already grabbed the landline on the table and threw it forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. The white landline spun several times on the ground before stopping at the door, shattered into pieces. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the house turned icy cold. Qin Zijing tightly bit her lower lip, silently watching everything unfold, but tears kept welling up in her eyes. She tried hard to hold back, not wanting to show weakness in front of her mother. Outside the door, Chun Zitong had lost her lively, playful expression and stood foolishly in the yard, looking at her sister and mother inside with worry, but she dared not go in to stop the argument. Zitong, why are you in the yard? It's raining outside. Why don't you go inside? It was just after work. Qin Xiaomei held a black umbrella in her left hand and her bag in her right as she entered the courtyard and asked, Shu. Hearing the voice, Qin Zitong quickly turned around, covering her mouth with her index finger, and softly said, Little aunt, mom and sister are arguing again. Qin Xiaomei frowned. Is it a big fight? Yes, the phone got broken. Qin Zitong pointed to the broken landline phone at the door. Qin Xiaomei looked where she was pointing, then stopped asking why they were arguing and hurried into the house.